It's Lonely to Be Invincible Chapter 396 to Chapter 453. Heavenly Sect Palace, Square. Tears streamed down Ji Yuan's cheeks, and his face was red. Ji Yuan of the Sunshine Sect is here to seek help from the Heavenly Sect Palace. The magnificent Flame Sect's invincible peak has gone too far and destroyed our sect. Please help us. An old man stood alone in the Heavenly Sect Palace. No one cared about him. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Why isn't the judge here yet? No, I'll go and receive him. An enforcer couldn't take it anymore and prepared to receive the pitiful old man. Do you want to die? Don't you understand the current situation? This is the Sunshine Sect's elder Ji Yuan, and he has offended the magnificent Flame Sect's invincible peaks Lin Fan. He's an existence that can crush demigods. Don't you see that the judge is not willing to come out? One of the adjudicators grabbed one of his subordinates and scolded him to his face. If this little brother of his went to welcome them, wouldn't his immediate superior chop him up? Lord, the Heavenly Sect Palace is an organization that maintains peace in the world. Now that someone is bullying the Sunshine Sect, how can the Heavenly Sect do nothing about it? The enforcer said angrily. His heart of justice was bursting. However, very quickly, he lost consciousness. The enforcer knocked him out. What an idiot. You don't even dare to come out. You can only be an enforcer for the rest of your life. In the Judgment Palace. Someone has to come out, or it will affect the Heavenly Sect greatly. Judge Shiva said helplessly. Yes, someone has to come out. Ji Yuan is an elder of the Sunshine Sect, and he has a high status. If he reveals what happened here, the other sects will be disappointed in us. Judge Taiyang was also worried about this. He turned to look at the ancient judge. The ancient judge sensed his gaze and looked at the other judges around him, only to see them looking away as if this had nothing to do with them. The judges were all disciples of different sections. If it was something else, they might not refuse, but this was related to the guy who had been in the limelight recently. If they were to come out, they would be courting death instead of upholding justice. Their sects were not as powerful as the Saint Convent sect or the Luosha sect. Previously, when Lin Fan from the magnificent Flame sect came to the Heavenly Sect Palace, he even dared to kill a member of the judgment team. In the end, he didn't even make a fart and let it go. Thus, they had long since realized that they couldn't afford to offend this person. If they did, then it would be their misfortune. Master. At this moment, a cute little girl with pigtails ran over happily. She then pulled the ancient judge's withered hand. Master, Master, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Master will go and prepare some food for my big darling. The ancient judge didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and said, think about it. Send a representative over first. My disciple is hungry. He can't starve to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped away like the wind. The judges looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Heis, forget it. Don't make things difficult for the Ancient One anymore. He must have been so scared by that fella that he doesn't dare to show himself anymore. Back then, that disciple of his was blasted to death. Now that he has another disciple, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to mess around with that fella anymore. That's right. If there's another conflict, and peak leader Lin comes to the Heavenly Sect Palace to kill the Ancient One's new disciple, then this is really Heis. It can't be. How old is the Ancient One's disciple? How can he do it? Shiva judge laughed. Can't do it? That kid is merciless. He's scary. The judges whispered to each other, having a heated discussion about this matter. As for Elder Ji Yuan who was outside, he was completely forgotten by them. Even if I want to help, I don't have the guts. Ji Yuan had been standing outside screaming. For a long time, but after a long time, no one paid any attention to him. He was so angry that he started trembling. He was really disappointed in the Heavenly Sect Palace. Just because this person is too strong and fierce, no one dares to show themselves. Just when Ji Yuan was about to say, now that you guys don't care about the Sunshine Sect, the Sunshine Sect is too high for you guys, a figure appeared. Heis. Song Wu Dao sighed. I didn't expect Lin Fan from the magnificent Flame Sect's invincible peak to go to the Sunshine Sect again. Does he have a feud with the Sunshine Sect? Demigod Song, please support my sect. Seeing who it was, Ji Yuan knelt down immediately. He lowered his head, tears dripping down his face. The other party was a demigod, so it wasn't embarrassing for him to kneel. Song Wudao looked at Ji Yuan, not knowing what to say. He finally understood what Bai Tianxu meant. This guy is progressing too fast. With his current strength, even if he were to appear, he wouldn't be a match for Lin Fan. He might even be killed by Lin Fan. Elder Ji Yuan, please rise. This matter, the Heavenly Sect Palace. Just as Song Wudao was about to say that he couldn't do anything about it, he noticed the look of anticipation in Ji Yuan's eyes. Help the Sunshine Sect to persuade them. Demigod Song, how can we persuade them? This person destroyed our sect's land and caused great damage to our sect. How can we just persuade them? We have to capture him and get an explanation from the Magnificent Flame sect. Ji Yuan said unhappily. When he mentioned Lin Fan, killing intent could be seen flickering in his eyes. Song Wudao laughed. He felt that Elder Ji Yuan was digging his own grave. To think that he wanted to capture Lin Fan. He must be dreaming, trying to drag us down with him. Elder Ji Yuan, let's not talk about this anymore. We need someone else to help us. If it was in the past, he would definitely dare to face Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect alone. But now, it's better to find a helper. Thank you, Demigod Song. This old man is grateful. At this moment, Ji Yuan had the urge to cry. Finally, someone is willing to come forward, and it's a demigod. He had been standing here for so long, but no one was willing to come out to receive him. This made him feel hopeless. But now, hope has finally come. Demigod Song, please hurry up. Every second we delay will cause more damage to our sect's land. Ji Yuan looked at Demigod Song, placing all his hopes on him. Demigod Song nodded and disappeared into the void, heading towards a mountain in the distance. He's here. An old man sat on the mountain, looking at the sky. He did not turn around, but he knew who was here. Master God Cloud, we can only rely on you. Song Wudao said. The old man in front of him had an extraordinary status. He did not belong to any sect, and no one knew which sect he was from. But he had been living in the Heavenly Sect Palace for a long time, and he had a gentle temperament. Nothing could make him angry. Even when Lin Fan killed Judgment in the Heavenly Sect Palace, he only came out for a chat. Everything is connected. This is the Sunshine Sect's karma. We should not agree to his request. God Cloud said quietly. Song Wudao nodded. Sigh, I know, but we can't ignore the Sunshine Sect joining the Heavenly Sect Palace. That Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect has indeed gone overboard. It's necessary for us to stop him. Now that he's so strong that even I can't control him, I can only ask Master God Cloud to mediate. As for capturing Lin Fan, it's better not to think about it. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Fine, let's go. The Sunshine Sect. Lin Fan was going all out. This is the Sunshine Sect anyway. What's there to be afraid of? I wanted to look for the big monster master to see how he's doing. But I decided against it. It wasn't easy for me to get him. How can I expose him so easily? I have to keep him hidden. He might be useful in the future. If I can't use him in the future, I'll keep him hidden for the rest of my life until I die. Below him was a forest. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and he could feel the green aura around him. What a beautiful blue ocean. The green leaves, under the wind, rippled, it was so beautiful. The beasts in the forest could feel a terrifying aura coming from Lin Fan. Under normal circumstances, the beasts would definitely roar in anger at such a terrifying aura. But now, they could only run as far as they could. Just then, Lin Fan clenched his fist and took a deep breath. His eyes glittered, and he let out a shout. He turned into a ray of light and landed on the ground. He punched the ground fiercely. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave spread out with his fist as the center. Crack, the ground cracked, and Lin Fan was sent flying. The energy spread out in all directions. The ground sank, and the trees fell to the side. When the energy reached the ground, it turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. The beasts were blasted by the energy, and blood splattered all over the place. Lin Fan's points kept increasing. He had gained more than 500,000 points. This is what it means to earn points. What I did in the past was too backward. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the ruins, feeling great. Of course, he wouldn't do this in the magnificent flame sect, as it would be destroying nature. Ah! Bastard! How dare you destroy this place? Suddenly, an angry voice could be heard from the sky. Interesting. Someone from the Sunshine sect dares to come here? Are they looking down on me? The Sunshine sect seems to not have noticed me. Looks like they are looking for help. Peak Leader Lin, we meet again. It's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect Peak Leader Lin's strength to have improved so much. Congratulations. Master God Cloud appeared from the void and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Who are you? Lin Fan stared at the old man. Why does he act like he knows me? I hate people like him. When I was in trouble, no one came to help. But when I was acting cool, he acted like a good friend. Annoying. God Yun stood in the air awkwardly. He had seen many people, but he had never seen someone like Lin Fan. He didn't know what to say after hearing those words just now. Peak Leader Lin, this is Master Xianxia from the Heavenly Sect Palace. Song Wudao said. I don't know this old man, but I know you. You are the demigod Song from the Heavenly Sect Palace who did not dare to fight me alone, right? Tell me, why are you looking for me? Or should I say, you are the helpers that the Sunshine Sect called. Since that's the case, there's no need to say anything. I will make the first move. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan made his move. A strong energy could be felt from him. Peak Leader Lin, it's a misunderstanding. Demigod Song was shocked. I didn't expect this guy to make a move just because of a disagreement. He must be crazy. P.S. Thank you, Yu Xing'e, 10,000 Qidian coins. P.S. Thank you, Brother Biao, 10,000 Qidian coins. Young man, you're too hot-tempered. Master Xianxia said with a smile. But it was a meaningful smile. How dare you attack a demigod from the Heavenly Sect Palace? How audacious. Elder Ji Yuan's facial features shifted, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes widened as he cursed with a fiendish expression. But he wasn't slow either. He immediately retreated far away, not daring to be within Lin Fan's attack range. Strength. Ji Yuan trembled in anger. This was the first time he felt how weak he was. He could only watch as Lin Fan did whatever he wanted and did not put the Sunshine Sect in his eyes. No. Lin Fan let out a roar. The power of this bastard's punch was simply too terrifying. When the punch landed on the ground cracked and cracked. This was destroying the Sunshine Sect's territory. Their territory was small, and there were natural disasters. But now, Lin Fan had destroyed such a huge area with a single punch. Ji Yuan was heartbroken. Peak Leader Lin, this is a misunderstanding. We're not here to fight with you. Song Wudao said anxiously. He was cursing in his heart. What's wrong with Tian Su's disciple? Is there something wrong with his brain? He's not even allowed to speak. If you're not here to fight, then what are you here for? To play house? Cut the crap. Take my punch first. How could he let these guys talk nonsense? Since they're here, I have no choice but to stand up and talk or scram. So. That's the only way. Song Wudao was helpless. I didn't expect Lin Fan to not even give me a chance to speak. Luckily, I had a hunch and called Master Xianxia over. Peak Leader Lin, it's been quite some time since our last battle. Let me see how strong you are now. Instantly, ripples spread out from beneath Song Wudao's feet. Layer by layer, the ripples rose. Then, like boiling water, the ripples grew larger and larger. He raised his hand and aimed at Lin Fan. The demigod realm means that you're already close to becoming a god. You can control the heavens and earth, and you have many uses. Divine art. In an instant, a terrifying force exploded from Song Wudao's body. The formless space seemed to have solidified. When Elder Ji Yuan saw this scene, his heart was filled with joy. Demigod Song was finally going to use his full strength. This was the true strength of a demigod expert. What the hell? Bang! Lin Fan couldn't understand what was going on. All he knew was that everything was about to be destroyed by his fists. Although his movements seemed to be affected and were showing signs of slowing down, with a single punch, everything was destroyed. Bang! Song Wudao, who had already used his true strength, narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, the fist that was originally far away suddenly appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already appeared before Xianxia. His fist landed squarely on Xianxia's face, and a powerful force burst forth, causing Xianxia's face to sink inwards. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his nose. In the end, his body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. It must be a lie. Elder Kiyuan was dumbfounded. Just now, Demigod Song had used his strongest attack, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would be smashed into the ground? No one knew if he was dead or alive. Ouch, ouch. Song Wudao laid in the crater, covering his face with both hands. He had not expected this kid to hit his face. His 5 senses were burning. It seemed to be swollen. Hee hee. This is what a demigod is like. Lin Fan raised his head in disdain. This was the result of his arrogance. He already felt like he was looking down on the world. He just wanted to be beaten to death. To think that peak leader Lin's strength would be this strong. This is an eye-opener for me. To have such strength without becoming a demigod. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Master Xianxia laughed as if he had discovered a new continent. He looked at Lin Fan with a curious gaze. What's more eye-opening is yet to come. Can't you give me some motivation? You're always a demigod, demigod. Aren't you ashamed? As soon as he finished his words, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Master Xianxia. Because his strength and speed had reached the extreme, a white mist could be seen as he punched out. Bang! Just as the punch was about to land on Master Xianxia's body, a withered hand raised up and blocked the punch. Peak Leader Lin, you are strong. You are the first young man I've met after so many years. However, the road ahead is still long. Don't lose your way. Master Xianxia placed himself in the position of an elder and taught. Interesting. What about this? Instantly, Lin Fan went all out. He activated all his skills to the maximum and activated the 5 elements reverse god. A terrifying and violent energy exploded from him. The sky that was initially filled with dark clouds started to vibrate, forming a whirlpool. Lin Fan's black hair extended from the back of his head. When he opened his eyes, his originally calm long hair started to dance like a dragon. Don't bully the young. Take this punch. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan hollered. His aura solidified as flames wrapped around his body. Wait. Seeing this, Master Xianxia was shocked. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. However, it was too late. Crack, the light screen in front of Grandmaster Xianxia instantly shattered. Then, the fist smashed into the side of Grandmaster Xianxia's face. A huge force came crashing down. Master Xianxia's mouth was about to fall off. He didn't have many teeth to begin with. Now, they were stained with blood and flew out. Again. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and clenched his fists. He hammered down on Master Xianxia's waist. A huge amount of energy pierced through and formed a shockwave that spread 100 miles. My waist. Master Xianxia's body was hammered into the ground and sunk into a deep pit. He felt as if his old bones were about to shatter. He was infuriated. How could youngsters nowadays not respect their elders? They even dared to lay their hands on him. Song Wudao knew that he was no match for this kid. He laid on the ground for half a day. But when he saw Master Xianxia being hammered down, his eyes opened wide in disbelief. Do you see that? This is power. You 2 old men, what are you trying to do? Let me ask you. What are you trying to do? One of you says it's a misunderstanding and the other wants to teach me. I really can't communicate. Lin Fan shook his head and eventually looked at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, who was dumbfounded, shuddered when he saw this gaze. His hands and feet turned cold. This gaze seemed as if it wanted to kill him. But Ji Yuan stood up and glared at Lin Fan. Kid, kill me if you've got the guts. I'm not afraid of death. Boring. Lin Fan took a look and bolted into the distance. He still had to continue farming points. He couldn't be bothered with these people. When Lin Fan left, Ji Yuan felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out as he sat on the ground. I was really about to die just now. He felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Even though he didn't know why this B** star didn't kill him, the feeling just now was really unbearable. Master Xianyun. Song Wudao hurried towards Master Xianyun. As for his own injuries, he wasn't bothered at all. It wasn't a big deal. It was just that his face hurt a lot. This B** starred. He's really ruthless. Master Xianyun sat in the deep pit and rubbed his mouth. He seemed to have lost a tooth. This B** starred. I've lost another tooth. Master Xianyun, are you alright? Song Wudao asked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful that even Master Xianyun wasn't his match. I'm fine, I'm fine. I was caught off guard by this kid. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Master Xianyun laughed. He didn't take this matter to heart. Song Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that Master Xianyun is fine. Master, what should we do now? We can't let peak leader Lin cause trouble in the Sunshine sect. Song Wudao said. Lord, you must seek justice for our sect. This guy is too daring. He even tried to kill me just now. Elder Ji Yuan said in grief. His eyes were red. Seeing Ji Yuan in such a state, Song Wudao was annoyed. He didn't expect this to happen after he came. Master Xianyun, this guy is too reckless. Why don't we go to the Magnificent Flame sect and ask Tiansu to help us? He might be the only one who can teach him a lesson. Song Wudao said. No need. It was just an accident. Peak leader Lin might be strong, but he's still not my match. Let's go. Master Xianyun waved his hands. Yes. Song Wudao nodded. He had heard of Master Xianyun's legend for a long time. He might not have seen him in action, but he knew that he was extraordinary. How could he lose? It was just an accident. Lin Fan traveled through space. The Sunshine sect is really shameless, to think that they would look for help. But I didn't expect them to find such a powerful person. He discovered that the old man called Yun was very strong. Although he had been punched into the ground, when his power poured into the old man's body, it seemed to be offset by some mysterious power. It didn't cause any injuries at all. He must be extraordinary to have such an ability. Lin Fan landed in a mountain range and hid himself. In an instant, 3 figures appeared. Master Xianyun looked down at the mountain range with a gentle gaze. Peak leader Lin, please come out. I just want to have a chat with you. I have no ill intentions. Lin Fan, who was hiding in the mountain range, frowned when he heard Master Xianyun's voice. It's just as I thought. This old man isn't simple. How did he find out that I'm a peak leader? I'm really good at hiding. But if I come out just like that, I'll lose face. I'll find the peak leader first. Furthermore, I'm in the Sunshine sect. If I don't show myself, I'll be letting down my identity. Sigh, young man, you're so energetic. I'm old and can't play anymore. I can only ask peak leader Lin to come out. Master Xianyun shook his head. Countless white aura could be seen flying out from his back, heading downward. Now, Lin Fan was really angry. I just came out to relax. Why are there people here to stop me? Crack, Lin Fan clenched his fingers into the boulders. His energy turned into threads, connecting the entire mountain. You guys are such bullies. I, Lin Fan, am kind, righteous, and I love peace. But why do you keep forcing me? Lin Fan lowered his head and bit his lips. Veins popped out on his arms as he pulled. Rumble, rocks fell from the mountain. Countless beasts flew into the sky. I feel that if I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave anymore. He. Just then, Ji Yuan started trembling as if he had found out about something big. Stop. Little brat, stop this old man right now. Ji Yuan roared. He finally understood what Lin Fan was trying to do. Lin Fan was going to destroy the sect's territory. Miyamoto Kara used to chase after Lin Fan, but because he was too angry, he destroyed a mountain. He was scolded when he returned to the sect. The Sunshine Sect's territory was small, and the consequences of destroying a mountain was extremely serious. Now, Lin Fan was going to destroy it too. He was trying to destroy the Sunshine Sect. Ah! With a furious roar, the entire world quaked. A mountain range that stretched for who knew how many miles was lifted up by Lin Fan and shot up into the sky. You guys are too much. Youngsters have a temper too. As soon as Lin Fan finished his words, the mountain fell, bringing a strong gust of wind towards the three. This kid is going against the heavens. Song Wudao was dumbfounded. Is this kid trying to destroy the Sunshine Sect? Stop. Ji Yuan was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. What did the Sunshine Sect do to attract this guy? What kind of luck does the magnificent Flame Sect have to have such a disciple? That one strike caused a huge boom to ring out. The mountain range was destroyed, and a huge cloud of dust was kicked up. The sky turned completely dark. Plop, Elder Ji Yuan knelt on the ground. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the destruction of the sect's territory. His heart was in pain. It was an indescribable pain. How can this be? How can this be? Master God Cloud raised his hand and without any movement, he directly blocked the mountain range. This kid's strength was so shocking that it was not something that an ordinary demigod could withstand. And just as he was thinking about this, in the endless dust, a black shadow directly appeared, and a fist violently attacked. Old man, you guys are going a little overboard. He wanted to have a good fight with Master Xianxia to increase his foundation. Bang! Master Xianxia raised his palm and blocked Lin Fan's fist. A strong gust of wind burst forth with the both of them as the epicenter, sweeping through the entire world. As expected, this old man isn't simple. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and grinned, punching out with both fists. Killing an old demigod with random punches. Bang! In an instant, shadows of fists appeared. They were densely packed and headed straight for Master Xianxia. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Let's talk things over. God Cloud said calmly. However, he was shocked. The magnificent Flame Sect's peak leader Lin was indeed powerful. The power that he could unleash was terrifying. No wonder he could suppress the 4 sovereigns of the Saint Convent sect and a demigod from the Rakshasa sect. My foundation has increased. Lin Fan could clearly feel that his foundation was increasing. This feeling is not bad. Song Wudao looked at the situation in the sky. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. If I were here earlier, I would have been beaten to the ground by this guy. Thinking about it, I'm terrified. Luckily, I was smart enough to bring Master Xianxia here. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Elder Ji Yuan shouted. Every time the two of them exchanged blows, the power that they unleashed was like a wind blade, destroying everything around the Sunshine Sect. Elder Ji Yuan's heart ached. However, his shout did not affect the situation of the battle. Why? Ji Yuan knelt there, his hands clutching the ground. His heart was in incomparable pain. He lifted his head, tears intertwining on his face. Why must you fight in my sect's territory? Do you know how small my sect's territory is? Do you know how great of an impact your actions will have on my sect? Song Wudao looked at Ji Yuan helplessly. The Sunshine Sect is just unlucky. Lord Song, please stop them. My sect cannot suffer such losses. Ji Yuan grabbed Song Wudao's sleeves and begged. Elder Ji Yuan, I can't do anything about this. Song Wudao shook his head. Are you kidding me? If I go in, I'll be beaten back. Young man, don't be so angry. I have some friendship with your master. Give me some face and stop. Master Xianxia said. Bull**T. You're so weak. How could my master be friends with you? Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight first. Lin Fan used all his strength every time he attacked. He was surprised that a demigod like him was at the same level as his master. However, it seems like Lin Fan has not shown his true strength yet. This made him feel vexed. Isn't this looking down on me? My ego has been inflated to this point. If I don't get beaten up, it will be hard to get rid of it. Old man, show me what you're capable of. If you can suppress me, then we can talk about this. If not. He didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, he felt a kind of pressure coming at him. Then, his body fell and hit the ground with a bang. F***ck, so strong. He was in disbelief. This old man didn't show his true strength. He didn't expect him to be so vicious. Wasn't this too much? Just as Lin Fan wanted to stand up, he realized that his body was locked down by a black metal block. Tied up. You're too much. Lin Fan shouted. His strength exploded. The black metal block couldn't block it and cracks started to appear. Young man, let's talk nicely. Don't be so arrogant. Master Xianxia stood on Lin Fan's body and smiled. Listen to me first. I am. However, before Grandmaster Xianxia could finish speaking, a shocking scene occurred. I am your mother. Lin Fan hollered. The black metal block on his body broke instantly. He raised his leg and kicked Master Xianxia's crotch. Lin Fan moved and left the ground. He smiled, don't be too careless if you want to fight with me. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Master Xianxia. Song Wudao didn't see what happened. But now, Master Xianxia was squatting there and holding his crotch. He was shocked and didn't know what happened. It hurts. Master Xianxia's mouth twitched. His face was pale. He didn't expect to fall for this kid's trick. Ha ha ha, how is it? If you want to fight, you should look like you're fighting. That kick just now was a skill I created. But I haven't thought of a name yet. I'll tell you in the future. Lin Fan smiled. But in his heart, he had some thoughts. This old man was really strong. If this old man used all his strength, Lin Fan might not be able to increase his experience points. Very good, you've successfully worn down this peak lord's arrogance. This is worthy of my gratitude. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura erupting from the old man's body. Disrespectful young man. Damn it. I'm going to pull down your pants and smack your butt. I'll teach you how to be a perfect junior. Light burst out from the old man's eyes. When Lin Fan saw the old man's face, he realized that there was fire burning in his eyes. Furthermore, the old man's aura had also changed. His originally gentle aura was nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a terrifying aura. What kind of joke is this? How dare you pull down my pants? Shameless. Lin Fan frowned and took a step back. At this moment, Master Xianxia pushed Song Wudao away and opened his arms wide. His expression was one of excitement and the flames in his eyes exploded. Young people should have vigor and motivation. But you, young man, are simply too unreasonable. I will teach you a lesson. Bang, Lin Fan didn't wait for Master Xianxia to continue talking. He disappeared into thin air and ran away. This old man was different from other old men. He was a pervert. How humiliating would it be for the magnificent flame sect's invincible peak leader to have his pants pulled down by this old man? Just then, Ji Yuan was excited. Lord God Yun, this man is too daring. We can't let him go. Immediately, Master Xianxia soared into the sky and chased after Ji Yuan. As for Ji Yuan, he was blasted away by the impact and rolled on the ground. But a look of excitement could be seen on his face. Master Xianxia is finally going to make his move. Boom. Boom, however, his joy did not last long. A series of explosions could be heard, causing Ji Yuan to open his eyes wide. Far away, the ground was sinking. In the air, an old man could be seen holding onto a strong force. He could even hear his voice. Kid, stop right there. I'm going to smack your butt. As soon as he finished his words, an even louder explosion could be heard. It was deafening and terrifying. Ji Yuan stood there, looking down at the ground. Cracks could be seen on the ground, and they did not stop. They continued to spread. Pooey, Ji Yuan could not take it anymore. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How could this be? He went to the Heavenly Sect Palace to call for help to stop this bastard. But now, even the people from the Heavenly Sect Palace had started to wreak havoc in the Sunshine Sect's territory. Patriarch, I'm sorry. I've let you down. Just then, Ji Yuan cried into the sky. He realized that he was the one who caused all this. Every rumble was like a sharp weapon stabbing deeply into his heart. It was extremely painful. Master Xianyun. Song Wudao ignored Ji Yuan. He disappeared into thin air and chased after Master Xianyun. He did not expect Master Xianyun to be angered by the Magnificent Flame Sect's invincible peak leader, nor did he care that this was the Sunshine Sect's territory. There was something wrong with this matter. The entrance of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Another 2 disciples took over the responsibility of guarding the entrance. Junior brother, look around. This is a dangerous place that senior brother Lin picked up. The skinny disciple said excitedly. From now on, our disciples won't have to travel so far when they go out for training. They'll be able to train as long as they leave the sect. Senior brother, isn't this the place that senior brother Lin snatched from the Saint Convent sect? The junior brother asked. The scrawny disciple glared at his junior brother. Wrong, you're absolutely wrong. What snatch? Senior brother Lin was the one who picked it up. Do you think those people from the Saint Convent sect are fools to let senior brother Lin snatch it back so easily? The junior brother replied. No, didn't the monarchs of the Saint Convent sect come to the sect too? To hell with it. The Saint Convent sect bullied the Magnificent Flame sect, and senior brother Lin suppressed them on the spot. He taught them with his fist that the Magnificent Flame sect is not a place that they can bully. Remember, don't talk nonsense in the future. The skinny disciple said. Oh. Junior brother understands. Suddenly, something seemed to have hit the sky far away. 2 glowing figures could be seen approaching the sect at high speed. They were so fast that they split the sky in half. Master, he's dead. Help. There's an old pervert who wants to kill your disciple. In an instant, cheers could be heard everywhere. Lin Fan was convinced. This old man is crazy. He has been chasing me for so long, from the Sunshine Sect to the Magnificent Flame Sect. He didn't stop even when he was about to reach the sect. How ruthless. Kid, stop right there. God Cloud followed closely behind. If his arms were long enough, he might have caught Lin Fan already. What a lunatic. Lin Fan did not expect the old man to be so persistent. If he didn't run fast enough, he might have been caught. Luckily, the old man knew his place and did not dare to cause trouble in the Magnificent Flame sect. If not, he would have taught the old man a lesson. The Sky City floated in the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared, heading towards the sect. Disciple, Master is here. I've waited for so long, and you finally called for help. Tiansu was overjoyed. He could feel the bliss of being a teacher. I've been waiting for this moment. As a teacher, what do you look forward to the most? It wasn't that his disciple was stronger than him. Rather, when the disciple encountered something he couldn't solve, he would call for his teacher to help him. However, he waited and waited, but nothing happened. He could only watch as his disciple gradually became stronger. In the end, he didn't need any help, and could directly take care of things on his own. Now that the opportunity had come, he was very excited. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. Seeing that his master was here, Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to Lin Fan's side and pointed to the back. Master, this old man is too much. He chased me all the way from the Sunshine Sect to here. My bladder almost exploded when I peed. What? There's actually such a despicable fellow who dares to bully this old man's disciple. Tiansu glared at Lin Fan angrily. I want to see who dares to bully my disciple. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. God Cloud, how dare you bully my disciple? Do you think that I, Tiansu, am a pushover? He did not expect it to be an old acquaintance, an expert who lived in the Heavenly Sect Palace. Tiansu, it's been a long time since we last met. Your temper has gotten worse. Master God Cloud stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lin Fan for a while before turning to Tiansu with a smile. Who said it's been a long time since we last met? What do you mean by bullying my disciple? My disciple is kind, righteous, and respects the elderly. God knows how many people like him. Tell me, what are you trying to do? Tiansu snorted and said. Lin Fan puffed out his chest, looking satisfied. Master is right. It makes sense. Master knows me best. Tiansu, you have to discipline your disciple well. If not, he will get into big trouble in the future. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Master God Cloud reminded. He could tell that Lin Fan was a troublemaker. Lin Fan's cultivation might be good, but there's always someone better than you out there. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Why do you need to worry? Tiansu snorted, not giving Master God Cloud any face. As long as Master God Cloud says something, Lin Fan would retaliate. Lin Fan looked at his master in surprise. Weird. Master God Cloud is too tough. Does he have more confidence now? You. Master God Cloud was angered by Tiansu's words. Tiansu, I'm just being honest. Don't take it to heart. Your disciple went to the Sunshine Sect to cause trouble and destroyed their territory, causing huge losses. If this goes on, the war in the future will be caused by your disciple. Teacher, don't listen to the old man's nonsense. Your apprentice isn't destroyed. I was just casually enjoying the scenery in the other sect. But this old man came over, and as soon as he said a few words, he wanted to have a chat with your apprentice. That's fine. But there were 3 of them, and one of them was G Profundity. But who knew that this old man was even more ruthless than my disciple? With a slap, he destroyed a mountain in the Sunshine Sect. There were countless innocent lives on it. Disciple, this hurts my heart. Lin Fan clutched his chest, feeling sad. It was as if he had witnessed something horrifying. He even squeezed a few tears out of his eyes. Look at how you bullied my disciple. God Cloud, don't go overboard. Tiansu glared at Lin Fan before comforting him. Disciple, don't be sad. Master is here, and I will seek justice for you. Did this old man hurt you? Lin Fan shook his head. Master, he wanted to hurt me, but I kicked his crotch. I took my revenge. Huh? Tiansu was taken aback. God Yin from the Heavenly Sect Palace, I didn't expect you to be so petty. My disciple only kicked your crotch, and your thing is already so weak. What use is it? Why do you have to kill my disciple for this? Tiansu said, shaking his head. I won't say it now. Wait and see. When my disciple becomes stronger, it will be too late for you to regret it. His voice was loud, and it spread throughout the sect. Hearing this, the disciples were dumbfounded. Wow, senior brother Lin kicked Tiansu's crotch. That's incredible. Master God Cloud did not expect Tiansu to say it out loud without hiding anything. Immediately, his face turned red, as if he had lost all his face. How can I be so shameless? Master God Cloud. Song Wudao came from afar. He finally made it in time. The 2 of them were simply too fast. Even he found it hard to catch up. Master, this guy is also a helper. Lin Fan said softly. Song Wudao, what are you and God Cloud doing? Why are you chasing after my disciple? Tiansu shouted. Song Wudao had no idea what was going on, so he was confused. Tiansu, your disciple is wreaking havoc in the Sunshine Sect. Elder Kiyuan came to the Heavenly Sect Palace to ask for help. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Bull *T. How could my disciple wreak havoc in the Sunshine Sect? Don't frame him. Tiansu stood on his disciple's side. Lin Fan stood up. That's right. I, Lin Fan, am a righteous and upright person. How could I destroy things so easily? Song Wudao was stunned. But when we rushed over, we saw everything being destroyed by you. You can't possibly say that it was destroyed by itself, right? Wrong. How could it be destroyed by itself? Someone else did it. Lin Fan said and cupped his fists at his master. Master, your disciple has been traveling around the sects to look at the scenery and understand the world. When I passed by the Sunshine Sect, I saw a ferocious demon. Your disciple wanted to kill the demon and save countless innocent people. Thus, I fought with the demon without hesitation. You're indeed my good disciple. You're just like me when I was young. Tiansu nodded in satisfaction. Master God Cloud and Song Wudao's mouths twitched. They really wanted to beat these two shameless people to death. At that moment, Lin Fan continued, because of that, a great battle was unavoidable. The final outcome was the same as what they've witnessed. The entire environment was destroyed in the battle. What about the demon? Master God Cloud squinted his eyes, as if to say, keep lying. Let's see how long you can keep lying. T. That demon is definitely dead. He turned into a puddle of blood and scattered across the world. Lin Fan opened up his palms and spoke in an extremely realistic manner. He then pointed at the god clouds. But you chased after me without saying a word. You've destroyed God knows how many territories of the Sunshine Sect have you destroyed. You're the one who's blaming me. You've gone too far. You. Master God Cloud was so angry that he could feel a lump in his throat. This kid really knows how to lie. What are you talking about? A straightforward person should not beat around the bush. A person should take responsibility for his actions. Tell me, did you destroy the Sunshine Sect's territories? Lin Fan asked. Master God Cloud looked at Lin Fan and Tiansu before nodding his head. Yes, but if it wasn't for you, before he could finish his sentence, Tiansu interrupted him. Tiansu looked at him in disbelief. Who would have thought that the God Cloud of the past would become a person who pushes the blame on others? It's hard to imagine. I've finally seen it today. Although my disciple is young and weak, an old man like you can't slander him just because you're a senior. This old man has always told my disciple to be respectful to his seniors. But now, it seems that this old man has misjudged you. Someone like you is definitely not someone who can be respected. His voice was full of emotion, and his volume was not low either. The disciples started discussing among themselves. I didn't expect this senior to frame our senior brother Lin. Damn it. Why are all the seniors so shameless? Yeah. God Cloud's ears twitched. He heard every single word of the discussion. He was so angry that his body trembled. He flicked his sleeves. You two, master and disciple, are two, forget it, forget it. I admit defeat. You guys are good. With that, Master God Cloud left immediately. He did not want to stay here for another second. Song Wudao stood on the spot, looking left and right. In the end, he followed behind. In the air. Master Xianxia was extremely emotional. Seeing this, Song Wudao felt helpless. Who would have thought that Master Xianxia would receive such a huge blow? Master Xianxia, calm down. Don't lower yourself to his level. What else could he say? What else could he say? Don't you think that Tiansu has gone overboard? How can my words be false? If I don't discipline this evil disciple properly, he will definitely go against the heavens in the future. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Master Xianxia said angrily. He desperately needed the approval of others. Song Wudao understood that Master Xianxia was in dire need of acknowledgement. Yes, Master Xianxia is right. If Tiansu does not discipline his disciple properly, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. Song Wudao agreed. He did not expect Tiansu to be so unyielding. He did not even give Master Xianxia any face. What's going on? Under normal circumstances, Tiansu would definitely be polite to Master Xianxia. But who would have thought that Tiansu would be so unyielding? He did not give Master Xianxia any face at all. Heish, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. I've seen it. The magnificent flame sect will be destroyed in the hands of this master and disciple. I used to think that Tiansu was a reasonable person, but I didn't expect him to be so unreasonable. The more Master Xianxia thought about it, the angrier he got. Master Xianxia, what should we do about the Sunshine Sect? Song Wudao asked. After all, they did destroy the Sunshine Sect's territory during the chase. It was a pitiful sight. What's going on? Godyan looked at Song Wudao, confused. Song Wudao looked at Master Xinyan helplessly. Nothing. He shook his head helplessly. Heyish, this kid is the most shameless person I've ever seen in my life. His disciple indeed. If he was my disciple, I would have slapped him to death. Master Xinyan shook his head and sighed. He disappeared into thin air and headed towards the Heavenly Sect Palace. Sunshine Sect. Ji Yuan was like a walking corpse as he staggered into the sect. The surrounding disciples greeted Elder Ji Yuan respectfully when they saw him. But Ji Yuan did not respond to their greetings. The disciples looked at the elder and exchanged glances, not knowing what was wrong with him. But they believed that the Sunshine Sect was the strongest. One day, they would rule the world. In the main hall of the sect, the Grandmaster and the other elders were waiting. When they saw Ji Yuan return, they couldn't wait any longer. How was it? Ji Yuan stood there silently, tears streaming down his face. When the elders saw this, their hearts skipped a beat, as they had a bad feeling about this. Thump, Ji Yuan knelt on the ground. Sect Master, I'm useless. Originally, I thought that by calling Song Wudao and God Cloud from the Heavenly Sect Palace over, we would be able to take down that bastard. But who would have thought that not only did we fail to take him down, but both sides even fought on my sect's territory, resulting in the destruction of my sect's territory. I'm useless. It was a very sorrowful cry. How could this be? How can the Magnificent Flame Sect and the Heavenly Sect Palace bully us like this? The surrounding elders were furious. They shouted and cursed. When the sect leader heard this, he took a step back, his blood rushing to his head. The Sunshine Sect had a great goal, which was to become a powerful sect and rule the world. However, he had failed every single time. This was unacceptable to him. Grandmaster. Just then, Ji Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked up at the sect leader. I want revenge. Seeing the look in Ji Yuan's eyes, the sect leader's heart skipped a beat. Junior brother, you. He seemed to have understood something. Now, the fusion of the war beasts is progressing, but it's still far from enough. If our sect wants to be strong, we need a demigod. But it's very difficult to become a demigod. Junior brother is willing to give up everything for the sect. I hope senior brother can fulfill my wish. Ji Yuan buried his head in his hands and clenched his fists. There are only 8 beast spirits left. Junior brothers, who is willing to follow senior brother? Ji Yuan looked up at his 8 junior brothers. Miyamoto Kara was dead, and the sect's combat power was greatly reduced. If we want to rise again, we need a demigod. But it's very difficult to cultivate step by step. As soon as Ji Yuan said this, the 8 elders swallowed their saliva. They were clearly afraid. Senior brother, it's not that bad yet. We can use the Saint Convent sect to pressure the Magnificent Flame sect. An elder suggested. Yeah, it's not that bad yet. The Saint Convent sect will never let the Magnificent Flame sect become stronger. To them, they naturally knew what a beast spirit represented. After consuming it, one would become a monster. Forget it. You guys should just assist senior brother. I'll do it. Senior brother, please fulfill my wish. Ji Yuan stared at the sect leader with bloodshot eyes. Junior brother, are you sure? The sect leader looked at Ji Yuan and asked. Yes. It's my honor to sacrifice myself for the sect. Senior brother, please fulfill my wish. Ji Yuan growled. He couldn't take it anymore. The Heavenly Sect Palace, the Saint Convent sect, and now the Magnificent Flame sect, which was once suppressed by the Magnificent Flame sect, were bullying them too. I can't take it anymore. They must pay the price. Junior brother, are you sure? The sect leader asked. Senior brother, I'm sure. We'll start now, Ji Yuan said. Okay. The sect's treasury. The group appeared in front of the 9 stone doors. One of them had been destroyed. This was the Sunshine Sect's humiliation. The Magnificent Flame Sect's kid broke into the treasury and took everything, resulting in a shortage of pills for the Sunshine Sect's disciples. The other elders of the Sunshine Sect looked at the 8 intact stone doors. Their hearts raced. The things stored inside are terrifying. They've been passed down since a long time ago, and they've even become legends. Ji Yuan arrived in front of a stone door. On this stone door was a carving of a heavenly dog devouring the moon. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just by looking at it, one could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the stone door. He raised his hand and touched the door. He opened it, and a sliver of darkness burst out from the door. There was a violent and gloomy aura coming from the door. Behind the door, there was a terrifying existence. Senior brother, the Sunshine sect will replace all the other sects in the world and become the strongest sect. Ji Yuan said solemnly. Just as Ji Yuan stepped into the darkness, an arm rested on his shoulder. Ji Yuan stood there and turned around to look at his senior brother. He smiled and hugged him. Junior brother will never regret it. I will step on all the other sects in the world. Ji Yuan said grimly. Senior brother, don't open the door. I will come out on my own when I can control it. The patriarch took a deep breath. Junior brother, I'm useless. I need you to bear such a heavy burden. Ji Yuan smiled. Senior brother, you don't have to say this. I miss the time when you brought me to see the blooming cherry blossoms when I was young. But I'm afraid I won't be able to see it anymore. No, I will definitely see it. I will fill the world with cherry blossoms. The patriarch's eyes were filled with tears and ambition. Ji Yuan stood behind the stone door with a smile on his face, looking at his senior brother outside. Gradually, the stone door closed. The patriarch and the rest stood outside. From now on, no one is allowed to enter except me. Yes, patriarch. The elders nodded. Their palms were sweaty. They did not expect Ji Yuan to choose this path. Suddenly, a miserable and terrifying voice could be heard from behind the stone door. It was Ji Yuan's scream. There was even the sound of his hands hammering the ground. Ji Yuan lay on the ground, sweating profusely. He grabbed a beast soul in his hand and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Veins popped out on his arms, and there was strange blood flowing inside. I can't die, I can't die, I can't die. Ji Yuan's face cracked open. It was a terrifying sight. Tiango demon, I want your strength. Outside, the patriarch's eyes were filled with tears when he heard the scream. Let's go out. When those top elders heard this voice, they couldn't help but shiver, their bodies shaking. This was truly too terrifying. The possibility of death is high, but the possibility of success is too low. Because this beast soul is not something that can be consumed by humans. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Master, what's the origin of this god of clouds? Lin Fan asked. An old man. He thinks he's calm and peaceful, as if he knows everything, but he's actually asking for a beating. Tiansu replied. Looking at Lin Fan's expression, he must have had some contact with the god of clouds. Teacher, your disciple has realized that the teacher today is much more domineering than before. Lin Fan laughed. He realized that Master was being tough today. He did not give Lin Fan any face at all. Tiansu coughed lightly. Tough? When have I not been tough? You just didn't notice it. Remember, if there's anything you can't settle in the future, come and look for Master. Master will help you. Now, he was in a good mood. He finally felt the joy of being a teacher. At the same time, he had planted a seed in his disciple's heart. That is, Master is the most powerful. It's important to rebuild Lin Fan's dignity. Got it. Lin Fan had gained a lot from this trip. He earned points, but the arrogant feeling was extinguished by the god of clouds. He might not have been beaten up, but he was scared out of his wits. He even wanted to slap his butt. What a perverted old man. Teacher, did you discover something in the Sky City? Lin Fan asked softly. Now that he was acting so tough, his strength must have definitely risen. Tiansu looked around and said carefully, Disciple, Master will be honest with you. There's a big secret in there, but I haven't figured it out yet. Speaking of the big secret, Tiansu was elated. I didn't think that I would be so lucky to discover something that no one knows about. No wonder the Saint Convent sect didn't do anything after the first time. So they didn't discover it. If they did, they wouldn't let it go so easily. Oh, there's such a thing. Master, I'll be relying on you for the rest of my life. Lin Fan smiled. He was going into seclusion now. Invincible peak. Lin Fan said goodbye to his master and returned to his peak. This time, he had made enemies with the Sunshine Sect, but he did not regret it. The Sunshine Sect had no reason to wage war against the Magnificent Flame Sect, and they had killed many Magnificent Flame Sect citizens. He had gone to the Sunshine Sect to wreak havoc. He was already being merciful by not killing the Sunshine Sect citizens. As for Master God Cloud from the Heavenly Sect Palace, he looked like an honest man. An honest man might get angry, but he was still an honest man. Therefore, it was fine to bully him. Worry, this is really worrying. Lin Fan shook his head. I can't believe I met someone like Master God Cloud in the Sunshine Sect. He's really strong. I'm definitely not his match if I fight him alone. Lin Fan's ego had reached its limit, and it was about to solidify. But it was a pity that it was destroyed by Master God Cloud. I should go into seclusion. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. I don't have much to do these days. Points are easy to earn, and experience points are pretty good. But I should make good use of the Heaven Class Skillset Creation Guide. Previously, I only managed to create a Heaven Low-Class skillset, but it seems like it's not enough. Just as Lin Fan was about to enter the secret chamber to cultivate, the green frog stood there, looking up at the sky. Frog, what are you doing? Lin Fan appeared behind the frog, blocking its vision. The frog heard Lin Fan's voice, and its short legs started to tremble. It turned its back to Lin Fan. I didn't expect this fugitive to think of me again. It's definitely not a good thing. In that short moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he turned around abruptly. It moved its hind legs left and right, and its front claws hit 6, moving up and down. Master, 666. Piak, 6 your head. What are you doing? Lin Fan grabbed the frog in his hand and looked at it. You frog, be honest. Tell me, what are you looking at? The frog swallowed. There was a drop of sweat on its face. It looked at Lin Fan innocently with its beady eyes. Master, Frog has always been honest. But in his heart, he was cursing. This fugitive must have nothing to do, or he wouldn't have come to look for me. Every time he heard that this fugitive had caused trouble outside, his frog heart would jump with joy. Lin Fan grabbed the frog and placed it in front of him. I've been busy lately, so I haven't had a chance to chat with you. What were you looking at just now? I'm looking at the sky, the frog said. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was no movement, only clouds. What's there to see in the sky? You frog, you're so dishonest. I brought you out, raised you, took care of you, but you never told me the truth. It's so hurtful. I know that you have a problem with me and have always wanted to trick me, but I don't mind, because you are my demon pet, and I have to take good care of you. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. The frog opened its eyes wide and stared at Lin Fan. It couldn't believe that a fugitive like Lin Fan would say such words. However, looking at the other party's sincere expression, he was a little convinced. Thinking about it, he decided to give a reminder as well as a piece of advice. Master, Frog is also sincere towards you. The frog hugged Lin Fan's thumb and squeezed out 2 drops of tears with much difficulty. I am also sincere to you. Lin Fan patted the frog's head gently. Master, the world is going to change, the frog said seriously. Change? Lin Fan raised his head, but he didn't see any changes. What kind of change? The frog said in a deep voice, somehow, the world is moving a little slower. This is a sign that the world is going to change. Look at the black dot in the sky, that black dot is the cause. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the sky like a fool. Black dot? Where did that black dot come from? The frog shook its head. Master, you can't see it. Only I can see it. That black dot exists in my heart, and only those who understand it can see it. When will it change? Lin Fan stared at the frog. This frog is teasing me. At least 1 year, at most 3 to 5 years. Maybe 8 or 9 years. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. It's hard to say. The frog shook its head. Its green face looked very serious. Aya, master, what are you doing? Frog is very loyal to you. Lin Fan threw the frog to the side. He didn't want to waste time with it. Go and play with your eggs. He was going to cultivate and become a demigod. Who could be his match then? But master said that one needed luck to become a demigod, but to him, as long as he had enough experience points, a demigod was nothing. Seeing the fugitive leave, the frog shook its head. Aya, I finally told you the truth, but you don't believe me. Humph, when the time comes, I will sneak away. In the secret room. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and took out his notebook and the Tai Sovereign sword. I will continue to create skill sets. If I can upgrade them to heaven high grade, my experience points will increase by a lot. I can save a lot of time. At this moment, Lin Fan was immersed in the act of slitting his throat. The higher the grade of the skill set, the harder it was to create. Even with the immortal body, it would take a lot of time to try. Furthermore, every time one tried to create a new cultivation technique, the negative effects that would be triggered were all different. If it weren't for the fact that one had an undying body, no one would dare to attempt it. A few days passed. At the magnificent Flame Sect's mountain gate, an outer sect messenger arrived. The disciples guarding the mountain gate were surprised to see them. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. May I know who you are? The outer sect disciple asked. Just then, the outer sect messenger cupped his fists. The messenger from the Great Evolution sect wishes to see the elders of the sect to discuss diplomatic matters. Please wait for a moment. Upon hearing this, the Mountain Gate disciple hurriedly ran into the sect. Currently, the Titan sect was the only sect that dared to have diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. The other sects did not dare to do so. The main reason was because of the obstruction from the major sections. Another reason was that the Magnificent Flame sect was too poor. No one was willing to have diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. Very soon, Elder Huorong walked over with a smile and cupped his fists. So it's Elder Baisong from the Great Evolution sect. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Elder Huorong, you're too polite. Baisong smiled. Recently, the Magnificent Flame sect had been in the limelight. Small sects like them were so shocked that they did not know what to say. Even the 4 monarchs of the Saint Convent sect were suppressed and had to pay a ransom. They were openly challenging the Saint Convent sect. The danger zones around the sect look familiar. Before Baisong arrived, he had seen the danger zones around the sect. They seemed to be the Saint Convent sect's danger zones. The Magnificent Flame sect actually placed the danger zones around the sect. Aren't they afraid that the Saint Convent sect will attack again? Huorong paused for a second, then smiled. I find these places familiar too, but the peak leader of the Invincible Peak said that he picked them up and placed them around the sect for the disciples to cultivate. Even he himself did not believe what he said. But the sect had been unified. These danger zones were picked up. Baisong did not expect Huorong to give such a reason. I see. He picked them up. He picked them up. The disciples of the Great Evolution sect looked around. They had never been to the Magnificent Flame sect before. What they knew was only from their seniors and juniors in the sect. They heard that the Magnificent Flame sect was poor, and their citizens were even poorer. But looking at the surroundings, other than the buildings being old, they did not see any poverty. The peak over there is so majestic. It's even more majestic than our eldest senior brother's peak. Some disciples could not help but exclaim when they saw the peak. This was different from what they had heard. The Magnificent Flame sect did not seem to be poor. That's the Invincible Peak. Huorong heard the disciples' conversation and smiled. Oh, that's the Invincible Peak. Baisong gasped. The sect sent him over to discuss diplomacy with the Magnificent Flame sect because of the existence of such a disciple. He heard that Tiansu might not be a demigod, but he was so powerful that even a normal demigod wouldn't be a match for him. The Magnificent Flame sect had Tiansu, a pinnacle demigod, and a rising star. It was a sign of prosperity. After weighing the pros and cons, the Great Evolution sect decided to establish relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. There might be danger, but any opportunity could only be obtained through danger. They could only give it their all. They had placed all their bets on the Magnificent Flame sect. There were some elders in the sect who did not think that it was feasible. Establishing a relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect would mean offending the Saint Convent sect. However, the Saint Convent sect had been bullying them and interfering with their decisions. It was as if the Magnificent Flame sect had become a vassal of the Saint Convent sect. This made the Great Evolution sect's patriarch very unhappy. Just then, a disciple who was guarding the entrance rushed over. "Elder, a messenger from the Great Strength sect is waiting outside." To the disciple, "This is weird. I don't know what's going on. Why are people coming one after another?" "Invite the messenger in," Huorong smiled. "I didn't expect the Great Strength sect to be here too." Bai Song was not surprised. He just did not expect that the Great Evolution sect was not the only sect that wanted to establish a good relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. Even the people from the Great Strength sect were here. "Elder Bai Song, please wait for a moment," Huorong said. "No problem." Bai Song nodded. Just as Huorong was receiving them. In the secret room, Lin Fan, who was creating a skill set in seclusion, had a look of disdain on his face. Holy Mother's Heavenly Heart skill grade, Heaven class high grade property, Holy Mother's Heart. In the past few days, Lin Fan had experimented with the only Heaven class high grade skill set countless times, and this was the only time he succeeded. However, on the Heaven class skill set creation guide, there was a skill set recorded on the second line of the skill set. "I feel that this skill set is a little too dazzling. What the heck is this? Who the hell would cultivate it? Why would something like this appear out of nowhere?" He could not figure it out. Indeed, skill sets are too difficult to create. "A guest is here. He wants to see you. Come to the main hall." Lin Fan continued to cultivate. He swore not to stop until he created a skill set. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. "Guest? He wants to see me? Dream on. I don't even have enough time to cultivate. How can I have time to meet a guest?" Lin Fan ignored him and immersed himself in cultivation. Only cultivation could make him feel that he still had a long way to go in life. In the main hall. "Elder Bai Song, Elder Jia, please wait for a while. Peak Leader Lin will be here soon. Please have some tea." Huorong smiled. All right. The two elders took their teacups and took a sip. The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect did not interact with the Magnificent Flame sect. However, there were hundreds of sects in the world, and it was unwise for them to isolate themselves. They could not catch up with the changes in the outer sections. Therefore, it was necessary to communicate with the other sections. Time ticked by. Huorong felt awkward. Why isn't this kid here yet? Didn't I inform him? If he still doesn't come, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself in front of the outer sects? He would make them think that the Magnificent Flame sect is rude and rude. Elder Bai Song and Elder Jia looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that the Magnificent Flame sect doesn't take us seriously. Both of you, please wait a moment. I'll go and see what Peak Leader Lin is busy with." Huorong was about to go out himself, but just as he stood up, a figure walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Fan walked in with a smile. He did not want to come at first, but after some thought, he decided not to. Knowing that it was an outer sect that came to establish relations, he should not be arrogant as a disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect, even though he was powerful and ranked second in the sect. Furthermore, he was not an arrogant person. The disciples of the Great Evolution sect recorded the meeting. At the same time, they recorded the overall situation of the Magnificent Flame sect. When they returned to the sect, they would organize it and inform the people of the sect about the visit. Elder Huorong had invited the Invincible Peak Leader over, but he had yet to arrive after so long. He was about to record. Magnificent Flame sect, Invincible Peak Leader Lin is arrogant and looks down on a small sect. However, now that the person had arrived, he stopped writing. He wanted to see what kind of person this Peak Leader Lin was. "You're here?" Huarong asked, but there was still a hint of complaint in his tone. After all, it was too much to make the Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect wait for such a long time. The two sects might be weak, but since they came to the Magnificent Flame sect to seek friendship, they should be on friendly terms. How could they ignore them? Yes, I'm here. I hope the two envoys can understand. Lin Fan cupped his fists. When I heard that the envoys from the two sects were here, I was excited. Hence, I picked out some gifts to give to my disciples. I didn't think that it would take me a long time to pick them out. But luckily, I've finally found them. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his palm, and pills flew out. They were all mystic upper-graded pills, and he distributed them to the disciples of both sections. Everyone, you must be tired from the long journey. Thank you for your hard work. These gifts are nothing to be concerned about. This move was beautifully played. Elder Huarong was also dumbfounded. Since when did Lin Fan become so good at acting? He actually knew how to give gifts. Moreover, that smile was like a spring breeze, very harmonious. Was this something that this kid could do? If this was his nature, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. The disciples of the Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect looked at the pills in their hands, dumbfounded. Their sects weren't rich, but they were similar to the Magnificent Flame sect. The few mystic grade superior grade pills in the hands of each of them were even richer than all of their possessions added together. They were excited and happy. Thank you, Peak Leader Lin. The disciples of the two sects were overjoyed. It's nothing, nothing. I've made you wait for a long time. If we become friends in the future, we'll be family. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. He then sat down at the side. May I know why the two envoys are looking for me? Huarong stared at Lin Fan in a daze. He admired Lin Fan from the bottom of his heart. His performance was impeccable. He was afraid that Lin Fan would be arrogant and belittle the envoys of the two sects as worthless. Now it seems that I've thought too much. I've long heard of Peak Leader Lin's name. Now that I've met you, I can see that you live up to your reputation. The rumors are not true. Elder Baisong said. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed. They're just rumors. Don't take it seriously. I'm impressed. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I might have been swayed by the Saint Convent sect's words. Elder Saint Jia said in admiration. Don't worry about it. The Saint Convent sect came to our sect to cause trouble and suffered some losses. It's normal for them to be unhappy. As for what they say, I won't take it to heart. Those who understand will always understand, and those who don't will never understand. Lin Fan said calmly, looking extremely calm. Huarong sat there speechlessly. He couldn't understand Lin Fan anymore. Did he take the wrong medicine? How did he become so talkative all of a sudden? The two sects' disciples nodded their heads and recorded. This was their first time meeting the legendary Peak Leader Lin. They felt that he was wise, gentle, and gentle. Baisong and Saint Jia looked at each other. They both felt that Peak Leader Lin of the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak was not bad. He should be the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch in the future. If they were to establish diplomatic relations, they would definitely be in harmony. Baisong cupped his fist. Elder Huarong, Peak Leader Lin, I'm here on behalf of the sect to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect and seek development. What do you think? Huarong did not speak but looked at Lin Fan. His meaning was clear. Come, speak. I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fan took a glance at Huarong and laughed in his heart. I didn't watch the news for nothing in my previous life. Suddenly, Lin Fan's face changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Great, this is a good thing, and it's our sect's honor. It's not wise to go into seclusion. Our sect's aim is to establish diplomatic relations, to create a harmonious sect, and to fight for peace. The Great Evolution sect and the Magnificent Flame sect establishing diplomatic relations will benefit both sects, be it their disciples or citizens. There's no reason for us to disagree. Lin Fan said. I'm not stupid, and I'm able to speak so fluently. Baisong was stunned by Lin Fan's words. He had never heard of such a novel idea before, but he understood that the Magnificent Flame sect was very welcoming. The Great Mighty Treasure sect hopes to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect and develop together. Elder Xianxia said. You're welcome. Ever since the Magnificent Flame sect was founded, we've been seeking to establish diplomatic relations with other sects and maintain peace in the world. Lin Fan smiled. It's our honor that the Great Evolution sect and the Great Mighty Treasure sect think highly of us. Peak Leader Lin, you're too polite. It's our honor to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. The envoys of the two sects said hurriedly. Meanwhile, the disciples of the two sects kept taking notes. They realized that the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader Lin was indeed extraordinary. As for the rumors, they couldn't be trusted. They could only tell the truth with their own eyes. After chatting for a long time, laughter could be heard from the main hall. Obviously, the three sects were having a good time. Elder Bai Song, Elder Jia Sheng, it's your first time visiting the Magnificent Flame sect. Why don't I show you around and let you stay for a while longer? Lin Fan said politely. His righteous and hospitable expression made the two sects feel comfortable. Even the elders of the two sects felt that the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader Lin was too hospitable. They even felt embarrassed. At the same time, they felt that the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader Lin was indeed different. They had gone to other sects in the past, but they were always looked down upon. This made them feel humiliated and unhappy, but they also knew that it was normal for sects to be looked down upon by others because they were weak. However, things were different after coming to the Magnificent Flame sect. Peak leader Lin might not be a demigod yet, but he was more powerful than a demigod. It was a great honor for such a big shot to receive them personally. Even the disciples that followed Lin Fan felt that they were valued by the Magnificent Flame sect. They were proud of themselves. Elder Huarong, get the sect's chefs to prepare the banquet and bring out the best ingredients. Lin Fan said. All right. Huarong couldn't understand Lin Fan anymore. Is he pretending or is he serious? This is different from what I've seen before. Aya, peak leader Lin, you're too polite. It's fine as long as it's simple. There's no need to be extravagant. Elder Bai Song said. Lin Fan patted Elder Bai Song's shoulder. How can we do that? Since you're here, you're all distinguished guests. If we simply receive you, wouldn't that mean that the sect doesn't value you? We have to make it grand to show how much we value you. Peak leader Lin, you're too polite. Elder Bai Song and Elder Jiaxing didn't know what to say. They could only say that peak leader Lin was too polite. The rumor was indeed a lie. It was made up by the Saint Convent sect to defame peak leader Lin. But look at how nice and hospitable he is. He's nothing like the rumors. He's polite and passionate. Honestly speaking, if it was the Magnificent Flame sect that came to our sect, we might not have received such hospitality. At the same time, the two sects were even more determined to establish a good relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. Since their peak leaders are so friendly, the Magnificent Flame sect is bound to prosper. There's no doubt about it. Furthermore, it's their sect's wish to be peace-loving. It's their wish to live in harmony with the other sections. The next day. At the entrance of the mountain. Aren't you guys going to stay a little longer? Lin Fan asked. Thank you for your hospitality, but the establishment of a good relationship cannot be delayed. We have to go back and report to you. When we establish a good relationship, please come to our sect as a guest. We will definitely welcome you with open arms. Bai Song sighed. He might have stayed for a day, but he could feel how powerful the Magnificent Flame sect was. Sure. Since you're going back, I won't hold you back. Please be careful on your way back. Lin Fan said with a reluctant look. To the disciples of the two sects, Lin Fan's expression was filled with admiration for peak leader Lin's passion. His passion was like a flame that engulfed them. This was the first time they had been so highly regarded after leaving the sect to establish a good relationship. Have a safe trip. Lin Fan waved at the two envoys. The two sects' disciples waved back at Lin Fan every few steps they took. They were happy that they were valued by the Magnificent Flame sect. It was an indescribable feeling. Huarong looked at Lin Fan, who was smiling. He couldn't understand what was going on. Being too hospitable and friendly. There must be a problem. As for saying that this was his true nature, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Just when Huarong was about to speak, he realized that something was wrong with Lin Fan's expression. The Saint Convent sect is really ruthless. How dare they tarnish my reputation? Lin Fan gritted his teeth. If he hadn't received the 2 envoys, he wouldn't have known how badly the Saint Convent sect had tarnished his reputation. He found out from one of the disciples. The content of the Saint Convent sect's tarnishing reputation. Magnificent Flame sect's invincible peak leader, despicable, shameless, thief, heaven's wrath, murder, etc. Just then, Lin Fan took in another deep breath. Bear with it and cultivate first. When the time comes, I will make the Saint Convent sect pay the price. He had decided that he would go to the Saint Convent sect and let them know how powerful he was after he became a demigod. How dare they frame me? How infuriating. What happened yesterday and today? It's not like you. Huarong said. Lin Fan hid his anger and said, nothing. It's normal. I've always been like this. I haven't changed at all. I've never been friendly. Huarong smiled awkwardly. If I believe him, I'll be in trouble. I'll go back first. He was in a hurry to create a skill set. The experience points he needed were too much, and he had no idea how long it would take if he relied on his current situation. Also, he didn't know how many experience points he would need to break through to the demigod realm. If it was just 100 million, it wouldn't be too difficult. But 100 million might not be enough. Xianxia Mountain. Senior brother, what's wrong with your disciple? Why does he look like a different person all of a sudden? Huarong asked. Do you think he's being controlled by his inner demons? After all, inner demons are good at hiding, and it's hard to find them. You're the one being controlled by the heart demon. This is my disciple's nature. There's nothing wrong with it. Xianxia glared at Huarong. How dare you suspect my disciple? This is slander. He was very satisfied with his disciple's actions this time. Not bad at all. My nature. Huarong felt awkward. He then shook his head. He definitely wouldn't be able to get anything out of this master and disciple duo. He felt strange in his heart. Just what kind of blow had he suffered inside the secret chamber? It's absolutely impossible for me to cultivate the Saintly Mother's heavenly heart technique. However, I can keep it for myself. If I meet a suitable person, it might not be a bad choice to let them cultivate it. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't want to continue and sank into the cycle of creating his own cultivation technique and then killing himself. Senior brother, you're already so strong, but you're still cultivating and improving yourself. It's truly admirable. Lu Qiming looked at the sealed room, then picked up a pen, dabbed it with his tongue, and wrote on a blank page, "There's no end to learning." Satisfied, he closed the little notebook and kept it close to his chest. This was his treasure, and no one could take it away. A few days later, every disciple and citizen of the Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect knew that their sects were about to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. This was especially so for the ordinary citizens. They didn't need to cultivate, and they only needed to work hard every day. During their leisure time, they would chat about other topics. In the tea house, someone was reading. A few days ago, our sect went to the Magnificent Flame sect to establish diplomatic relations. The process was perfect, and we were warmly received by the Magnificent Flame sect. Invincible Peak Leader Lin even showed up personally and brought our sect's messengers and disciples to visit the Magnificent Flame sect. He even gave the disciples mystic high-class pills as a welcome gift. That can't be. I heard that the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak Leader is an evil person who does all sorts of sneaky things. A man in white who looked like a scholar pointed at the paper in his hand. Look at what's written here. The rumors are all false. The Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak Leader is gentle, and full of passion and hope for peace. And all of this is because the Saint Convent sect was suppressed by the Invincible Peak Leader when they went to the Magnificent Flame sect to cause trouble. They were unhappy, so they took revenge on the Invincible Peak Leader. This Peak Leader is not simple. He's very powerful, and it's such a powerful person who received our sect's messengers personally and gave us the highest standards. I hope that both sects can establish friendly relations. At the same time, our patriarch will be going to the Magnificent Flame sect soon to discuss the details of establishing diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. The citizens nodded their heads. They had a good impression of the Magnificent Flame sect, which they weren't familiar with. After all, as citizens of the Magnificent Flame sect, they hoped that the Magnificent Flame sect would be valued. They had a good impression of the Magnificent Flame sect since they were so friendly to them. Saint Convent sect. How dare these bastards establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect? They must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Monarch Chariot stood in the main hall, looking at the content in his hand with an ugly expression. Holy Lord, we should punish the Great Evolution sect and the Great Mighty Treasure sect and let them know the consequences of this. He didn't expect that the Magnificent Flame sect would want to break their diplomatic relations and establish diplomatic relations with other sections. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign stood there. His two huge balls lay there calmly, without the slightest fluctuation. Junior Brother Chariot is right. We should punish the Great Evolution sect and the Great Mighty Treasure sect. Otherwise, we won't be able to convince the public. Even Senior Sister agrees with Junior Brother. Holy Lord, what else do you want? Monarch Chariot said. Just then, a sovereign walked out. Holy Lord, this matter isn't urgent. Something strange has happened in the sect recently, and we need to investigate it. Junior Brother Danny, what do you mean? What strange thing can happen in our sect? If it really happened, you should be the one to solve it. After all, you are responsible for the sect's affairs. Monarch Chariot said. The Holy Lord sat on his throne. Speak. What strange thing happened? Monarch Danny nodded. Recently, the emotions of the sect's disciples have been unstable. Hundreds of disciples lost their belongings for no reason. At the same time, the sect's treasury also lost their wealth. One of the sovereigns abused his power to have sex. One of the sovereigns lured the disciples to participate in some kind of activity instead of cultivating, causing them to skip the sect's missions. And one of the sovereigns insulted the sect's disciples, causing them to lose their minds. The sect is in a mess now. Holy Lord, please investigate the situation in the sect before solving the outer sect's problem. Monarch Chariot frowned. Junior Brother Danny, who are you talking about? Which sovereign is so capable? Monarch Danny said. Senior Brother Chariot, there are at least 3 sovereigns. We have yet to find out who caused the loss of the sect's disciples' wealth. Who is it? The Holy Lord asked. It's the Divine Order, Chaos, and the 3 senior brothers. Monarch Danny said. Suddenly, an angry roar could be heard in the sect's main hall. Chaos, you bastard! How dare you do such a despicable thing to my disciple? You've watched her grow up. The angry roar was followed by a loud explosion. Chaos suppressed the person in front of him with a single move. What are you trying to do by attacking me? The old man suppressed by Chaos was furious. He couldn't believe his eyes. Stop. At this moment, several figures appeared. When Chaos saw who it was, he cupped his fists and greeted, Holy Lord. The old man immediately knelt on the ground when he saw who it was. Holy Lord, please help me. He couldn't say it out loud. He felt so ashamed. The Holy Lord looked at Chaos. What did you do? Chaos was calm and didn't feel anything. He said bluntly, Holy Lord, I didn't do anything. I wonder why Junior Brother Qianfu is so angry. Qianfu, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head. Holy Lord, he doesn't want to admit that my disciple has been tainted by this bastard. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless disciples couldn't believe that Chaos would use force. The Holy Lord's expression changed. Did you really do that? Chaos replied, Holy Lord, I didn't do that. I didn't taint her. It was a consensual act. How can you say that I tainted her? Chaos looked around. Go and call Junior Brother Qianfu's disciple over. At this moment, Qianfu looked at Chaos. You old bastard. You watched her grow up. How could you do that? Not long later, Xianfu's disciple arrived. She was one of the flowers of the sect. She was beautiful and had a good figure. Her eyes were seductive and her golden hair was shining under the sunlight. Disciple, the Holy Lord is here. Tell him, did chaos forcefully taint you? Xianfu asked. The disciple knelt on the ground. Holy Lord, chaos didn't forcefully taint me. I did it willingly. Pooh, when Xianfu heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Disciple, it's fine. You have to tell the truth. That old bastard has one foot in the coffin. How could you like him? The Chaos Overlord said, Saint Lord, this is how it is. This old man used a heaven-level inferior grade elixir to make a deal with her. It was a mutual agreement, and we both took what we needed. I did not use my status to threaten or force her. Is that so? The Holy Lord asked. Yes. Xianfu's disciple confirmed. At the start, when the Chaos Lord asked her how much was it, she was shocked. She didn't know what was going on. She knew that when the Chaos Lord wanted to sleep with her, she rejected him because it was impossible. But when the Chaos Lord mentioned a heaven-class low-grade pill, she couldn't reject him. Even if the Chaos Lord didn't treat her as a human, it was fine. This was a heaven-class low-grade pill. Many people wanted it but couldn't get it. And as long as she made a deal with the Chaos Lord, she would be able to get it. It was too simple. After all, being slept with wasn't a big deal. Saint Convent Sect, entrance of the mountain. Ganfu stood there, mumbling to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Disciple must have been threatened by that bastard Chaos. That's why he said that. At the scene, when the Sacred Lord said those words, he no longer believed in the sect. Chaos, pay attention to your image from now on. Even if it's consensual, you can't disregard seniority. This is bias. I'm only in the Heaven Star Border Stage 9, and I'm not a demigod yet. I can't become one of the main forces of the sect. Ganfu thought to himself. Disciple must have said those words because he doesn't want to implicate me, his master. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chaos, I will never let you off. Hatred burned in Ganfu's heart. Since the world is unfair, I will do it on behalf of the heavens. At the God Rank Mountain. Put down your bets, put down your bets. The voice of a God Rank Overlord could be heard from afar. It was accompanied by the screams of the disciples. Big. 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 Small. 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 Countless disciples rushed into the gambling hall, completely addicted to the God Rank Overlord's gambling. Getting rich overnight was no longer a legend. Every single disciple wanted to win. Previously, there was a disciple who won an Earth Upper Grade pill from a God Rank Overlord. That had shocked everyone. The gambling table was filled with people. The God Rank's upper body was bare, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the fortune on the table. This round was a little too big, and his heart ached when he lost. The surrounding disciples were completely immersed in it, forgetting everything else. What are you guys doing? The sacred leader's face darkened. He did not expect something like this to happen in the sect. The three overlords are too much. Everyone turned pale with fright upon hearing this shout. Don't move, senior brother sacred leader. Wait a minute, the result will be decided here. Open. The God Rank Overlord's blood was boiling. At this moment, he felt like his blood was going to explode. Ha ha ha, small. Bang. A vast power descended from the void, violently bombarding the gambling table, destroying everything on it. All of you, kneel. The saint leader was enraged. He didn't expect that a sect leader would bring his disciples to play such games. Even his arrival didn't cause these disciples to cower in fear. Instead, all of their gazes were fixed on the gambling table, as though the things on it were the most attractive. At this moment, the bet on the Saint God Rank was exposed by the Saint Master. They suffered heavy losses and stood there in a daze. The gathering of 4 sages in the Saint Convent sect was enough to bring about earth-shattering changes. In the secret chamber, Lin Fan continued to create new skills. However, he failed every single time. Just what kind of luck is this? To think that I still can't succeed. I'm really going to get angry. As long as he felt that something was wrong with his body, he would raise his sword and resolve it. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The Invincible Peak was very peaceful. Suddenly, a burst of laughter could be heard. Even though the stone door of the secret chamber was very thick, it could not stop the laughter. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded. That was King difficult. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After painstaking effort, he finally created the cultivation method. Unparalleled Buddhist demon art, 30, grade, heaven class upper class, traits, body of the Buddhist demon, unparalleled, Buddha and demon in one thought, body enhancement, speed enhancement, sense of smell enhancement. Suddenly, the energy in Lin Fan's body surged as he comprehended the cultivation method. A mixed aura enveloped Lin Fan's body and the secret chamber. This cultivation method is indeed powerful. I will gain 30 experience points every second. That's 5 points more than the Saint Mother's Heavenly Heart skill. Could it be that heaven class upper class skills are divided into strong and weak ones? Lin Fan was confused, but he could feel the energy in his body. It felt like there was a hidden power in his body. It won't be difficult for me to become a demigod. The cells in Lin Fan's body continued to devour the energy, and his foundation was growing. But right now, the foundation that he needed was simply too much. It was as vast as the ocean. It was not going to be easy for him to step into the demigod realm. Comprehend? Lin Fan thought. The extreme world technique was the cultivation method of the Emperor of Strength, but he was only at the 4th level. Points minus 150,000. Extreme World Technique, Level 1, Property, Strength. Looking at this characteristic, he was a little confused. After comprehending the first level, there was only the word strength. What the hell was going on? However, he was indeed able to sense a burst of power erupting from his body. Furthermore, it was an enormous power. As expected of a good skill indeed, it's really powerful. Just the first level alone is enough to pique one's interest. It's practically tailor-made for someone like the Lord of Monarch Power to cultivate it. What a waste. Hearing these words, Emperor Li's lord could no longer suppress his anger. Continue to improve, he muttered in his heart. Points -250,000 points -400,000 Extreme Strength Realm Technique, Level 3, Specialty, Power Ultimacy, True Martial. After reaching the 3rd level, there were only 2 special characteristics. However, the feeling was different. These 2 special characteristics were extraordinary. They were not as simple as he had thought. I can only continue to deduce and see what the later levels are like. Upgrade. Until his points could no longer support it. Extreme Strength Realm Technique, Level 5, Traits, Power Ultimacy, True Martial Force, God of Strength Virtual World. Boom, suddenly, a vast power burst out from his body, forming a torrent of power in his body. His cells frantically devoured this power, strengthening themselves. This energy is really strong, and at the same time, bang, Lin Fan's skin split open. Even though his foundation wasn't strong enough yet, this was still the case. He didn't feel any pain, but seeing his skin split open, revealing his flesh and blood, was a form of torture. It's hard to say if I'll get stronger or not. He could feel that the energy within him was getting stronger and stronger. This skill was really strong. Especially after level 5, the amount of energy that he could unleash was more than the sum of the previous levels combined. His torn skin and flesh couldn't be healed. This made him confused. There was a mysterious energy that was corroding his flesh and blood. Instantly, a mental energy rushed into his brain. However, it was soon ignored. I really want to feel what kind of mental attack this is. But it's a pity that my immortal body can ignore mental pressure. It's really hard to feel pain. Lin Fan was troubled. The pain that came along with cultivation was actually a form of enjoyment. When others cultivate, it would be painful, but they could grit their teeth and endure it. This was training their willpower and pain tolerance. Unfortunately, Lin Fan's willpower was invulnerable, and he didn't know what pain was. Therefore, he was helpless. Soon, his torn skin closed up. Evidently, the torture was over, and he had passed it. True martial force. Lin Fan stood up and clenched his fist to test out its characteristics. Suddenly, he felt a change in his body. Black patterns appeared on his arm, and he punched out. It wasn't a beautiful scene. But all of a sudden, the space in front of him caved in, and a burst of power burst out, piercing through the walls of the secret chamber. In fact, it broke through the walls without any resistance and burst out. Boom, the invincible peak shook. A surge of energy pierced through the entire peak, heading towards the sky. The disciples on the peak were shocked. They had no idea what was happening. They could only feel the ground shaking, as if the peak was going to collapse. I almost lost my life. Old Black, who was coiled around the peak, was cultivating. Suddenly, a terrifying aura could be felt, piercing through the cracks on the peak. It might not have come into contact with him, but the impact of the aura caused his skin to crack open. What a strong force. Lin Fan clenched his fists. His control over his energy was getting more and more terrifying. Ha ha ha, I've become stronger again. I haven't tried out the characteristics yet. If I do, I'm afraid it'll be even more terrifying. His foundation might have only increased by 1/3, but for some reason it had grown again. His heart was beating fast, and he had the desire to fight. Lin Fan pushed the stone door open and stepped out of the secret room. I can't waste any more time. I need to earn more points. Which sect should I go to this time? Lin Fan lowered his head and pondered. Forget about the Sunshine sect. It's not interesting. The Saint Convent sect is too far. I'll go to the Oceanus sect then. That sect had caused great harm to the Magnificent Flame sect in the past. Countless commoners were killed and even used to cultivate evil techniques. I can't take it. Disciple, are you going out again? Just then, Xianxia appeared, looking at Lin Fan. Disciple feels that the weather has been good recently. I'm going out to do some chivalry and see if there's anyone in trouble. Disciple can save them. Lin Fan said righteously. Wear this when you're out. Xianxia threw something over. Lin Fan took a look and was stunned. Master, this is? Disciple, there's no need to reveal your identity when we do chivalry. This is our sect's tradition. Remember not to lose it. Listen to Master and wear it. Xianxia smiled. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. Master, you're right. There's no need to reveal your identity when doing good. Disciple will keep it then. A mask. To Lin Fan, I can't do things openly whenever I need something like this. It's not my style to be sneaky. Disciple, which sect are you going to? Xianxia asked. I'm a little worried that I might offend a strong sect again. If not, I won't be able to act shamelessly even if I fall out with them. The Oceanus sect. Lin Fan said. Why are you going to the Oceanus sect? Xianxia frowned. That sect is very unfriendly to the Magnificent Flame sect. Master, it's their business if they're unfriendly, but they can't stop Disciple from being friendly to them. Lin Fan laughed. All right then. Disciple, go. Remember to wear this. It can hide your identity, and no one will know who you are. Helping others without a name is the truth. Xianxia laughed. How could he not know what his disciple was up to? Senior brother, it's time to teach him a lesson. He's causing trouble every day. One day, he'll be in big trouble. Just as Lin Fan left, Huarong appeared beside Xianxia. He looked into the distance and sighed. He was already so powerful, and he should be cultivating his mind and understanding the Tao of heaven and earth. But he was like a child, unable to calm down. Junior brother, you don't understand. Xianxia said calmly, not saying anything else. Huarong stared at his senior brother, stunned. I don't understand again? How far do I have to go to understand? I'm going into seclusion. The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect's patriarchs are here to establish diplomatic relations. Senior brother, please get ready. As soon as he finished his sentence, Xianxia returned to his peak. He wanted to understand the things in the Sky City. It was an opportunity for him to become a god, and he needed some time. What god? The things he left behind are so vague and hard to understand. It's like a riddle. Tiansu was unhappy. If he was young, he would definitely be willing to guess riddles. But now that he was so old, how would he have the time to guess what was left behind? Just then, Lin Fan flew through the air at high speed. The space around him retreated without any hindrance. The imperial cauldron of Heavenly River is the treasure of the Oceanus sect. Master gave me a mask so that I can hide myself and not be too obvious. As for whether they can recognize me or not, that's their problem. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan looked at the mask in his hand. It was soft and comfortable when he put it on. It was cool and not stuffy at all. Good stuff indeed. Just then, he saw something strange below him. There's actually someone who dares to rob us in broad daylight. How audacious. He landed to see what was going on. It's a robbery. Don't move. I'm only robbing your money, not your lives. There are rules. A bald man with a machete stuttered. He had a group of followers behind him. Big brother, just kill them. I promise nothing will happen to them, a sharp-mouthed follower said softly. The caravan was being robbed. The members of the caravan squatted down, not daring to move. When they heard the robbers say that they were going to be killed, their faces turned pale, and they broke out in cold sweat. The bald man slapped him, sending him flying to the side. Are you stupid? Kill them all. In the future, whatever we rob, we have to keep them alive. In the future, they will definitely pass by this place again. At that time, we will rob them again. Won't we have more business? The little brother didn't understand at first, but after hearing his big brother's words, he felt that it made sense. However, when he saw the woman in the caravan, his heart was stirred. Big brother, don't kill that woman. Let us, pa. The bald man slapped him again. Are you stupid? If that woman is pregnant, then we will have hostages in their hands. If they threaten us in the future, we will have to listen to them, right? The little brother was taken aback. He immediately understood the situation and looked at his big brother in admiration. Big brother, what you said makes too much sense. The group of subordinates behind him were also full of admiration. Interesting, really interesting. At this moment, Lin Fan descended from the sky. Hearing the bald robber's words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. With this level of intelligence, how dare he rob others? It was already good enough that he didn't get beaten up. Who are you? The bald man was shocked to see someone descending from the sky. Someone who can descend from the sky is definitely not weak. Help! The members of the caravan begged for help seeing that someone was coming. At first, they thought that the robber was a fool. Who would have thought that the robber leader was so strong? Even an Earthstar Border Stage 5 cultivator among them was no match for the robber leader. Who am I? I will answer you later. Lin Fan took a step forward, making the robbers unable to move. He then turned to the caravan members who were squatting on the ground. You guys can leave. Hearing this, the caravan members tried to move, but they realized that the robber couldn't move. They quickly led the caravan away, running faster than anyone else. When the bald robber saw the caravan running away, he panicked. Bro, which path do you belong to? There's a path to robbing, and it depends on who comes first. If you want to rob us, at least let us rob them first. Sigh. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect that there would be such a stupid robber. I will give you an opportunity. Do you want it? Lin Fan thought of the skill set he created, the goddess's heavenly heart skill. It was a weird skill set, and Lin Fan didn't want to cultivate it. He wanted to see if the goddess's heart could change them. What? What is an opportunity? If you want to rob, you can rob, but you can't rob lives, the bald robber said. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to talk to them. He raised his hand and condensed a ray of light on his finger. He then poked it into the robber's mind. It's useful. An Earthstar Border Stage 6 cultivator. It's a pity that you're a robber. Let's see how it works. With a slap, Lin Fan helped the bald robber cultivate the skill set and reach the beginner level. Sure enough, the goddess's heart has appeared. He had been checking the robber's condition. A white heart had replaced the robber's original heart. It's a success. Then, he left immediately without staying any longer. The robber had made a killing with the heaven-class skill set, the goddess's heavenly heart skill. However, the goddess's heart is unpredictable. Its effects might be terrifying. I can only hope that the robber can hold on. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan chuckled. Back when he had created this skill, he had been shocked as well. To think that he would actually create a skill that was cultivated by such a saintly B***tch. That was truly formidable. Sigh, I didn't expect to do such a good deed after leaving the sect. I've turned a vicious robber into a goddess. Not bad indeed. A figure appeared in the air in the Oceanus sect. This is the Oceanus sect. He didn't come to the Oceanus sect to play, but to cultivate and do good deeds. He then put on the mask that his teacher gave him, covering his original appearance. Now that I look like this, no one should be able to recognize me. Boom, a loud sound could be heard from the forest in the distance. Trees fell. Senior brother, that's a Heaven Star Border demon. Why is there a Heaven Star Border demon here? An Oceanus sect disciple panicked. He wished that he could grow more legs. Who would have thought that a Heaven Star Border demon would come out? Hurry up and run. A Heaven Star Border demon isn't something that we can fight against. A man ran forward quickly. He was an Earth Star Border Stage 7 disciple of the sect. He was here to train with his junior brothers, but who would have thought that a Heaven Star Border demon would come after them? It was impossible for a Heaven Star Border demon to be in this forest. After all, a demon of this level had already gone to the south. Just then, an angry roar could be heard. A beast that looked like a lizard with barbs on its back fell from the sky. Its forehooves landed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. It could be said to be an earthquake. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the disciples who were running to break out in cold sweat. They felt that they were going to die here today. Just then, the lizard beast let out a roar. Sound waves could be heard coming from its mouth, causing the disciples to tremble. Blood could be seen flowing out of their orifices. Senior brother, save me. Just then, a disciple tripped and fell to the ground. He stretched out his hand, hoping that his senior brother would come and save him. But it was useless to call him father at this time. Huff, hot air sprayed onto the disciple's body. The disciple who fell to the ground widened his eyes in fear. He turned his head around and saw the head of a gigantic beast. The beast's blood-red eyes gave off a cold light. In a moment of carelessness, the disciple was so scared that he peed his pants. No! The disciple screamed in fear. The gigantic claw covered the sky and was raised high. If it fell, only death awaited him. No! Bang! The disciple felt that he was going to die soon. But after waiting for a while, he did not feel his flesh being trampled into a meat patty. He opened his eyes in fear, only to see a figure in front of him. The figure raised his hand and stopped the gigantic claw of the beast. How can a beast injure a human in broad daylight? Where is the justice? You don't have to thank me. My name is Justice. As long as the sun shines, there will be my shadow, because justice is everywhere. Bang! Before the disciple could react, the gigantic beast was smashed away and fell into the distance. Thank you, my name is Dalai. Thank you. Dalai reacted and said with a flushed face. The disciples who were about to abandon their junior brothers and run away stopped in their tracks and looked at the figure in the distance. This is an unlucky place. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Unlucky place? Dalai looked at him in shock, not knowing what he meant. That's right. Such an unlucky place should not exist. It should be destroyed. Lin Fan said calmly. He had not expected that the second matter of helping others was about to happen. Roar! The grand demon crawled up and shook his head. Revealing his sharp teeth, he roared at Lin Fan furiously. Boom! It strode towards Lin Fan with its gigantic body. An unlucky place should not exist. Lin Fan hollered. He clenched his fist and hammered the ground. A terrifying power penetrated deep into the ground and spread in all directions. Gotcha! Cracks appeared and spread in all directions quickly. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the ground and shot into the sky. As for that demonic beast, it was smashed into pieces by the light beam. Heavenly Dipper demonic beast, dead, the ground caved in, and all the demonic beasts in the area were killed. All the trees were toppled over. After a while, the originally extremely beautiful sea of trees that had spread for hundreds of li had become a wasteland. Done. Points are so easy to get. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the disciple who had fallen to the ground. Dalai, right? Are you willing to walk with justice and destroy these unlucky places? Lin Fan stretched out his hand and smiled. But because he was wearing a mask, he looked a little weird. Dalai looked at Lin Fan blankly as if he couldn't react. That's right. Justice can make you feel different kinds of happiness. Lin Fan stood there and narrowed his eyes, staring at the disciple of the Oceanus sect. He wanted to slap him to death, but it was more interesting to see a dead person than a living person. You destroyed this place. At this moment, the disciples in the distance opened their eyes wide, looking at the sea of trees that had turned into ashes. They didn't know what to do. These were the disciples of their sect, but they were destroyed by a single punch. Didn't this mean that they would have one less place to train in the future? What? Are you doubting the actions of justice? Lin Fan looked at them, and a terrifying aura engulfed them. The disciples instantly felt an incomparably heavy pressure crushing down on their bodies. No, I don't doubt it. They knew that this mysterious guy was terrifying. How could a human withstand a punch like that? It's good that you don't doubt me. Justice doesn't need to be doubted. Lin Fan glanced at them and walked forward. His harvest this time was not bad. He didn't have many points, but he still had 300,000. What a poor and remote place. I am justice. I will only do righteous things in this life. As for destroying the environment, that was unavoidable. But as long as he could uphold justice, all sacrifices were worth it. Please wait. Dalai ignored his wet pants and hurriedly chased after Lin Fan. Can I follow you? Lin Fan looked at him. He didn't expect this guy to dare to chase after him. Interesting. Of course, you can. Justice doesn't differentiate between you and me. Since you want to follow me, then follow me. He was going to carry out justice in the Oceanus sect. Senior brother, who do you think that guy is? The disciples in the distance did not follow him. Instead, they asked. I don't know. Let's follow him and see what he's up to. Then, the group of people also chased after Lin Fan. Justice, wait. We will follow you. Junior brother Dalai, don't take it to heart. We wanted to save you just now, but justice saved us. We were too late. Dalai was almost trampled to death by a big monster. How would they dare to save him? They could only run away. But justice appeared out of nowhere, and they had no idea where he came from. But he was really strong. After a long time, they followed this justice because they wanted to find out who this person was and where he came from. However, he still hadn't figured out the other party's background. However, he had a feeling that this person wasn't simple. At this moment, a huge mountain appeared in the distance. However, this mountain was somewhat different. In the unseen world, there was a power enveloping this mountain. This is our Sea God Sect's Death Mountain. It is one of the dangerous places. Although it does not appear to be very large, it is a completely different world inside, Jiang Kuan said proudly. He was the senior brother leading the team this time. He was only an Earthstar border cultivator, but he was an inner disciple in the Oceanus sect and enjoyed a certain status. This is an ominous place. Lin Fan sighed. The reason why he came to the Ocean God sect this time around was to wreak havoc and collect some points. The ultimate true realm skill was indeed very good, but he could only extrapolate it to the 5th level with his points. There was still a long way to go before he could perfect it. As long as he accumulated enough points, he would go into seclusion to accumulate experience points. By then, he would be able to become a demigod. At that time, they would truly be lawless. Dalai was puzzled. Ominous place? What's so ominous about this place? Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from afar in a panic. When they walked out of the Death Mountain, they sat on the ground, paralyzed. Xianxia, one of the men said in grief. The surrounding people looked solemn too. Obviously, they had suffered a huge change in the Death Mountain. What happened to you guys? Dalai went up to them. Dead. They're all dead. We met a horned python in there. Many people died in the mouth of that beast. Look, this is an ominous place. If you don't enter, you won't die. If you don't die, you won't feel sad. Therefore, this place is ominous. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Fan asked, looking at the crowd. Dalai was stunned. He was confused by what Lin Fan said. How can this be an ominous place? This is a dangerous place. It's normal to die when you enter for training. No one can control this. Jiang Kuan said. No, it can. If this ominous place disappears completely, no one will enter it. Lin Fan said stubbornly. When he said that, everyone was stunned. Especially those disciples who had just come out of the Death Mountain, they nodded. Yeah, if the Death Mountain didn't exist, we wouldn't have entered it. If we didn't enter it, no one would have died. Suddenly, Lin Fan clenched his fist and placed it on his waist. He gathered his strength. A beautiful light shrouded the area. A vast power surged and formed a white mist. This ominous place has to be destroyed. Lin Fan threw a punch. How could the light screen that shrouded the Death Mountain withstand it? It shattered immediately. Then, the power pierced through the light screen and hit the Death Mountain. Boom, the sky and earth shook. Under the power of the attack, the Death Mountain broke into pieces and turned into ashes. The beasts that lived in it were all killed. Another 500,000 points. These weren't the final points of the Death Mountain. Some of the beasts weren't even killed by the power. They were crushed to death by the rocks. But it didn't matter. It was enough. They didn't need to kill all of them. They just needed to kill half of them. The vast Death Mountain was instantly flattened and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene before them. They didn't expect that another dangerous place would be destroyed. Jiang Kuan's mouth was wide open. You. How could you destroy my sex dangerous place? This is my sex dangerous place. He couldn't believe it. Who was this person? How could he have such terrifying power to destroy a dangerous place? An enemy sect must have come to destroy our sect. Xianxia, you can rest in peace now. At this moment, the grieving man shouted. His face was covered in tears. The place that made him despair was finally destroyed. Dangerous place? No, this is an ominous place. Its existence will only bring more pain to people. Do you understand? Lin Fan looked at Jiang Kuan. The light that shone through the mask was so bright that people didn't dare to look at him. Seems like you guys don't understand. I can only teach you a lesson then. Lin Fan raised his hand and a heavy pressure covered the area, suppressing the group of people. Reincarnation, he was prepared to instill a new way of thinking into these people. These were all ominous lands, and those who enthusiastically entered ominous lands were all heretics who had to be punished. Build a world. Lin Fan floated in the gray space, thinking about what kind of world he should build. Got it. He was very impressed by his own intelligence. He could think of anything with just a little thought. Since Jiang Kuan said that these were dangerous places, then he would change his mindset. He would build a world with swords and magic as the background. The rules of the world couldn't be too simple. He would give them the potential to be brave and use it as motivation. At the same time, he would build the ruins and legends of this world. These ruins were all ominous places that couldn't be entered. Therefore, no one dared to enter. The construction was successful. Reincarnation began. Wah wah, a baby was born. A villager man used his rough hands to lift the baby up. Son, you must become a glorious villager in the future. Very quickly, 10 years passed. Jiang Kuan didn't become a villager. He wanted to become a brave and destroy the Demon King. His family and the villagers told him that those dilapidated ruins were ominous and filled with terror. If he went in, he would lose his life. However, as a man who wanted to become a brave, how could he be afraid of such things? Thus, he was very curious about the ruins. Another 8 years passed. The 18-year-old Jiang Kuan walked out of the village with the hero's long sword on his back. Along the way, he met 3 girls, a sage, a magician, and an elf archer. These were all ladies who had the potential to become heroes. Under the arrangements of the creator god, Lin Fan, Jiang Kuan started a harem and went on a joyous adventure with the 3 ladies. The first ominous place was the Goblin's Labyrinth. Jiang Kuan brought the 3 girls in, but he saw the sage being surrounded by a group of goblins and doing things that made him despair. In the end, he brought the 2 girls and escaped pathetically. After a year of recuperation, he gradually forgot about it. He brought the magician and the archer into the slime swamp. He personally witnessed the mage being tainted by the slime with soft, sticky tentacles, and finally being dismembered. Another 2 years passed. He overcame everything and brought the elf girls to the Demon King's ominous place. In order to become a true brave, he led the elf girls and killed their way in. However, something unfortunate happened. The elf girl died, and she died a miserable death. And he escaped. The Demon King said, "Foolish humans, this is an ominous place. If you enter, you will suffer for the rest of your life." Jiang Kuan sat paralyzed outside the ominous place and fell into despair. These places are ominous places. We should never enter them. In the end, Jiang Kuan became the person who prevented anyone from entering the ominous lands. Every 18 years, there would be a new hero that would descend, and he would become the person who prevented the heroes from entering the ominous lands. If they didn't listen to his advice, they would be viewed as heretics and burned to death. Lin Fan, who was floating in the void, looked at the accelerated world and shook his head. So tragic. This is the most tragic world among all the constructed worlds. Perhaps it should be called a brave who brought the 3 girls to their deaths. They came out of the reincarnation cycle. Lin Fan fused the mystical souls into their bodies. Done. Time to end. To Lin Fan, constructing a reincarnation cycle required a certain amount of time. But to the outside world, it was just the blink of an eye. Lin Fan retracted his aura and the heavy pressure on their bodies disappeared. They regained their freedom. "Who are you?" Jiang Kuan was furious. This was a dangerous place. How could it be an ominous place? But suddenly, a mysterious feeling filled Jiang Kuan's mind. He didn't say anything more. He looked at his fellow sect members who were crying their hearts out and those who were filled with fear towards the Death Mountain. "That's right." Suddenly, he lowered his head and said, "That's right, although the Death Mountain is a dangerous place, it is indeed an ominous place. I once had a friend who died in the dangerous place. It made me sad for a long time. If we don't enter the dangerous place, we won't be sad. Indeed, it is an ominous place." He agreed with Lin Fan's words. Thinking back to the past, if they didn't enter the dangerous place, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan smiled. "Seems like you agree that this is indeed an ominous place and an ominous place should be destroyed. Am I right?" "Justice, you are right. The ominous place shouldn't exist. Entering it will only bring about pain." Jiang Kuan nodded. As for the surrounding people, after going through the reincarnation cycle, their hearts had been subtly influenced. Their recognition of the dangerous place as an ominous place had also deepened. From the looks of it, it was a great situation. These small fries, fighting and killing, it was really too boring. It was even more valuable to let them feel different from before. "Are you guys willing to join the righteous sect? As long as the sun shines, we will be there. We want to stop everyone from entering the ominous place and bring them happiness." Lin Fan looked at the disciples of the Ocean God sect and asked. "Righteous sect?" Dalai muttered to himself. He then looked at Lin Fan. "I am willing to join. To stop others from entering the ominous place, even if it means saving them, I am willing to. As long as we don't enter the ominous place, no tragedy will happen. I am willing to." At this moment, everyone felt a sense of recognition towards this powerful justice in front of them. They felt that there was nothing wrong with this concept of justice. In fact, it was very correct. Lin Fan opened up his arms and said, "The righteous sect welcomes all of you. Our principle is to attract more people into the righteous sect and let them understand that dangerous places are inauspicious places and that entering them will only bring about pain. Those people who forcefully enter the inauspicious places are heretics, but we are righteous and should persuade them. But if persuasion is useless, we should. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Kuan raised his hand and shouted with his neck flushed. Heresy, burn them all to death. Huh? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Kuan to say something like this. This comprehension was way too strong, wasn't it? The surrounding disciples were slightly startled upon hearing these words. They did not expect Jiang Kuan to say such things. Very good. The righteous sect welcomes you guys. Let's part ways here. You guys can go and spread the righteous sect now. Lin Fan said. Jiang Kuan looked at Lin Fan. Justice, who are you? He had always suspected that this person was from the Sea God sect, but he couldn't see his appearance, so it was difficult for him to guess. Guess. Lin Fan entered the void and left. He had achieved his goal here. He just needed to let these guys reincarnate and make them think that the dangerous places were inauspicious places. As for whether these guys would be wiped out or become stronger, that was not something he should be concerned about. He had already accumulated more than 1,000,000 points. The speed of his accumulation was not slow. All he needed was a few more dangerous places. Along the way, as long as he came across a dangerous place or forest, he would destroy it and kill the beasts inside to obtain a large amount of experience. As for moving the Sea God sect's dangerous places, he had never thought of that. How could a weak sect's dangerous place compare to the Saint Convent sects? If he wanted to move, he would have to move the Saint Convent sects. A few days passed. I didn't expect the Sea God sect's dangerous places to be so scattered. His target was the Sea God sect. He traveled in a straight line and did not encounter many dangerous places. He landed on the ground. The dangerous place in front of him was similar to a relic. There was only one entrance. Lin Fan grabbed onto the wall with both hands, ready to open the relic and smash it with a punch. But suddenly, a figure walked out of the pitch-black cave. When they came out of the cave, they saw Lin Fan squatting down and grabbing onto the wall. They could not help but be surprised. Who are you? One of the disciples asked cautiously. Lin Fan glanced at him and did not take him to heart. But Lin Fan's arrogant attitude made the group of people furious. One of them, who was dressed more luxuriously than the rest, walked up to Lin Fan. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Who are you? Don't tell me you don't know who I am? Lin Fan glared at him. Don't bother me. Can't you see that I'm accumulating energy? Go to the side first, we'll talk later. Courting death. Tu Yun was furious. As one of the god's sons of the Sea God sect, he was a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 cultivator. The idiot in front of him actually dared to say such words to him. In the Sea God sect, other than the top elders, he could do whatever he wanted. Now, someone dared to say such words to him. If that wasn't courting death, what was it? He raised his leg and kicked Lin Fan. The other disciples around him laughed in disdain. They did not expect to meet such a reckless guy who dared to speak to God's son Tu Yun like that. Don't bother me. Go to the side and die. Suddenly, everyone's jaws dropped. They looked at Lin Fan in a daze and then looked into the distance. Just now, they had no idea what had happened. They only felt a strong gust of wind, and then God's son Tu Yun was sent flying. Then, he exploded, and blood splashed all over their faces. Dead? Is the God's son dead? Courting death. I told you that I'm accumulating energy, but you're still bothering me. He was pissed. All he could do was punch this annoying guy to death. He did not want to kill at first. After all, he was righteous now. But these people were too disobedient. Damn it. Rise. Lin Fan shouted. He clenched his fists and lifted them up. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountain shook. The ground cracked and rocks rolled down. The relic that was hidden underground was lifted up by someone with his bare hands. His hand lifted the top of the relic. The originally dark relic was completely exposed to the sunlight. I like it when the sunlight shrouds every inch of darkness. Even the relic can't avoid it. Lin Fan jumped to the top of the entrance. He landed on the edge and looked down. The relic was huge. It was full of twists and turns like a maze. But at this moment, he could see everything from top to bottom. There was even a terrifying beast that was resting. Suddenly, the blinding sunlight shone in. It was so shocked that it opened its eyes immediately. Looking around, the beast was stunned. It was originally dark. How did it become so bright? Where did the roof go? As expected, there are many beasts. Lin Fan looked around. There were many beasts scattered everywhere. Without a roof, everything was exposed. No matter how they tried to hide, it was useless. He looked around and saw that no one was coming. He took out his frying pan. I forgot to ask Master to help me make it again. Looking at the protruding frying pan, he felt helpless. He hadn't used it in a long time and had forgotten. Big. 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 The frying pan grew to 100 feet in size. Instantly, it shrouded the sky above the relic, blocking the sunlight. The beasts felt that it was better to be in the dark. But what was this black thing? Those dull, lifeless disciples who had accompanied the divine son here were completely dumbfounded. The god son was killed by a punch from this person. And what was more terrifying was that this guy actually lifted the top of the relic. And he even took out such a big thing. What the hell was he trying to do? Frying pan, I haven't used it for a long time. I have always treated you as a tool to eat. I know that you are lonely, but today, you will shine again. Lin Fan picked up the frying pan and smashed it into the relic. Rumble, there was an earthquake. Huge dust rose from the edge of the frying pan, covering the sky. He lifted the frying pan. The place where he was smashed was no longer there. It had become a frying pan. His points were increasing. Although there might be treasures inside, it wasn't important anymore. At this moment, he just wanted to flatten the relic. The scene at this moment was exceptionally terrifying. To the disciples, that scary guy was swinging the huge black thing and smashing it again and again. Each time, it would cause a tremor. Not long after, the tremor stopped. The cloudless sky was now covered in dust. No one could see what was in the sky. It's finally done. It's much more perfect now. Lin Fan looked at everything in front of him. He was very satisfied. This was a masterpiece that he had put in a lot of effort to achieve. At this moment, he looked at the guy beside him. Now, can you guys tell me what you want to say to me? Plop, the disciples instantly knelt on the ground. Spare us, to them, there was no point in saying anything at this time. The god's son was killed by this guy with a punch, and he even destroyed the relic. This guy was too scary. What else could they say? Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar came from the bottom of the relic. It formed a sound wave that destroyed everything in the surroundings. When the disciples heard this sound, their blood boiled, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble, the ground of the relic that was flattened by Lin Fan sank, forming a bottomless pit. Pata, a huge beast claw appeared. A vortex formed in the sky, and dark clouds pressed down. It was like the end of the world. When he saw the true appearance of the beast claw, he was stunned. What a huge monster. This monster was extremely ugly. Its skin was rough, and there were dark brown lumps on its surface. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Where did this lizard come from? He did not expect such a huge monster to be under the relic. At this moment, the disciples were panicking as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? The legend is real. Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard. This is a legendary monster. No, we're dead. Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard? Lin Fan didn't expect this beast to be one of the legendary beasts. He took a few more glances at it. Indeed, a 10,000-foot body was extraordinary. Half-god beast, and it's not an ordinary one either. Its aura is really strong. Not only were there dark brown bumps on its rough surface, but there were also weird runes on it. It looked natural. Those disciples sat on the ground. When they saw the beast, their pants were wet. They were even more terrified than when they saw Lin Fan. How can this be? How can a Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard exist? Isn't that a legendary beast? It's already extinct. Lin Fan sized it up. How many king years would it take to finish eating such a huge demon beast? Although this beast didn't look authentic, the more unauthentic something was, the more delicious it was. This was something that had been tested before. Oi, Komodo demon dragon lizard, right? Since you have the strength of a half-god, do you know how to talk? Lin Fan shouted. He wasn't afraid of a half-god beast. Although beasts were naturally stronger than humans, he wasn't afraid at all. It was just a battle. What was there to be afraid of, unless he could ascend to the heavens? Suddenly, the Komodo demon dragon lizard swung its giant tail and swept over. The space on the right seemed to be squeezed and a strong gust of wind struck. Pung! Lin Fan raised his arm and blocked the gigantic tail that was moving at an extremely fast speed. But even so, it still formed a tremendous impact that destroyed everything in its path. When the disciples were hit by the impact, they didn't even have time to scream. They were disintegrated by the power and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. His small arm and the giant tail formed a strong contrast. What a waste. If I knew that I was going to die, I would have personally killed them. Although the points aren't much, they are still meat. Instantly, the Komodo demon dragon lizard swung its tail once more. It was even stronger than before. Pung! The ground cracked. The strong gust of wind lifted a thick layer of skin off the ground, creating a huge hole. Instantly, Lin Fan retreated into the distance. Aya, little thing, you're pretty strong. Your strength is way too king strong. But you've gone too far. Just then, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. When the gigantic tail swept over once more, his body expanded and his muscles bulged. His veins were like the roots of an old tree, twisting and turning. True martial power. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Black light erupted as the fist and the tail collided. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge impact force burst out and spread in all directions. The battle between demigods was extremely terrifying, and the impact of their power would create a huge shockwave. This demonic beast is very strong. This was the first time he had met someone who could compete with him in terms of strength. Although the Komodo demon dragon lizard was only a demon beast, it should still be given enough respect. At this moment, the Komodo demon dragon lizard opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. There was green liquid accumulating in its mouth, bubbling and bubbling. Even the void was being corroded. How long has it been since you last washed your teeth? Hurry up and shut up. It's too smelly. If you continue to do this, I won't fight with you anymore. Lin Fan shouted. At first, he felt that he should give this beast enough respect. But now, it seemed like his respect was for nothing. Just because of a disagreement, it would open its mouth and let out a foul smell. It was so suffocating that it could kill someone. Pooh! The green liquid fell from the sky. The poisonous liquid corroded the void, creating a long black trail. Interesting. Lin Fan took it seriously. This poisonous liquid seemed to be sentient. He could faintly see a hideous green poison demon roaring in the poisonous liquid. He retreated and didn't fight with the poisonous liquid. When the poisonous liquid landed on the ground, it instantly formed a bottomless pit. Even a demigod would die if he came into contact with this poisonous liquid. Follow me if you have the guts. Lin Fan rose into the air and flew into the distance. He wanted to slow down. After all, this beast was so huge, so it might be slow. But at this moment, a rumbling sound came from behind. When he turned around, he was dumbfounded. It was so fast. The Komodo demon dragon lizard swayed its huge tail and moved its 4 hooves back and forth. Its speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. Even the ground began to shake violently. What a terrifying beast. To think that the Oceanus sect has a demigod beast. Luckily, it's wild. If it wasn't wild and controlled by the Oceanus sect, it would have risen a long time ago. Lin Fan didn't slow down. Instead, he headed toward the Oceanus sect. No matter what, he couldn't bear this alone. At the very least, the Oceanus sect had to suffer a little too. The ground trembled, which naturally attracted the attention of others. Some of the prideful people were initially unhappy. Who dared to be so impudent? They wanted to teach him a lesson. But when they saw the huge figure, they instantly shut up and hid in the dark, trembling. What kind of beast was 1,000 feet tall? This was already unimaginable. Furthermore, the berserk aura that was being emitted was even more terrifying. Everything went smoothly, but suddenly, the Komodo demon dragon lizard stopped moving. It was as if it had been chasing for too long and hadn't caught up to that fellow. It felt like it was wasting time and didn't want to chase anymore. It stopped and prepared to turn back. How could Lin Fan let it turn around? He took out his mace and swung it at the Komodo demon dragon lizard's anus. Get over here. Why are you turning around? Roar, the Komodo demon dragon lizard's anus tightened. Its flesh was as hard as steel, forcing the mace out. It then let out a roar and charged at Lin Fan. That's more like it. Lin Fan laughed. I didn't expect beasts to be so shameless. The Oceanus sect. The disciples at the entrance were dozing off. If Lin Fan were to see this, he would definitely shake his head in regret. The magnificent Flame sect disciples were in high spirits, and they were much more energetic than the Oceanus sect disciples. Suddenly, the disciples at the entrance woke up in a daze. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Are you kidding me? How could it be? F***ck, what's that? The disciples who were guarding the entrance opened their eyes wide. There was a black shadow the size of a mountain moving at high speed. It was so fast that they couldn't see what it was. Just as they were wondering what it was, a roar could be heard, making their faces turn pale. Let's go. Something terrifying is coming. The disciple at the mountain gate was shocked. He leaped up and ran straight into the sect. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The roar alarmed all the higher-ups of the Oceanus sect. A few figures flew out from the sect, floating in the air. One of them was wearing a blue robe. He looked into the distance, and his face changed when he saw what it was. Junior brothers, be careful. That's a Komodo demon dragon lizard. How is that possible? Isn't that a beast from ancient times? How could it still exist? There's no such huge beast in our sect. The elders of the sect were shocked when they heard that. What a joke. Komodo demon dragon lizard. It was the king of the beasts. Now, there were only descendants with mixed bloodlines. A terrifying aura swept over like a wave, covering the entire Oceanus sect. The aura made the patriarch of the Oceanus sect shudder. Demigod realm. It's a demigod realm Komodo demon dragon lizard. What's going on? Why would such a beast appear? Patriarch, it's heading towards the sect. The patriarch was shocked. Let's go. Follow me to stop it. We can't let it get close to the sect. Otherwise, it'll be a disaster. The disciples in the sect were stunned when they felt the aura. They were in despair. Looking from afar, that mountain-like body was simply too shocking. This beast's intelligence isn't high. Lin Fan hid in the air. His evaluation of the beast was very low. It was strong, but it was too stupid. The difference between them was too big. Fortunately, the beast wasn't blind. It could still see the Oceanus sect. If it turned back and left like before, it would be really bad. Okay, let's see how the Oceanus sect is going to block it. Then, the explosions continued. The Oceanus sect patriarch and elders tried their best, but they couldn't do anything to the thick skin of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. With the Komodo demon dragon lizard's strength, if one was hit by its tail, they would be crippled even if they didn't die. One of the ocean god sect elders took out a treasure and slashed out with his sword, leaving a white mark on the Komodo demon dragon lizard's body. Everyone sighed in amazement. However, this slash enraged the Komodo demon dragon lizard. It whipped the elder with its tail, breaking his bones and causing him to spit out mouthfuls of blood. If not for the help of pills, he would have lost his life. It's so sad to not have a demigod. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the air and watched quietly. He was also getting used to the Komodo demon dragon lizard's fighting style. It used the most violent power to attack everything. At the same time, its venom was very corrosive. It was a wise decision not to touch it. Pung, pung, figures were sent flying by the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Other than the patriarch, all the elites of the Oceanus sect were basically on their knees, unable to fight anymore. Even the patriarch was sweating profusely at this moment. His eyes were filled with shock. He had no chance of winning. Lin Fan was thinking whether to let the Oceanus sect be destroyed by the beasts or to go out and act cool. The Oceanus sect once dared to kill the magnificent Flame sect's people because they had the support of the Saint Convent sect. Given the current situation, the Oceanus sect indeed couldn't resist, but the higher-ups had run away. With the beast's intelligence, they definitely couldn't resist. It wouldn't be a problem to rebuild it later. At the same time, the Komodo demon dragon lizard was a demigod beast. Its entire body was a treasure. It seems like the Oceanus sect really doesn't have a demigod. Otherwise, they would have appeared by now. Lin Fan got up, ready to act cool. The Ocean God sect leader was terrified. The half-god realm Komodo demon dragon lizard had already exceeded his limit. The reason why he was able to last until now was because his junior brothers had helped and attracted the enemy's attention. But at this moment, the top elders of the sect were all suppressed and they couldn't fight back at all. He was the only one left, so how could he fight back? Just as he was in a daze, the space around him exploded. The Komodo demon dragon lizard's tail swept across like it was about to split the sky into two. A strong wind swept over and he couldn't fight back at all. The sect is destroyed. He was in despair. Facing such a half-god realm monster, he had no way to fight back. Pung! How can you cause trouble in the sect in broad daylight? The Ocean God sect leader opened his eyes and saw a person floating in front of him. He blocked the Komodo demon dragon lizard's tail with one hand and floated proudly in the air. Such a body was so dazzling. The Oceanus sect master, who was calm and collected, had the urge to throw flowers to welcome him. He hadn't expected that someone would appear and block the Komodo demon dragon lizard's tail with one hand. This level of strength was extraordinary. May I ask who you are? The Ocean God sect leader said respectfully. Such an expert definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Lin Fan shook his arm and shook the tail away. Then, he turned his back to him and said calmly with his hands behind his back. Who I am isn't important. I was passing by and realized that there was such a monster running amok. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Today, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this monster to return peace to the world. He didn't purposely hide his voice. It was as loud as a bell and reverberated in the air, spreading in all directions. The Ocean God sect leader was stunned. His mouth was slightly agape like he didn't expect Lin Fan to say that. The disciples of the sect cheered out. A powerful being had descended to save them. That attack just now was simply too shocking. Even the Grandmaster couldn't defend against that attack, but the other party did it so casually. That was just too terrifying. Roar! When the Komodo demon dragon lizard saw the person in the air, it roared in rage. Its lantern-sized eyes were filled with blood-red color and it was obviously furious. It was these insignificant humans who had hurt it and hurt its pink and tender parts. Looks like he's annoyed. He realized that this demigod Komodo demon dragon lizard was very angry. Balls of hot air came out of its mouth. Green venom dripped from the mouth full of sharp teeth, corroding the ground. This is my first time fighting a demigod realm demonic beast. Let's see how strong it is. Violent body, cruel blood. Immediately, a powerful aura burst forth. His body swelled, and a blood dragon soared into the air, wrapping around his body. Blood runes appeared on his body. So strong. The Oceanus sect master's expression changed slightly. He could feel an extremely terrifying aura from the other party. Bang! Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. At the same time, a strong astral wind blew over, causing the clothes of the Ocean God sect's Grandmaster to flutter. Just his aura alone is already so powerful. Just who is this person? Rumble! He punched out, directly colliding with the Komodo demon dragon lizard's giant tail, forming a violent storm. The storm was like a knife, turning the surrounding trees and rocks into dust. He's quite powerful. Lin Fan smiled. This Komodo demon dragon lizard was stronger than the demigods of the Saint Convent sect. Demonic beasts are indeed demonic beasts. Not only are they uglier and more retarded than others, but they're also stronger than others. At the same time, they're also power-type demonic beasts. This is interesting. Let's go all out. 5 elements reverse God. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from Lin Fan's body. A beam of light shot up to the sky. His originally bloated body gradually shrunk, and his abdominal muscles appeared. His upper body was in a perfect state. The godly spirit appeared and turned into runes, imprinting itself on his body. Lin Fan clenched his fist and cracked his neck. He opened his eyes, and his black hair that extended all the way to his feet danced like dragons. Every single strand of hair seemed to have a spirit of its own. Ha ha ha, you're really powerful. You've become even more powerful. Little thing, get ready. This time, we're going to play for real. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Those eyes that were intertwined with black and red shone with a weird gleam as a horrifying aura shrouded the entire void. It was as heavy as a mountain, suppressing everyone so much that they could not even stand up straight. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Oceanus sect felt beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He seemed to have heard of this before. Suddenly, he remembered. You're Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak. The patriarch of the Oceanus sect recalled that only the terrifying peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect could have such a situation. He was 3 meters tall, black, and had runes all over his body. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. Lin Fan was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he said calmly, Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak? Oh, I've heard of him before. I heard that he's handsome, talented, and has a high reputation. He's friendly and full of justice. But it's a pity that I'm not him. I'm just an ordinary person who wishes for world peace. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a voice could be heard. Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard, you've done too much evil. Today will be the day you die. In the void, the sound of explosions rang out. This was the sound of sonic booms caused by the extreme speed. The patriarch of the Oceanus sect was stunned. Impossible. This masked guy is definitely the Magnificent Flame sect's disciple. How can he not be? Just as he was lost in thought, the change in the scene made him dumbfounded. A powerful force could be felt from afar, shaking the earth and mountains. Lin Fan appeared in front of the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard in an instant. He clenched his fist, and a bright light could be seen. He then threw a punch at the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard. The Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard roared and raised its giant claws. Its sharp nails tore through the air, leaving 5 black lines in the air. Even the invisible space was torn apart. Bang, the fist and the giant claws collided. Time seemed to have stopped. In just a short moment, a dazzling ray of light could be seen spinning like a top. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. Rumble, the earth shook. Under such a terrifying force, everything was destroyed. Some of the sect disciples could not withstand the impact of the demigods. They hugged their heads and crawled on the ground. To them, it was as if they were in a turbulent abyss. The cloudless sky was now covered in gray. When they looked up, they could only see the gray space being torn apart. It must be him. It must be. The patriarch of the Oceanus sect was sure that the masked guy was Lin Fan of the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak. Only Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect has the power of a demigod without being a demigod. But what he could not understand was why Lin Fan would help the Oceanus sect. After all, there was hatred between the two sections. Could it be? He did not dare to think about it. It felt unrealistic. Suddenly, far away in the distance, 2 majestic figures of gods appeared. A Buddha that was shining brightly could be seen hovering in the air. At the same time, there was an ancient demon that was emitting a strong demonic aura. Lin Fan could be seen between the 2 Buddha and the demon. Let's try this move and see how it goes. Lin Fan felt extremely carefree. Although it was a beast, it was huge and could take a beating. Buddha and demon in a thought. Suddenly, Lin Fan stared at the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard in front of him. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The 2 Buddha and demon opened their eyes. The moment they opened their eyes, the world turned upside down. The world turned into yin and yang, making people feel like they were living in a strange world. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. He raised his fist and punched at it. The most violent force could be felt. The Komodo demon dragon lizard roared and pressed its claw down. Are you kidding me? I've used all my strength, and you still dare to fight me head-on? Do you really think that everyone is as strong as me? Lin Fan laughed. Light intertwined on his fist. This is power, the most powerful power. Boom. A scream could be heard. The Komodo demon dragon lizard's claw was hit by this punch. Its rough skin cracked like porcelain and exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. The excruciating pain caused the Komodo demonic dragon lizard to shriek in pain. Its huge body rolled on the ground, and every time it rolled, it destroyed the beautiful natural environment. It seems like your strength isn't that great. Lin Fan sighed. However, the fact that you can give me happiness is the most glorious moment of your beast life. At this moment, the flesh on the broken limb moved. Then, the huge claw that was stained with sticky liquid stretched out. Broken limb rebirth. It was an interesting ability, and it was more suitable among the demigods. However, it depended on the opponent's ability on how many times a broken limb could be reborn. The Komodo demon dragon lizard was completely enraged. The dark brown lumps that densely covered its body suddenly swelled, then exploded with a bang, revealing sharp teeth. With a roar, the huge claw attacked again. Lin Fan stood there, and a strong wind crushed down. It was as if the sky and earth were sinking. Everyone from the Oceanus sect was terrified by this battle. This had surpassed everything. It was a battle between true experts. Even the aftershock of the battle was difficult for them to block. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. To everyone present, that gigantic claw was a terrifying existence. If it slammed into a sect, it was possible that the sect would be torn apart and turned into ashes. Bang! Lin Fan raised his hand. Power exploded forth and he caught the giant claw. He then grabbed one of the sharp claws and waved it. The Komodo demon dragon lizard's 10,000-foot body couldn't be controlled at all. It flew into the air and was flung to the ground. Crack! The ground was unable to withstand the force of the impact. It directly cracked and floated downwards, forming a huge crater. You can do it. I'm excited, but it's not enough. Mighty God Virtual World. Lin Fan shouted. A huge, muscular giant appeared behind him. Its arm was as thick as a mountain, and it fused with Lin Fan's arm. With a sudden jerk, he lifted the Komodo demon dragon lizard up again and threw it down heavily. Boom! Boom! Loud sounds rang out. The ground was hit hard and cracked. All the disciples of the Oceanus sect were dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. This was something they had never seen in their lives. At this moment, there was no longer any dazzling torrent of energy in this region. The only thing that remained was a series of loud rumbles. The Komodo demon dragon lizard was frustrated and helpless. He struggled, but for some unknown reason, this puny human was simply way too strong. His 3,000 zhang long body was grabbed by the other party and played around with as he pleased. There was no room for him to resist at all. Boom! A heavy blow landed on the ground. The Komodo demon dragon lizard suddenly realized that the human that grabbed its giant claw had disappeared. It thought that it was out of danger and was about to roar in anger. However, it discovered that the tiny human had unknowingly appeared at its tail. Lin Fan grabbed the Komodo demon dragon lizard's giant tail with both hands. Then, his veins popped out and he started to slap it. This kind of demonic beast that belonged to the demigod realm was indeed powerful. At least, it was more exciting than some people. Invincible, I'll throw you to your death. Without any hesitation, the Komodo demon dragon lizard was just a toy in Lin Fan's hands. Although it was huge and intimidating, Lin Fan felt that it was nothing. He could easily crush it without any difficulty. Boom! The disciples of the Sea God sect stared into the distance. In their eyes, that tiny figure of Lin Fan had suddenly become so dazzling, so resplendent. When the sect was being suppressed by a demigod beast, even the elders and the sect leader would find it hard to resist. Just as they were about to lose hope, hope appeared. The masked man appeared and successfully blocked the Komodo demon dragon lizard, saving them from danger. It's about time. The surrounding environment had reached a satisfactory level. It was time to get rid of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Galaxy collapse. Lin Fan clenched his fist and a light rotated on his fist. He threw the Komodo demon dragon lizard into the air. With a bang, he punched the Komodo demon dragon lizard's abdomen. The destructive power seeped into the Komodo demon dragon lizard's abdomen and exploded. A beam of light pierced through the Komodo demon dragon lizard's abdomen and shot into the sky, creating a huge bloody hole. The flesh and blood within was a ghastly sight. Blood dripped down and dyed the ground red. He got the points. The ferocious demigod Komodo demonic dragon lizard breathed in fresh air for a few hours before it met the demonic beast butcher, Lin Fan, and was pierced through. Rumble, the huge beast's head fell to the ground. Its lantern-sized, blood-red eyes also closed slightly. In fact, he even discovered that there were 2 teardrops at the corners of his eyes. It was as if he was happy to be able to see the light of day again. However, not long after, he regretted being beaten to death. Before the people from the Oceanus sect could react, Lin Fan directly put the Komodo demon dragon lizard's corpse into his storage ring. This was a demigod beast, and its entire body was filled with treasures. Even though he had no idea what this demigod realm demonic beast was for, he knew that if he were to bring it back to the sect, someone would definitely know what it was for. Doing a good deed without leaving his name. Acting cool was more or less the same. If he went too far, it would lead to a negative situation. And just as Lin Fan was prepared to leave, the Grandmaster of the Ocean God sect spoke up. Please wait. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, his back still facing the Grandmaster. There's no need to say more. I'm just helping when I see injustice. A demigod Komodo demon dragon lizard deserves to die. Are you peak leader Lin of the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame sect? The Patriarch of the Ocean God sect asked. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would feel indignant. He had to find out who Lin Fan was. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would be discovered. Then there's nothing to hide anymore. Lin Fan sighed and took off his mask, revealing his face. Indeed. The Patriarch of the Ocean God sect was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't figure out why Lin Fan would help the Ocean God sect. It didn't make sense. I'll take my leave. Lin Fan said righteously. Without another word, he prepared to leave. Please wait. The Patriarch of the Ocean God sect said. Peak leader Lin, why did you save us? This was the question he was most curious about, and he really wanted to know the answer. Why? There's no need to ask why. Although the Oceanus sect has committed an unforgivable crime, the demigod Komodo demon dragon lizard is attacking. If we don't stop it, with the Oceanus sect situation, I'm afraid that blood will flow like a river and it will be like hell on earth. As for the Magnificent Flame sect, we uphold fairness, justice, and maintain world peace. We can't sit back and watch the Komodo demon dragon lizard kill us. But this is just a humanitarian matter. The grudge between the Ocean God sect and the Ocean God sect hasn't been resolved yet. We'll discuss this in the future. Farewell. As soon as he finished his words. Before the Patriarch of the Ocean God sect could say anything, Lin Fan disappeared. What's the point of staying here? It's meaningless. But I've done a good job acting tough today. Hearing this, the disciples of the Oceanus sect were shocked. They knew about the history between the Oceanus sect and the Magnificent Flame sect. A long time ago, the Oceanus sect and the Magnificent Flame sect had a deep feud. It might have been decades, but the two sects didn't interact with each other at all. But now, the Invincible Peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect had come to save them. This was unbelievable. Could it be that this is the Magnificent Flame sect? A disciple looked at the empty space in the distance and fell into deep thought. Patriarch. Just then, the top elders recovered. Facing the Komodo demon dragon lizard, they couldn't fight back at all. They could only be suppressed mercilessly. But now, the Komodo demon dragon lizard was killed, and the Ocean God sect was out of danger. How could this be? Just then, an elder looked around. It was a desolate place. There were potholes everywhere, and it had suffered serious damage. And this damage was caused by the Komodo demon dragon lizard. It was a tragic sight. Patriarch, that Lin Fan from the Invincible Peak is too much. How could he destroy our sect like this? An elder was unhappy with the magnificent flame sect. Now that something like this had happened, he naturally had to push the blame to Lin Fan. Shut up. If it weren't for Peak Leader Lin's help, not only would our sect be destroyed, even our sect would be reduced to ashes. The patriarch of the Oceanus sect scolded. He then looked at the sky in the distance. After a while, he brought the group back to the sect. Lin Fan went into the sky, but he thought of a problem. A demigod Komodo demon dragon lizard came after I destroyed the ruins. It's definitely not sleeping. Otherwise, how could it not come out after such a long time? There's a problem. Lin Fan thought quickly. He realized that there was a big problem. There must be a problem. But I was attracted by the Komodo demon dragon lizard, so I didn't notice it. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. However, he was quite satisfied with the ocean god sect's actions. Whether it was in terms of character design or strength of performance, they could all be given very high marks. Lin Fan went far away and came to the ruins that he destroyed. It was no longer a flat ground, but a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see what was inside. Maybe there's something amazing down there. He muttered to himself. As for what was down there, I'll know once I go down and take a look. He wanted to see what was down there. Entering the abyss wasn't as scary as he imagined. It was just pitch black, and he couldn't even see his fingers. He raised his finger, and the cyan abyssal flame burned on it. It lit up everything around him. The surrounding walls were very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. It's so deep. I haven't even reached the bottom. Lin Fan was confused. He had been falling all the way down. But thinking about the Komodo demon dragon lizard's 10,000 feet body, he understood. To be able to hide such a huge demon dragon lizard, it was normal for it to be deep underground. Just then, a golden light shone below. Damn, is it a treasure? He thought of many legends. Places with strong monsters guarding them would definitely have treasures. When he thought about this, he was a little excited. Could it be that the rewards were so huge? Filled with hope, Xianxia descended to the ground. However, when he saw the golden light, he was stunned. It wasn't a treasure, but a worthless corpse. As for the golden light, it was just a golden bug. How regretful. Lin Fan shook his head and looked carefully. There were corpses here, and everywhere he looked, there wasn't just one, but many. Although they were corpses, he could still see some problems with the skeletons. Some of the ribs were broken, and some of the bones were pierced, forming a giant hole. They died so tragically, but you guys are definitely weak. Lin Fan said with a sigh. He knew that these people must have been killed by the Komodo demon dragon lizard, but it was just a small lizard. If he was a little more serious, he could kill it without any difficulty. Bull*T, you are weak. They are not weak at all. They are heroes. Instantly, an angry voice came from the pitch-black abyss. Who is trying to be mysterious? Hurry up and come out, or I'll hammer you to death. Lin Fan was startled by this sound. What the F***ck was this? There was actually such a thing, moreover, he didn't even sense it. This guy's hiding skills were really amazing. Did you release the Komodo demon dragon lizard? Did you? Do you know that you are in big trouble? Just then, the voice came again. Lin Fan turned around, stunned. A yellow talisman was floating in front of him. There were facial features on it, and when it opened its mouth was moving. What are you? Lin Fan went forward and grabbed the yellow talisman, looking at it carefully. I have never seen such a weird thing before. You. The yellow talisman was shocked. It didn't expect this human to grab it without asking about its origin. How terrifying. Could it be that there was no fear of the unknown? Human, you can't treat me like this. I am an ancient being. If you respect me enough, I can consider letting you become a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 elite. The yellow talisman's voice became louder, as if some ancient being was speaking. At this time, Lin Fan was stunned. Heaven Star Border Stage 9? This yellow talisman actually wants me to become a peerless heaven Star Border Stage 9, and the premise is that I have to respect him enough. This was a great gift from the heavens. Lin Fan opened his mouth, showing a stunned look. The yellow talisman was very satisfied with the expression of the young man in front of him. This is the right expression. I don't know how long it has been, but it must be the end of the world. The power of heaven and earth has dissipated to the extreme, and the masters have declined. Perhaps, the strongest one now is only at the peak of the Earth Star Border realm. Young man, I am very optimistic about you. Now that the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard is born, the world will be in chaos. I don't know which mechanism you triggered to release this demon, but you still have a chance to become a hero. As long as you are trained by me, you will become a legendary Heaven Star Border realm master. By then, you will be the hero who saves the world. Tell me, are you willing to be this hero and maintain the peace of the world? The yellow talisman shouted. Although there was no flesh on his face, the facial features that appeared on the talisman were so vivid. He knew that if he were to say these words, there would definitely be no one who would be able to resist him. That was because such an ideal was truly too lofty. The legendary Heaven Star Border realm master? Looking at the yellow talisman in his hands, Lin Fan's face was filled with disdain. Just which world of destruction did this thing belong to? Wasn't it way too weak? The Heaven Star Border realm is a legend, and the demigod realm is not even their ancestor. Suddenly, the yellow talisman shook violently. Young man, what are you doing? He found that this kid actually put him towards a flame. The closer he got, the more he could feel the heat. You can't burn me. Otherwise, you'll be missing out on a great opportunity. Do you know how great that opportunity is? The yellow talisman roared. Lin Fan said. I'm warning you, don't pretend in front of me. I can't tolerate this. Which era of destruction are you from? What are you? And who are these people? The yellow talisman panicked for a moment before it calmed down. It then smiled and said, Junior, you have a lot of questions. It seems that you are a young man who is curious about the past. Very good, as a hero who saves the world, you must have this kind of potential. Only with curiosity can you go higher and further. This guy is a little annoying. Lin Fan clutched his stomach. My stomach hurts. I didn't bring any paper. Your talisman that can talk is pretty good. I'll use it to wipe my butt later. Too much. The yellow talisman was greatly alarmed, shaking intensely. How could you be so excessive? Do you know who I am? I am a powerful talisman. I have existed for a long time. I know everything in the past. If you want to defeat the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard, you can only rely on me. Only I can nurture you into a Heaven Dipper Realm Pinnacle powerhouse. Suddenly, the voice stopped. The originally spacious abyss suddenly became crowded. Looking at everything before him, the yellow talisman's voice began to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? He couldn't believe it. What did he just see? The Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard, who was supposed to rely on this fellow to become the last spiritual mentor of humanity, was actually dead. How long had it been since it broke the seal? How could it be considered a Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard when it died just like that? You must be joking. Lin Fan kept the Komodo Demon Dragon Lizard back into his storage ring. He squinted his eyes and sized up the talisman. Since you have seen it, I shall give you another chance. What exactly are you? Just as the yellow talisman was about to speak, Lin Fan raised his hand and stopped him. Be honest. I am a rash person. If I say I will use you to wipe my ass, I will wipe my ass. I definitely won't use you to wipe my saliva. Think carefully before you speak. It died prematurely and was threatened. What exactly is going on? The yellow talisman was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. Where did this thing come from? Before he was sealed, he knew that the energy of heaven and earth had started to disappear. This was the end of the world. Even if someone broke the seal one day, he could still enjoy the respect of others and be called the Lord Talisman from the ancient times. Hurry up, stop wasting time. I still have things to do later. If you are useless, I will really use you as toilet paper. Lin Fan was getting impatient. This small talisman actually dared to be so arrogant. He was really arrogant. He had to teach him a lesson. I am the great holy talisman from the ancient times, Piak. Even though he had no face, the holy talisman could feel that this junior had slapped him. He wanted to fly into a rage, but he held it in. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yellow paper is yellow paper. Don't talk about the Source Saint talisman. It sounds pretty scary. Tell me, what's going on here? Lin Fan asked. He was curious about the yellow talisman. It was passed down from the ancient times. It was really weird. The yellow paper sighed, revealing its true character. It was a cowardly character. It has been 60,000 years since the seal was broken. Back then, the world changed, and the energy of heaven and earth disappeared. The highest one could reach was Heaven's Star Border Stage 9. But one day, a powerful demigod Komodo appeared. He was tyrannical and invincible in the world. Countless people died, and blood flowed like a river. It was tragic. I felt the pity of heaven and earth, so I descended. Later, there were 12 heroes, who were also the most powerful existences among humans. All of them were in the Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer cultivation base. They held the origin in their hands. No, they held the yellow paper and had a fierce battle with the Komodo demon dragon lizard. In that battle, the sky was dark and the earth was cracked. Do you know how miserable it was? In the end, the 12 heroes died, but the unharmed Komodo demon dragon lizard was sealed. Peace returned to the world. After a long time, an idiot appeared. He destroyed this place and released the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Now, the holy talisman that could save the world is in his hands. That's the end of my story. The yellow talisman said. But suddenly, it realized that the human in front of it had a strange look in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to kill it. 60,000 years ago? Lin Fan was confused. That can't be right. How could the highest cultivation level be Heaven's Star Border Stage 9 60,000 years ago? Are you kidding me? No, you're too ignorant. There was a war of gods 64,000 years ago. All the elites above the demigod realm disappeared within a few years. Legend has it that those gods used their lives to defeat evil, but it also caused the energy of heaven and earth to disappear. The energy of heaven and earth became thinner and thinner every year until the appearance of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. The highest cultivation level among the humans was only Heaven's Star Border Stage 9. For thousands of years, there hasn't been a demigod. What the F***ck are you talking about? Lin Fan exploded. 10,000 years ago, demigods were like dogs. You're not being honest. How dare you tell me that 64,000 years ago, the highest cultivation level among the humans was only Heaven's Star Border Stage 9? If you're not being honest, I'll beat you up. Impossible, I'm the holy source. No, I, the yellow talisman, have professional ethics. I've been sealing all my life, and I've never spoken. Wait, that's not right. Just then, the yellow talisman was shocked. The nose that appeared sucked in the energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a large amount of heaven and earth energy rushed into the yellow talisman. Like a wave. It died prematurely. The heaven and earth energy has recovered. This is impossible. Oh no, something big is going to happen. Is the war of gods going to happen again? The yellow talisman was dumbfounded. Human, I was wrong. You should be a good person to the end. Just put me down. I'll stay here obediently. I won't go anywhere, and I won't come out for the rest of my life. The yellow talisman seemed to have thought of something and hurried to discuss with Lin Fan. You're like a frog. You're so dishonest and don't want to talk. I'll bring you back to the sect and teach you a lesson. Lin Fan didn't want to talk to the yellow talisman anymore. He went into the void and headed back to the sect. The Oceanus sect didn't suffer a loss this time. The corpse of the demigod Komodo demon dragon lizard was still lying in the storage ring. I'll go back and see what I can do. The magnificent flame sect might be lively usually, but it was different today. It was even more lively. Many disciples gathered in the main hall of the sect with smiles on their faces. The Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect had brought their elders and disciples to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. The Patriarch, who had not appeared for a long time, came to welcome them personally. The entire sect was bustling with noise and excitement. The patriarchs of the three sects sat side by side on the viewing platform outside the main hall. The competition between the sect's disciples was happening below. It was just to add some excitement to the atmosphere. The disciples of the three sects knew what they were doing, so they wouldn't fight until the victor was decided. Even if they could win, they would hold back. They cupped their fists and walked down the stage. I wonder if the peak leader of the Invincible Peak is here. The two patriarchs were very interested in Lin Fan and wanted to meet him personally. Peak leader Lin has gone out. He hasn't returned yet. The Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch smiled. That's a pity. The two patriarchs were disappointed that they couldn't meet the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak. The disciples who were watching from afar chatted happily. I never thought that our sect would really establish diplomatic relations with other sections. How could we have imagined this in the past? Yeah. At that time, only the Titan sect wanted to establish diplomatic relations with us. The other sects avoided us like the plague. Even when our elders went to talk to them personally, the other sects would just send them away. I heard that the Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect have good local features, especially the scenery of the Great Evolution sect. I might be able to visit them in the future. Most of the disciples had never left the Magnificent Flame sect before. Because it's too dangerous and unsafe to go to other sections. But after establishing diplomatic relations, things will be different. We will be safe. Invincible Peak. Lu Qiming held a piece of paper in his hand. There was a description of Senior Brother Lin written on it. It was given to him by the two sect's disciples. He was satisfied with the description. Cultured, sincere, peace-loving, extraordinary. Lu Qiming nodded and smiled. That's a good evaluation, but it's still not enough. Just then, Lu Qiming fell into deep thought. He felt that he should do something for Senior Brother Lin. Today is a joyous day for the Magnificent Flame sect. The Saint Convent sect, King Dan of Evil, is here to congratulate you. A voice could be heard from afar. It was like a clap of thunder, shocking all the disciples. Their ears hurt, and they looked up in fear. They had no idea who it was. The heads of the three sects were chatting happily, discussing the matters after establishing diplomatic relations. However, when the spring thunder rang out, it interrupted their conversation. The Magnificent Flame sect leader stood up and looked into the distance. He was confused, but he did not lose his composure. The Saint Convent sect, King Dan of Evil, is here. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. The arrival of the Saint Convent sect leader made the disciples confused. They had no idea why the Saint Convent sect was here. But with their understanding of the Saint Convent sect, it couldn't be anything good. The Great Evolution sect and Great Mighty Treasure sect looked at each other. They knew that the Saint Convent sect was not here for anything good. The Saint Convent sect was obviously annoyed that they had established a relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. You're too polite. The King of Evil did not act rashly. He walked over and sat down on the stage. I heard that the Great Evolution sect and Great Mighty Treasure sect have established a relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. My sect takes this matter very seriously, so I've come to congratulate you. The King of Evil said, but his eyes were fixed on the two sect leaders. The Great Evolution sect and Great Mighty Treasure sect's two sect leaders felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies, making them uncomfortable. Where were we just now? The Great Evolution sect's sect leader asked, but his tone was a little unnatural. They felt that the King of Evil's gaze was invasive, making them uncomfortable. It was as if there was a pair of evil eyes that could see through their bodies and into their hearts. We were talking about the trade after the establishment of a relationship. The Magnificent Flame sect's sect leader knew that the King of Evil's arrival would bring trouble to the two sections. Look at how he's staring at the two sect leaders. Who can stand it? The King of Evil sat there expressionlessly. As the king of the Saint Convent sect, he had a high status. There was no problem for him to visit the Magnificent Flame sect. As for Lin Fan, he was currently sitting there, not looking anywhere else but at the sect leaders of the two sections. A chilling aura began to spread. Although there was no pressure, the sect masters of the Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if the existence of Monarch of Evil made it difficult for them to continue their peaceful discussion. It was as if the existence of Monarch of Evil made many things inappropriate to say. The disciples of the three sects were also whispering to each other. It was impossible for the Saint Convent sect's leader to come without any problems. They could also feel that the atmosphere at the scene was very tense, and there was an indescribable feeling. Tiansu Mountain. Junior brother, what are you doing here instead of receiving the two patriarchs? Tiansu opened his eyes. His ethereal aura disappeared, and he turned back into an ordinary person. Elder brother, you. Huarong hurried over, and was just about to say something when he realized that there was something off about his elder brother's aura. Although it had only been a flash, he had still been able to sense it. Don't you me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy right now. Tiansu urged. He had done some research recently and understood a little, but it wasn't thorough enough. Furthermore, he was also communicating with the dark nether python that was coiling around his disciple's peak. After knowing how strong the dark nether python was, he started to take it seriously. He felt that it was a pity that his disciple did not take the dark nether python seriously, but he did not say anything. Since it's already my disciple's demon pet, I'll just let my disciple play with it. The god realm was very ethereal. He had been stuck in this realm for a very long time. If he really broke through, he would be the first god. Senior brother, the Saint Convent sect's Monarch of Evil is here with ill intentions. The Great Evolution Sect and Great Strength sect's patriarchs might not have shown any reaction, but it's obvious that they are scared. Huarong said. The Monarch of Evil was a demigod, and only Tiansu was a demigod now. If he went over to suppress the situation, he might be able to solve the problem. So what if they are scared? Why should I go? If a mere Monarch of Evil can scare the two sects to the point of going back on their words, then there's no point in establishing diplomatic relations. Go. I'm very busy, and I have no time to entertain you. Tiansu waved his hands. He did not want to say anything. He was already immersed in his comprehension. Even if the sky fell down, nothing could stop him. He saw hope on the road ahead. Although this hope was only faintly discernible, it still existed. Huarong wanted to say something, but seeing his senior brother's reluctant expression, he could not do anything. He had no idea why the Monarch of Evil was here. If it was too much, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But the main point was that Monarch Evil's attitude was extremely good. He sat there without saying a single word, but his eyes were fixed on the two sect masters, causing them to shiver unnaturally in fear. This had seriously affected the establishment of diplomatic relations between the three sections. On the stage in the main hall, the Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect's patriarchs had many things to say, but they felt uncomfortable every time they opened their mouths. In the end, the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch spoke, and the other two patriarchs nodded. What do you think of this trade? The Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch asked with a smile. He then turned to look at the Monarch of Evil. He knew that the Saint Convent sect did not want the two sects to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. But they could not stop them openly. Sending the Monarch of Evil was also a warning. The Great Evolution sect's patriarch coughed. Very good. This is what we want too. The Monarch of Evil, who was sitting at the side, spoke up. It's indeed a good choice to establish diplomatic relations with the Magnificent Flame sect, Great Evolution sect, and Great Strength sect. But the distance between the three sects is quite far, and it will take a long time for a trade to take place. The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect's patriarchs looked at each other. They could hear the threat in the Monarch of Evil's words. Just when the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch was about to speak, he looked into the distance and smiled. My sect's peak leader Lin has returned. Just then, the two patriarchs looked up in anticipation. The Monarch of Evil's expression changed. He looked into the distance as well. He had never seen Lin Fan before, and he was curious about him. He did not know what kind of person he was. To think that he could suppress the four monarchs and even provoke the Saint Convent sect. The air shook as if something was passing through it. Soon, a figure appeared in the air. Lin Fan realized that the sect seemed to have become livelier. He was curious as to what was going on. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to look for his master. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin." The disciples of the sect exclaimed excitedly. Aha! Lin Fan nodded and looked at the stage. "Patriarch, what's going on?" "Good news. The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect's patriarchs have come personally to discuss establishing diplomatic relations with us. At the same time, they would like to meet you. I didn't expect you to come at the right time." The Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch smiled. "Oh." Lin Fan nodded and looked at the two patriarchs. He smiled and cupped his fists. "I didn't expect the two patriarchs to come personally. Your presence brings light to our humble sect." "Peak Leader Lin, you're too polite," the two patriarchs said modestly. Lin Fan was the second most powerful person in the Magnificent Flame sect. Even the Saint Convent sect's demigod was suppressed by him. He was very powerful. At the same time, from Lin Fan's words, they could feel that Lin Fan was just like what the elders had said. He was very gentle and polite to them. "Favorability +1, JPG, eh? There's something wrong with this aura." Lin Fan looked at the evil king of Dan, confused and disdainful. "I think you're from the Saint Convent sect?" "This is the evil king of Dan from the Saint Convent sect. He's here to congratulate us on establishing diplomatic relations with the two sections." The Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch smiled. Lin Fan looked at the evil king of Dan and smiled. "Oh, the Saint Convent sect still has the heart to do that. Patriarch, you guys have a good talk. I'll just sit and listen." Without saying anything more, he swaggered over to the side of the evil star monarch and stared at him with a creepy look in his eyes. The evil king of Dan felt a chill down his spine. It was as if a pair of evil eyes were staring at him from the darkness. The conversation started again. Due to Lin Fan's participation, the atmosphere was livelier than before. The evil king of Dan stared at the two Magnificent Flame sect's patriarchs, but he felt uncomfortable. The gaze on his back was getting more and more invasive. Even though he was a demigod, he could feel goosebumps all over his body. He felt uncomfortable. Just then, the evil king of Dan turned around and met Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan grinned. His gaze was the same as before. "It's indeed as dangerous as the rumors say," the evil king of Dan thought to himself. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was thinking about something. The evil king of Dan from the Saint Convent sect is a demigod. It might be a good idea to kill him, or I can do something big. I have to kidnap him, extort money from the Saint Convent sect, and kill him. But it's not a good idea. If I'm recognized, my reputation will be affected. He was annoyed, and he couldn't put his finger on it. The evil king of Dan could feel it. He noticed that Peak Leader Lin would look regretful from time to time, but at the same time, excitement could be seen in his eyes. He had a bad feeling about this. He had heard that the Magnificent Flame sect's disciple was despicable, cunning, and shameless. He liked to kill people, just like Tian Su. He liked to destroy corpses so that no one could find him. But that shouldn't be possible. I'm the evil king of the Saint Convent sect. He shouldn't dare to kill me. But I'm still worried, and I can't calm down. At this moment, he couldn't calm down. As a result, he didn't listen to the three Magnificent Flame sect's patriarchs. He was wary of the gaze on his back. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and cupped his fists. "I have important matters to attend to in the sect. I'll take my leave first." He didn't want to stay any longer. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it was. "I can't take the risk. If this person really dares to attack me, I might not be able to return to the sect." Just as the evil king of Dan was about to leave, a voice rang in his ears. "Wait. You're a guest. Aren't you leaving in too much of a hurry?" The evil king of Dan turned to Lin Fan. "No hurry, no hurry. I have matters to attend to in the sect, so I have to return. Since that's the case, then I won't hold you back." Let me send you off. Lin Fan stood up with a friendly smile. It's fine. I can leave by myself. The evil king of Dan said hurriedly. He had a bad feeling about this. How can I do that? How can I not send our esteemed guest off? Lin Fan went up and put his arm around the evil king of Dan's shoulder. Please. The evil king of Dan looked at Lin Fan and walked down the stairs. The sect leaders of the Great Evolution sect and the Great Mighty Treasure sect were surprised as they watched peak leader Lin put his hand on Lord Dan of Evil's shoulder and leave. Both of you, this is the peak leader of our Invincible peak. Rumors can't be trusted. Our peak leader Lin is very friendly. Even the patriarch found it hard to believe what he said. He felt that he was going against his conscience, but he still had to say something nice. After all, he had to put up a good front. The two patriarchs nodded in agreement. Indeed. Seeing is believing. Rumors can't be trusted. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I might have been swayed by the rumors and misunderstood peak leader Lin. Now, Lord of Evil looked serious, and his breathing quickened. There was only one person in the Magnificent Flame sect that he feared the most, and that was Xianxia. But as long as he didn't go overboard, Xianxia wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, Xianxia was a person who knew how to behave. But now, the Invincible Peak's peak leader Lin was uncertain. Even the 4 monarchs of the god rank suffered a lot, and he even dared to ask the Saint Convent sect for a ransom. This was enough to show that he was a fearless person. Suddenly, he felt a force on his right shoulder. 5 fingers were squeezing his shoulder. It felt weird. Peak leader Lin, just send me here. Lord of Evil said. He had no idea what Lin Fan was up to. Don't worry. I'll send you off again. Lin Fan smiled. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that the two of them were close. Their arms were around each other's shoulders. But the higher-ups of the Magnificent Flame sect were confused. They had no idea what Lin Fan was up to. It would be bad if he killed the evil King of Dawn along the way. If that happened, a war would definitely break out. After walking for a while, they were some distance away from the main hall. Lord of Evil was nervous. Suddenly, a voice rang in his head. Do you want to live or die? Lin Fan said without moving his lips. The moment these words rang out, Lord of Evil Dawn spun his head around furiously. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. Don't look so surprised. Calm down. Do you want to live or die? We'll be leaving the main hall soon, and I don't mind sending you back to the Saint Convent sect. Lin Fan patted Lord of Evil's shoulder and smiled. However, this smile was a little terrifying in the eyes of King of Evil Dan. But to the disciples of the Great Evolution sect and the Great Xianxia sect, it was too bright. They did not expect the Invincible Peak leader, who was ranked second in the Magnificent Flame sect, to be so loving. Especially his smile. It made them feel warm, like the sun, and comfortable. Peak Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? Sovereign of Evil Dan transmitted. Nothing much. I just want to extort money from you. Or rather, I want to buy your life. You'd better hurry up. We're about to leave this hall. When that happens, I'll take it that you're courting death. He smiled. No one else knew what kind of threat Sovereign Dan of Evil was facing right now. However, judging from the expression on Peak Leader Lin's face, it was obvious that they were on friendly terms. King of Evil Dusk was stunned. He had not expected this guy to be so direct and really want to extort him. I don't believe you dare. Lin Fan patted King of Evil on his shoulder. Don't say things like that. It's inauspicious. Those who didn't believe in it in the past are now buried under weeds that are 3 meters tall. The two of them exchanged messages, but Lin Fan had the upper hand, and King of Evil was at a disadvantage. He knew that Lin Fan was powerful, and he was no match for him. If Lin Fan were to send him out of the sect, he might really die. To kill a judge in the Heavenly Sect Palace's territory was enough to confirm that Lin Fan was either a lunatic or had a screw loose. Very soon, the two of them were about to leave the hall. For the evil monarch, every single step he took on this final stretch of the journey was extremely heavy. He was hesitating, and he was thinking. Does this brat dare to attack me? Should I give it a try? At this moment, King of Evil Dan of Evil refused to believe that Lin Fan would dare to attack me. Does he really have the guts to be lawless? Just as he was about to step out of the hall, King of Evil stopped in his tracks. I want to live. Lin Fan replied decisively without any hesitation. King of Evil Dan of Evil's heart ached. He knew that he was being blackmailed, and he was being blackmailed in front of everyone. Just then, both of them stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked at the two of them, confused. They had no idea what was going on. Grandmaster, King of Evil just said that he wanted to congratulate the three sects on the establishment of diplomatic relations, but he hasn't given us any gifts yet. He wanted to congratulate us before he left. Lin Fan shouted out, I've already told King of Evil Dan that there's no need to be so courteous. As long as he's here, it's fine. However, King of Evil Dan is simply way too passionate. I can't reject him. King of Evil smiled. It might be bright, but it was a forced smile. Can this guy be any more shameless? How can he blackmail me like this? He said that he wanted to congratulate the three sects on the establishment of diplomatic relations, but what the hell? Why would I do that? King of Evil, you're too polite. It's good enough that you're here, but you still want to give us gifts? This? The patriarch laughed. Huarong, who had just returned from Tiansu Mountain, looked at Lin Fan from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the smile on Lin Fan's face, even an idiot would know the reason. Lin Fan must be threatening King of Evil, or else he wouldn't do this. Senior brother, since King of Evil wants to give us gifts, just accept it. After all, it's a gift from King of Evil. At the same time, it also means that our sect and the Saint Convent sect have no conflicts and have always been friendly. Huarong really knows how to talk. He made it sound like there were no conflicts between the two sections. Why do the Magnificent Flame sect disciples feel that Huarong's words are unbelievable? They might believe it if there were no conflicts with other sects, but as for the Saint Convent sect, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Senior brother Lin had crushed the four monarchs without giving them any face. But now, King of Evil wanted to give them gifts? They couldn't understand what he was doing. Maybe King of Evil wants to build a good relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect, which is why he wants to give us gifts. Now that I think about it, it does make sense. The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what King of Evil meant, but looking at his smile, it seemed like it was real. Could it be that the Saint Convent sect really wants to build a good relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect? Standing there, King of Evil Dan was speechless at the sight of the situation. Gift? What should I give? I even want to chop Lin Fan to death now. I can't wait to tear Lin Fan into pieces. Since that's the case, the Magnificent Flame sect will thank King of Evil for his kindness. The patriarch cupped his fists. He could only accept King of Evil's kindness reluctantly. Hee hee. Evil Devil Monarch laughed. There was a hint of sadness in his smile. He had been tricked. No, not tricked. He had been extorted in front of everyone's eyes. And he couldn't even resist. Lin Fan patted King of Evil's shoulder and laughed. King of Evil said that it's a groundbreaking moment for the Magnificent Flame sect to build a good relationship with the two sections. Therefore, he will give us a great gift. I'm guessing that since the Saint Convent sect is so powerful, this gift must be extraordinary. Junior brothers, don't you agree? The disciples gathered in the palace might not know what Lin Fan was talking about, but they still cheered enthusiastically. Yes. The Saint Convent sect is the strongest sect in the world. I wonder what gift they will give. It must be shocking. Yeah. The whispers of the disciples were heard by Monarch Evil of Dan. You flatter me. It's just an ordinary gift. It's not about the value of the gift, but the sincerity. King of Evil laughed. Lin Fan was taken aback. To think that this guy would say such a thing. What the hell? But does he really think that he can get away with this? Ha ha ha, Monarch Dan Wu is being too humble. As a demigod and one of the monarchs of the Saint Convent sect, how could he possibly give us an ordinary gift? Clearly, he is afraid that our sect will feel that the gift is too heavy. King of Evil was speechless. You win. He then checked the storage ring. His heart ached. He was in charge of the Saint Convent sect's external affairs, and he was one of the wealthier leaders. He wouldn't feel the pinch if he gave it to another powerful sect. After all, he would get it back eventually. But if he gave it to the Magnificent Flame sect, how could he get it back? He might be scolded to death by the sect. In fact, he was even prepared to keep this a secret and not let anyone know about it. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took out a large number of gifts from his storage ring. Elder Huarong, what are you waiting for? Take them. Lin Fan laughed. The Saint Convent sect must be up to no good. Since they're here, I might as well take some blood. Looking at the gifts, Huarong smiled and took them all. Farewell. King of Evil cupped his fists. He didn't want to stay in the Magnificent Flame sect any longer, not even a breath. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Fan spoke again. King of Evil took a deep breath, holding back his anger. Peak Leader Lin, what can I do for you? Don't be hasty, King Danny. How can I not return the favor after receiving such a precious gift from you? I've just slain a demonic beast that wreaked havoc in the world. I'll give you some of it. Just when everyone was confused, Lin Fan took out the Komodo demon dragon lizard from his storage ring. He held it in his hand, and its huge body shot into the sky. A demigod beast. Seeing the beast, King of Evil and the rest were shocked. It might be dead, but its aura was still there. It was the aura of a demigod. And its aura was stronger than his. Slash. Lin Fan raised his finger and cut off a piece of meat from the Komodo demon dragon lizard. It was the size of a palm. Lin Fan then tied it up with a string and asked King of Evil to carry it. King of Evil, our sect is poor, and we don't have anything good to give you as a gift. But this is the meat of a demigod beast, and it's the most precious thing in our sect. Please don't reject it. This is a token of our sect's sincerity. You can make some cured meat out of it and have a meal or two. Lin Fan held back his laughter and said in a serious tone. King of Evil held the piece of meat in his hand and cupped his fists. Farewell. He couldn't stay here any longer. Bastard. The King of Evil left the Magnificent Flame sect in anger. He threw the palm-sized piece of meat on the ground. This is too much. He had been terrorized, threatened, blackmailed. This was something that he had never dared to imagine. Since when did anyone dare to touch the leader of the Saint Convent sect? No, there had never been such a thing. Now, he was the successor of the god rank, setting another precedent. Even though he was cursing, he opened his hand and looked at the piece of meat on the ground. He sighed and landed on the ground. I've never eaten the meat of a demigod beast before. This is a first. This was the only thing he could do to comfort himself. But this piece of meat was too small. What a stingy person. I will not let the sect know about this. If they find out, I will lose my face. Magnificent Flame sect. Lin Fan was in a good mood after bullying the King of Evil. But in reality, he would have liked to use his most violent strength to crush the King of Evil, making him kneel on the ground and sing the song Conquer. But it was a pity that the situation did not allow him to do so. Huarong was in charge of receiving the two sects, and the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch talked to them about establishing ties. After listening for a while, Lin Fan went to his master's peak. All the disciples were captivated by the demigod-stage demonic beast that was 10,000 feet tall. It was simply too shocking. That corpse was simply too huge, so huge that it was frightening. Although the beast was already dead, the might that it emitted was simply too shocking. Tiansu Peak. Disciple, you've offended someone again. Lin Fan could hear his master's voice before he arrived. Master, so be it. It's not like there's one more. Lin Fan smiled. He did not take this matter to heart. There will definitely be a war between the Magnificent Flame sect and the Saint Convent sect. It might not have happened yet, but it was within his expectations. If the Saint Convent sect wanted to be the strongest sect in the world, they would not allow other sects to rise. Komodo demon dragon lizard. I didn't expect such a beast to still exist. Tiansu sighed. He could already feel the demigod beast's aura when Lin Fan took out the corpse. Teacher, I came here to ask you to help me see what the Komodo magic dragon lizard's corpse can be refined into. He was looking forward to it. He had finally killed a demigod realm demonic beast, so he naturally had to make good use of it. The Komodo demon dragon lizard is a demonic beast from ancient times. It's very rare, and it has a venom sac in its body that contains the venom of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. It can be refined into a treasure. These bones are also very useful. The land spirits research on the Saint Convent Sex divine boat is very successful. We can use them to build divine boats. Xianxia told Lin Fan about its uses. The venom of the Komodo demon dragon lizard was indeed very strong. It could even corrode the air, let alone the ground. As long as it touched the ground, it would instantly form a huge pit. The corrosive power was very strong, and it could be said to be extremely terrifying. When he was at the Oceanus sect, he did not investigate the Komodo demon dragon lizard in detail. After all, he wanted a treasure that could increase his experience points just by licking it. Only the blood-eyed demonic ape king and the ice heaven demonic dragon were known to have such treasures. These two demigod beasts know how to cultivate, so they must have such treasures. But if I do anything to these two beasts, my master will definitely teach me a lesson. So I'm just thinking about it. As for actual actions, forget it. Disciple, take out the carcass first. Master will refine it for you. Xianxia said. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan took out the carcass of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Suddenly, the giant carcass flew across the sky. It might have closed its eyes, but it still had a ferocious look on its face. Countless disciples were shocked to see the carcass of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. To them, the aura of such a demonic beast was too terrifying. At the same time, their admiration for Senior Brother Lin increased to the maximum. How strong is Senior Brother Lin to be able to kill such a terrifying demonic beast? The Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect's gazes were gradually attracted by the giant carcass. They had never seen a demigod beast before. Now that they saw it, they would never forget it. Xianxia pointed at the carcass in the sky. A mysterious force could be felt, wrapping the carcass up. A sizzling sound could be heard. Master, what are you doing? You can boil water? Lin Fan asked curiously. Disciple, you have to learn something from now on. This is to condense the blood essence of a demonic beast. It condenses all the blood in one's body into a single drop. Xianxia was helpless. My disciple is improving fast, but there are some things that he doesn't learn. It's a simple move, and it's a must-have. Oh. Soon, a drop of blood fell from the Komodo demon dragon lizard's body. The drop of blood was golden, and there was a layer of mist around it. Lin Fan took out a bottle and caught the drop of blood. This blood doesn't look normal. Will my experience points increase if I swallow it? At the thought of this, Lin Fan really wanted to swallow it. But forget it. It shouldn't increase my experience points. Just then, Xianxia raised his hand again. With a swipe of his finger, the Komodo demon dragon lizard's skin split open, and it fell to the ground like a piece of clothing. This is its skin. The Komodo demon dragon lizard's skin is very hard. Even the sharpest weapons can't leave a wound on it. Xianxia explained. He then started to slice the Komodo demon dragon lizard into pieces in an orderly manner. Master, what's the use of this meat? Lin Fan asked. Nothing much, but it tastes good. Eating some of it can increase your energy and blood. It's useful for cultivation, but it's useless for you now. Xianxia said. Lin Fan nodded and turned to the disciples in the main hall. Disciples, come and carry the meat away. We'll have the demigod realm demonic beast feast tonight. The disciples in the main hall were flushed with excitement. This is the meat of a demigod realm demonic beast, after all. They didn't even dare to imagine how many golden dragons they had eaten last time. I didn't expect to be able to eat the meat of a demigod realm demigod again. And how much meat is there in such a huge corpse? How long do I have to eat it? The patriarch looked at the two sect leaders and smiled. It seems like we'll be able to taste the delicacies of a demigod realm demigod tonight. The two sect leaders smiled as well. To them, this was definitely a delicacy that they had never tasted before. They smiled in anticipation. I wonder what's so special about the meat of a demigod realm demigod. Lin Fan stared at the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Under his master's cutting, the Komodo demon dragon lizard was quickly dissected. Thick golden veins could be seen. It was obviously not an ordinary creature. Lin Fan didn't care about these things, but when he saw a piece of pink meat that was as tall as a human, his breathing quickened. Disciple, this piece of meat is the source of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. It's extremely poisonous, and if you accidentally eat it, you will lose your cultivation. If not, you will be replaced by the source of the beast. You will become neither human nor demon, so we have to destroy it. Wait. Lin Fan said immediately. What a joke. How can I destroy this? Master, this disciple is useful. I want to keep it. I didn't expect the Komodo demon dragon lizard to have this. I'm so lucky. Disciple, why do you want this? Xianxia asked. This is really useless. It can't even be used to refine pills. Although it smells good, it is indeed a disaster. Moreover, demonic beasts in the demigod realm will hide a strand of their consciousness in it. If someone or a demonic beast eats it by mistake, they will be slowly replaced by the consciousness, achieving the goal of rebirth. Master, I don't need to say anything else. I want this. Lin Fan soared into the sky impatiently. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the piece of meat. Taking a sniff, he felt that it was extremely fragrant. To others, this is poisonous, but to me, it's good stuff. The land spirit, Didi, had arrived. He stared at the things in front of him. These are all good stuff. If I use them to forge a divine boat, I'll definitely be able to build a powerful divine boat. You guys can take them back to forge later. Lin Fan said. Really? Didi was overjoyed. Lin Fan nodded. Make me a unique divine boat. Do you understand? Understood. Didi nodded. Just then, Old Black, who had been circling the mountain peak, appeared in front of Lin Fan. He looked embarrassed, but his eyes were fixed on the bottle in Lin Fan's hand. There was a drop of blood in the bottle. It was golden and attracted Old Black's attention. You want it? Lin Fan smiled. This is the blood of a demigod beast. If I can swallow it, I can recover my cultivation faster. Old Black nodded. Here you go. Lin Fan tossed the bottle over. Old Black hurriedly grabbed the bottle, as if he was really excited. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Why are you so excited? It's better for me to recover faster. I can be a free fighter in the future. A demigod realm demonic beast was split up in an instant. Not bad. I didn't expect to gain so much. The Komodo demon dragon lizard isn't useless after all. It can benefit so many people. This life is worth it. Lin Fan sighed. The sect started to get busy. The disciples started moving the Komodo demon dragon lizard's meat, while the land spirit, Didi, and the rest moved the carcass and veins to forge various things. Disciple, how are my skills? I used to dissect beasts, and I'm an expert. I can dissect 7 or 8 beasts when others dissect one. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to me. Xianxia praised himself. But it was his first time dissecting a demigod beast, and it felt good. Master, you're amazing. After praising his teacher fiercely, he couldn't wait to go back to the secret room and lick this thing. It was not easy to meet a demigod beast. Now that he had met one and killed it, he had to make good use of it. Lin Fan left Lin Fan's peak and returned to the Invincible peak. When he passed by the pill refining area, the frog was in a daze again. The frog sensed that someone was coming. Although it didn't see the person's face clearly, who else would dare to come looking for it? The famous frog master. If the person was so sneaky and didn't make a sound while walking, it was obvious that the person was a fugitive. The worried face of the frog changed rapidly. Then, it was as if it had seen a lover that it hadn't seen for a long time. Tears streamed down its face. Master, I miss you so much. He was crying. He was crying in pain. Why did this fugitive come back? Didn't he go out to have fun? As he soared up into the sky, his white tummy covered his entire vision. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the frog lightly. Piak, the frog opened its legs and laid on the ground. Its face was bitter and sad. This fugitive slapped me away. This means that he despises me. Life was getting harder and harder. The fugitive was getting smarter and smarter. He did not fall for Lin Fan's tearful attack. Speak properly. Don't touch me. What? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the frog. The frog immediately stood up and swayed left and right. Master, what do you think of my six? Don't move. Lin Fan said. The frog immediately stood on one leg and tilted its head. Master, what are you doing? I'm tired. I can't take it anymore. Lin Fan walked up and moved his finger around the frog's body. Then, he pinched a pill. Frog, you're not being honest. You hid the pill, but you didn't hide it properly. It leaked out. The fragrance of the pill filled the air. Far away, the alchemists of the sect were supposed to go to class. But seeing the situation, they all hid at the foot of the wall. Shoo! Don't get found out. Peak Leader Lin is going to take care of the Frogmaster again. Don't let him find out, or else he will punish us. The alchemists were familiar with the Frogmaster's tricks. If he was bullied by Peak Leader Lin, they would be in trouble. Previously, when the Frogmaster was bullied, an alchemist who was concocting pills was beaten up because he touched his butt. It was a very miserable experience. However, they were not angry. The Frogmaster was a great master in their hearts. It was normal for him to be beaten up. They were happy to make the Frogmaster happy. Impossible, how could my pills? The frog was horrified. It kept saying that it was impossible, but in an instant, it was dumbfounded. Its shifty eyes revealed a confused look, and it started to act like a retard. Master, this is not Frog's pills. Frog doesn't have any pills, so I offered them to Master. At this moment, the frog hugged Lin Fan's leg and said with tears and snot, Master, you can't doubt me. I'm loyal to you. If I'm not loyal to you, I can swear to the heavens that I won't eat for 3 days. No, I'll be unlucky for 3 days. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. This frog is not as honest as Old Black. Before it became a demon pet, it was already very dishonest. Now that it has become a demon pet, it is even more dishonest. When can I make the godly pill? The frog was stunned. Master, you must be joking. If I were to make the godly pill in my current state, I wouldn't even know how I died. Of course, I will die for Master. But I can't bear to leave Master. I have been working hard recently. I will be able to make the godly pill when I reach the demigod stage. The frog looked serious. It even let out its aura. A Heaven Star Border Stage 3 aura. This will let Master understand that I am still far from the demigod stage. It is impossible for me to reach it now. Don't even dream about it. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to say anything to the frog. He took out the yellow paper. Hero, let me go. I was wrong. The yellow paper shouted as soon as it appeared. It was locked up with the Komodo demon dragon lizard's corpse, so it could clearly see that the demigod Komodo was punched through. What kind of concept is this? This is inhuman. The energy of heaven and earth has recovered, and the demigod stage has appeared again. According to the records, the conferred god battle is about to happen again. To it, this was simply courting death. The conferred god battle was terrifying. It had existed for so long, how could it not know how terrifying it was? Hence, it was willing to return to the abyss. After all, it was better to live than to die. Being able to survive was also a skill. This human might be a little arrogant and disrespectful, but it would definitely be able to kill this human in the end. When that time comes, it would be its victory. How dare you? It's your fortune that Master brought you back. Don't be so ungrateful. Seeing how arrogant the yellow paper was, the frog tried its best to show off. It jumped on its hind legs and slapped the yellow paper with its front paw. The slap was loud, and frog energy could be felt. It showed the true colors of the green frog. You guys. The yellow paper was dumbfounded. It never thought that it would encounter such a thing. As the Origin Saint Talisman, he was revered by thousands of people in his era. Even those in the ninth stage of the Heaven Star border realm would be polite and respectful when they saw him. Now, not only was it humiliated by this human, it was also slapped by a frog. It might not hurt, but it was still a humiliation. You guys are ruthless. Just you wait, the world is going to change, and the conferred god battle is coming. Without my guidance, you guys won't be able to survive. The yellow paper roared. It wanted to fight for its last dignity. How could it let a frog humiliate it? Master, let him down. Frog wants to fight him alone, the frog said. Lin Fan let go of the talisman, and it floated down slowly. The frog seized the opportunity to slap the yellow paper with its claw. I'll beat you to death. You animal, how dare you do such an unforgivable thing to this holy talisman? I'll kill you. The frog stepped on the yellow paper. I have 4 claws. What do you have? Where's the fugitive? The frog looked up and saw that Lin Fan was gone. It heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, Lin Fan appeared. He brought a rope and threaded the yellow paper through it. Very skillfully, he tied a knot. Master, what are you doing? Are you going to hang this guy up and whip him every day? The frog asked curiously. It was greatly comforted. Finally, there's someone worse off than me. He might not be a good thing, but at least he's alive. As for Old Black, it looked down on him. How dare he get along with this human and shamelessly ask for something? As a frog that had lived for tens of thousands of years, it looked down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and tied the yellow paper around the frog's neck. He then hung it behind him. Get along well from now on. Don't fight. Huh? The frog stood rooted to the ground, stunned. No, master. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed and patted the frog's head. Frog, master actually loves you very much. I've neglected you for so long. Now that you have a yellow paper to accompany you, you have someone to keep you company. No. The frog felt despair. I just beat him up a while ago, and now I want to stay with him. Even if it's a surprise, it can't be like this. Don't be touched. Master loves you very much. Just accept it. Work hard and reach the demigod realm. Then, you can take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan disappeared. The frog stood dumbfounded on the spot. This oath came way too fast. I just swore that I would be unlucky for 3 days, and it really came true. Yellow paper, this frog is warning you. If you dare to be presumptuous, this frog won't go easy on you. The yellow paper roared. You animal, I'll slap you to death. At this moment, the yellow paper was lifted up and hit the frog's back, but it didn't hurt. But to the frog, it was a humiliation. Presumptuous thing, when this frog becomes a demigod, I'll take your life. The frog and the paper started quarreling. The alchemists who were hiding in the distance didn't know what to do. The frog was obviously in a state of rage. If they went over, they would only die. In the secret room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged and took out the source of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. So it's the source of a beast. Master really knows a lot. Lin Fan looked at the pink thing, curious and excited. I wonder how many experience points this source of a demigod beast will bring me, or if it won't bring me any experience points. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. It was numb. This is great. Suddenly, a strange energy flowed through his body. Experience points plus 10,000 inch. Is it going to change? He raised his hand and swung his sword without hesitation. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. This time, he really didn't lose out at all. In fact, he had made a huge profit. I hope that I can meet more demigod beasts in the future. Lin Fan licked again and again until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sound of licking could be heard in the secret room. Luckily, the room was sealed, or it would be embarrassing if the sound could be heard. His experience points kept increasing. It was even better than cultivating. At night, the Magnificent Flame sect was bustling with activity. The Great Evolution sect and the Great Xiong Treasure sect were still there, enjoying the delicacies of the demigod beast. All the disciples joined in, and the place was filled with joy. Lu Qiming wanted to call Lin Fan out, but he was cultivating in the secret room, so he didn't disturb him. Sigh, senior brother is really a role model. Lin Fan sighed. He then realized that it was all for the magnificent flame sect. With senior brother's strength, he could have dominated the world, but to make the sect stronger, he could only cultivate in silence. He was touched and impressed. At the same time, he looked at the piece of paper in his hand and made a decision. While Lin Fan was busy licking the source, a group of people appeared on an island not far away from the magnificent flame sect. Venerable, we have been building this island for a while, and it has taken shape now. A middle-aged man with 2 swords on his back said excitedly. It was a nameless island with an area of only 1,000 square kilometers. It was not under the control of any sect, and it was in the wild. Just then, an old man smiled. Venerable is a thing of the past. We should call you Patriarch now. Yes, it should be Patriarch. I never thought that one day, we would be part of a sect, and even the pioneers. If not for Patriarch Xuelian leading us, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. Patriarch, we should give the sect a name. This matter should be decided by the Patriarch. The group of people stood in 2 rows and looked at Xuelian. Back then, when Sir Xuelian came to look for them, they were doubtful and even in disbelief. After all, doing something big was just nonsense. They had joined the divine religion because of their faith, but when they reached a certain point, they suddenly realized that it wasn't faith, but seeking death. They were the targets of the magnificent flame sect. But it was too late by then. They could only bite the bullet and do it. Now that the Pope was killed, and the divine religion was gone, they were free. They followed Sir Xuelian to do something big, and now that the results were starting to show, they were excited. Sir Xuelian had become the Patriarch, and they were the top elders of the sect. They could walk with their heads held high in the future. Martial Demon, what did you call me just now? Xuelian asked, stunned. The middle-aged man who suggested the name of the sect was Martial Demon. He might not know why the Patriarch would ask this, but he still replied, Patriarch. Xuelian. Say it again. Martial Demon. Patriarch. Say it again. Patriarch. After repeating it more than 10 times, Sir Xuelian laughed out loud. Tears could be seen flowing down from the corner of his eyes. My ambitions and great plans are finally coming true. That's right. Peak Leader Lin didn't lie to me. It's really possible. Find an uninhabited island, form a gang, and build a sect. Although the scale of the sect was small, he believed that under his brilliant leadership, the sect would definitely grow and become a sect that no one in the world could look down on. At this moment, the blood-refining sect master solemnly said, the name of the sect shall be the Chilling Gentleness sect. Grandmaster, this name doesn't sound domineering. Yeah, it doesn't seem to match our situation. It should be called the Exterminating Heaven sect. The Heaven Extermination sect won't do. It should be called the Heaven Extermination sect or the Fu Heaven sect. Does the heavens have a grudge against you? If it's not slaying, it's destroying. If not, it's ambushing. Why don't you call it the Sun Heaven sect? Sun Heaven sect, not a bad name. Domineering, really domineering. At this moment, the grand elders of the sect gave their opinions. Using their own hands, they had personally built up this small sect. They were filled with a sense of fulfillment, as though they had accomplished something big. The Martial Demon said, everyone, please be quiet. The sect master naturally has his own meaning for giving this name. Please forgive us. After all, none of you here have ever been to a private school. Sigh, private school. I was too poor when I was young. How could I afford it? The blood-refining sect master laughed. Yeah, I've killed so many people that my hands have gone soft. Where would I find the time to learn? The blood-refining sect master laughed. The Chilling Gentleness sect is a combination of strength and gentleness. Now that everyone here is the founder of the Chilling Gentleness sect, it's only natural for you to suffer in the process. You can't be like before, where you fight head-on with others. Enduring for a while and taking a step back is the way it should be. So, this is the meaning of the chilling gentleness sect. The divine religion's deity kings pondered for a while. What the sect master said makes sense. Enduring for a while and taking a step back is the way it should be. Our sect is still very weak, and we do need to endure. But I wonder who said this. If it's possible, I'm willing to study with him for a year or two. The blood-refining sect master said regretfully. The person who said this is very wise, but it's a pity that he rejected me when I invited him to work together. However, he showed me the way forward. Without him, the chilling gentleness sect wouldn't exist today. So, the position of the deputy sect master will always be reserved for him. Does anyone have any problems with that? No problem. Since this person has contributed so much to the development of the sect, he deserves the position of deputy sect master. That's right. Our sect is filled with uncouth men who only know how to kill. It's a good thing to have a scholar in charge. The blood-refining sect master was very satisfied with the current situation. Everyone, remember that you are now the higher-ups of the sect. You can't be like before. Rest assured, sect master. We understand. Martial Demon said. Sect master, now that our sect has been established, how should we develop it? The blood-refining sect master smiled. Rest assured, the deputy sect master has already shown me the way. I just need to suffer a little. But for the sake of the chilling gentleness sect, this little bit of suffering is nothing. I will go now and lead the sect to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-refining sect master disappeared into the void and headed towards the heavenly sect palace. The former divine religion's law kings started chatting. Martial Demon, your cultivation is the highest. You should be in charge of the skill technique hall. Martial Demon laughed. Alright. But everyone needs to write down all the skills you have learned in your life and place them in the skill technique hall for the disciples to cultivate. That's not a problem. There are so many of us, and we have all learned different things. If we gather all of them together, it will be a huge treasure trove of skills. I need to go talk to the followers, no, the disciples, he said. They can't be the same as before. They need to change their faith and become the chilling softness school. At this moment, everyone distributed their positions and went off to do their own things. Heavenly Sect Palace. Who is it? The disciple guarding the gate asked sternly when he saw someone coming. I am the sect master of the chilling gentleness sect. I would like to see the Heavenly Sect Palace. Xuelian cupped his fists and said. If it was in the past, he would have killed the other party with a slap. But now, he had to endure. What sect is the chilling gentleness sect? I've never heard of it. I won't see you. The disciple waved his hand. Xuelian smiled and took out something from his storage ring. Please help me inform the sect master. When the disciple saw these things, his eyebrows rose in joy. Not bad. I'll inform the sect master right now. Seeing the disciple leave, Xuelian sighed. At the same time, he thought of peak leader Lin. He was very grateful. If he hadn't gone to the mortal world to train and endure humiliation, he wouldn't have learned bribery in the mortal world. Soon, a judge from the Heavenly Sect Palace came. The disciple said, "This is Judge Buyong. If you want to see the judge, you need the judge's permission." Xuelian immediately stepped forward. I am the sect master of the chilling gentleness sect, Su Hanming. Greetings, Judge Buyong. The chilling gentleness sect? What sect is it? I've never heard of it. Judge Buyong was confused. Xuelian said, it's a small sect that has just been established. I want to join the Heavenly Sect Palace. I hope Judge Buyong can recommend me. Xuelian then took out some pills. And quietly handed them over. Pa. What? A small sect wants to join the Heavenly Sect Palace? Dream on. Judge Buyong slapped the pills away and looked at Xuelian disdainfully. A small sect wants to join the Heavenly Sect Palace? What a joke. Xuelian was a little angry, but he remembered Lin Fan's words. If you can still smile when others step on your face, you're only one step away from success. Yes, it's indeed a fool's dream. But I hope Judge Buyong can help me. This one will be grateful. I'm willing to serve you in the future. Shui Lian licked his face and showed a sincere smile. Judge Beyong looked at Shui Lian and smiled disdainfully. Hee, you're an interesting sect master. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and eat the pills on the ground one by one. If you can't do it, scram immediately. Shui Lian looked at the pills scattered on the ground and thought of Lin Fan's words. He also thought of the most beautiful figure in his eyes. Okay. Immediately, Shui Lian knelt on the ground and swallowed the pills one by one. The Mountain Gate disciples were dumbfounded. There was really such a stupid person. Judge Beyong was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, good, this is the first time this judge has seen such a situation. Interesting, this is really interesting. Eat, don't leave a single one behind. As long as you eat them all, I'll inform Lord Judge. Shui Lian knelt on the ground with a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with anger. He wanted to crush this guy into pieces, but Lin Fan's words kept ringing in his mind. Endure. Others step on your face and you can still smile. If you don't succeed, who will? When all the pills scattered on the ground were eaten, Shui Lian cupped his fists and said, I asked Judge Beyong to help introduce me. Judge Beyong looked at Shui Lian and said, Good, wait here. I'll inform you now. Many thanks. Shui Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. A smile appeared on his face. If he couldn't even stand this kind of humiliation, what was the point of establishing a sect, not long after? Come in, Eternal Judge will personally ask you. Judge Beyong shouted. This was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Fan, and he actually ate them all. Lin Fan didn't know how long he had been in the Judgment Palace. When Shui Lian appeared outside, a smile appeared on his face. I've succeeded. I've really succeeded. Peak Leader Lin, thank you. You're right, it's necessary to endure. My sect leader is here. But it's easy to see the King of Hell, but difficult to deal with. Joining the Heavenly Sect Palace was a good start. I'm going to take the next step, which is what Peak Leader Lin told me, to establish relations with the neighboring sects and slowly swallow them up to strengthen the sect. Invincible Peak, Secret Chamber. Oh my god, my tongue is numb. Lin Fan gasped. Finally done. I've finally licked the source of the Komodo demon dragon lizard. Although I can bite it, I prefer to lick it because it feels so good. Lin Fan checked his experience points and was satisfied. Not bad at all. Experience points, 802401000 inch. Not bad, but it's not as good as a half-step divine pill, and even worse than the Sunshine Sex, but it's enough. I'm one step closer to success. I will be invincible soon. 80 million experience points saved me a lot of effort, but it's still a long way to go before I can increase my cultivation. After licking the source of the Komodo demon dragon lizard clean, Lin Fan managed to earn 80 million experience points. Not bad. Lin Fan estimated that if he wanted to accumulate 100 million experience points, he started adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. This was not an easy task, and it required a lot of brainpower. An average person would not be able to do it. But according to his calculations, he would need 7 days to accumulate 100 million experience points, which was 8 days without rest. Alright, it seems like I can only continue to cultivate. Let's see if I can increase my cultivation when I reach 100 million experience points. Lin Fan lacked everything at the moment, including experience points and points. He would need to put in a lot of effort to build up his foundation. Cultivate. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and started cultivating the unparalleled Buddhist magic. Every second, he gained 30 experience points. To others, cultivating was boring. But to him, cultivating was a special kind of enjoyment. Every time he was tired, he just had to swing his sword and everything would be fine. At this moment, the secret chamber was very quiet. Outside, it was already dark. The frog was lying on the bed with its 4 limbs straight. It had fallen asleep. In its dream, it dreamed that his wife was waving at him. Wife, I'm coming, the frog mumbled to himself. He dreamt that he had left his frog body and returned to his handsome self. But just as he was about to hold his wife's hand, a ghostly scream woke him up. The yellow paper hanging behind him was singing loudly. It was singing very proudly and comfortably. "Are you courting death?" The frog's dream was shattered. It scolded the yellow paper angrily. "You're too much. It's the middle of the night. Don't you want to sleep?" "What sleep? This holy talisman never sleeps," the yellow paper said proudly. "Then shut up. This frog wants to sleep." The frog was furious. It used to be so peaceful and happy. But now, with the yellow paper, everything was destroyed. "You can sleep. I will sing my own songs." "What does it have to do with you?" Yellow paper didn't have a face, but there was a hint of pride in its voice. Since the frog dared to be so presumptuous toward it during the day, it would teach it a lesson tonight. "How am I going to sleep if you keep singing?" the frog scolded. It couldn't wait to step on the yellow paper and humiliate it. The yellow paper said, "That can't be helped. This is your problem. It has nothing to do with the holy talisman." At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred. "Who asked you to be so disrespectful to me during the day? If you can king sleep tonight, I'll change my surname to yours." The frog stared at the yellow paper with dark circles around its eyes. It had been harassed by the yellow paper for the whole night. No matter how it threatened and insulted it, the yellow paper didn't care at all. It felt like punching cotton. It was very powerless. Desperados, they're too ruthless. The frog wanted to cry but had no tears. This was a fugitive taking revenge on him. However, he endured it. Being able to survive was a big deal. "Yellow paper, wait for me. When I reach the demigod realm, I will take your life." "Hee, with your stupid frog bloodline, I don't think it will happen in your lifetime," the yellow paper said. Dong, dong, the sound of a bell could be heard. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate noticed a small divine boat sailing towards them from afar. They hurriedly sounded the alarm. This was a divine boat. Some sects would buy it from other sects, but the Magnificent Flame sect had one before. However, it had been too long, and they couldn't keep up with the times. Now that a divine boat was coming, it naturally attracted the attention of the sect disciples. The top elders of the sect were discussing. "This is the divine boat of the Xianxia sect. What are they doing here?" "I don't know. Are they here to provoke us?" Huarong stared at the sky. "Senior and junior brothers, I don't think so. There might be something wrong. Anyway, let's take a look first." The patriarchs of the Great Evolution sect and the Great Strength sect had not left yet. When they sensed the situation in the sky, they were confused. The Xianxia sect and the Magnificent Flame sect had a huge conflict during the era of Emperor Yanhua. There was a blood feud between the two sections. Although so many years had passed, the two sects still did not interact with each other. At that moment, Huarong floated in midair, his gaze fixed on the divine boat that had stopped in midair. "Why have you come to my sect?" But when Huarong saw the figure standing at the front of the divine boat, he could not help but be confused. He did not expect the patriarch of the Xianxia sect to be here. What is he trying to do? Huarong was confused. He did not know why the patriarch of the Xianxia sect was here. Just then, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect cupped his fists. "Elder Huarong, I'm here to thank the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak leader, Lin. Is it related to that kid?" Huarong was stunned. This was the first time he saw someone from another sect coming to the Magnificent Flame sect to thank them instead of asking for justice. He might be confused, but he still softened his attitude. "Oh? I wonder what happened to our sect's peak leader." The patriarch of the Xianxia sect smiled. "Elder Huarong, why don't we go down and talk?" "Please." Huarong said hurriedly. As long as they were not here to cause trouble, he would welcome them. There might be hatred between the two sects, but the patriarch of the Xianxia sect must be here to improve the relationship between the two sections. However, could he make this decision by himself? In the main hall, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect showed up. If Huarong was the only one here to receive the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, it would be belittling him. Just then, the patriarch of the Magnificent Flame sect, including the elders, were shocked. They suddenly realized that they did not recognize that kid. Hey-ish, it's all thanks to Peak Leader Lin's help that our sect was not destroyed by the Komodo demon dragon lizard. At that time, Peak Leader Lin was wearing a mask, so I did not know who he was. However, his fighting style and special circumstances reminded me of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak Leader. In the words of my sect's Peak Leader Lin, although there was a blood feud between our sects, we couldn't just watch as the beasts destroyed our sects and blood flowed like a river. I'm here today to thank Peak Leader Lin for his great kindness. Just then, the patriarch of the Xianxia sect raised his hand. A box appeared and opened it. Suddenly, the entire main hall was filled with the smell of treasures. This is a small gift from our sect, and a special product from our sect. Thank you, Peak Leader Lin, for helping us. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect said. Huarong and the rest were already dumbfounded. When the patriarch of the Xianxia sect praised Lin Fan so much, they felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe it even if they were beaten to death. The Saint Convent sect came because they were in the right, but Lin Fan twisted the truth and made them suffer a great loss. Even the Heavenly Sect Palace came to find trouble. The Sunshine Sect, the Heavenly Sect Palace, the Saint Convent Sect, the Yin Yang Sect, and so on. This kid has made a lot of enemies. But the patriarch of the sects that had a blood feud with the Magnificent Flame Sect came personally to thank Lin Fan. They could not understand what was going on. The patriarchs of the Great Evolution Sect and the Great Strength Sect exchanged glances with one another and nodded their heads. They could tell that Peak Leader Lin was indeed Peak Leader Lin. He was indeed extraordinary after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even the Xianxia sect, who had a blood feud with him, came to express their gratitude. At the same time, Peak Leader Lin was willing to let go of his past hatred and kill a demigod beast. Respect, I really respect him. May I know where Peak Leader Lin is now? I would like to thank him personally. The patriarch of the Xianxia sect said. He should be cultivating in seclusion now. I will send someone to inform him. Huarong said. But the patriarch of the Xianxia sect waved his hand immediately. Since Peak Leader Lin is cultivating in seclusion, let's not disturb him. I am here to send these to thank Peak Leader Lin. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The patriarch and Huarong tried to get the patriarch to stay, but he rejected them and left on his divine boat. Huarong looked at the divine boat that was leaving and then at the big boxes at the side. Patriarch, what is the Xianxia sect trying to do? The patriarch went silent for a while. Maybe they are really here to thank us. Huarong found it hard to believe. The situation in the Xianxia sect was complicated. The higher-ups of the sect were not united. From the people who came, it could be seen that some of the top elders did not follow. Xianxia sect. The top elders were talking to each other. He brought gifts to the Magnificent Flame sect? Is he trying to build a good relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect? He is trying to push the Xianxia sect to the Magnificent Flame sect. I am very doubtful of his ability as the patriarch. The top elders were dissatisfied with the patriarch bringing gifts to the Magnificent Flame sect. At the same time, they were starting to doubt the patriarch's ability. However, they did not have the guts to overthrow the current patriarch. After all, it would be difficult to succeed without support. The news of Lin Fan killing a demigod Komodo demon dragon in the Xianxia sect had spread. The citizens of the Xianxia sect were very interested in this matter. After all, there was a blood feud between the Magnificent Flame sect and the Xianxia sect, but that was something that happened a long time ago. Now, the Invincible Peak Leader of the Magnificent Flame sect had passed by the Xianxia sect and killed the Komodo demon dragon, saving the sect. This made them very grateful, and they had a good impression of the Magnificent Flame sect. But to some citizens, they were not happy with the Magnificent Flame sect. After all, the Magnificent Flame sect had killed many of their people in the past. Therefore, some citizens felt that it was necessary to start a war with the Magnificent Flame sect. Gradually, two factions came into being. The pro-flame faction led by the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, while the top elders of the Xianxia sect formed another faction. It might be a small faction, but the Xianxia sect's patriarch coming to the Magnificent Flame sect had become a point of conflict. In the Magnificent Flame sect, citizens were gathered in tea houses in various cities. Just then, a refined man who looked like a scholar stood on a chair, waving his arms and saying passionately. Speaking of which, when the Sunshine Sect invaded our sect, the Sunshine Sect sent out a gigantic war beast on the battlefield. Countless people were unable to fight against the war beast. Just when everyone was in despair, peak leader Lin, who was still an outer disciple, suddenly stepped on a cloud and descended from the sky. With a divine weapon in his hand, he slashed the war beast in half and laid the foundation for victory. The people below were stunned as they listened. Some of the children even blushed. Their childlike eyes shone with worship, as if they were looking forward to that kind of situation. Magnificent Flame Sect, Invincible Peak. All the disciples were in a state of cultivation. The training grounds on the Invincible Peak were the best training grounds in the sect. The body tempering pool and the stone steps were the best training grounds in the sect. At this moment, at the mountain entrance, a figure appeared in the distance. However, that figure was very strange. After walking halfway, it suddenly stopped moving and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. The disciple guarding the entrance gasped upon seeing the figure. Someone has fallen. Quick, go and take a look. Seeing the figure on the ground, the disciple guarding the entrance gasped. Isn't that Wang Fu from the Invincible Peak? What happened to him? Wang Fu was covered in blood. There was a deep cut on his neck. If the cut went any deeper, his entire head would have been cut off. Quick, quick, carry him to the Invincible Peak. Seeing such a serious injury, the disciple guarding the entrance panicked. How strong must Wang Fu be to be able to hold on until now? He might have made it all the way with just a single breath. The disciple guarding the entrance carried Wang Fu and rushed to the Invincible Peak. The disciples who passed by were shocked to see the bloody figure, not knowing what had happened. Senior Brother Lu, Wang Fu is dying. The disciple guarding the entrance shouted. Lu Qiming was checking on the situation at the peak. 2 days ago, he wrote Senior Brother Lin's first story, and it was very popular. The people loved it, and it should have spread. It might be a little exaggerated, but he had a big goal. He wanted it to be the best-selling story in the future. Exaggeration was common, and there was nothing wrong with it. But hearing the voice from afar, Lu Qiming's face changed. Wang Fu is dying, how is that possible? Wang Fu is the most talented disciple of the Invincible Peak. Not only do they think highly of him, but even Senior Brother Lin thinks highly of him. Excuse me, what happened? Lu Qiming hurriedly walked over, and the surrounding disciples made way for Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu, we don't know either. We saw him lying on the ground when we were guarding the entrance. The surrounding disciples had grave expressions on their faces. This was the most serious situation they had ever seen. In the past, even when their senior and junior brothers left the sect to train and came back injured, it had never been so serious. Lu Qiming squatted down to take a look. When he saw the shocking wound, he was shocked. Go, hurry to the medicine hall and bring some medicine over. Earth pills, bring more. Yes. Some of the disciples flew away and soon returned. Junior Brother Wang, hold on. Lu Qiming looked at Wang Fu's injuries and was shocked. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed, especially his neck. There was a huge gash, and his head almost fell off. Puff. Puff, blood spurted out of Wang Fu's mouth. He's back, he's back. At this moment, the disciple who had gone to get the pills ran back hurriedly. Lu Qiming took out the pills and crushed them into powder before rubbing it on his neck. He then cleaned up the blood in Wang Fu's mouth and stuffed it in. Swallow it. Wang Fu, who only had a sliver of consciousness left, swallowed the pill with great difficulty. The pill spread throughout his body, temporarily saving his life. Who did this? Lu Qiming frowned. He had no idea who did it. Wang Fu might not be a Heaven Star Border cultivator, but he was already an Earth Star Border Stage 9 cultivator. To be able to injure him to this extent, it must be a Heaven Star Border cultivator. Senior Brother. Wang Fu gradually regained his consciousness, but his injuries were too severe to move. When he opened his mouth, the wound on his neck was still bleeding. Junior Brother, don't speak. The most important thing now is to recover. Lu Qiming said hurriedly. Some of the surrounding disciples couldn't bear to look at Wang Fu as it was too terrifying. Just looking at his injuries made them shiver, not to mention enduring the pain. Senior brother, I don't know if I can make it, but I have to say it. It was the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect. Junior brother Qin Zhen and I entered the endless world. We found some treasures, but we met the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the eternal son of the Eternal sect. We were surrounded, and junior brother Qin Zhen was killed. After Wang Fu finished speaking, his breathing was still weak. He could die at any moment. But suddenly, a green life force could be felt from the withered tree mountain and entered Wang Fu's body, healing his injuries. This was the life force that Elder Gumu had condensed. It was precious, but after using it many times, there wasn't much left. Thank you, Elder Gumu. Lu Qiming said gratefully. Seeing that Wang Fu had calmed down, Elder Gumu instructed the disciples to arrange for Wang Fu to recuperate. Wang Fu would need at least half a month to recover from his injuries. Even if he had a lot of pills, he wouldn't be able to recover. Just then, the disciples gathered around Lin Fan. All of them were furious. Senior brother, what should we do now? We have to seek justice for this matter. It was the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the eternal son of the Eternal sect. It's a big matter. Some disciples expressed their helplessness. These two sects were big sects, and they were not ordinary. Moreover, this happened when they were training in the endless world. They didn't know what to do when there were casualties. It's normal to get injured or killed in a dangerous place. But since we already know who did it, why should we let it go? Senior brother Qin Zhen is a disciple of the Invincible Peak. Can't we just let him die for nothing? Can't we take revenge? Senior brother Lu, what do you think we should do? Lu Qiming frowned. He didn't know what to do. Just then, Elder Gumu appeared. Don't tell anyone about this. We'll think of a way to settle it in the future. Some of the disciples who wanted revenge lowered their heads after hearing Elder Gumu's words. They weren't happy, but since the elder had spoken, what else could they do? Creak, the stone door of the secret chamber opened. Sigh, cultivation is so boring. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunlight. He felt that walking in the world was the most comfortable. At the same time, he leveled up his ultimate realm technique to the 6th level. 1,000,000 points were used up just like that. In the end, he was only left with a few 100,000 points. It seems like I need to continue accumulating points. He had decided to work hard to improve his foundation. Now that he had enough experience points, he could increase his cultivation with 100 million experience points. But his foundation wasn't strong enough, so he had to slow down. If he wanted to do something, he had to do it the best he could. If his foundation wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't increase his cultivation even if he was beaten to death. The foundation that he had spent so much effort to build up was destroyed. It was painful. What's going on? Lin Fan saw many disciples gathering in the distance. They seemed to be arguing about something. He walked over to see what was going on. After all, it was necessary to mingle with his junior brothers from the other peaks. A group of disciples gathered there, especially the female disciples. Some of their eyes were red. They had seen what happened just now. The injuries were worse than death. Now that they knew who the culprit was, they couldn't take revenge. This made them even sadder. Why are you all gathered here? Why aren't you cultivating? While everyone was listening to Elder Gumu's teachings, Lin Fan's voice could be heard. Many disciples were excited to see their senior brother Lin. They had many things to say, but they lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. You're out of seclusion? Elder Gumu was stunned. Elder Gumu, why do you have time to come to my Invincible Peak? Lin Fan didn't answer. He was curious why Elder Gumu was here. This didn't happen in the past. Could it be that you want to be good friends with me because I've been in the limelight recently? If that's the case, I can still give you face. I'm here to take a look. The Invincible Peak is the representative of my sect. A few days ago, the patriarch of the Oceanus sect came and gave you many gifts to thank you for killing the demon Komodo dragon lizard. The Oceanus sect is really considerate. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect the patriarch of the Oceanus sect to come personally. There's one less place for me to cause trouble in the future. Since they're giving me face, I have to give them face too. My head hurts. Actually, I hope that the outer sect doesn't give me face, and that they can mock and bully me as much as they want. That's the only way to motivate me. Sniff sniff, just then, Lin Fan's nose twitched and he frowned. That's not right. There's a smell of blood. Who's bleeding? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the disciples changed. Initially, he thought it was one of his junior sisters who came to visit. But now, it seemed like something was wrong. Are you guys hiding something from me? Lin Fan asked with a smile. If you have something to say, tell me. I'll protect you. Elder Gumu laughed. It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Let's go to my peak and have a chat. Then, he reached out to pull Lin Fan. Lin Fan blocked his hand. Elder Gumu, I'm asking my junior brothers some questions. Please don't interfere. Elder Gumu felt a headache coming on. If this kid finds out about this, he'll be in trouble. But Lin Fan didn't care about him at all. Lin Fan's speed was too fast. As the top elders, they couldn't keep him under control. Junior brother Lu, I trust you the most. Don't lie to me. What happened? Lin Fan asked. Lu Qiming nodded. He wouldn't hide anything from Lin Fan. Even if Elder Gumu told him not to say anything, he would never lie to Lin Fan. Something happened. Junior brother Wang Fu came back with severe injuries, and junior brother Qin Jin died. Who was it? Lin Fan asked calmly. I don't know. I asked junior brother Wang, but he didn't know their names either. He only knows that they're the Saint Convent sect's religious brother and the Eternal sect's eternal son, Lu Qiming said. Yes, junior brother Lu, please take a look at the mountain. I'll be back soon. Lin Fan took a deep breath and made his preparations. What are you going to do? Elder Gumu asked anxiously. Only the Invincible Peak can bully others. No one can bully the people of the Invincible Peak. Even if it's a beast, no one can bully us. Lin Fan smiled. Bang! Something bad is going to happen. Elder Gumu said helplessly. Something big is going to happen when this kid goes out. The calmer he is, the more violent the storm will be. Lu Qiming, why can't you hold it in? Why did you tell him? Elder Gumu said, not knowing what to do. Elder Gumu, I can't lie to senior brother Lin. Lu Qiming said, cupping his fists. You. Elder Gumu was so mad at Lu Qiming's words. This is a kind lie, but I didn't expect Lu Qiming to be so stubborn. No, I can't let this happen. With my strength, I can't stop Lin Fan. Even if I catch up, I might be defeated by him in one move. Not only will I not stop Lin Fan, I might even get beaten up. That would be so embarrassing. Tiansu Mountain. Senior brother, are you going to control your disciple? He's going to cause trouble. Gumu rushed over. This isn't an ordinary matter. I can't imagine what trouble Lin Fan will cause. Junior brother, I know. This is my disciple's matter. Why are you so nervous? Tiansu opened his eyes. Ah? Elder Gumu was stunned. He came to inform Lin Fan out of goodwill, but he didn't expect to be asked such a question. Senior brother, are you going to let him do as he pleases? Tiansu said. This isn't fooling around. It's my duty as a peak leader. One of our disciples is dead, and another is injured. Are you going to be a coward? If you want to fight, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? That's not the way to put it. We can protest to the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect. Gumu thought that this was the right way to go, but he couldn't understand why Lin Fan would leave the sect. Are we going to fight them to the death? Protest? Only the weak will protest. The strong don't need to protest. They just need to show their strength. Tiansu said. Elder Gumu didn't want to talk to Lin Fan anymore. He felt that he might be led astray by Lin Fan if this continued. Senior brother, this is force. We shouldn't use force to solve this. What else could he say? It's not just the two-sex problem, but the three-sex problem. Now that the Eternal Sect is involved, things are getting complicated. Junior brother, this is why you're not as good as senior brother. You're so timid like a girl. Tiansu shook his head. Hearing this, Gumu was dumbfounded. How can senior brother call me a girl? How can I accept this? In the sky, Lin Fan's speed was at its maximum. His first target was the Saint Convent sect. The Saint sect was the Saint Convent sect. On the divine boat, the religious son of Ao Mu played with the bead in his hand and smiled. This is a great harvest. Not only did I get this treasure, but I also killed a beast from the magnificent flame sect. It's a pity that the other beast ran away. Congratulations to Lord Amu for getting the treasure. As for the Mu, I don't think he can live for long. That sword cut off half of his neck. How can he still be alive? Amu was also thinking about the bead in his hand. The holy son of Amu was also thinking about it. Lin Fan is only an Earthstar Border Stage 9 cultivator, but he managed to escape from me. This is unbelievable. The Eternal Sun wanted to fight with Ao Mu for the treasure, but he lost in the end. He can only return empty-handed. A disciple said. Ha ha ha. Ao Mu laughed. That guy is pretty strong, but he's slightly weaker than me. Lord, are you going to give this bead to the Saintess, Ruachan? Hearing the name Ruachan, Ao Mu's eyes turned gloomy. He looked at Lu Ruachan with disdain. He had launched a strong attack on Lu Ruachan, but he still couldn't take her down. This made him very unhappy. However, he was not in a hurry. With his status and strength, it would only take him a little time to take down this woman. But Lord, do you think they will come after us for killing a magnificent flame sect disciple? A disciple asked. As soon as the disciple asked this question, the crowd burst into laughter. Haha, come after us? You must be dreaming. Do you think the magnificent flame sect has the guts to do that? Besides, we are in a dangerous place, and life and death are in the hands of the heavens. Lin Fan moved so fast that the void currents made way for him. Mother Ker, how dare they bully me? Lin Fan might look calm now, but he was already in a bad mood. I thought that nothing would happen, but it seems like I can't be too friendly anymore. I need to show everyone what happens to those who bully my invincible peak. Peak leader Lin. Just as he was passing by, a voice could be heard from below. Lin Fan was surprised to see Sir Xuelian here. It's been a while since I last saw him. Sir Xuelian, what are you doing here? Lin Fan asked. Peak leader Lin, Sir Xuelian is a thing of the past. I am now the sect leader of Xuelian. I founded the Hammer sect and joined the Heavenly Sect Palace under Peak leader Lin's guidance. At the same time, I formed a business relationship with the small sects nearby. Hearing Xuelian's words, Lin Fan was shocked. I didn't expect him to succeed. But I still have things to do, so I don't have time to chat with Xuelian. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again in the future. Peak leader Lin, what can I do for you? If you need my help, I, Xuelian, will do my best to help. There's no need for that. Your strength is too weak. You won't be able to help out. With that said, Lin Fan dove into the void once more and disappeared from the face of the world. The Xuelian sect leader stood rooted to the ground. The smile on his face was replaced with confusion. Lin Fan's words kept echoing in his mind. You're too weak to be of any help. The voice in his mind became heavier and heavier, more and more demonic. In an instant, he suffered 10,000 damage. Am I really that weak? The Xuelian sect leader mumbled to himself in disbelief. But he didn't think too much about it and set off for the magnificent flame sect. What he needed now was comfort, and Rower was better. After parting with the Xuelian sect leader, he was shocked. I didn't expect Xuelian to succeed. Could it be that I have the ability to make predictions come true? Even this guy succeeded? It can't be. It's hard to believe and hard to accept. It doesn't make sense. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's settle this first. He was prepared to fight to the death with the Saint Convent sect. It would be fine if no one died, but a disciple of the Invincible Peak had died. As the peak leader, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Violent body, cruel blood. 5 elements against the gods. He unleashed all of his skills, and an extremely terrifying aura shot up into the sky, causing the surrounding void to shatter. This time, he was serious. I don't need to think about anything. I just need to do it. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and his long hair danced in the wind. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Saint Convent sect. A figure appeared in the sky. He didn't hide his aura at all, and his aura spread out like waves towards the Saint Convent sect. What a beautiful place. No wonder Lu Ruochen wanted to come to the Saint Convent sect. This was the first time Lin Fan saw the Saint Convent sect, and he had a good feeling about it. I wonder if Lu Ruochen is in the sect. If she is, I'll kill her today. At this moment, the Saint Convent sect disciples felt a huge fluctuation in the sky. They raised their heads and saw a figure standing in the sky far away. Who is that? Noticing this, the disciples asked in shock. They had no idea who dared to come to the Saint Convent sect and cause trouble. In the depths of the Saint Convent sect, all the sovereigns opened their eyes when they sensed the aura. Sovereign Chariot rushed out of the sect and floated in the sky. You're Lin Fan, the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak? I was wondering who it was. So it's Sovereign Chariot. Lin Fan laughed. He didn't expect that the first person to show up would be him, the greedy sovereign. What are you trying to do in the Saint Convent sect? Monarch Xiao looked at Lin Fan. This lad had gotten stronger yet again. Judging by the looks of it, he was definitely not here to have fun. He was definitely here to cause trouble. It hasn't been long since you came to cause trouble in my sect's territory. How gutsy of you. Suddenly, just as Sovereign Chariot finished his words, Lin Fan appeared in front of Sovereign Chariot and threw a punch without hesitation. He used all his strength. Sovereign Radiance's face fell. He had wanted to block the attack, but he realized that the power was too great. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the sect and destroying many of the buildings in the process. Cut the crap. Everyone in the Saint Convent sect who can speak, get out here. Lin Fan stared at him coldly. His voice turned into sound waves, covering the entire Saint Convent sect. The Saint Convent sect disciples were in disbelief when they saw Lord Chariot being beaten back by a group of people. Sovereign Chariot stood up from the crater in anger. Lin Fan, don't be too arrogant. The little white angels around him stopped blowing their trumpets. Instead, they took out their blades and turned into little black angels. It was obvious that Sovereign Chariot was in a state of anger. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so arrogant. He came to the Saint Convent sect and started fighting just because of a disagreement. He even embarrassed himself in front of his disciples. This was unforgivable. Arrogant? I'm not being arrogant today. I'm going to kill someone. Lin Fan shouted. His body was burning with energy. He might not be a demigod, but his energy surged into the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Just then, Sovereign Evil appeared. Lin Fan didn't know why he came to the Saint Convent sect, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Peak Leader Lin, we can talk things out. Why do you have to fight? He was unhappy that Lin Fan had been cheated in the Magnificent Flame sect. But to be honest, the meat of the Komodo demon dragon lizard was really delicious, especially after adding salt to it. There's nothing much to say. A religious brother of the Saint Convent sect killed my junior brother in the danger zone. I'm here to ask you to hand him over. Lin Fan looked at King Dan of Evil and said. He was prepared to fight. It had been a long time since he had a good fight. If they didn't give him face, then he would fight. Ha ha ha. Sovereign Evil of Dan laughed out loud. Peak Lord Lin, it's really unreasonable of you to come and demand your men. The danger zones are all up to fate. Isn't it normal for you to be killed because your cultivation isn't up to par? If he was killed, then you're asking for him? That's really unreasonable. I think we should just forget about it. Peak Leader Lin, why do you have to do this? King Dan of Evil wanted to laugh. To think that it would be such a small matter. Lin Fan grinned, that's right, I'm being unreasonable. When have you ever seen a peak master being reasonable? Cut the crap. Either you hand him over, or you call out all the kings of your sex for a life and death battle. Let's see how many of them I can kill. Instantly, a killing intent burst forth from Lin Fan's body. King Dan of Evil frowned. He could feel the killing intent. Lin Fan wasn't joking. From what he knew, Lin Fan was strong. The kings in the sect were no match for him. If he really went all out, someone might really die. Peak leader Lin, since you said that, then tell me, who was the religious brother who killed your junior brother? King Dan of Evil asked. I don't know. Lin Fan replied. Lord of Evil Dan was amused by Lin Fan's words. Peak leader Lin, you don't even know who he is and you're asking for him? There are 1,999 chosen of my sect. He had killed a saint the last time, so there should only be 1,998 saints left. Since you don't know, then why don't we just kill them all? What he said was right. The religious brothers' cultivation speed was too slow. Even though they were from the same generation, they were not on the same level. Lin Fan had thought that these religious brothers would be his stepping stones. But now, it seemed like they could be ignored. Peak leader Lin, you're being too presumptuous. King Evil of Dan frowned in displeasure. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so arrogant and say that he wanted to kill all the religious princes of the Saint Convent sect. Cut the crap. Either you hand him over, or I will chop each and every one of the Saint Convent sect's religious princes. Lin Fan waved his hand, not wanting to say anything more. After he was done with the Saint Convent sect, he still had to go to the Eternal sect. He was busy and had no time to waste. Also, don't talk nonsense. Call out those who are in charge. You're too weak. It's no fun to crush you. You, King Evil was enraged. Why was this person's words so unpleasant? Arrogant and brazen. That's too much. Could it be that you're the only one allowed to kill and others aren't allowed to kill? Now that your Saint Convent sect's religious brother killed my junior brother, I'm here to seek revenge. I'm standing at the entrance of your sect right now. Either you come and kill me, or I'll take him away. Cut the crap. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't hand him over, I'll make a move. Arrogant. Suddenly, King Thunder appeared. Senior brother Danny, this person is too arrogant. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him, and even Tian Su won't say anything. Not enough. Give me a few more. Lin Fan turned his neck. He knew that it was impossible to take Tian Su away from the Saint Convent sect without making a move. Screw you. Does your mother know how arrogant you are? Holy Curse Xianxia appeared and turned to King Evil. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for? Take out a few and beat him up. Xianxia, let's make a bet. Let's see if senior brother Danny has a few. I bet that he does. What about you? King Evil's holy order appeared too. Lin Fan, you're too arrogant as the magnificent flame sect's invincible peak leader. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between the two sects? King Evil stood in the air, his eyes burning with anger. The Saint Convent sect disciples were shocked to see the scene in the air. The 6 sovereigns had arrived. This was an extremely powerful lineup. Lin Fan was alone, but he wasn't afraid of the 6 sovereigns at all. They were in disbelief. F*CK, brothers, what are you afraid of? Let's go and beat the SH*T out of this idiot. Saint Spree Judgment roared out in rage and bore the brunt of the attack. The power of law surged out furiously towards Lin Fan. Xianxia, don't be rash. King Evil shouted, but it was too late. Xianxia had already made his move. Lin Fan looked at the other sovereigns. He had no choice but to take action. Lin Fan looked at the 6 sovereigns, and when he saw Xianxia, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Xianxia. Lin Fan then grabbed Xianxia's face and lifted him up. He clenched his fist, and energy exploded from his fingertips. Lin Fan then punched Xianxia's chest. A violent force pierced through Judgment's chest and flung him to the side. Too weak. It wasn't easy to kill a demigod, and Lin Fan didn't want to kill Xianxia. He was a test subject of samsara, and it seemed like the results were pretty good. Lin Fan decided to let him continue to harm the Saint Convent sect. Sanction. King Evil was shocked. He had not expected Lin Fan to be this strong. To be able to destroy Sanction with a single move, how strong must he be? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan burst out laughing, you guys are really too weak. I just want to tell you guys to get your strongest to come out. Boom, with Lin Fan at the center, a beam of light shot up into the sky. The light beam looked like a liquid, but it was the crystallization of energy. A powerful aura spread out. The 5 sovereigns were shocked. This aura was too strong. It was hard to defend against. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped out. Multiple figures appeared in the sky. Ji Yao, watch out! King Evil was shocked, but it was too late. A tragic cry could be heard. Lin Fan grabbed both of Lord Fiery Brilliance's arms and yanked them out. With a thud, both of his arms were ripped off. Lin Fan then kicked out at his chest. King Xiaoyao's body landed on the ground. The ground couldn't take the impact and cracked open, forming a huge pit. 2. His eyes shone with black and red light as he stared at King Thunder. King Thunder shuddered. But by the time he reacted, Lin Fan was already in front of him. You are very weak. Bastard. King Thunder was enraged. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out and surrounded Lin Fan, forming a huge world of lightning. But all of a sudden, a crack appeared in the world of lightning. A powerful force slammed onto King Thunder's body. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and slammed down, smashing King Thunder down. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Like King Xiaoyao, he landed on the ground. So strong. This was the first time King Thunder felt so helpless. Lin Fan wasn't even a demigod, but he was so strong. But when he saw the ring on King Xiaoyao's finger, he felt terrible. He crawled over with difficulty and laid beside King Xiaoyao. He moved his finger slowly and placed it on King Xiaoyao's broken hand. It looked like he was showing concern, but in reality, he just wanted to steal it. Even though he was smashed to this state, it was still hard to defend against. The disciples of the Saint Convent sect widened their eyes and looked at the sky in disbelief. They couldn't believe that 3 of the 6 sovereigns had been smashed, and all of them were killed in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. How could this guy be so strong? Just as Lin Fan was about to continue, an angry roar could be heard. Kid, don't go overboard. Suddenly, a terrifying force came from behind. Without hesitation, Lin Fan turned around and threw a punch. Boom, the 2 fists collided, creating a huge impact that spread out in all directions. So, it's you. Lin Fan saw who it was. It was the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was furious. Kid, you've gone overboard. I've tolerated you for too long. What a big chest. Can I punch it? Lin Fan asked. Insolent. Suddenly, the 2 of them disappeared into the void. However, every second, the void would tremble, and every tremble would bring about a huge impact. The impact caused the ground to shatter and the void to crack. The power generated was not something that an ordinary demigod could withstand. Heavenly Mandate True Fist. Suddenly, the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign appeared and threw a punch. Him surrounded the sky, and Lin Fan's body fell to the ground. This kind of powerful impact was even more destructive. The ground instantly split apart, and countless rocks flew into the air, forming a huge crater. Is it over? The evil devil sovereign focused and didn't let his guard down. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you cause trouble in the Saint Convent sect after losing a disciple? Do you really think no one can deal with you? The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign floated in the sky, gritting his teeth. This kid was too impudent. He didn't know how to respect her. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Fan stood up from the crater, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Very powerful, but can you be more powerful? I'm so excited now. Burn. Instantly, the 5 elements inverse God burned his lifespan. An illusory line in his body shortened, but it returned to its original size very quickly. Today, I'm going all out. If I don't hand him over, no one will have a good time. As a senior brother, I have to stand up for my juniors. Wu Shuang. As soon as he finished his words, flames burned in Lin Fan's eyes. White mist came out from his body and wrapped around his body. Crack. Crack, this was the sound of his body expanding. His normal body suddenly grew taller. This was a buff. As his body grew taller, his black hair that danced like a dragon kept on extending. Although he couldn't see his figure clearly in the dust, he could vaguely see two flames burning. The Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was on guard. He could feel that this kid's aura had gotten stronger again, and even stronger. Pada, when the dust settled, Lin Fan stood on the ground and raised his head. His eyes gave off a chilling feeling. This guy is too powerful. The Saint Convent sect disciples standing outside the palace were shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone from another sect causing trouble in the Saint Convent sect. Now that the three emperors were defeated, the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was unable to take Lin Fan down. To them, this was impossible. The Sanctioned Sovereign, Sovereign of Thunder, and Sovereign of Brilliance were defeated by Lin Fan. They could not fight back at all. The Sovereign of Evil looked serious. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. The Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Sovereign, who was floating in the air, frowned. The Heavenly Mandate True Fist had surpassed all other fist skills. It was his own creation, but it seemed to be useless now. Lin Fan, as the peak leader of the Invincible Peak, your words and actions represent the sect. Are you here to start a war with the Saint Convent sect on behalf of the Magnificent Flame sect? Lord Evil shouted. Given the current situation, the Saint Convent sect had to suppress this brat if they wanted to save their face. If this brat really took the religious brother away from the Saint Convent sect or killed him, the Saint Convent sect would lose all their face. Hee hee. Lin Fan looked up and laughed. Evil Dan, you can't frame me like this. I, Lin Fan, am here today only to ask for the religious brother to be handed over. Or, you can kill me. I have no other intentions. Do you really want to go this far? The Sovereign of Evil did not expect Lin Fan to be unable to communicate with him. He must be sick in the head. If he wasn't sick, he wouldn't have come to the Saint Convent sect alone. The winner takes all. Cut the crap. I, Lin Fan, will either stand or lie down. We'll talk about the result later. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Sovereign. He clenched his fist and punched out. A surge of energy could be felt. This was the strongest energy he could muster. His master had told him that the Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Sovereign was much stronger than him. He was at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. But to him, no matter how strong he was, the result was already decided. The Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Sovereign moved. His two balls trembled, and a holy light shone from his palms. He slapped Lin Fan. Boom, the two of them collided, and a vast power exploded out, forming a violent shockwave that spread out in all directions. The Saint Convent sect was not far away, so it was only natural that they would be affected. However, a light screen appeared in the Saint Convent sect and blocked the impact. This old witch is indeed powerful. She's one of the strongest women I've ever seen. Old witch, don't be too arrogant. Watch how I beat you up. Randomly punching the old witch to death. In an instant, Lin Fan tangled with the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign and punched with both fists. Fist shadows were everywhere, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Brat, who are you calling an old witch? The Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm was enraged and retaliated. At this moment, the heaven and earth changed, becoming extremely dusky. The power of the two of them flowed out in all directions, stirring up the heaven and earth. In fact, there were even strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, with lightning falling down. Senior brother, the situation doesn't look good. Let's take action. Sovereign of Chaos came to Sovereign of Evil's side and said, do you want to bet? If we make a move, I bet this kid can hold on for a while. Saint of Gambling said, God, are you crazy? Why are you still thinking about this at a time like this? Sovereign of Chaos stared at God. You're still thinking about gambling at such an important moment? Why don't you bet your life? Right now, there are only us and the Sacred Lord in the sect. If Senior Brother Shen's punishment and the rest were here, they might have already taken care of him. Let's take him down. Sovereign of Evil said. Senior Brother Shen's punishment and the rest had already gone after the demigod's hiding place. They had no idea how the situation was. If Senior Brother Shen's punishment was here, it wouldn't be difficult to take down this kid together with Senior Sister Tianyu. All right. The Sovereign of Chaos nodded. He looked at the situation in the air and struck without hesitation. At this moment, 3 sovereigns joined the battle. The 4 sovereigns of the Saint Convent sect joined forces to attack Lin Fan. The Saint Convent sect disciples were stunned by the scene in front of them. This was the first time they saw the sovereigns of the sect attacking together. The violent bombardment in the void had already made them dumbfounded. This level of battle was too violent. You 3 pieces of trash. Don't waste my time. Lin Fan raised his hand and dispelled the joint attack of the 3 sovereigns. The light pillar formed by the laws of the 3 sovereigns was shattered by Lin Fan's slap, turning into starlight that fell from the sky. You. The 3 sovereigns' expressions changed. They felt hurt as they were being looked down upon. Bastard, don't look down on us. We're sovereigns, demigods. Sovereign of Chaos was enraged. He turned into a black and white ray of light and charged towards Lin Fan. Sigh, weak. The ray of light created a terrifying energy current. Lin Fan raised his hand and blocked the ray of light. The Sovereign of Chaos appeared with his head in Lin Fan's hand. How can this be? The Sovereign of Chaos was in disbelief. How could his powerful attack be blocked so easily? This was not giving him any face at all. Lin Fan lifted the Sovereign of Chaos up and brought him in front of him. Tell me, aren't you weak? Why are you courting death? Bastard. The Sovereign of Chaos was enraged. Bang, Lin Fan sent out a punch. The Sovereign of Chaos bent over and opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His abdomen had suffered an unparalleled attack, and the force of the attack pierced through his body and out into the sky. How can he be so strong? The Sovereign of Chaos felt his consciousness getting blurry. His eyes rolled back, and his limbs drooped limply. He had completely lost consciousness. Trash might have the determination to shine, but you're still too weak. Lin Fan then threw the Sovereign of Chaos to the side. Old witch, this isn't over between you and me. Let me take care of these little shrimps first. Later on, we'll have some fun. I'm filled with desire for that thing of yours. Lin Fan looked at the 2 huge balls, then at his palms. He squeezed them and shook his head. They're too big. I can't control them. The Sovereign of Evil and God swallowed their saliva. They were indignant. They weren't small shrimps, but they were mighty demigods. How could they be like this in this guy's eyes? B****. How did Tiansu educate you? How dare you humiliate me? The Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm was enraged. But just as he was about to attack, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. Not good. She knew that Lin Fan's target was Danny and God's rank. Indeed, just as she was thinking, 2 cries of pain could be heard. Danny and God's rank bent over, their eyes bulging. Their mouths were wide open, and they were about to spit out bile. The 2 of them were especially shocked. They had no idea when Lin Fan appeared in front of them, and when he threw out a punch, they had no way of defending themselves. He's too strong. He's so strong that it's terrifying. Lin Fan hollered. He raised his palm and slapped the backs of the 2 of them. Stop bothering me. Lie down properly. Bang, a terrifying force exploded out, and the bodies of the Sovereign of Evil and God's rank fell to the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Monarch Evil of Dusk was still conscious. He shouted, "This monarch is not a prawn." He then fainted. Alright, old witch, it's time for us to play. I'm coming. Lin Fan smiled. His muscular body was full of muscles. He swung his arms, sweat dripping down his body, and he exuded a manly aura. Tianzong. The Sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm shouted. She narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed. She passed through the void and disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was already behind Lin Fan. Using his palm as a saber, Xiaoqian slashed out soundlessly without a single ripple. Interesting. Lin Fan stood there with a crazed look on his face. A battle like this really made him feel good. Although he was still no match for the sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm, he could feel everything. Here. Lin Fan turned around, his eyes shining. This was the attack of the sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm, but he would not dodge at all. Although the sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm was a woman with big breasts, she was not brainless. She had rich battle experience, and she had already locked onto everything. Lin Fan's next move was all within her control. The sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not expect Lin Fan to have no intention of dodging at all. How could this be possible? Suddenly, her expression changed, and beads of sweat fell from her pure white forehead. Old witch, take my ultimate move. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed a giant ball. His fingers sank deep into it, and his right hand clenched into a fist. His eyes were filled with madness as he punched out. Bang, the power penetrated it, but when he first touched it, there was indeed something soft, which achieved the purpose of cushioning the impact. Bastard. The sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm was furious. He endured the pain and slashed down with his hand, causing blood to spurt out. How dare you? The sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm went mad. His palm contained the power of destruction, and he slammed it directly at Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan aimed at the face of the sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm's fair face turned red. Damn it, damn it. She had never been humiliated like this before, and the fact that Lin Fan's hand was still grabbing her and refusing to let go made her even more furious. She attacked instantly, and a vast amount of power exploded and bombarded Lin Fan's body. This kind of power was difficult to resist. Lin Fan plummeted down and slammed into the ground. When he landed on the ground, the impact of the impact spread out and destroyed everything in the surroundings. It hurts. The sovereign of Heavenly Mandate Realm's hands were soft, and her face was pale. She did not expect Lin Fan to attack her weakness. That kind of pain was unbearable even for her. The surrounding disciples of the Saint Convent sect looked at the scene in the void, dumbfounded. They raised their hands and wiped off the blood flowing out of their nostrils. They saw it. They really saw it. Lin Fan's hand did touch it, and it sank deep into it. Quick, bring the sovereigns back, a religious brother said. The battle was too intense, and the impact was terrifying. If they were in the range of the impact, they would not even know how they died. But there was also a kind of jealousy hidden in their hearts. How could he be so powerful at such a young age? It's impossible. The gap between people can't be so big. Hearing this, the disciples hesitated. They did not know what to do. They really did not dare to go there. But when they thought about how they would be rewarded if they could save the sovereigns, they might be remembered by the sovereigns in the future. Under the temptation of the huge benefits, some disciples took action. They dashed into the battlefield like cheetahs. A disciple carried Evil Monarch out of the pit and said impatiently, Lord Monarch, Disciple Si Ka is here to save you. Remember my name, I am Si Ka. For a disciple, if he were to enter the battlefield without any benefits, how daring would that be? At the same time, a female disciple came to the Lord of Chaos. She heard that the Lord of Chaos had a bad reputation in the sect, and many male disciples were complaining about him. But to her, it was because the Lord of Chaos was charming, and the disciples were just jealous of him. The Lord of Chaos was barely conscious. When he saw the female disciple carrying him on her back, he asked weakly, how much? Lord Chaos, we'll talk about it when we get back. The female disciple blushed. She had heard that the Lord of Chaos liked to ask female disciples how much they were, and if they agreed, they would get all sorts of good stuff. She had her own ideas, but there were too many female disciples in front of the Lord of Chaos. It was hard for her to get a chance. The Lord of Heavenly Mandate floated in the air. His pale face gradually regained some color, but he kept looking down with a frown. Is he dead? She was indeed in a frenzy just now, and she did not hold back at all. It would be troublesome if she really killed him. Tian Su, that old man, would definitely not let this go. But this kid asked for it, and he had no one to blame. Aya, the old witch is really strong. It hurts me. It seems like you've been using it a lot. Suddenly, a voice came from the deep pit. The disciples who were transporting the sovereigns were scared out of their wits when they heard this voice. They scrambled back to their sections. As for the sovereign who had fainted, they didn't care about him. Some carried him back to the sect, while others just left him on the way. If they were to continue fighting, the impact would be too much for them to bear. Brat, don't go overboard. Even your teacher wouldn't dare to do this. The sovereign of heavenly mandate said harshly. If Yi Futian was not dead, he might not be so serious. However, the key was that Yi Futian seemed to be safe and sound. There was nothing strange about him, which terrified him. Looking at the surrounding environment, it had long been destroyed beyond recognition. In the deep pit, Lin Fan blew away the dust, raised his leg and stepped out. My teacher is my teacher, and I am me. Don't take it for granted. But I have already discovered your weakness. Later on, I will keep attacking that place. You. The heavenly mandate sovereign's expression was ugly. This guy was too despicable. At the same time, this was indeed a weakness for her, but there was nothing she could do. She was born with it, so she couldn't cut it. Even when she was walking, she would tremble. She couldn't use her hands and feet in close combat. I will chop off your hand. The sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign's face was cold. He was no longer as arrogant as he was when they first met. Suddenly, a white ray of light shone from his back. In the white light, various colors of light could be seen flowing. At the same time, white feathers could be seen floating in the air. Is he going to explode? He wanted to see what else the sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign could do. Enough. Just then, a voice could be heard from the depths of the sect. The surrounding disciples lowered their heads when they heard the voice. It was the voice of the Holy Lord. The sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign was about to make a move, but he held back his anger and glared at Lin Fan. Peak leader Lin, don't go too far. The Saint Convent sect and the Magnificent Flame sect have no conflict with each other. Are you trying to start a conflict? A door could be seen standing in the distance. Just then, the door opened, and a strong force could be felt coming out from it. A bright ray of white light could be seen shooting out from the door. A figure walked out. It was the Saint Convent sect's Holy Lord. The special effect is not bad. It's worth 60 cents. Lin Fan hated special effects the most. It looked good, but it didn't mean that it was practical. However, I can't tolerate the sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign saying that I'm going too far. Am I, Lin Fan, someone who bullies others? I can't tolerate such a false accusation. There's something wrong with what you said. Who said that we should mind our own business? Don't you know who's supporting the divine religion? Lin Fan said. Shut up. How dare you disrespect the Holy Lord? The sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign said sternly. So what if I'm disrespectful? Fight me if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. I'm a man of indomitable spirit. Today, I will fight the Saint Convent sect alone. Hammer me to death if you dare. Lin Fan's domineering voice could be heard. The Saint Convent sect disciples opened their eyes wide in shock. So arrogant. Is he really a peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect? Why is he so rude? He might not be as good as the sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign, but he's not far from it. Far away, the Holy Lord disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the battlefield. Peak leader Lin, I have never seen someone as arrogant as you in my life. The Holy Lord said. Lin Fan laughed. Never seen? No, I don't exist. Do you see me now? I'm the arrogant one that you have never seen before. I broadened your horizons, but you don't have to thank me. I'll show you how arrogant I am when we can't come to an agreement. The sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign trembled in anger. This guy is too arrogant. But he comforted himself. Calm down. I have to calm down. I'm a lady. You can't be so violent. The Holy Lord frowned. He knew that Lin Fan was Tian Su's disciple, but he was disappointed. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Tiansu can only teach such a disciple. Lin Fan stared at the Holy Lord. I don't need you to tell me whether I'm right or not. How my master teaches me has nothing to do with you. Since you're here, tell me, do you want to fight or make peace? What do you want? The Holy Lord asked. He knew that Lin Fan was indeed powerful. Even the sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign couldn't take him down. This was enough to show that Lin Fan was very capable. If a war broke out, the magnificent flame sect would suffer great losses. Simple. Hand over the religious brother. You have to pay for killing my junior brother with your life. This was the Holy Lord's main purpose. A disciple of the Invincible Peak was killed. If I'm not capable, I might just swallow my anger and not dare to do anything. But I'm so powerful. Why should I swallow my anger? I'll just kill my way to the magnificent flame sect. Impossible. The Holy Lord rejected Lin Fan's request immediately. How can I hand over the religious brother to you? Do you really think that the Saint Convent sect is a pushover? Or do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're strong? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed. What are you laughing at? The Holy Lord asked. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm laughing at your ignorance as the Saint Convent sect's Holy Lord. Don't you know that you can do whatever you want just because you're strong? Since you don't agree, then let's fight. I swear to the heavens that if I don't bring the murderer of my junior brother away today, I'll be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Boom, when the oath was made, the heavens and earth trembled. The Holy Lord and the sovereign of heavenly mandate sovereign were shocked. They did not expect Lin Fan to swear to the heavens. This means that we have to give an explanation this time. The disciples in the main hall stared with their eyes wide open. This guy is courting death. How dare he swear to the heavens? Doesn't that mean that we have to hand over the religious brother? Impossible. Do you think the Holy Lord will agree? That's right. Why would he agree? At the place where the religious brother was. Amu's religious brother swallowed his saliva and looked into the distance. He did not expect that killing the magnificent flame sect disciple in the danger zone would attract such a terrifying existence. Especially when the other party swore to the heavens. His heart skipped a beat. Doesn't that mean that there will be an outcome today? Amu's religious brother, that guy will definitely die here, a disciple said. Amu's religious brother nodded and laughed arrogantly. Of course. I wonder who gave him the guts to come to the Saint Convent sect. Oh, by the way, where's Saintess Ruachin? Saintess Ruachin has left the sect to train. She's not back yet. Oh, she left the sect. If she's here, we can invite her over to take a good look at this scene. After all, she used to be a magnificent flame sect disciple. Amu's religious brother smiled. After a short moment of worry, he did not take it to heart. He believed in the Holy Lord and the sect. How could the number one sect in the world be forced by a magnificent flame sect peak leader to hand him over? Lin Fan felt that it wasn't good for him to play with the heavens like this. He felt guilty. But I can't help it. I have to act tough to make the other party give up on the idea of arguing with me. Huff. Lin Fan took a deep breath and opened his arms. Come on. There are only two outcomes today. Either you kill me or hand him over. There is no third option. The Holy Lord and the sovereign of heavenly mandate sect looked at each other and nodded. In the blink of an eye, two horrifying auras gushed out towards Lin Fan like a tidal wave that blanketed the entire sky. Interesting. Lin Fan smiled. Two figures appeared beside him in an instant. The two auras came crashing down one after the other. The Holy Lord and the heavenly mandate emperor were both stronger than him. He was under a lot of pressure. However, a man could not say that he was weak. Under such circumstances, he should fight to his heart's content and unleash his strength. Bang! Dazzling light burst out from the collision of their powers. With the three of them as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. The impact this time was different from the past. The aftermath of the impact was like a thunderstorm, sweeping across the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the ground split and trees fell. The hearts of the disciples watching from afar trembled, and they cried out in terror. Even the void was shattered, and the flood was flowing out without restraint. This is what a battle is like. It feels good. Lin Fan chuckled. This sort of battle was simply way too comfortable. The clash of strength against strength gave one an indescribable feeling. However, all of a sudden, the heavenly mandate emperor moved and appeared behind Yi Futian. His holy wings suddenly shrank into a semicircle, condensed into a point, and bombarded Yi Futian's back. At this moment, the holy master roared out as both of his palms slammed down onto Lin Fan's body. Bang! Lin Fan's body fell to the ground, and a huge cloud of dust rose up, covering the sky. Ah! Just then, an angry roar came from below. Lin Fan's hands went deep into the ground. He lifted the ground up and slapped it towards the sky. Holy sh*t, this guy's strength is way too great. The disciples were shocked. They did not expect the peak leader of Invincible Peak to lift the ground up and use it as a weapon, slapping it towards the sky. The sacred leader raised his hand and slammed it down. The ground that covered the sky shattered into pieces and turned into ashes. Senior brother Holy Lord, we have to finish this quickly. Fighting here will affect the sect, the heavenly mandate emperor said. Said the heavenly mandate sovereign. The shockwaves caused by such a battle were too great and would have a huge impact on the clan. Moreover, she could tell that this guy's fighting style was too violent. He only comprehended the law of strength. She really did not know what to say. The Holy Lord nodded. Lin Fan stood in the deep pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The attack just now had made his back a bloody mess. You guys are really strong. However, this is the only way to make me more excited. Since that's the case, I will use all my strength to fight you guys. Blood-bathed demon. This was the status that he had drawn. He had never used it before, but looking at the current situation, it was very necessary. Instantly, when the status was activated, he felt as if he had a crazy thirst for battle. Ah! A furious roar burst out, and the sound turned into sound waves that rushed into the sky. The faces of the two people floating in the air froze. This berserk aura is... The sacred lord frowned and became serious. Tiansu of the Magnificent Flame sect was the existence that they were most wary of. He was the strongest among them. But there was only one. Although it was effective, it wouldn't make the Saint Convent sect feel fear. Later on, they heard that the Magnificent Flame sect had a disciple who could fight against a demigod. Although they were curious, they did not think too much about it. But now, it seemed like the disciple's strength had grown to a level that made them worry. This feeling. Lin Fan looked at his hands. Unknowingly, a red flame was burning on his body. As for the blood that was flowing out, it was boiling. As though it had a life of its own, it attached itself to his body and formed a series of mysterious runes. Plop! Lin Fan's heart was beating furiously. Suddenly, the loudest heartbeat woke up the desire to fight in his body. He arched his body and clenched his fists. He opened his mouth and clenched his teeth. Blood-colored veins could be seen on his face. His black and red eyes gradually changed. A blood-colored membrane covered his eyes, forming a pair of blood-red eyes. This feeling. Ha ha ha. He's too powerful. Boom! At this moment, Lin Fan stood up straight and raised his head. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky. The blood pillar continued to expand, and the speed at which it was expanding was increasing. In a flash, the blood pillar spread out in all directions at the speed of light. The sacred lord and the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm frowned and retreated. When they looked at the figure below, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? The sovereign asked. Be careful. There's something wrong with this kid's aura. The sacred lord said, not letting his guard down. Just then, Lin Fan grinned and looked at his body. He looked up, and his blood-red eyes were frightening. Interesting. What? The sovereign was stunned. He didn't know what Lin Fan was talking about. Fight well, Lin Fan shouted. Lin Fan hollered. He bent both his knees and bounced up. A huge force exploded out, causing the ground to crack and extend. What a strong aura. Be careful, junior sister. This kid has become stronger, the Sacred Lord reminded, but he was also paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt the fluctuation behind him. He turned around and punched. This punch was condensed with the power of law, and the void was completely twisted. Even if he hid deeper, he would still be killed. Lin Fan appeared, not backing down at all. The Holy Master had wanted to say something, but when he saw the expression on Lin Fan's face, he froze. To him, this didn't seem like the expression of a human. It was more like the expression of a crazed devil that revealed its excitement towards fresh blood. Boom, the two of them attacked each other. That horrifying punch of the Holy Master landed on Lin Fan's chest. In fact, that horrifying amount of power even penetrated through his body. However, Lin Fan's punch landed on the body of the Holy Master as well. But the Sacred Lord reacted instantly and used a secret technique to retreat. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from Lin Fan. Puff, the Sacred Lord covered the place where he was hit. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was in disbelief. "Senior brother, are you okay?" The sovereign came to his side and looked at Lin Fan solemnly. "I'm fine." "This kid is too strange," the sovereign said warily. He had an indescribable feeling, as if he was facing a different person. Moreover, this kid had cultivated hard skills to such a level, which surprised him. Before becoming a demigod, there might be people who cultivated hard skills. But after becoming a demigod, not many people were willing to cultivate because it was too difficult to improve. Drip, blood fell. Lin Fan floated there, touching his chest that was penetrated. He looked at the blood on his hand and smiled excitedly. "Not bad. Look, you pierced through it." Even the wind blew past. "Lin Fan, what do you want?" the Sacred Lord asked. "I don't want anything. Let's have a good fight first. When it's about time, we'll talk." He could feel that his foundation was growing. The feeling of fighting with an elite is really great. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan lowered his head. His eyes shone brightly, and he disappeared from where he was, heading towards the two. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In the air, the three of them disappeared completely. But every time they disappeared, shockwaves would spread out in the empty space. The faces of the disciples in the hall turned pale. They could feel a tremendous pressure pressing down on them from the heavens and earth, so much so that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Suddenly, something shocking happened. Lin Fan's body was smashed into the ground. "Sacred!" The Sacred Lord floated in the air, raised his finger, and shouted. Vast laws gathered, forming spears that emitted divine power. He pressed down, and the spears fell down like raindrops. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, the Saint Convent sect disciples were overjoyed. "Is that guy dead? He should be dead. This is the Sacred Lord's attack. Who can survive?" At this moment, the world fell silent. The heavenly mandate sovereign heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still worried. "Senior brother, will Tiansu take revenge on us?" The Sacred Lord said. "Revenge? He still has the cheek to take revenge? Look at the situation of our sect now." Indeed, when he looked around, the heavenly mandate sovereign could not bear to look at it. The destruction was too severe. Other than the sect, which was still in perfect condition, everything else had been reduced to ruins. The craters were too horrible to look at. This is a battle between demigods. It's too horrible to look at. Piak! Suddenly, there was the sound of gravel falling to the ground. "Aya, this is cruel, but it's really strong. It makes me feel like I haven't felt in a long time. Actually, you guys better beat me up now. Soon, you won't even have the right to carry my shoes anymore." Just then, Lin Fan's voice could be heard, shocking everyone. How can he still be alive after such an attack? Bang! A loud sound could be heard as Lin Fan attacked again. His crazy will shrouded the two of them. He did not care about any moves, but used the most violent force to attack everything in his sight. How can this be? How can this be? The Sacred Lord was in disbelief. He did not expect this kid to be completely fine. Furthermore, his combat power was so terrifying. Bang! With a single move, he sent Lin Fan flying far into the distance. However, he did not stop just like that. Several different types of laws surged out and crushed out at him. Boom. Tremors could be heard. The sky in the distance was covered in ashes. 10 seconds later. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fan had been killed, the sky in the distance turned dark. It's not enough. Please use more strength. Lin Fan laughed. He held a mountain in his hands and leaped across the sky. He used all his strength and threw the mountain at the Sacred Lord. Seeing this, the Sacred Lord's expression changed. UB** starred. How can you do this? He did not expect this kid to uproot the Saint Convent sect's mountain range and throw it at him. Does he know what this means? The disciples of the sect looked up into the sky. They could only feel the darkness pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. He could not afford to think too much about the Sacred Lord. He raised his palm, and a white light shone. He then slapped down, and the mountain range froze in the air. How can the things I throw not fall to the ground? Lin Fan hollered out and swooped down. His palms pressed down on the mountain range as he crushed down viciously. I have never been afraid of anyone in terms of strength. Crack, the white light from the mountain range shattered, and the mountain range fell. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles and looked like a living dragon. If the mountain range fell on the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heavenly mandate sovereign attacked Lin Fan. Then, he floated in the air and opened his arms. The holy wings on his back spread out, and they were enough to cover the sky. Coupled with the blessing of the holy light, they were filled with the brilliance of a woman. Lin Fan pushed the mountain range with all his might. He even stuck out his tongue and made all sorts of weird sounds. He was using all his strength to eat. Lin Fan, don't go overboard. This is the Saint Convent sect. Do you want to destroy the sect? The Holy Lord was furious, but he could only hold on to the mountain range. However, this kid's strength was too great. He couldn't hold on much longer. He had a choice. Should he go up and kill this kid? But the consequences would be that the mountain range would fall on the sect. Or he could only hold on. Junior sister, do it. The Holy Lord roared. He regretted that his junior brother, Xianxia, and the rest weren't here. If they were, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Yes, senior brother. The heavenly mandate sovereign nodded and flapped his wings. Countless rays of white light shot towards Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan did not mind it at all. Instead, he pushed with all his might. Instantly, the white light pierced through Lin Fan's body. Blood flowed out and some of his flesh fell on the mountain range. After holding on for a while, his aura became weaker and weaker. Eventually, he closed his eyes. The Holy Lord felt the pressure disappear and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that junior sister has succeeded. He raised his hand and lifted the mountain range. However, he was furious. This kid is too much. The environment around the Saint Convent sect was destroyed to such a state. Suddenly, before the Sacred Lord could react, the originally motionless mountain range began to fall rapidly once more. I'm not dead yet. What are you doing? Lin Fan shouted and pushed with all his might. It wouldn't be bad if he could really destroy the Saint Convent sect. But the possibility was low. The Holy Lord was shocked. He didn't know what was happening and quickly raised his hand to stop the falling mountain range. Lin Fan, do you really want to do this? He roared. Lin Fan said, what do you mean by that? It's your sect's disciples who are too much. They killed my junior brother. As his senior brother, how could I sit back and do nothing? Do you know how cute my junior brother is? He was only a teenager, and he died. He didn't even marry a wife, and his family line ended just like that. Do you know how painful this is? Just because of this, you want to destroy my sect to such an extent? The Holy Master raged. What in the world was this? The Saint Convent sect had killed magnificent flame sect disciples in the past, but nothing like this had ever happened. Now, they were going to go crazy just because of a mere disciple. I don't care. Either you hand him over or we'll fight to the end. Lin Fan hollered out. Unreasonable. The holy leader did not expect Lin Fan to be so crazy. Even Tiansu is more normal than him. This is how unreasonable I am. If you can kill me, then do it. Otherwise, just shut up. The green veins on Lin Fan's arms swelled up as a bedazzling power burst forth, piling up the entire mountain range. The holy leader felt like vomiting blood. This was the first time he had met someone like Lin Fan. He could not communicate with him at all. Most importantly, he was so powerful. He was not even a demigod yet, but he was already so powerful. Previously, there were many times when he felt that he had already killed this brat, but he was still as lively as a dragon and a tiger. He heard from Xianxia that Lin Fan had a puppet. But that was impossible. Every attack of his had the power of isolation. He could totally stop the puppet from being used. How could this be? The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm was shocked. How could he be fine? He then swooped down and slapped Lin Fan's back. The power of the law penetrated Lin Fan's body and pressed him against the mountain range. But he did not know what was going on with Lin Fan. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm lifted Lin Fan's body and panted heavily. He could swear that Lin Fan was the most difficult opponent he had ever met. He's finished now. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm mumbled to himself. Senior brother, I've already taken care of him. He then looked at Lin Fan. You are Tiansu's disciple. Killing you will lead to Tiansu's revenge, but you are too unreasonable. Thinking of this, the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm sighed. He turned his jade-like neck, wanting to see how he could deal with this mountain range. However, all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Bang! A huge force came, and the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm's body was slammed against the mountain range. His beautiful red lips opened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. I'm not dead yet. Don't be too careless. Lin Fan pushed the mountain range again. But this time, there was a hostage under his palm. Bastard, take your hand off me. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm's snow-white cheeks blushed, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan was stunned. He looked down and saw that his fingers were deep in the soft flesh. Although the position was not right, he could not hold on anymore. He could only forcefully suppress it. No. He then increased his strength. At the same time, his hand almost slipped out. He could only hold on tighter. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm groaned. His long eyelashes trembled, and he felt weak all over. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm did not know what was going on. How could this brat not die? But the force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting harder and harder. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm did not know what was going on. How could this brat not die? But the force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm shouted. In his opinion, the magnificent flame sect would not dare to go against the Saint Convent sect even if they had an elite like Tiansu. But now, the situation had changed drastically. Who knew that the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's invincible peak would come alone like a madman? But now, the situation had changed drastically. Who knew that the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's invincible peak would come alone like a madman? Even if there is a war, I will not give up, unless you give me the person. Lin Fan increased his strength, and the mountain range started to fall. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm cursed under the pressure. Let go of me. It hurts. I'm going to explode. Senior brother, please agree. I can't take it anymore. She did not expect things to turn out like this. She even had the thought of dying. She had never seen something like this before. Bastard, what did you do to my junior sister? The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm could hear the pain in his junior sister's voice. Humph, your junior sister is now my hostage. I advise you to be more obedient and not resist in vain. You. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm was burning with anger. All right, we will let go now. No, you have to give me the person before I let go, Lin Fan said. He had already figured out the situation of the Saint Convent sect. They were just SOSO. As long as I become a demigod, I will teach them a lesson. As for now, I am here to take revenge for my junior brother, not to cause trouble. Then tell me which religious brother it is. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm did not know how his junior sister was doing, but he was sure that she was not in a good condition. If this brat killed his junior sister, the Saint Convent sect would not be able to bear the loss. I don't know, Lin Fan replied. If you don't even know, how am I supposed to find him? The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm was furious. This is your problem, not my problem. If you still don't show your sincerity, then continue. Let's see who can last till the end. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm said. How can you be so unreasonable? I don't know who it is. Do you really want me to hand over all the religious brothers in the sect to you? That works too. If you don't mind, you can hand them all over. Puff, the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm wanted to vomit blood. Is this even human? Even when the Saint Convent sect was at its strongest, they did not go overboard like this. Senior brother, hurry up. I can't take it anymore. AMU is the only religious brother that went out recently. Who else could it be other than him? The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm's breathing became faster and faster. He even felt like he was about to die. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. If he handed over the religious brother, the Saint Convent sect would lose all its face. But it was not a solution for this brat to fight to the death. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bring AMU out for me. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm ordered. The ordinary elders in the sect immediately acted. A battle like this had already made them feel fear. AMU, who was resting, was stunned when he heard the order. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Before he could react, he was captured by the elders. Very soon, AMU's religious brother was brought over. He shouted, "Save me, save me." Seeing AMU's religious brother, Lin Fan's body flashed and appeared next to him in an instant. He grabbed AMU's neck and left the place, floating in the air. Isn't this better? Why did you have to fight before handing him over? After all, I, Lin Fan, am a friendly person. I am not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. At this moment, the mountain range that was no longer under pressure floated quietly in the air. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm heaved a sigh of relief. Ah! The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm let out a loud roar and sat there, panting heavily. He then glared at Lin Fan. Be ****, I'm going to kill you, junior sister, stop, the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm said sternly. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm stood in the air, glaring at Lin Fan with anger in her eyes. She looked down and saw 10 fingerprints on her clothes. This is a humiliation. She could also feel her skin burning under her clothes. If she took it off, she would see 10 bloody fingerprints on it. Sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm, don't look at me like that. If not for the cushioning ability of your big thing, I would have crushed the mountain long ago, Lin Fan said unhappily. Pooey, the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm couldn't take such humiliation. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare he blame me, is he still human? Good, very good. Peak leader Lin, the Saint Convent sect will definitely demand an explanation from the Magnificent Flame sect. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm glared at Lin Fan coldly. He wanted to tear Lin Fan into pieces. If you dare to go to the Magnificent Flame sect to demand an explanation, I, Lin Fan, swear to the heavens that as long as the Saint Convent sect dares to do so, I, Lin Fan, will destroy the Saint Convent sect no matter what. If I go back on my words, I will be struck by lightning. Suddenly, the world shook a little, and then there was nothing else. Heavens, you're not giving me any face. Do you believe that I will make an oath? Suddenly, there was a huge change in the sky. A whirlpool appeared, and flowers fell from the sky. It was as if they were witnessing the great oath. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and pointed at the sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm. See that? The oath is done. I'm not joking. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm almost choked on his breath. Is he still human? Where did Tiansu find this disciple? Why didn't he just slap him to death? Alright, I've handed him over. I still have to go to the Eternal Sect, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come back again in the future if I have the chance. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan left the Saint Convent sect with Amu's religious brother. The sovereign of the heavenly mandate realm stood there. He felt extremely humiliated. I want to make an oath. But just then, outside the sect's main hall. I, James, swear to the heavens that Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame sect has insulted our sect. I, James, swear to the heavens that I will cultivate hard and kill him in the future. If I go back on my words, I will be struck by lightning. The reason why James made the oath was to show off in front of the sovereign of the Magnificent Flame sect. Furthermore, there was a big direction for this oath. The word in the future indicated the uncertainty of the time. Anyway, this oath was as good as not saying anything. There was no loss to him, but he had to show the sovereign of the Magnificent Flame sect his faith. The sovereign of the Magnificent Flame sect was touched. He did not expect that there would be such a disciple in the Magnificent Flame sect, but, boom, suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the disciple to death. Following that, another 4 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking the same spot. Seeing this, the sovereign of the Magnificent Flame sect's pupils dilated. The thought of making an oath disappeared. What's going on? The Saint Convent sect disciples rejoiced. I almost learned how to take an oath from him. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Yeah. He's obviously making a joke out of the heavens. How can he surpass such a terrifying guy in his lifetime? This is the consequence of messing with the heavens. Yeah, it's better for people to know their limits. Those who like to show off will never end up well. At this moment, the Saint Convent sect disciples nodded their heads in agreement. However, they were shocked by the environment around the sect. Is this something a human can do? This is the Saint Convent sect, the #1 sect in the world. How did it end up in such a state? Even the religious son of Aomu was taken away by Lin Fan. My head hurts. King of Evil Dawn woke up in a daze. He had lost his consciousness after being crushed by Lin Fan. When he saw his surroundings clearly, his eyes narrowed. He came to the holy leader's side. Senior brother, what happened? He was dumbfounded. This was the Saint Convent sect, the holy land in his heart. But now, only the sect was intact, and the surroundings were full of potholes. It was a tragic sight. The Saint Sovereign sighed helplessly. Even he couldn't accept such a result. Where did that bastard go? Is he already dead? Lord of Evil looked around. But when he saw the mark on senior sister Tianyu's chest, he was stunned. He had a bad feeling. He left. The holy leader replied. This was the biggest humiliation the Saint Convent sect had ever experienced. He wanted to bring the leader of the sect to the Magnificent Flame sect immediately. But he couldn't. It wasn't a wise move. The demigod was eyeing the Saint Convent sect. At the same time, the other sects in the world had their eyes on the Saint Convent sect. If anything were to happen to the Saint Convent sect, the sects that had been waiting for a long time would probably join forces to divide the Saint Convent sect. We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. Holy leader, give the order. I will bring the leader of the sect to the Magnificent Flame sect. Lord of Evil said. He wanted to take the initiative to go to the Magnificent Flame sect. No matter what, he would seek justice for the sect. He might even make the Magnificent Flame sect pay the price. The holy leader looked at Lord of Evil as if he was looking at a fool. However, he didn't say much. He still didn't know what had just happened. If he knew, perhaps he wouldn't have said such a thing. That brat wasn't human. He casually made oaths without thinking about the consequences. This gave him a headache even as a saint lord. Return to the sect. No one is allowed to speak of this matter, or they will be severely punished according to the sect rules. The Saint Master waved his hand, not wanting to be entangled in this matter any longer. This time, the Saint Convent sect admitted defeat. You win, but every dog has its day. I will make you pay the price one day. When the Heavenly Mandate Emperor returned to the clan, the surrounding disciples looked at him strangely. Just now, they saw the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak leader grabbing the sword with his hand, and he was using a lot of force. Look, my God, there are even handprints on it. That handprint is really painful to look at. In fact, they were sometimes impressed by the beauty and figure of the heavenly mandate emperor. However, they only thought about it and did not dare to show it. In the void. Let me go, please, let me go. Amu's religious brother's limbs were cold, and cold sweat could be seen on his forehead. He was really afraid now. He thought that nothing would happen to him in the sect. After all, this was the Saint Convent sect, and he was the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. How could he be taken away so easily? But now, he was like a little chick, being held in someone's hand. His mentality had already collapsed. Don't panic. What are you afraid of? Do you think that I will eat you? Seeing how timid Amu's religious brother was, Lin Fan felt helpless. If he was more strong-willed, he would go up and beat him up. But looking at the situation now, it was really disappointing. Holy Son Amu's eyes were filled with a pitiful look. Peak Leader Lin, please let me go. I really didn't do it on purpose. If I had known that he was your junior brother, I wouldn't have done it even if I had 10 guts. As long as you let me go, I am willing to be your slave. No need. I have so many junior brothers and junior sisters to help me. I don't need a cow like you. Behave yourself and stop squirming around. If I'm not careful, I might just smash your head. Lin Fan said unhappily. Lin Fan had only met one religious brother of the Saint Convent sect in the past. But he was not much, and Lin Fan took care of him easily. But now, these religious brothers were nothing to him. A sneeze from them could cause their feces to come out. Forgive me for saying such disgusting words, but I am speaking the truth. They were already far away from the territory of the Saint Convent sect. The Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect were separated by a boundless ocean. For those who could not travel through space, it would take a very long time to cross the ocean. But for Lin Fan, it was very fast. Amu's religious brother knew that he was finished. He would definitely not have a good ending after falling into the hands of such a cruel guy. Peak Leader Lin, tell me, what will be my ending? I am willing to guard your junior brother's grave for the rest of my life, even if it means torture. Amu's religious brother did not want to die. His future was bright. How could he die? There's no need to go through so much trouble. There will be someone guarding the grave. Lin Fan smiled, looking very friendly. Seeing Lin Fan smile, Amu's religious brother relaxed. Maybe Lin Fan won't do anything to me. At least I won't lose my life. Then what should I do? Amu's religious brother asked. Lin Fan said, when we reach my junior brother's grave, I'll just kill you. Ah? Hearing this, Amu's religious brother was shocked. His eyes rolled, and he fainted. What a piece of trash. Lin Fan took a single look at it before grabbing it in his hands and bolting off into the distance. Not bothering about anything else, he headed straight for the location of the Eternal sect. The Eternal sect might not be as powerful as the Saint Convent sect, but it was still one of the major sections. It was much more powerful than the Magnificent Flame sect. The disciples guarding the gate had nothing to do. They were chatting with each other, but suddenly, they saw a figure in the air. They could not help but shout. Who are you? Is this the Eternal sect? Lin Fan stood in the air and took a look. He was a little unhappy. This building is indeed not bad. It's much more beautiful than the Magnificent Flame sect. How extravagant. As for the disciples guarding the gate, Lin Fan ignored them. Those who are in charge of the Eternal sect, come out now. Lin Fan shouted. His voice spread out. He was too lazy to say anything else. He had spent a lot of time on this trip, and he still had to return to the sect later. How dare you? This is the Eternal sect. State your name. The disciples guarding the gate shouted. They did not expect someone to ignore them. Lin Fan lowered his head and glared at them. Suddenly, an oppressive aura could be felt. Feeling the pressure, the disciples guarding the gate shivered, not daring to speak a word. What a ferocious person. Even though he is in the Eternal sect's territory, he did not give us any face. He is a tough one. They were experienced and knowledgeable. They had been living in the lower class, so they had good eyesight. Who are you? Just then, a figure appeared. He was a handsome young man with a pair of sharp eyebrows and a pair of unhappy eyes. At the same time, the aura that was emanating from him was filled with confidence, arrogance, and the feeling of being unparalleled in the world. Newbies, move aside. Get your patriarch and elder out. Lin Fan did not want to talk to this young man. By now, many disciples had gathered around. When they heard the young man's words, they were shocked. Arrogant fool. This is Senior Brother Yu, one of the eternal sons of the eternal sect. Who would have thought that this guy would be so impudent? Humph, he doesn't know his place. He is only as young as Senior Brother Yu, but he is so arrogant. I think Senior Brother Yu will definitely teach him a lesson later. Indeed, hearing Lin Fan's words, Yu was enraged. As the eternal son of the eternal sect, he was ranked number 2. In the eternal sect, he was worshipped by countless disciples. But now, he was being ignored. This made him furious. Arrogant. I hope that your strength is as arrogant as your mouth. Suddenly, Senior Brother Yu opened up the paper fan in his hands, and a brilliant radiance shone out. Looking at this scene, many female disciples were mesmerized. Their eyes were filled with love. This was the perfect Adonis in their hearts. To them, even though this man who was going against their senior brother was not bad-looking, as long as he was the enemy of their senior brother, he would be their enemy. Hee hee. To think that someone would send themselves up to my doorstep. Let me show off in front of my junior brothers and sisters. Not bad. Even though Yu was feeling pretty good, he did not rein in his strength. Piak. Don't be annoying. This is not the time for you to act cool. Lin Fan raised his hand casually and gave a slap. He then frowned. Where's the person in charge of Eternal Sect? How dare you not give me any face? I'm going to get angry. Senior Brother. The female disciples who had been admiring Senior Brother Yu's display of power were now heartbroken. Senior Brother Yu didn't have any demeanor at all. He was lying on the ground motionlessly. This was not the Senior Brother Yu in their hearts. Just then, Peak Master Lin, you have come from afar. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. This junior is ignorant. A voice came from the depths of the sect, and a figure appeared in front of Lin Fan. Yes, don't worry. I'm not a petty person. Lin Fan said calmly. At the same time, he was elated. He was a little proud. To think that the Eternal Sect would know of his name even though he had never interacted with them before. This was a pretty good feeling. But then again, it made sense. Lin Fan's reputation was pretty good right now. He loved to help others, and helped other sects through disasters. It was only natural that his good reputation would spread out. Peak Master Lin, I am Eternal Sect's Elder Rongqi. May I know why Peak Master Lin is here? Elder Rongqi asked. But he was still on guard. The Magnificent Flame Sect's Invincible Peak leader had a bad reputation. He was said to be unreasonable, merciless, and had a mental disorder. He was known to be temperamental, which was why no one in the sect was willing to come out to greet him. Elder Rong, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm here for a small matter. Lin Fan smiled. He might be carrying the religious son of Ao Mu, but it was fine for him to cup his fists. However, such a scene was extremely strange, causing Elder Rong's heart to tremble. He muttered in his heart, indeed, it's as extraordinary as the rumors say. How can I not be nervous? The Eternal Sect and the Magnificent Flame Sect might not have any interactions in the past few years, but this guy is definitely up to no good since he came here out of nowhere. When the surrounding disciples heard that Lin Fan was the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame Sect's Invincible Peak, they shivered. Isn't he the legendary, bloodthirsty, and ferocious demon? In an instant, the disciples began to tremble. They had never seen Peak Leader Lin before, but they had heard of his name. Thinking about how Senior Brother Yu dared to provoke Lin Fan, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. He was courting death. What small matter are you talking about, Peak Leader Lin? Elder Rong asked cautiously. He even kept a distance from Lin Fan so that he could escape immediately if anything happened. The 4 demigods of the Saint Convent sect were beaten to a pulp. Elder Rong didn't have the ability to fight against Lin Fan. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Fan sighed sadly. Why are you sighing, Peak Leader Lin? Is there something you can't tell me? If you need help, please let me know. Elder Rong asked. He had to calm Lin Fan down no matter what. He couldn't let Lin Fan go on a killing spree, or they would all be doomed. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. I had a caring junior brother, but he died one day. Don't you think it's sad? Lin Fan wiped his eyes. Elder Rong went silent for a while before nodding. Indeed. It's hard to find a caring junior brother. My condolences. If you want to punish the murderer, our sect is more than willing to help. Really? Lin Fan asked in surprise. Elder Rong was stunned. Something wasn't right. Peak Leader Lin seemed to be overly excited. Something was definitely wrong. With his strength, was there any enemy that he couldn't deal with? Could it be that the enemy is very strong, so he came to seek help? This is troublesome. But seeing Lin Fan's expectant expression, Elder Rong felt that it wouldn't be good to reject him. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Really, our sect is willing to help Peak Leader Lin. Please tell us who this person is. Pa. Lin Fan clapped his hands. Good. The Eternal Sect is magnanimous and reasonable. Then, I'll speak frankly. An eternal son of your esteemed sect has killed my junior brother. Please hand him over. Elder Rong was listening attentively, but his eyes went blank all of a sudden, as if he had heard it wrong. Peak Leader Lin, what did you say? I said, my junior brother was killed by the eternal son of your eternal sect. Therefore, you just have to hand him over. Lin Fan spat out word by word. Elder Rong laughed awkwardly. Peak Leader Lin, you must be joking. How could a disciple of my sect kill your junior brother? This must be a false rumor. False rumors? Wait a moment, let me ask him. Lin Fan smiled. Under Elder Rong's puzzled gaze, Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan brought Saint Amu in front of him. He wanted to question him, but he realized that the other party had fainted. He had no choice but to move his hands left and right. The sound of the slap resounded. Wake up, Elder Rong found the person familiar and asked, Peak Leader Lin, this is? He's Saint Amu from the Saint Convent sect. When I went to ask for him, he refused to hand him over. In the end, I got angry and smashed him with a mountain range. In the end, the sacred leader gave in and handed him over. This is so unpleasant. If it wasn't for the long fight, I would have come over long ago. Lin Fan mumbled to himself, but he did not notice that Elder Rong's face was getting paler and paler. Saint Amu. Elder Rong looked at the man in Lin Fan's hands. It seemed to be him. To him, the Saint Convent sect must have gone through a lot of pressure to hand over their Saint Amu. Could it be that the sacred leader of the Saint Convent sect or the heavenly mandate emperor did not stop him? Ah. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Saint Amu's face was swollen. When he woke up, he immediately begged for mercy. He was already afraid. Such a terrifying existence would take his life. Stop shouting. Hurry up and tell me, which eternal son is your partner? Lin Fan shook Amu's saint until he stopped wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Only then did he let go of his hand. Saint Amu looked at Lin Fan timidly. He really regretted his actions. If he knew this would happen, he would not have killed him. Elder Rong panicked. How could he treat the Saint Convent sect saint like this? How cruel is this? It's really as the rumors say. Elder Rong could not make the decision on this matter. It's Adam, the eternal son of Adam. Saint Amu shouted. He no longer dared to hide anything. He only hoped that there was someone who was as unlucky as him or share the burden with him. Only then would he feel that it was fair. Impossible. Elder Rong retorted. Saint Amu, please don't frame my sect's disciple. Elder Rong, please call the eternal son of Adam out. I'm in a hurry and need to go back, Lin Fan said. He believed in Saint Amu. Peak Leader Lin, there must be a misunderstanding. You can't just listen to Saint Amu's words, Elder Rong said. So you're saying that you won't give it to him? Lin Fan squinted his eyes. His eyes were shining, shocking everyone. Elder Rong swallowed his saliva. This guy's eyes are too creepy. It's so penetrating. But at this moment, he had to resolve this matter. He then straightened his back. Peak Leader Lin, my sect respects you, but you can't bully us. Adam is the eternal son of our sect. How can we just listen to him and hand him over? I'm sorry, my sect can't do that. These words made the disciples below extremely excited. One by one, they straightened their backs. This was the eternal sect. They would never give in to any pressure. Boom, suddenly, the ground shook. A vast aura exploded from Lin Fan's body, shooting into the sky. Lin Fan went all out. His body expanded, showing his most ferocious appearance to the crowd. Peak Leader Lin, what's the meaning of this? Elder Rong took a step back. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He couldn't take the pressure. Nothing much. The current situation is that the eternal sect doesn't want to give me face. So be it, everyone who can fight, either hand him over or kill this peak master. Otherwise, there's no third option. It was the same trick again. But this time, the result was different. The Saint Convent sect even challenged Lin Fan for a while and attacked him. Seeing this, Elder Rong's face darkened. He raised his hand immediately. Peak Leader Lin, please wait a moment. Let me inform the sect leader. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart. What a beast. Lin Fan really lives up to his name. He's so unreasonable that he starts fighting just because of a disagreement. Who would dare to have anything to do with the Magnificent Flame sect in the future? Hurry up. I hate people who don't give me face the most in my life. Hurry up and get someone in charge to come out. If not, I'm really going to make a move. If I do, I won't be able to control myself. If that happens, I'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Fan said anxiously. His body was like a steam engine, giving off steam. He seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Elder Rong hurried to get the sect leader to deal with this. He couldn't handle this. Lin Fan was too stubborn and unreasonable. He couldn't beat him. At the Eternal Sun's residence, Adam was already aware of the situation outside. He quickly left the crowd and returned to his house to pack his things, preparing to leave. He didn't expect AMU's religious brother to be captured and brought here. Bastard, how could you betray me? And you're the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. What a coward. He didn't think that the sect could protect him. Even AMU was captured. This meant that even the Saint Convent sect couldn't protect him. Just as he packed up and was about to leave, he noticed a figure appear behind him, grabbing his shoulder. Adam had goosebumps. When he saw who it was, his face turned bitter. Sect leader. Don't speak. The sect leader waved his hand and sighed. Adam, the sect has treated you well. It's not that I don't want to protect you, but I just received news from the Saint Convent sect. Even the Saint Convent sect was almost destroyed by that guy outside, so. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Sect leader, you must save me. You're the sect leader. You have to protect every disciple under your wing. Adam's face turned pale as he cursed in his heart. Is the sect leader going to abandon me? Despair exploded in his heart. There's no hope. Heis. It's exactly because of this that your Grandmaster has allowed you to head out. Adam, you're a man. You must take responsibility. If I were to use your life in exchange for the safety of the tens of thousands of disciples of our sect, it would be worth it. You're the hero of our sect. The sect will remember you for life. No, I don't want to be a hero. Sect leader, please let me go. I promise I won't come back. However, the sect leader didn't give him a chance to speak. He grabbed the air and appeared at the entrance of the mountain. The eternal sect leader appeared and handed Adam over. Sect leader, you can't do this. I'm loyal to the sect. How can you betray me? Adam yelled. He didn't expect this to happen. The sect leader frowned and scolded him. Shut up. The 100 years of friendship between the Eternal Sect and the Magnificent Flame Sect has been destroyed by you. How dare you kill a Magnificent Flame Sect disciple? You're destroying the friendship between the two sections. Since Peak Leader Lin is here, I'll hand you over to Peak Leader Lin. Lin Fan sighed in satisfaction. There aren't many people as sensible as you, sect leader. No, no. I can't tolerate this. The sect leader said hypocritically. Stop struggling. Can't you tell that your sect has betrayed you? You're such a fool. Why are you still working for the sect? Be more careful in the future. It's important to follow the right person. If you follow the wrong person, you'll lose your life. Lin Fan looked at Adam, who was struggling. His voice was very loud, and it was directly transmitted to the ears of all the disciples below. He was trying to destroy their hearts. Looking at Lin Fan, the Grandmaster of the Eternal Sect could not help but grimace as he cursed out in his heart. You piece of sh*t. If not for the fact that I'm slightly afraid of you, I would have long whacked the sh*t out of you. Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Fan looked at him innocently and asked. Hee. The Eternal Sect's sect master smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. Adam's limbs drooped down. He was in despair. He was abandoned by the sect. The Eternal Sect is indeed more reasonable than the Saint Convent sect. I shall take my leave now. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and thanked them. He then disappeared into the sky, heading towards the magnificent flame sect. Damn it. Elder Roan was filled with grief right now. How could he possibly let the other party take away the eternal son of the sect? Where was he going to put his face right now? Grandmaster, you've really disappointed the hearts of our disciples. Then go after him and fight with him. Kill as many as you can. What do you think? The Patriarch said. Elder Roan was stunned for a moment before lowering his head in silence. This was the Grandmaster mocking him. But still, he replied in dissatisfaction, but we can't let the other party take away our disciples so easily. How would the other disciples look at the sect if that were to happen? Yes, this bastard is too much. We can't let him live. The Patriarch said with killing intent in his eyes. Patriarch, what do you mean? Elder Roan was looking forward to it. If I can kill this brat, I'll be able to vent my anger. If an elite comes, he might be able to suppress this brat. The Patriarch said. Elite? Elder Roan was confused. Where did this elite come from? Do you still remember the talisman that fell from the sky a long time ago? The Patriarch asked. Elder Roan understood, and his expression changed slightly. That talisman had descended from the sky, and he had no idea where it had come from. Later on, after countless years of research, he finally understood the meaning of the characters on the talisman. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this talisman had come from somewhere else, and it was similar to a kind of message. But the wise man from 100 years ago warned us not to reply, because we don't know what the source of the talisman is, and we don't even know what they are. If we try to communicate with them, I'm afraid that, Rongqi, you're thinking too much. As long as there's life, we can communicate with each other. If our sect can benefit from it, the Saint Convent sect will be nothing. As for this kid, what will he amount to? Yes, that is indeed the case. When the sage finished analyzing the contents of the talisman paper, he unfortunately left. Although he told us not to reply, he didn't explain what he meant. If our sect can contact the source of this, we might be able to obtain many benefits. Rongqi said. In his heart, he was also a little expectant. This was a kind of curiosity towards the unknown, but it was also the pursuit of a higher existence. They did not believe that the demigod realm was the peak. There must be a higher realm. Gods were not just a legend. In the sky, Lin Fan carried the two of them. This trip to the Saint Convent sect did not go smoothly, but the Eternal Sect was very well behaved. Adam had no strength left in his body. He had given up all hope on the sect. He hadn't expected the sect to abandon him. "Amu, you coward. Why didn't you bear it alone? You're the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. Yet you're as timid as a mouse. You only know how to betray me. That treasure was also obtained by you." I didn't get anything. Adam couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Holy Son Amu's heart was filled with sorrow, and he did not have any strength to resist. When he heard Adam's insults, he retorted. Shut up. You're the one who did it. I only injured that person, but you added the final blow, cutting off his head and kicking it like a ball. Peak Leader Lin, you must see clearly that I, AMU, did not kill him. In the end, he was the one who killed him, not me, AMU Saint said. He could only hope that Lin Fan would be merciful and let him go this time. Oh. Lin Fan replied calmly. He did not have any reaction. After the battle with them in the Saint Convent sect, Lin Fan felt that his foundation had increased quite a bit. However, his foundation was still not enough. After sending the two of them back to the sect, he should earn some points to level up his skill sets and become a demigod. Who the F***ck could beat him? Hee hee. As he thought about it, Lin Fan's smile was extremely creepy. Adam was arguing with AMU, but his heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fan's laughter. This guy is too scary. No. The two of them cried in despair. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not kill Lin Fan. In the Magnificent Flame sect, the disciples guarding the gate were whispering to each other as they had nothing to do. Sigh, senior brother Xianxia of the Invincible Peak was killed. Yeah. Even senior brother Wang Fu was severely injured and could only make it back to the sect with his last breath. I wonder if senior brother Lin will seek justice for them. Are you kidding me? I heard that it was the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect. No matter how powerful senior brother Lin is, there's nothing he can do. Suddenly, the space shook, and three figures could be seen. When the disciples guarding the entrance saw him, they went up and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, senior brother Lin." Lin Fan nodded and carried the two of them into the sect. As for the disciples who were guarding the entrance, they were bewildered. They did not know who the two people that senior brother Lin was carrying were. However, the two of them looked miserable. They seemed to be in despair. Who do you think they are? I don't know, but I think they might be evil people. After all, senior brother Lin likes to punish evil. Lin Fan carried the two of them and headed towards the Invincible Peak. The disciples that passed by greeted him respectfully, but when they saw the two of them, they asked curiously. Senior brother Lin, who are these two people? The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect's eternal son. They are the ones who killed the disciples of the Invincible Peak. I brought them back to kill them. Hearing this, the disciple who asked the question stood rooted to the ground, as if he was in a daze. Then, he looked towards the direction where the voice was going and exclaimed, spreading the news in all directions. Senior brother Lin brought them back. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect's eternal son were brought back by senior brother Lin. The disciples, who had no idea what was going on, were dumbfounded when they heard the news. Then, they became excited. Even their blood was boiling, and they felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Huarong was in charge of the sect's affairs. Recently, he had established good relations with the Great Evolution sect and the Great Xiangbao sect. When he heard the conversation between the disciples, he was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the ground. Did this kid really bring the two of them back? Without thinking too much, he rushed towards his senior brother. Tiansu Mountain Peak. Senior brother, he. Huarong wanted to say, how is this possible? But why is senior brother so calm? Even senior brother doesn't have any reaction. Junior brother, calm down. You're not young anymore. Why are you in such a hurry? I already know. It's good to bring them back. Tiansu looked calm, but deep down, he wasn't. How did this kid do it? The Eternal sect is fine, but what's wrong with the Saint Convent sect? How did he bring them back so easily? But the two auras are indeed from the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect. Invincible Peak. Senior brother, are they the ones who killed junior brother Qin? Lu Qiming went up to Lin Fan. Yes. Is junior brother's tombstone ready? Lin Fan asked. Yes. Lu Qiming nodded and looked at the two angrily. At this moment, there were many disciples around, and all of them had their eyes on the two. They did not expect Lin Fan to really bring the two of them back. They were so excited that they did not know how to express their excitement. Lin Fan looked at his junior brothers and felt that he needed to say something to encourage them. Junior brothers and junior sisters, when I first entered the mountain, I swore an oath to the heavens that I would not let any of you suffer even the slightest bit of humiliation. If you did, I would step forward and take care of it for you. Unfortunately, junior brother Qin was killed by these two people. Therefore, I personally went to the two sects to capture these two people and bury them with me. Lin Fan's words moved the Invincible Peak disciples to tears. They were filled with an indescribable sense of pride. This is the senior brother Lin in my heart. Long live senior brother Lin. The disciples cheered. To them, being able to become a disciple of the Invincible Peak was a great honor. Disciple, come here. Just then, Master's voice could be heard from afar. Junior brother Lu, let them be buried with junior brother. Lin Fan said. Yes. Lu Qiming nodded. He then carried the two of them with the other disciples and walked towards the back of the mountain. Adam and Amu squealed like pigs being slaughtered. How can you do this? At least interrogate them. How can you kill them without saying anything? Wang Fu held onto his walking stick tightly. His face was full of tears, and his nose was dripping. He looked at Lin Fan in admiration. He did not expect Lin Fan to come out personally to bring the two of them back. He did not know what to say. If I was as capable as Lin Fan, I might have thought about it more and not capture them without hesitation. After all, I will offend the two sections. Master, what's the matter? Lin Fan chuckled as he walked over and sat at the side. When he saw his teacher's situation, he couldn't help but say in surprise, Teacher, your disciple is looking at your physiognomy. You look much more divine than before. You can tell? Tiansu laughed. Yes, I can tell. Lin Fan nodded. Master, did you learn something? Can you reach the immortal state? Well, Sai, the immortal state is so difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even after thousands of years, there is no immortal state. But Master is so capable that the immortal state is nothing to me. I'm already at the edge, and I just need a little more time to step into the immortal state. Then. Do you understand? Tiansu said seriously, but he did not forget to praise himself. Yes, I understand. Lin Fan nodded. I totally understand. Didn't Master say that I'm smart and nothing can stop me? Disciple, Master has thought about it. You're powerful, but you've offended too many enemies. You have to be careful from now on. The Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect are not to be trifled with, but the Sunshine sect has been quiet lately. It's weird. What did junior brother Han say? Lin Fan asked. Azure Sky sent news from the Sunshine sect. The Sunshine sect has been quiet lately, and the sect has been quiet too. It's so quiet that it makes me feel uneasy. Tiansu said. The Sunshine sect should be quiet now, but I'm worried about the divine religion's resurrected leader. I don't know where he is, but there's no news about him. Nothing strange has happened in the cities and villages around the sect. Heyish. Lin Fan sat beside his master and sighed. He felt a little lonely. Disciple, why do you look so lonely all of a sudden? Tiansu asked. The master and disciple looked up at the sky and chatted. Suddenly, Lin Fan sighed. Tiansu could not understand what was going on. Master, look at the 10 peaks. Other than me, the other junior brothers of the 9 peaks have not returned for a long time. Disciple misses them very much. Lin Fan said. That's right. The other 9 peak lords are the cornerstones of the sect. Even though it's necessary for them to train hard, it's been several months since they've returned. Even I miss them dearly. Back when they were still around, the sect was extremely lively, and the competition between the disciples was extremely intense. Tiansu sighed. Which sect was like the magnificent flame sect? Out of the 10 peak leaders, only one remained. God knows where they went to cultivate. Suddenly, Tiansu placed his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. Just then, Tiansu placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder. Disciple, you'll get used to it. You're just like Master back then. I was a genius at such a young age, and my cultivation speed was so fast that I left my junior brothers behind. In the end, I stood at the top, and no one in the same generation could compare to me. In the end, I could only fight against some old fools. Therefore, I understand my disciple's pain. Lin Fan turned around and looked at his master. Master. He was touched as if he had met someone who understood him. Disciple. Master. Disciple. The two nodded and hugged each other. Disciple might not have lived through your era, but I understand that you must have been very lonely back then. Lin Fan said. Tiansu nodded. Disciple, you must remember that you are the role model for all your junior brothers and sisters. They will keep moving forward in order to surpass you. You might not be able to do it, but you have to encourage them sometimes. Let them see a glimmer of hope. Disciple understands. I will restrain myself from now on and let my junior brothers and sisters see hope. Lin Fan nodded. That's great. Look at Huarong, Ku Mu, and the others. They were so weak in the past. If I didn't set a good example, they wouldn't be able to achieve what they have today. Tiansu sighed. He felt that he had indeed done something great in the past. Huarong and the others were innocent bystanders. Lin Fan said, It's been hard on you, teacher. Your disciple can imagine that if it wasn't for your guidance, they wouldn't be as strong as they are now. Your disciple will definitely learn from you and be a good senior brother. I am very pleased that my disciple has such thoughts. Tiansu was pleased. He felt that it was worth it to have Lin Fan as his disciple. The old man and the young man sat there, looking up at the sky, chatting for a long time. Hey, where did my junior brothers go? I won't bully them anymore. Isn't it good to come back? In the past, he didn't miss them, but now he missed them very much. For example, Yun Xiao, Zhang Hongdi, Wan Zhongtian, etc. If he came back, he could swear that he would never bully them again. In the depths of a dangerous place. Yun Xiao, go. Destroy it. A young girl was riding on Yun Xiao's neck. With a wave of her arm, she made him fight with a monster that was 1,000 feet tall. People will die. Yun Xiao's pupils dilated and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. However, when he resisted, the chains around his neck rattled. Don't pull, it hurts, go. The young girl slapped Yun Xiao's head. If you continue to dawdle, I'll hang you up and beat you up tonight. Hearing this, Yun Xiao shuddered and charged at the monster with all his might. He wanted to cry now. He regretted chasing after her. It was too late for regrets. He thought that the young girl would be in danger, but in the end, he was the one in danger. The young girl was very normal. She asked him if he was willing to accompany her for 3 years, and she would fulfill one wish of his. Yun Xiao didn't take it to heart and nodded. His wish was to become strong, very strong. In the end, something strange happened. When he agreed, it was as if a contract was formed, and the girl revealed her true colors, completely treating him as a slave. If he didn't listen to her every day, he would be beaten up mercilessly. This made Yun Xiao, who was once one of the 10 peaks, give up his last shred of restraint. He became someone who would cry when he was beaten. Lin Fan, I hate you. Yun Xiao screamed in his heart. If it wasn't for this guy giving him such a huge blow, he wouldn't have come out to train and stay in the Yun Xiao peak. He was loved and respected by his juniors. However, he was quite happy here. When he was beaten by the young girl, he was actually a little excited. And his cultivation had unknowingly changed. He had actually reached Heaven Star Border Stage 4. This was something he didn't dare to imagine. In the end, the beast finally fell, and Yun Xiao was beaten black and blue. Is that okay? He still didn't know the young girl's name, but he had to get permission to do anything or he would be beaten to death. However, he found out from the young girl that a few decades ago, there was someone who met her, and he really persevered here for 3 years. He didn't know how that idiot persevered. Sometimes, he felt that he couldn't persevere anymore. If it wasn't for the motivation in his heart, he would have fainted long ago. Suddenly, the young girl grabbed onto Yun Xiao's hair and pulled him like she was riding a horse. Go, stop pulling, it hurts. Yun Xiao shouted, naked. His crotch was only covered with a piece of cloth, making him look like a barbarian. What's the pain? If you want to become stronger, you have to endure it. Go. Yun Xiao closed his eyes. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he rushed forward. I really want to leave this place now. This young girl is a complete lunatic. He would rather be ravaged by Lin Fan than be ravaged by this young girl. In a volcano, a black figure could be seen sitting cross-legged, ignoring the raging flames. Black fog could be seen coming out of his body, and the sound of hooves could be heard. Invincible! Zhang Hongdi shouted. He opened his eyes, and an unparalleled battle intent could be felt. It was as if an ancient battlefield was forming in his eyes. His aura was extraordinary and had reached its peak. Break! Bang! Bang! In an instant, Zhang Hongdi's body changed. The figure of an unparalleled god of war appeared. This figure was clad in golden armor and held a heaven-defying divine weapon in his hand. Then, that figure moved and cleaved towards the heaven and earth, directly splitting open the void and creating a crack that was hard to close. Breakthrough! With a loud roar, Zhang Hongdi's aura was extremely powerful. Endless battle intent surged out from him and the magma below him surged up and poured onto his body. Lava fell. Zhang Hongdi pinched his fingers, and lava flowed down from his fingertips. His eyes turned red, and flames could be seen dancing in them. I finally broke through to Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhang Hongdi laughed and looked into the distance. Lin Fan, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm full of motivation because of your pressure. I, Zhang Hongdi, will become stronger with this motivation. Suddenly, Zhang Hongdi covered his face, and his body started twitching. Tears could be seen flowing down his fingers. How the hell did you cultivate? Why are you getting weaker and weaker? You can even kill a demigod. I just broke through to Heaven Star Border Stage 5. When can I see hope? Woo woo. Zhang Hongdi, a tough guy and the god of war, was crying his heart out. His tears and snot could not stop flowing. The joy of breaking through had long disappeared. He felt hopeless thinking about Lin Fan. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to return to the sect in glory after breaking through. He would be praised by the patriarch, the elders, and the junior brothers and sisters. But now, he didn't dare to go back. What's the point of going back? The light had already covered everything. Whenever he entered the city to replenish his resources, he would hear the same thing. My sect's peak leader Lin is amazing, blah blah blah. He didn't want to hear this. He only wanted to hear someone else say, my sect's great emperor peak's peak leader Zhan is amazing. He would be satisfied. But it's impossible. Young man, you've broken through. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Suddenly, a voice could be heard coming from below the volcano. What do you know? Zhang Hongdi replied. Suddenly, his face turned serious. Who is it? Don't be nervous. I am under your feet. This is Hero Mountain. There were many people like you who came here to train. There were also many people like you who came here to end their lives. If it's possible, you can call me a hero because I am a living being formed from the blood of countless heroes, said the hero. Zhang Hongdi was on high alert, but he soon sighed. Sigh, I can tell you. At least there's someone to listen to me. I'm the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's great emperor peak. I should be worshipped by many disciples, but one day, I met a disciple. At this moment, Zhang Hongdi told the hero about Lin Fan's situation, as if he was telling a legend. After a long time, Zhang Hongdi felt better after he was done. Tell me, is he still human? Do I still have a chance? The hero went silent for a long time. If that's the case, with my knowledge, there's no hope for you. Not even in this lifetime. You. Zhang Hongdi did not expect the hero to not care about him and add insult to injury. But if you trust me, I can help you. At least, the gap between us won't be so big. The hero said. You'll help me? Zhang Hongdi was suspicious. So kind? Young man, don't think badly of everyone. I saw that you've been cultivating here for months, and I can feel your determination. I'm willing to give you some pointers. But don't think too highly of me. That person managed to improve so much in such a short time. He's obviously not from the same world as you. The difference between the two of you is like heaven and earth, unreachable. But I can help you jump a little higher. The hero had a life, but he did not have emotions. Therefore, he did not know if his words were hurtful, but he was telling the truth. Zhang Hongdi turned his head. Tears rolled down his cheeks once again. I want to beat this guy to death. P.S. Thank you, no name. Boss, 20,000 Qidian coins. P.S. Thank you, Etiandao, virtual singer, Luo Tianyi. Boss, 10,000 Qidian coins. Lin Fan was having a good time talking to his master, but he suddenly remembered something important. Master, disciple has something to do. I have to return to the peak. Lin Fan said. He had almost forgotten about something important. The 2 sets of points were still waiting for him. This person should not forget important things when he becomes arrogant. Go ahead. Tiansu nodded and chatted happily with his disciple. Invincible Peak, in front of junior brother Qin's tombstone. Before the mountain was built, this place had been a graveyard. But all this time, no disciple had been buried here, and junior brother Qin was the first to be buried here. It was a huge scene. Basically, all the disciples had arrived, and all of them had worried expressions on their faces. Their gazes toward the disciples of the 2 sects were filled with anger. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect were both powerful figures. They were people that they could not afford to offend. However, senior brother Lin had come out personally to capture the 2 of them, which was extremely satisfying. Amu's religious brother was scared out of his wits. A group of men surrounded him, looking at him as if they wanted to kill him. What do you want? You can't kill me. I'm the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. If you kill me, you will face retribution. Amu's religious brother cried. He no longer had the demeanor of a religious brother. The Saint Convent sect might have given up on him, but it didn't matter. He could only use the name of the Saint Convent sect to pressure them and hope that they would be afraid and let him go. The possibility might be slim, but he had to try no matter what. He might succeed. Adam cried out with tears streaming down his face, I'm the eternal son of the Eternal sect. You can't kill me. His cries shook the sky, and the surrounding disciples whispered to each other. So this is the religious brother. He's not much, but I didn't expect him to be so scared. Humph, that's right. There was a Saint Convent sect religious brother who came to our sect to be arrogant, but he was beaten up by senior brother Lin. It seems like the religious brother is just SOSO. The disciples discussed. They used to feel that the religious brother of the major sects was too high to reach, and they even felt inferior. But now, he didn't have such a feeling. It just felt that way. Even though he had never gone out with Lin Fan before, his horizons had unknowingly widened as well. I'll kill them. No one knew where Zhang Long came from. He had been cultivating, and his aura had become different. With the help of the pills on the mountain, he might not have entered the Heaven Star Border Realm, but he was already an Earth Star Border Realm cultivator. Senior brother Zhang is about to make his move. The disciples of the Invincible Peak naturally knew about senior brother Zhang. He was a cultivation maniac, and he rarely appeared in public. However, he was one of the first batch of disciples to follow senior brother Lin. When Amu and Adam saw who it was, their hearts trembled. Were they really going to die? Their cultivation bases were sealed and they could not resist at all. Thinking about how they were going to die soon, their hearts were filled with despair. The fact that the sect had given up on them had already caused them to feel lost. Now, there was another ferocious man who wanted to kill them with his own hands. This made them even more at a loss as to what to do. Zhang Long stood in front of the 2 and took out a sharp saber from his storage ring. You 2 killed a junior brother of Invincible Peak. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Don't worry, my saber is very fast. Even if your heads fall to the ground, you won't feel any pain. To the 2 of them, despair had already engulfed them. Amu and Adam leaned against the tombstone. Their faces were red, and tears were streaming down their faces. Fear made them sweat profusely. No, we don't want to die. I'm the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. I'm the eternal son of the Eternal sect. You can't kill me. The surrounding disciples looked at Zhang Long in disdain. They did not expect the high and mighty religious brother to be so afraid of death. Xianxia raised his hand. The silver saber emitted a cold light. Under the horrified gazes of the two, the silver light shrouded them. We're doomed. Stop. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. The saber was just inches away from their necks. Amu and Adam looked at the source of the voice and were overjoyed. Peak Leader Lin, please spare our lives. In their eyes, Peak Master Lin was here to rescue them. Or perhaps, the sect might even send someone over to rescue them. Senior brother. Xianxia greeted. He was confused as to why Lin Fan stopped him. Greetings, senior brother. The surrounding disciples greeted Lin Fan respectfully. Their eyes were burning with admiration. Lin Fan nodded and walked up to the two. He had almost forgotten about the important matter. Although their cultivation was not high, they were still points. How could he let them go so easily? Amu and Adam hugged Lin Fan's thighs and cried. Peak Leader Lin, please let us go. Junior brothers and sisters, as the peak leader of the Invincible Peak, I have the responsibility to protect all of you. Junior brother Qin is unfortunate, and I'm very sad. Now, these two people, one is the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect, and the other is the eternal son of the eternal sect, are both murderers. Therefore, I'll have to kill them to comfort junior brother Qin's soul in heaven. Lin Fan looked sad and looked at the two of them. Amu and Adam thought that they would be able to live, but after hearing Lin Fan's words, their faces turned as pale as paper. Lin Fan raised his hand. He slapped down. Done. Lin Fan got his points. The surrounding disciples were excited about the death of the elites of the two sections. But to Lin Fan, it was nothing much. He just didn't want to waste it. Master, did you notice anything strange? Just then, Old Black's voice could be heard in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan told his junior brothers to get busy while he floated at the bottom of the mountain. Old Black, what's strange? Are you going to break through? Lin Fan asked. Old Black's recovery is a little slow. I'm only at Heaven Star Border Stage 6 now. He can't help me at all. Master, didn't you notice that the heaven and earth energy in the world is a little different? It seems to be thicker than before? Old Black said. Look at my cultivation now. It should have taken me at least 4 months to reach this level, but now, I'm at Heaven Star Border Stage 6. This speed is terrifying. Is there such a thing? Lin Fan didn't feel that there was anything different. The heaven and earth energy is thicker? I don't feel anything. Instead, I feel that Old Black and the rest are cultivating too slowly. This isn't a good situation. I have a feeling that something is going to happen. Old Black said. As a dark nether python, he was supposed to be an expert who did all kinds of evil. But now, he was convinced that there was no hope for him in this life. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made an oath. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. He's totally sick. He's not even a demigod, and he's already so strong. If he becomes a demigod, he'll be able to fly. Oh, go and cultivate well. We'll talk about it when it happens. Lin Fan waved his hands. He didn't care too much about this. It would be great if something really happened. By then, I can play to my heart's content. Look at how boring it is now. Master, I'm serious. Old Black said anxiously. He felt that Lin Fan didn't believe him. I'm serious too. Hurry up and cultivate well. Heaven Star Border Stage 6 is really too weak. You have to at least become a demigod. Lin Fan sighed. The underlings of others are also strong, but look at my underlings. One is dishonest, and the other cultivates too slowly. This is giving me a headache. Old Hay almost coughed up blood. Demigod? Are you kidding me? How can it be so easy? My recovery speed is so slow. I still need some time to become a demigod. Cultivate well. I still have things to do. Lin Fan was having a headache. I have enough experience points now. I need to earn some points. As he walked towards the peak, he thought about what would happen next. The Sunshine Sect is a good choice. But it's too hurtful. I've destroyed so many places of there. I heard that they're safe now. The Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect are both candidates. The Elephant God sect, Yin sect, and Rakshasa sect are also good choices. These sects will definitely welcome a righteous person like me. Alright, I'll go to the Elephant God sect first. After some thought, Lin Fan chose the Elephant God sect, followed by the Yin sect and Rakshasa sect. As long as I become a demigod, no one in this world can stop me. Lin Fan couldn't wait to step into the demigod realm. He entered the void and headed towards the Elephant God sect. Wait. Just then, Huarong stopped Lin Fan. Elder Huarong, what's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Where are you going? Huarong was really afraid of Lin Fan now. This kid likes to leave the sect without saying a word. Whenever he leaves the sect, he will definitely cause trouble. As the fairest and most righteous elder in the sect, Huarong had to stop Lin Fan from doing things like this to prevent him from falling deeper and deeper into the abyss of evil. I'm going out to help the weak. Lin Fan said seriously. Huarong sighed and tried to persuade Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't go to other sects to cause trouble. You will get into trouble. Our sect has always been friendly. If you cause trouble, other sects might misunderstand us. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head seriously. What Elder Huarong has said is exactly what I feel in my heart as well. My sect is righteous and friendly, and I have always engraved that in my heart. At the same time, I have always acted according to these principles. I will definitely not cause any trouble. Elder Huarong, please believe me. Looking at Lin Fan, Huarong felt bitter. He didn't know what to say. I feel like I'm playing the lute to a cow. I won't believe a single word that Lin Fan said. I'm not that kind of person? If you're not that kind of person, then who else is? Elder Huarong, I'll take my leave first. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Lin Fan smiled and disappeared. Huarong felt sad and helpless. It's not a good thing for my disciple to cultivate too fast. My disciple is too strong, and my words are useless. Now, senior brother Tiansu is the only one who can suppress this kid. Are we really outdated? Saint Convent sect, outer area. Lu Ruochen followed the religious sons and daughters out of the sect to train. She was dumbfounded when she saw the scene around the sect. Initially, the surroundings of the sect were so beautiful. But now, it was filled with potholes. It was a tragic sight. What the hell is going on? One of the saints was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this still the sect he knew? I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Am I blind? How can this be a good thing? The religious sons and daughters felt gloomy. They had an indescribable feeling. Lu Ruochen frowned. Her heart was pounding. In front of her, there were disciples transporting soil and gravel from afar to fill the pits. It's impossible to restore the sect to its original state. But no matter what, I can't let these pits exist. If anyone falls into them, they will be crippled even if they don't die. Greetings, religious sons and daughters. Just then, a disciple came from afar. He was busy transporting things. What's going on? Lu Ruochen asked. The disciple was furious. Holy Lady Ruochen, the magnificent flame sex Lin Fan came to our sect and demanded us to hand over AMU's religious son. But the holy leader and the overlord refused, and a fight broke out. In the end, everything was destroyed. Lin Fan. Lu Ruochen's face fell when she heard the name. She had not seen this person for a long time, but she had been paying attention to him. What happened in the end? Did the sacred leader and the overlord kill him? One of the religious sons asked. He felt that this was a fantasy. He never thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the Saint Convent sect. And at the same time, he wanted to take AMU's religious son away? Dream on. AMU's religious son was one of the top religious sons in the sect. It would be a miracle if the sect was willing to take him away. No. The sacred leader and the overlord took action, but they couldn't take him down. In the end, AMU's religious son was taken away. As an ordinary disciple, he could not accept this. He had really lost a lot of face. What? Everyone was shocked. You're not playing with us, are you? The sacred leader and the overlord took action, but they couldn't take him down. The disciple replied. No. Lu Ruochen remained silent, and her expression was extremely ugly. She recalled the words she had once said to Lin Fan. One day, you will realize the difference between us. Now, these words were like a ruthless slap to his face. How did he become so powerful? Lu Ruochen can't understand. She tried her best and didn't reach this point. Now it's just the Heavenly Dipper Realm second layer. Despair, even fear. Because she recalled what the other party said to her. He said that he would trample her to death in the Saint Convent sect. Then what if? Heis, Elder Huarong actually suspects that I am not friendly enough? How is that possible? I, Lin Fan, am the friendliest person in the world. When he entered the void, he thought of Elder Huarong's words and felt a little unbearable. This was distrust. Elephant God Sect's territory. Floating in the air, Lin Fan took in a deep breath of air with a satisfied look on his face. Not bad. I can already smell points in the air. Ever since the war between the Titan sect and the Elephant God sect, Lin Fan didn't have much contact with the Elephant God sect. Speaking of the Titan sect, he thought of that cute little girl. An outstanding person like him would be worshipped wherever he went. This was a very normal thing, so it was naturally not worth making a fuss about. I'm not too sure about the Elephant God sect's danger zones. I have to do some research. I can't go back so easily now that I'm here. I have to earn some points, or I'll be making a huge loss. Just then, Lin Fan sniffed the air. There was a smell coming from afar. Is this the smell of points? He narrowed his eyes and looked very serious. Then, he didn't stay any longer and directly dashed into the distance. Far away, a group of people could be seen waiting and talking to each other. Elder E, this is our sect's famous danger zone, the Tuasher Cave. It's a great help to our disciples. Elder Lahar said, smiling. This was the first time the Luosher sect and the Elephant God sect had formed an alliance to train together. Elder E had a high status in the Luosher sect, and he was a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 cultivator. The disciples of both sects were waiting around them. They were the second batch of disciples to enter the Tuasher Cave. The first batch of disciples were already inside, and they wondered what treasures they would get. They were all looking forward to it. Elder E smiled and said, indeed, this alliance is groundbreaking. The dangerous lands of our two sects will be shared. This will greatly increase the strength of our two sects' disciples. Sigh, the Magnificent Flame sect ruined our battle with the Titan sect. This is so infuriating. Peak leader Lin from the Magnificent Flame sect is even more arrogant now. I'll teach the Magnificent Flame sect a lesson one day. Lahar said angrily. If not for the Magnificent Flame sect's interference, the Elephant God sect would have taken down the Titan sect long ago. But there was nothing they could do. The Elephant God sect didn't have a demigod, and they were weaker than the Magnificent Flame sect. But the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't as strong as the Elephant God sect. They were only slightly stronger than the Elephant God sect. Eldery looked gloomy. Ever since their demigod, Night Demon, returned from the Magnificent Flame sect, he had been behaving strangely. I wonder what happened to him. It's all right. The Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader has offended many sections. His good days are coming to an end. Elder E said. Elder Lahar was taken aback. Oh? Are the other sects going to take action? Let's not talk about this. I wonder how the disciples are doing. Elder E laughed. He knew that Elder E didn't want to talk about it. The Elephant God sect had always been on good terms with the Saint Convent sect and Luosher sect, but Lin Fan knew that the Elephant God sect wanted to use the Elephant God sect to control the Magnificent Flame sect, not because of their strength. They were just taking what they needed. What the hell? The Elephant God sect is working with the Rakshasa sect? They seem to be on good terms too. Lin Fan mumbled as he hid in the dark. This danger zone looks interesting. There should be many beasts here. I might be able to make a killing if I can harvest them. Lin Fan had made up his mind. He would kill all the people from the two sects and bury them here. Just as he was about to make his move, Lin Fan stopped. Elder Huarong's voice rang in his head. Our sect is righteous and peaceful. What a headache. Huarong might be a little saintly, but he has a point. I should be righteous and peaceful. If I take the initiative, I won't have a reason to do so. Lin Fan thought hard and came up with a plan. Suddenly, he thought of a plan. He couldn't help but feel that his intelligence had increased. Elder Lahar looked at the situation of the surrounding disciples and could not help but laugh. Elder E, look at these disciples. They can't wait to enter. Ha ha ha. Elder E laughed. He had brought the disciples here from the Luosher sect because he was interested in the Tua Grotto realm. The situation inside was beneficial to some of the disciples. Suddenly, an unusual fragrance could be smelled from behind. Elder Lahar and Elder E were surprised. This fragrance was really refreshing. It wasn't something ordinary. When he turned his head, he realized that a man with a swollen face and a wretched body was walking toward him from afar. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the thing in the man's hand had attracted their attention. From the looks of it and the smell, it was at least an earth pill. And it was a superior grade one. The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Stop right there. Lahar said sternly. Hearing this, Lin Fan panicked. The pill in his hand fell to the ground, and a few pill bottles rolled off his body. He picked them up and put them away. Seeing this, Lahar and Elder E were shocked. They didn't expect there to be more than one pill. There were a few bottles. This was shocking. What do you want? Lin Fan asked warily. Lahar stepped forward. Who are you? What are you holding in your hand? Where did you get it from? Lin Fan lowered his voice. I advise you not to mess with me. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Furthermore, I don't want to cause trouble. Ha ha ha. Lahar laughed when he heard Lin Fan. Then, his facial expression changed. How dare you? I'm an elder of the Elephant God sect. Everything here belongs to the Elephant God sect. Hand over everything you have. Don't go overboard. I don't want to kill you. Don't regret it later. Lin Fan said. Arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. How dare you say you want to kill me? I think you must be a spy. Hand over your life. Immediately, Elder Lahar attacked. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. He was greedy for the pills. At the same time, I can tell that Lin Fan isn't a big shot. Maybe he just got lucky and got so many pills. Looking at the situation, Elder E was laughing in his heart. I didn't expect to get such a fortune after waiting for so long. My luck is pretty good. But I feel that there's something wrong with the young man with a swollen face. He seems to be too calm, or maybe he's waiting for Lahar to attack. Looking at Elder Lahar, Lin Fan felt helpless. Elder Huarong, I'm just following your advice. But the other party is too much. I have no choice but to attack. Just then, Lin Fan raised his hand and clenched his fist. Just as Elder Lahar was about to reach him, Lin Fan could see the excitement in his eyes. Bang, a perfectly intact head, like a loofah, instantly split into pieces. White and red parts were scattered all over the floor. Done with one punch. How dare you? I, the peak leader, did not want to cause any trouble, but how dare you do this to me? This is infuriating. Lin Fan said angrily. The punch made all the disciples, including Elder Yi, dumbfounded. The peak leader? Elder Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling, as if he had just thought of something terrifying. He then raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Humph, I, the peak leader, am a chivalrous person. I did not want to attract too much trouble, so I did not reveal my face. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Lin Fan was furious. He covered his face with both hands and rubbed it. His bruised and swollen face instantly recovered to its original state. You're the peak leader of the Invincible Peak. Seeing Lin Fan's face, Elder Yi was shocked. His hands and feet turned cold as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Fan squatted down and took Elder Lahar's storage ring. Did you want to kill me too? He looked up at Elder Lahar. No, no. Eldery immediately waved his hand. His face, which was originally rosy, was now very pale. He had heard many rumors about Lin Fan. He was a terrifying person, and anyone who offended him would be in trouble. Elder Lahar was killed by Lin Fan's punch just because he acted a little presumptuously. Elder Lahar realized that Lin Fan was baiting them. He probably took out the pills on purpose to lure them into attacking him so that he could kill them with a punch. However, what he couldn't understand was that since he was already so strong, why did he have to go through all that trouble? There was no need for that at all. You don't have it? I can see that you clearly have it. There's nothing more to say. You've already made me extremely angry. Go to hell. Soul Transformation Realm. With a loud shout, a giant whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rays of light shone down from the sky, and a giant sword fell from the sky. A strong sword intent could be felt in the air. Slash. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent could be felt. Seeing the terrifying sword intent, Eldery could not help but kneel on the ground. Peak Leader Lin, I really didn't do it. Please spare my life. Boom, the Soul Formation realm landed, but it deviated from its original path. It split the Tua Grotto realm in half. Then, the sword will filled the realm and killed all the living beings inside. His points were increasing, which made him feel very refreshed. This feeling was very good. You really don't? Lin Fan asked calmly. Elder Yi's body trembled. He had been completely scared silly. It was really scary to make a move without saying a word. No, I really didn't. It's all because of his greed. I tried to stop him, but he didn't listen. Oh. Lin Fan nodded, so that's how it is. But you saw it too, right? This guy took the initiative to attack me, and I killed him in self-defense, right? Yes, he's digging his own grave. It has nothing to do with Peak Leader Lin. Eldery said hurriedly. Lin Fan sighed. Sigh, as the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak, I have always upheld justice and peace. I don't want to cause trouble, and I don't want to kill innocent people. But he went too far. He tried to kill me just because of my treasure. How could I let him live? Eldery swallowed his saliva. Yes. No matter what I say now, it's the right thing to do. But when Eldery saw the situation, his pupils shrunk. He was dumbfounded. The perilous land that was originally as good as new had now turned into a desolate land. Suddenly, he thought of the disciples who were still in the danger ground. Doesn't that mean that all of them are dead? Lin Fan pointed at Eldery. Also, don't say that I didn't show my face, and that he doesn't know who I am. I don't show my face because I want to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't you think so? Yes. Eldery said hurriedly. Whatever you say now is the right thing to do. Even if you're pointing a deer at a horse, you have the final say. Lin Fan was in a good mood now that he had gotten a few 100,000 points. Alright, it's rare to meet someone who is reasonable. Follow me to the Elephant God sect and tell them what's going on. I don't want them to say that the Magnificent Flame sect is a bully. I was just walking around, and he wanted to kill me. How could I not retaliate? Lin Fan said righteously. Beads of sweat dripped down Elder Yi's forehead. He was really scared. However, he could swear to the heavens that this peak leader Lin was trying to lure them into his trap. I'm just lucky that I didn't attack with Elder Lahar. If not, there would be 2 dead bodies lying here. I'm willing to testify for peak leader Lin. That Lahar was obviously greedy and wanted to take the treasure. Now that peak leader Lin has executed him on the spot, you're doing a huge favor for the Elephant God sect. Eldery was good at changing sides. As for his identity as an elder of the Luosha sect? Don't joke around. Even a demigod of the Luosha sect was beaten half to death. If he dared to say anything wrong, this peak leader Lin would definitely kill him without mercy. Eldery, why do you keep looking back? Lin Fan asked. Eldery, why do you keep looking back? Is there something there? Lin Fan said unhappily. Oh, that's good. Let's go to the Elephant God sect now. I need to ask their elders if they want to start a war with us. Lin Fan snorted, displeased. Oh, that's good. Let's go to the Elephant God sect now. I need an explanation from them. Shameless. Eldery thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Whose fault is it? In that case, it was definitely this fellow's fault. Hiding his true face for no reason at all, was it really fun? He even took out so many pills. It was obvious that he was baiting others, and he even tried to use logic to his side. Respect, respect. The disciples who were preparing to enter the danger zone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Some of them felt their hands and feet turn cold. If I were the one who went in, I would be a corpse by now. As for the Elephant God sect disciples, they were even angrier. But when they found out that Lin Fan was the Invincible peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, they were filled with fear. They might have escaped death when the Elephant God sect and Titan sect started a war, but they knew that many of their fellow sect members were killed by Elephant God sect. Not even their bones were left. He's as scary as the devil. Especially Elder Lahar, whose head was smashed by Lin Fan's punch. Is he even human? Lin Fan floated in the air. Just as he was about to leave with Elder Yi, he stopped in his tracks. Peak Leader Lin, what's wrong? Elder Yi asked cautiously. Staying alive is the most important thing right now. It's true that Lin Fan is temperamental. I have to be careful. It's very dangerous for these disciples to be here in the wilderness. If they encounter any powerful demonic beasts, they obviously won't be able to defend themselves. I, the Peak Lord, am a kind and righteous person, so I can't just watch them die. Although their elder tried to kill me, I can't just ignore it. Lin Fan raised his hand and wrapped the disciples with his energy. Peak Leader Lin, you're so righteous. Elder Yi said in admiration. Heis, it's not worth mentioning. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Elder Yi sighed. He had only heard rumors about Lin Fan, but he had never seen him with his own eyes. Now that he had seen Lin Fan, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Being despicable was already an easy thing to do. He should be worse than a beast. Was this something that a person with a little bit of face could say? Elephant God sect. Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak, Lin Fan, requests to see Shi Ditian. Lin Fan floated in the air and shouted. He had given Shi Ditian enough respect. But when Lin Fan's voice could be heard, the Elephant God sect was in an uproar. Which sect did the Elephant God sect hate the most? Of course it's the Magnificent Flame sect. After all, this sect almost destroyed the Elephant God sect. And the person I hate the most would be the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak leader. During the war between the Elephant God sect and the Titan sect, that bastard killed so many of our sect members. A few thousand is already a small number. At least 10,000. Calling him a demon or a killing god isn't an exaggeration. Now that such a demon has come to the Elephant God sect, all the disciples turned pale. The elders were panicking. We don't have any demigods in the sect. Who can stop the Elephant God sect? Hatred filled Shi Ditian's heart. I might not know what's going on, but I have no choice but to do it. I'm the patriarch after all. So it's the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak leader, Lin Fan. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Shi Ditian came out from the depths of the sect in a ray of light, cupping his fist. Not at all. Long time no see, Patriarch Shi. You look as good as ever. Lin Fan laughed. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. Shi Ditian laughed. I can't see anything wrong with their conversation. They seem to be friendly. Eh? Why is Elder Yi back? Why isn't Elder Lahar with you? Shi Ditian asked. He looked around. All the disciples are here, but half of them are missing. Did something happen? Lin Fan looked at Elder Yi, motioning for him to speak. Elder Yi's mind was in turmoil, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. Sect leader Shi, your sect's Elder Lahar is extremely disappointing. He actually coveted Peak Leader Lin's pellet and tried to kill him, wanting to take it for himself. Peak Leader Lin tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. In the end, he could only kill him. Peak Leader Lin was worried that Patriarch Shi wouldn't believe him, so he invited me to explain to Patriarch Sure. I can also be a witness. Elder Yi said. How is that possible? Sure Detian was shocked. He couldn't believe it even if Elder Yi was here. Lahar isn't that stupid. Patriarch Sure, why would I lie to you? Lin Fan said unhappily. You can ask your sect's disciples. I tried to stop him many times, but he didn't listen to me. In the end, I had no choice but to kill him. Sure Detian looked at the surrounding disciples. He was dumbfounded to see them nodding their heads. Is Lahar crazy? Doesn't he know who this guy is? Oh, so that's how it is. That's a good death, a good death. Sure Detian agreed with Lin Fan's actions. He wasn't angry at all. He couldn't understand why Lin Fan was acting this way. He should be arguing for the elder's innocence, but Lin Fan said that it was good that the elder died. What a big heart. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Sure Detian took out some treasures from his storage ring and spoke with sincerity. Peak Lord Lin, my sect is truly sorry for this matter. To think that there would be an elder of this level who dared to be greedy towards Peak Lord Lin. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Please accept these treasures. I hope that Peak Lord Lin will be appeased. This. Lin Fan couldn't understand what was going on. This messed up my plan. I wanted to vent my anger, but I can't. This Sure Detian is so cunning. I might not be able to win against him, but I can't be friends with him. It's about time for me to leave. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. You have to pay more attention to the selection of elders from now on. Goodbye. Lin Fan cupped his fists and left the Elephant God sect. Hey-ish. Seeing Lin Fan leave, Elder Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Sure Detian with pity. Patriarch Sure, I'm sorry for your loss. To the Elephant God sect, losing a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 elder was a huge loss. So what if he's not strong enough? Elder Yi, I just want to know if it was really our elder who attacked first. Sure Detian asked. He still couldn't believe that Lahar would attack first. It's true. It was Lahar who attacked first. At the same time, he was greedy and wanted to take the pills for himself. Elder Yi nodded. However, it's not that Elder Lahar is stupid, it's just that this person is too treacherous. He hid his true face and pretended to be a weakling to lure Elder Lahar into taking the bait. At the crucial moment, he brazenly attacked and killed Elder Lahar with a single punch. You better be careful of such a shameless person. I have to return to the sect and inform everyone to not speak to such people. It'll be too late for regrets if we fall for their tricks. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that I would have died if I had attacked together. He felt very fortunate. However, it was a pity that those disciples had died without knowing why. What a bastard. Magnificent Flamesect's invincible peak, I will make you pay the price one day. Sure Detian gritted his teeth. Weird, this is really weird. Lin Fan dove into the void. Towards Sure Detian's actions, he couldn't really understand it at all. There were many things that he didn't even have the chance to say. This was truly exasperating. However, destroying that danger zone and obtaining more than 400,000 points was still a huge profit, so he was very satisfied. It's no longer a secret that I'm in the Elephant God sect. If I destroy their territory, they will definitely complain about me. But it's not worth it to leave just like that. I guess I can only make peace with them. In the distance, there was a place for training. It was not a dangerous place, but a sea of trees. Every sect had such a sea of forest. Landing on the ground, Lin Fan opened up his arms and an aura emanated from his body. Boundless sword wills emanated from his body and floated around him, extending out to his left and right. The sword wills were aimed at Xianxia. I need to be strong enough to control the sword wills, or my Heaven Star energy will be depleted. Let's try a peaceful solution and see how it goes. Go. Whoosh, the sword intent that extended to the left and right swept out horizontally, crushing every single demon beast in this sea of forest. My points are increasing. This is the reward from the beasts in the Xianxia. Suddenly, a terrifying aura could be felt from the depths of the Xianxia. It was as if a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Lin Fan. Poochie, it was the sound of space being torn apart. Something was coming at Lin Fan at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, Lin Fan raised his hand and retreated. There was nothing in front of him before, but a beast in human form had appeared out of nowhere. He threw a punch at Lin Fan. It was so fast that it seemed to have merged with space. Interesting. You're actually so fast. I nearly couldn't react in time. You scared me to death. In that case, die. Lin Fan laughed and clenched his fist. This humanoid monster had a savage look on his face, and he looked like an elephant person. He wore golden accessories on his body, and his punch was filled with boundless rage. But to Lin Fan, this bit of power was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Come back. Just as Lin Fan was about to kill the beast, a voice could be heard from the depths of the Senhai. Trying to run? Have you asked for my permission? Lin Fan threw a punch at the beast. The beast, which was about to retreat, threw a punch at Lin Fan. Bang! A scream could be heard as the beast's right arm broke into pieces. Blood splattered all over the ground. But there was a force coming from the depths of the Senhai, snatching the beast away. You're fast. Looking at the broken arm on the ground, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. He then looked at the Senhai. I didn't expect the Elephant God sect to have a demigod. Stop hiding and come out. I didn't expect the Elephant God sect to have a demigod. And they hid it well. If I didn't find a random place to earn points, I wouldn't have found out. Peak Leader Lin, why are you so aggressive? A voice could be heard from the Senhai. He actually knows my name. Sigh, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Seems like I am really famous. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. Who are you? Come out, I won't hit you. Lin Fan said. Peak Leader Lin, please come in. A voice could be heard. Lin Fan laughed. I didn't expect the Elephant God sect to let me in. But it doesn't matter. I'll go in and take a look. If it's an enemy, I'll kill it with a punch. I don't want anyone in the Elephant God sect to be more pretentious than me. Lin Fan took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. He arrived at a cave according to the directions. There are bloodstains on the ground. It must be the beast's blood. Lin Fan stepped into the cave and went all the way to the bottom. A beast in human form was waiting for him. When it saw Lin Fan, it bared its teeth and glared at him. Lin Fan raised his hand and pretended to punch it. Show your teeth again and I'll punch you. The beast was obviously scared of Lin Fan. It shrunk its neck and pushed the stone door open, then stood far away. Lin Fan looked around. He was surrounded by stone walls, and there was a stone block in the middle. There was a man sitting cross-legged on the stone block. He had long hair and tattered clothes. He had no legs. Who are you? Lin Fan asked. He could sense that the legless, withered old man in front of him was indeed a demigod powerhouse. However, if he were to attack, he would be able to kill him with 10 punches at most. But that might not be the case. Maybe the old man has some tricks up his sleeves. I'm just a sinner of the Elephant God sect. The old man said. Sinner, that might not be the case. I can see that you're a demigod. Why are you here? There's no demigod in the Elephant God sect now. Things will be different if you go out. Lin Fan said. The old man sighed. Peak Leader Lin, why do you say that? I shouldn't have shown myself, but since you're here, I can only show myself. I hope that you can show mercy and give the Elephant God sect a way out. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the old man. You're a demigod. Things might be different if you're in the Elephant God sect. The old man laughed. Peak Leader Lin, you don't have to joke around. If I were in the Elephant God sect, you might even think of killing me. How can he tell? This old man is smart. Lin Fan felt that the old man was smart to be able to see through his thoughts. Impressive. Tell me, why are you here? For a demigod to stay in such a godforsaken place was already suspicious. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. The old man sighed. Haze, this started a long time ago. Back then, when Emperor Yanhua almost entered the Elephant God sect, I was just an ordinary elder. Because of this, I was unhappy with Emperor Yanhua, so I worked hard on my cultivation. After a few decades, I reached the border of the demigod realm. I was prepared to break through with the blessing of the entire sect, but the Saint Convent sect and the other sects stopped me from doing so. In the end, I was locked up here for the rest of my life. I can't leave until I die, or else the Elephant God sect will be destroyed. So many years have passed, and I've moved on. What happened in the past is like smoke in the past. It's not worth remembering. Oh, is there anything else? Lin Fan asked as if he was listening to a story. Ah? The old man was stunned. What do you mean? Story? Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving first. The Elephant God sect is a good place. There are so many dangerous places, and I haven't been there yet. Lin Fan said. Wait. The old man said immediately. Peak Leader Lin, please give me face and let the Elephant God sect go. Face? Lin Fan lowered his head. Do you know how many demigods there are in the Saint Convent sect? The old man nodded. Yes. I haven't been out for a long time, but he has been bringing me news. There are 10 demigods in the Saint Convent sect now. Among the 10 demigods, the demigods of thunder, chaos, judgment, dark evil, and Zhao Yao were beaten up by me to the point where they can't even take care of themselves. Furthermore, they had a big fight with the Divine Lord and the Heavenly Mandate Sovereign not too long ago. Tell me, why should I give you face? If you were strong, I would respect you and give you face. But now, are you stronger than that Divine Lord? The old man felt that something was wrong. He was an experienced demigod, and Lin Fan was a young man. He should give him some face. No. That's right. How can I give you face? Do you know why I didn't kill a demigod? Lin Fan said. I don't know. The old man shook his head. That's because if I were to kill all of you demigods, there would be no more joy in my life from now on. I'd rather die than fight with a bunch of Heaven Star Border Realm kids. But the key is that I can't die even if I want to. So, if you weren't a demigod, you wouldn't even be able to chat with me until now. So, I'm already grateful to you for not killing me, understand? Lin Fan sighed. Life is so boring now. I can only play with demigods. I can't play with those Heaven Star Border kids. That's it? The old man stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. He had lived for a long time, much longer than those demigods. He wanted to talk to Lin Fan as a senior, but now, he felt that something was wrong. Yeah, that's true. However, as the Invincible Peak Leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, I like to be righteous, peaceful, and give face to others. Of course, it depends on your performance. Do you understand what I mean? No. The old man shook his head. But he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. So there's nothing to talk about? Lin Fan clapped his hands, looking disappointed. He then looked at the ring on the old man's finger and said casually, Old Grandpa, your shiny ring looks good. The old man looked down at the ring. He then swallowed his saliva with a blank expression. It feels like Lin Fan is trying to extort me. The old man stared at Lin Fan weirdly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The beasts guarding the old man bared their teeth in anger. But when they met Lin Fan's eyes, they cowered behind him, not daring to move. This guy is so evil. He's even worse than beasts. This guy isn't very smart. He's so much worse than Shi Ditian. Lin Fan mumbled. How smart is Shi Ditian? He might not be powerful, but he's smart enough to know what he should do. Peak Leader Lin, this is just an ordinary ring. The old man said. He felt that he was in danger. Maybe I shouldn't have asked Lin Fan to come in. If the forest is destroyed, then so be it. I feel like I'm the one who's going to die. Oh? If this is an ordinary ring, is there a better one? Take it out and let me broaden my horizons. Lin Fan said. Lin Fan's expectant look made the old man's heart ache. Hearing Lin Fan, the old man smiled awkwardly. Lin Fan sighed and mumbled to himself. I'm grateful that you didn't kill me. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. I won't tell anyone about the Elephant God sect having a demigod, and I'll pretend that I didn't see you. I'll do what I'm supposed to do. Wait. The old man said. He was the only demigod in the Elephant God sect, but he was also useless. He once broke through to the demigod realm with the help of the Elephant God sect's luck, but he was suppressed by the Saint Convent sect and other sections. He was eventually locked up in the Elephant God sect. In the words of the Saint Convent sect, the Elephant God sect was not qualified to have a demigod as it would destroy the peace of the world. Back then, he was arrogant and wanted to fight back. But facing so many demigods from the Saint Convent sect, he couldn't do anything. The Elephant God sect even thought that he was dead. So many years had passed, and no one could remember him anymore. What's wrong? Lin Fan stopped and asked. The old man sighed and took off the ring. Peak Leader Lin, it's fate that we met. I'll give it to you. Ayaya. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed, but his body was still very honest. That's so embarrassing. But this is also a token of my appreciation. If I don't take it, wouldn't I look down on you? Thank you very much. To the elderly man, things shouldn't have turned out like this. He was a demigod, and could be considered as one of the strongest powers in the world. Even though he wasn't the strongest, he could be considered as one of the strongest. In front of any youngster, he could be regarded as an old senior, an old mythical existence. But who would have thought, sigh, let's not talk about it. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the humanoid beast at the side and sized it up carefully. When the humanoid demonic beast sensed this gaze, it felt a bit uneasy and took a step back. It was afraid. To think that demonic beasts these days are also materialistic. They should be cultivating and raising their cultivation base, but instead, they wear gold and silver. That's not right. It's better to give up on these worldly possessions. Let me help you. Suddenly, rustling sounds could be heard coming from the most mysterious cave in the Elephant God sect. I'll take my leave now. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in the Elephant God sect any longer. I hope we can meet again in the future. Lin Fan cupped his fists and left. The cave was quiet. It was as peaceful as it used to be. Woo woo. The humanoid beast came up to the elderly man and sat on the ground. Tears streamed down his face. He was the representative of the Elephant God sect, and he should be wearing gold and silver. But now, he was naked. Everything was taken away by that despicable human. The elderly man closed his eyes and breathed heavily. He opened his eyes abruptly. Go and block the entrance. Don't ever see anyone again. Even if the forest of forests is destroyed, don't care. Okay. The humanoid beast felt wronged. This human is such a beast. He didn't even let a beast like me off. He moved a huge rock and blocked the entrance. I don't want to see another human for the rest of my life. Heyish, I'm a demigod, but I have to spend the rest of my life here. What a pity. He couldn't go out. If the Saint Convent sect found out that he went out, it would be a disaster for the Elephant God sect. They would never allow a demigod to exist in the Elephant God sect. I'm cultivating now. I might stand a chance if I reach the pinnacle of the demigod realm. But now, I don't stand a chance at all. In the air. Lin Fan threw the storage ring in his hand in satisfaction. It's not a loss. I've made a small fortune. Lin Fan checked the storage ring. There were many good things in it. There were pills, treasures, and some skill sets. Elephant God suppressing the heavens. What's this? Condensing the Elephant God's true body? With one step, the Elephant God's leg will crush everything. Isn't that the same as becoming an elephant? No, it's too embarrassing. I can't cultivate it. Lin Fan wasn't interested in the skill sets in the storage ring. I don't want to waste my points either. I need to improve my foundation. Also, I'll get a new lottery reward after I break through to the demigod realm. Lin Fan wasn't sure, but he believed that his intuition was right. I don't have enough points. I need to accumulate more, or else I won't be able to become a demigod. I can't waste any more time. I want to become a demigod. I want to be invincible. Lin Fan was filled with conviction. He was definitely working hard. Talented and hardworking people like me will definitely become the most powerful in the world. Yin Yang sect, you're my next target. You guys must be excited to be able to pave the way for me to become the most powerful. In the void, a ray of light flashed by and disappeared between heaven and earth. Just then, something big happened in the sect's territories. Children could be seen running on the streets. Extra, extra. The magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak's peak leader, Lin Fan, came to the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect and forced them to hand over their religious brother and eternal son. His voice instantly caused a wave of commotion. Kid, come here. Is it true? Someone asked. Of course it's true. It's all in the news. Do you want an exclusive? The child said. Give me an exclusive. This is incredible. The magnificent flame sect is really going against the heavens these days. Recently, everything that happened was related to the magnificent flame sect. Many sects felt that the magnificent flame sect was no longer the magnificent flame sect that they knew. In the past, the magnificent flame sect had always wanted to become a major sect. They had been walking on this path, but it was a bumpy road. Many sects tried to stop them, but no one expected so many things to happen. Discussions could be heard everywhere in the tea houses. Wow, this is amazing. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect killed a disciple of the Invincible Peak during their training. Peak leader Lin went to the two sects personally to ask for the disciple back. This is too powerful. It's not something an ordinary person can have. That's right. That's nothing. The Saint Convent sect rejected him, and a war broke out. 8 demigods fought, and 6 of them were beaten to a pulp. The Holy Lord and the Heavenly Mandate Emperor worked together and forced the Saint Convent sect to hand over the disciple. Could it be that Tianzu fought personally? No. It's written clearly that it was peak leader Lin who fought. This is incredible. The magnificent flame sect is going to rise. Not only did they have Tianzu, but they also have a disciple that's even more powerful than Tianzu. He suppressed the Saint Convent sect's demigods at such a young age, and he's not even a demigod yet. If he becomes a demigod, won't he be invincible? Of course. This peak leader Lin is amazing. He went to the Saint Convent sect time and time again to cause trouble. Not only did he move the Saint Convent sect's dangerous land, but he also beat up the Saint Convent sect's demigods. This is unprecedented. It can't be. I don't think it was peak leader Lin who did that. Bull *T. Go to the magnificent flame sect and see for yourself. If the Saint Convent sect's dangerous land isn't, who else could it be? It hasn't been long, and they've already moved it out so openly as if it's their own dangerous land. I'm impressed. No one knew who spread the news. Although the Holy Lord and Monarch tried to hide it, the paper could not contain the fire. The news spread quickly, and many people were shocked. Many sects felt that they should establish ties with the magnificent flame sect and seek their help to get rid of the Saint Convent sect and the other major sections. The magnificent flame sect was a major sect, but it only had territory and a lot of people. Its overall strength was still lacking. But now that a peak leader like the Invincible Peak had appeared, many of the weaker sects saw hope. To the citizens of the magnificent flame sect, they liked to check up on the latest news of the sect. When they saw how powerful peak leader Lin was, they were filled with pride. The Heavenly Sect Palace. Song Wudao was having a headache. The people in front of him were the top elders of the major sections. Pa, the evil king slammed the table in anger. It's decided then. Lin Fan of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak has committed a grave crime. He should be punished and sanctioned by the magnificent flame sect. The Eternal sect elder's face turned red. That's right. This person is arrogant and despotic. He should be punished. Is there anyone else here who is willing to join us? Night Demon, do you think we should teach the magnificent flame sect a lesson and let them know how serious this matter is? The demigod Night Demon sat there and looked up, smiling. Heis, we can't defeat them, but we can't defeat them. If you want to ask for our help, just ask for it. Don't make it sound like you're doing it for someone else. The Saint Convent sect and Eternal Hang sect had no choice but to be attacked. That's because you're not capable enough. If you insist on our help, at least show us some sincerity. We can't possibly be used by you for no reason, right? Everyone, do you think I'm right? Ever since the honest Night Demon learned to speak the truth, his intelligence had increased. Night Demon, what do you mean? The Eternal Sect elder slammed the table and stood up. Are you saying that the Luosha sect is not willing to help? Why don't you think about it yourself? You were also beaten quite badly back then. The demigod Night Demon waved his hands. Calm down. I don't mean anything. As for being beaten up, they deserved it. What can they do? The other elders nodded. Demigod Night Demon is right. They didn't offend us. It's not good for us to help them. Yeah, we should at least have a reason or something to punish the Magnificent Flame sect. Benefits, the demigod Night Demon said. In the conference hall of the Heavenly Sect Palace, there was a lot of noise. Night Demon, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Understand? King of Evil asked. He realized that the demigod Night Demon was different from before. He had no idea what had happened. Demigod Night Demon smiled. Of course I understand. But the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal Hang sect are not destroyed. Everyone here is a representative of the various sections. But other than the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal Hang sect, who else was attacked? The elders shook their heads. No. Peak leader Lin did not come to our sect. He did not come to our sect either. There is no conflict between us. See? Peak leader Lin did not bully them. He only bullied the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect. If we punish the Magnificent Flame sect, we will offend the Magnificent Flame sect. Who will take responsibility then? What Night Demon said makes sense. Some of the sects were afraid. They did not want to offend the Magnificent Flame sect's peak leader. After so many things, they felt that he was a lunatic. Whoever offended him would be in trouble. Besides, they were not tired of living yet. Just then, Night Demon stood up. Most importantly, what do the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect have to use to punish the Magnificent Flame sect? The two sects were stumped by this question. The other elders stared at Night Demon in shock. They realized that he was not a simple person. He was good with words, and he even knew how to scare people. But sometimes, they felt that he was speaking the truth, just that it was a little hurtful. This King of Evil was in a difficult position. He did not know what to say. Demigod Night Demon continued, if you're talking about the demigods pressuring the Saint Convent sect, I think we should forget about it. Out of the 8 sovereigns of the Saint Convent sect, 6 of them were crippled. Even the sacred leader was useless. That's impossible. If a war breaks out, tell me, who will be the first to die? Will the demigods of our sects die first, or will the demigods of the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect die first? Night Demon, you're going too far. King of Evil said. Don't accuse me of going overboard, Danny. I'm just stating the facts. Demigods are the most powerful force in any sect. The death of even one of them is an unbearable loss, Night Demon said. He dares to kill me? King Evil of Dan gritted his teeth in anger. In the past, all the sects present would have given face to the Saint Convent sect. But who would have thought that Night Demon would be involved? Don't dare? If he didn't dare, he wouldn't have gone to the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect. How dare you say that you don't dare? Don't take us for fools. Everyone here is as clear as a mirror. The demigod Night Demon didn't give them any face at all and spoke very straightforwardly. This made the elders of the various sects present change their opinion of the Night Demon. King of Evil took a deep breath and sat down. He didn't want to say anything, but he was very unhappy with the Night Demon. Don't be angry, Danny. I'm just stating the facts. There's no need to talk about anything else. The only sects that have friendly relations with the Magnificent Flame sect are the Titan sect, Great Evolution sect, and Great Strength sect. I'm sure everyone here knows how poor they are. What do they have left? That is human. Economic sanctions are a fool's dream. The Magnificent Flame sect is self-sufficient now, and no one will starve to death. As for excluding the Magnificent Flame sect, that's even more ridiculous. The Magnificent Flame sect has been excluded for so many years. Have they ever communicated with the other sects? Therefore, any kind of sanctions are useless. Demigod Night Demon didn't even pant as his words made sense. The other sects nodded in agreement as well. They realized that what the Night Demon said was right. They felt that the Saint Convent sect wasn't good enough. If they keep their mouths shut, they would be punished. But the key was that they had to have a solution. King of Evil was left speechless by the Night Demon's words. Alright, what do you think we should do? At this moment, everyone turned to the Night Demon, waiting for his opinion. Simple. Night Demon laughed. Just like in the past. The 8 sects will work together to attack the Magnificent Flame sect. We will split the territory equally, and the Saint Convent sect will lead the way. The other sects will help out. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present stared at Demigod Night Demon with their jaws agape. They hadn't expected that Demigod Night Demon would speak of something that happened over 100 years ago. You're crazy. King of Evil stood up with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that the Night Demon would say such a thing. 100 years ago, the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't the Magnificent Flame sect. It was controlled by an incompetent tyrant, which was why the 8 sects could work together to attack it. But now? What a joke. At that time, Tiansu alone could turn the world upside down. Who could stand it, not to mention the invincible Pixelin fan? He's a lunatic, and no sect could stand him. Calm down. The Night Demon laughed. I'm not crazy. I'm just speaking the truth. This is the only way. Of course, we still need the Saint Convent sect and the Eternal sect to lead the way. King of Evil stared at the Night Demon coldly. What do you mean by this? What else can I mean? When the Saint Convent sect and the Magnificent Flame sect fight to the death, we will be the fishermen to reap the benefits. Night Demon laughed. Uproar, the elders of the various sects stared at Demigod Night Demon with their mouths agape. This guy must have a screw loose in his head. He was too direct to even dare to say something like that. King of Evil did not expect the Rakshasa sect to have such thoughts. They are waiting for us and the Magnificent Flame sect to fight to the death before reaping the benefits. Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? I'm just speaking the truth. Don't all of you think so too? Demigod Night Devil looked at everyone and chuckled. That smile of his was extremely normal, as though he was talking about something extremely normal. The elders cursed in their hearts. Is this something a human would say? Even if you have a brain, you would keep it in your heart and not say it out loud. Song Wudao sat there without saying a word. The meeting was finally over. The Saint Convent sect didn't dare to speak after hearing what the Night Demon said. Perhaps they did not expect the Rakshasa sect to have such thoughts. Yin Yang sect. Lin Fan floated in the air, a bright smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. This is my first time here, and I'm curious. He could hear his points calling out to him. I can't wait. Just then, he saw a group of people passing by. Suddenly, he remembered that he was unfamiliar with the Yin Yang sect, and it would take him a lot of effort to find a dangerous place. But it would be much easier if he asked around. He landed on the ground, straightened his face, and walked forward with a bright smile on his face. There was a total of 6 people in the group. 4 women and 2 men. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. The 6 of them were talking and laughing. The beautiful woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth smiled. Senior brother, we've reaped great rewards this time. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Junior sister, we're really lucky this time. If they didn't stop the beasts, it would be hard for us to get these items. They entered the dangerous place. Initially, they wanted to retreat after going a little deeper. But they did not expect that there would be people fighting with the powerful beasts in the dangerous place. This helped them, giving them the chance to enter the dangerous place and reap the rewards. When they came out, those people shouted at them, asking them to help. To them, how could that be possible? They would definitely settle it themselves. Please wait. Just then, Lin Fan walked over with a smile. The 6 of them turned around when they heard his voice. But when they saw who it was, they were puzzled. Who are you? One of the men asked. I'm a lone cultivator, and I'm passing by your sect. I'd like to borrow the map of the dangerous place. Of course, it's not free. Please accept these pills. Lin Fan chuckled as he took out some pills from his storage ring. These pills were all mystic upper-grade pills. Good stuff. If it was in the past, Lin Fan would have robbed them if they blocked his way. But since Elder Huarong had been so kind to him, Lin Fan could not disappoint him. Justice and peace, engraved in his heart. He was determined to be a qualified Magnificent Flame sect disciple. The 6 Xianxia sect disciples took the pills and looked at the young man in front of them happily. One of the male disciples said, "This map is very important. Let's discuss it over there. Please wait for a while." Alright, feel free to discuss. I'll wait. Lin Fan smiled and stood on the spot, looking left and right like a country bumpkin. A group of people gathered together. Who knows this country bumpkin? I don't know him, but he seems to have a lot of good stuff. Senior brother, why don't we? The female junior sister's eyes were filled with killing intent and greed. Dressing like a country bumpkin, looking like a country bumpkin, and acting like a country bumpkin, he must be a country bumpkin. He's not from the Yin sect. If we kill him here and bury his corpse, no one will know, hee hee. Yeah, I think so too. He's just a country bumpkin. Kill him, and you guys will be rich. That's right, but not you guys, but us. Junior brother, we. Wait, when did you come? Everyone was shocked. They didn't know when this guy had appeared beside them and even started discussing with them. Lin Fan smiled. I've been here for a long time. Seeing you guys discussing until now, I'm getting anxious. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? I've never seen a country bumpkin before, so I want to broaden my horizons. The 6 of them took a step back, then looked at each other and nodded. Country bumpkin, I'm talking about you. Suddenly, a male disciple held a long sword in his hand. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he charged at Lin Fan, trying to cut his head off. 6th sword. The other 5 disciples were excited. This is the last sword of senior brother's 6th sword. It's very powerful. But just then, Lin Fan sighed. Elder Huarong, you can't blame me. They were the ones who attacked first. Then, he took a deep breath and blew hard. The guy who attacked Lin Fan suffered a heavy blow, and his body seemed to be enveloped by a strong force. Bang, blood splattered all over the ground. How is this possible? Seeing this, the 5 of them were shocked. Their faces were as white as a sheet. The only 2 girls were so frightened that their bodies were trembling, and their chests were jiggling. It was a beautiful sight to behold. But when the 2 girls realized that Lin Fan was looking at them, their hearts skipped a beat. They could feel that Lin Fan was up to no good. Run! The 3 male disciples were so scared that their D*CKs turned to jelly. They started running. That was their senior brother earlier on, and also the strongest person here. Yet, he was blown up by a single breath from the other party. How were they supposed to fight him? I pretended to be friendly, but you guys are not. This is infuriating. I am very disappointed in the Yin sect. He felt very helpless in his heart. He was clearly being so forceful and pretending to be friendly, but the other party was really too much. It was unbearable. Mace, my good brother, it's your turn. He had not used the mace for a long time. He had forgotten the happy times he had. The mace glowed with silver light, and there was a thirst for battle. Violent mace. Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he raised the mace and smashed it down. Poochie, the mace fell from the sky and smashed into a disciple. Instantly, a pile of flesh and blood fell to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the silver mace was dyed red with blood. You guys are too much. I, Lin Fan, am a famous person. I have great expectations for the world, but your wickedness has made me lose my patience. At this moment, he was truly furious. Elder Huarong, this theory of yours has been tested many times. It is sufficient to prove that it is completely unacceptable. I want to release myself and be myself again. The two girls who were standing on the ground were terrified. They fell to the ground with a thud. Their pupils constricted as if they had seen something terrifying. You want to run? Too bad you can't. Lin Fan smiled. He stomped on the ground, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the disciple. When that disciple caught sight of Lin Fan's figure, his jaw dropped as he let out a look of horror. Bang! Lin Fan swung his mace at the disciple's body. The spikes of the mace pierced through the disciple's body, and a powerful force blasted the disciple into the sky. In the end, the disciple turned into a small star, shining brightly, and disappeared. Did he run that far? Lin Fan looked ahead. The remaining male disciple's legs were like wind and fire wheels, and he ran extremely fast. He had already run a few hundred meters away. What a pity! Bigger! 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 The mace in Lin Fan's hand grew to a length of 100 zhang. Then, he moved his wrist and hammered down, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Under the impact of such an impact, the ground split into pieces, leaving behind a huge crater. The mace returned to its original size. I can kill these guys with one look, but I'm doing this to find the feeling I had in the past. Justice and peace were wrong ideals. How could he forgive them when they were so ruthless to him? The mace was stained with some flesh and blood, which was a little disgusting. He took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river to clean it, and it became a clean weapon again. He took out the imperial cauldron of heavenly river and cleaned it. Okay, give me the map. The girl with the mole at the corner of her mouth looked at Lin Fan in fear and cried, Please, don't kill us. Stop joking. I don't kill women. Give me the map. Lin Fan smiled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. As for the girl with the mole, she could sense the nostalgia in the other party's eyes. She thought to herself, could it be that I look like the other party's former lover? That kind of gaze couldn't fool her. Lin Fan was satisfied with the map. He looked at the two girls sitting on the ground and stretched out his hand. Come, stand up. Thank you. As expected. The girl with the mole thought, I must look like someone important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't look at me like that. His eyes were filled with longing and nostalgia. Thank you. If you want to do anything to me, you can, the girl with the mole said. Another chick by the side stood there fearfully as well. Initially, they had wanted to kill the other party and rob him of his riches. But, to think that this man would be so horrifying that he could kill all of their senior brothers in a single stroke. Oh, I want to do something, Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan smiled. But when he saw that the crotch area of the two girls was wet, he frowned. This affected his mood. Such moist fireworks, even if they were to explode, would only be a dud. It would be hard for them to shine. The girl with the mole realized that she had wet her pants because she was too afraid. I'll go take a shower, she said. Wait a minute, I'm a fireworks researcher. Other than training, I also have a hobby of studying fireworks. I'm very curious about whether fireworks will release their original brilliance when it's wet. I'm looking forward to it. Are you willing to cooperate with me and witness it? Lin Fan thought about it and felt that he could give it a try. The girl with the mole had a headache. She didn't know what Lin Fan was talking about, but she nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Lin Fan grabbed the girl's head and smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. What? The girl with the mole realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. Her body flew into the sky uncontrollably. As for the girl beside him, she also let out a cry of surprise and flew into the sky. Okay, double fireworks. I've never tried it before, so let's take a look. Lin Fan clenched his fist and placed it by his waist. He took in a deep breath. Setting off fireworks was a sacred and technical task, and not everyone could do it. If the firepower was too strong, it would affect the quality of the fireworks. If the firepower was too weak, it would affect the range of the fireworks. Advanced version, double fireworks exploding fist. He punched out, but it was split into two types of energy. Lin Fan raised his head and watched. Boom, 2 fireworks exploded in the sky. It's beautiful. Lin Fan mumbled, then shook his head. It's just that there's a flaw in it. There's AF** King stench. After watching it, he took a look at the map and headed into the distance. He had to go to the dangerous place and enter the half-god realm. He didn't want to wait anymore. A few days later, there was a shocking change in the Yin sect. Countless disciples who had left the sect to train were filled with anticipation as they went to the danger zone. They had wanted to show off their skills, but when they entered, they were met with a pungent stench of blood. At first, they had no idea what had happened. But as they went deeper, they realized that the beasts in the dangerous place were all killed. And it wasn't just one dangerous place. There were many dangerous places. This incident made the Yin sect take it seriously. This wasn't a small matter. The dangerous places were where the disciples cultivated. If the dangerous places were gone, where would the disciples go to cultivate? In the end, the elders of the sect left the sect to investigate. But there was one biggest suspect that appeared in their minds. Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak. Of course, this was just a guess. There was no evidence. But according to the situation, he was the suspect. Or rather, there was no need to guess. Apart from him, who else could be bored to such an extent? Damn, are they trying to find me? Lin Fan hid in a forest. He could see people flying above him from time to time. Originally, he could have come out openly, but one day, someone passed by above his head and scolded him angrily. It must be the Invincible Peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect. As long as I find him, I must demand an explanation from the Magnificent Flame sect. Lin Fan took note of the situation. If the Yin sect really went to the Magnificent Flame sect, they would definitely ask for compensation. However, he had come out stealthily in the first place. How could he be discovered by others? Therefore, it was about time for me to go back. This was a great opportunity for me. I destroyed so many dangerous places, and as long as there was life, I killed them all. Seeing that the guy had left, Lin Fan did not stay any longer. He left and headed back to the sect. I'm going back to Breakthrough now. The Magnificent Flame sect's territory. Lin Fan returned to his territory in a good mood. But it was a pity that he did not go to the Luosha sect. But since he had accumulated enough points, it was more important for him to break through. Eh? Just then, Lin Fan heard the sound of fighting. Isn't this the place where I imparted the goddess's heavenly heart skill to the robbers? Lin Fan was confused. I don't know what happened, but I can go and take a look. The goddess's heavenly heart skill was a heaven high-class skill set. It was powerful, but it had negative effects. It was terrible. Sir, spare me, spare me. One of the carriages was intercepted, and the person transporting the goods cried and begged for mercy. We're robbing you, not your life. What are you crying for? The bald robber said. Ah. Why don't you just kill me if you want to rob me? I have parents and children to take care of. My whole family is counting on me. If you rob me, I won't be able to live. The businessman cried. So serious? The bald robber was having a headache. He helped the businessman up. Get up. Since you're so pitiful, I won't rob you. Big brother, are we just going to let go of the meat that's already in our hands? The lackeys asked in shock. This wasn't their style at all. How can we rob him? Didn't you hear him say that his whole family is waiting for him to eat? If we rob him now, his whole family will starve to death in the future. What are we going to rob then? Think about it. He's a businessman, and his children will be businessmen too. Generation after generation, they will all be businessmen. And when we have children in the future, we have to leave a way out for them, right? If we rob him now, his whole family will starve to death. Who are we going to rob for our children in the future? This isn't regenerating resources, isn't it? The bald robber was talking about the big picture. When the men heard this, they went into deep thought. Then, their eyes lit up. Lin Fan floated in the air, deep in thought. Even though the bald robber's words sounded a little retarded, if one thought about it carefully, it did make some sense. If I destroy all the sects, I'll be bored to death. I should give them some hope. If I kill all the demigods, not many will survive. But after killing them, they'll be lonely. It'll be fun to keep them alive. Then, Lin Fan looked at the bald robber. This guy was a talent. Did the Holy Mother's heavenly heart technique increase one's intelligence? This was really like seeing a living ghost. Big brother, you're right. Thinking about it, it's true. One of the men said. Of course. The bald robber smiled. Then, he looked at the stunned businessman and asked, how many children do you have? The businessman was nervous. He realized that these robbers were weird. They seemed to have mental problems. 2. Aya, that won't do. 2 is too few. We should have more, right? The bald robber said. Yes, we'll go back and have more. The businessman nodded. He had to keep his life. All right, go back. See you next time. The bald robber said. The merchant swallowed his saliva. But at that moment, he realized that because of the fright just now, the horses had broken their ropes and were running away. Sir, the horses ran away. I can't leave. That's my fault. The bald robber blamed himself. Then, he looked at his men. Go and bring our horses over. The men were stunned. Big brother, those are our horses. We're robbers. How can we give them things? If it was any other time, the bald robber would definitely slap him and instantly scold him, are you stupid? But for some reason, he couldn't do it to his underlings. He felt that his underlings were meant to be protected, not destroyed. Think about it. Where did his horses go? They were scared off by us. As robbers, we have to have our principles. If we do something wrong, we have to admit it. Moreover, we raised the horses and they have feelings for us. We'll definitely bring them over next time. Then, won't we be back? Isn't that right? The bald robber tried to reason with his underlings. The lackeys frowned, feeling that what their big brother said was a little hard to understand. But after thinking about it carefully, they suddenly saw the light. Big brother's words make sense. Well, it's good that you understand. Go and help him pick up the horse, the bald robber said enthusiastically. Yes, big brother. The underlings had been subdued by their big brother's intelligence. Thinking about it carefully, it was really like what their big brother said, full of great principles. The merchant was dumbfounded. He could swear to God that he had never met such a robber in his life. Usually, when one encountered a robbery, the common saying was, I have the elderly and the children to take care of. Of course, there was a high chance that he would be beaten up by the robbers for saying this, but to any businessman who was robbed by the robbers, he would never get tired of it. But today, he had really seen a ghost. He had never met such a robber before. Sir, I can do it myself. At that moment, the merchant saw the robber helping him move the goods that were scattered on the ground onto the carriage. He was so shocked that he was speechless. The bald robber waved his hand, no need, I can do it. This road isn't too safe. Do you need me to send you back? No need, no need. The merchant immediately waved his hand. He swore to God that this was the first time he had met a robber like this. It was too humane. But looking at the situation, the merchant felt that it was a little unjustifiable. Then, he took out some money from his sleeves. Sir, take this as money for the horse. No need, we are robbers. We only rob, not take. Hurry up and go. Remember to take this road next time, the bald robber said. Yes, I will definitely go, definitely go. The merchant immediately nodded. He definitely had to continue on this road. It was so safe and such a good person. He had never met such a good person before. Not only did he lose a horse, but he also helped to move the goods. When he left, the merchant waved his hand. Thank you, thank you. The bald man waved his hand and smiled. Then, he looked at his subordinates and said, listen up. There's a Tao in all tribulations. We can't destroy the foundation of this profession. Just now, we have to let the old and the young go. A lackey cautiously said, Big brother, but we haven't opened for business for several days. What's there to be afraid of? We won't do business for 3 years, but once we do, we'll be able to eat for 3 years. Do you understand? Let's continue waiting and see if there are any more caravans. The little brother was helpless. He really wanted to say, "Big brother, this is already the 4th caravan you've let off." Up in the void, Lin Fan looked down at the situation below. For a moment or so, he did not know what he should say. Cultivating the Saint Mother's heavenly heart technique. Could it have damaged his brain? If this goes on, the chances of him starving to death are really high. He decided not to think too much about it and left this place. If a bandit in the 6th stage of the Earth Star border realm with a high-grade heaven-class cultivation technique could starve to death, then the world would really be hopeless. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Another 2 disciples were assigned to guard the mountain gate. However, the situation was different now. The disciples who were guarding the mountain gate straightened their backs, feeling proud of themselves. Because they were disciples of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Furthermore, senior brother Lin's matters had made them very excited. There was an indescribable excitement in their hearts. News of senior brother Lin coming to the Saint Convent sect and Eternal sect and suppressing the 2 sects had spread like wildfire. Senior brother Lin is back," a disciple shouted. A figure could be seen flying across the sky and landing on the Invincible Peak. Senior brother Lin. Lu Qiming was patrolling the peak. He immediately went up to Lin Fan when he saw him. "Yes, junior brother. I'm going into seclusion. Don't let anyone disturb me," Lin Fan said. "Yes." Lu Qiming nodded and looked at Lin Fan in admiration. He did not expect Lin Fan to go into seclusion again. The frequency of his seclusion was too high. Furthermore, Lin Fan's matters had spread to many sects, and it had greatly increased the prestige of the Magnificent Flame Sect. There were many disciples who wanted to join the Invincible Peak as well. However, the Invincible Peak had reached its limit of disciples, and they could not accept any more for the time being. However, Lu Qiming was very excited. So many people want to join the Invincible Peak. Doesn't this mean that the Invincible Peak is good? Especially the matter of junior brother Qin. Many people were shocked. After all, the reason why Lin Fan came to the 2 sects was to seek justice for a disciple. Furthermore, he fought with so many demigods, which was even more shocking. "Disciple, you're back. Why are you in a hurry to go into seclusion?" Tiansu's voice could be heard. "Master, disciple has made some progress recently. I want to see if I can improve further." Tiansu was shocked. "Disciple, don't tell Master that you're going to break through to the demigod realm? If that's the case, you have to tell Master. Master will bring you to the Heavenly Sect Palace." "Master, disciple understands, but I'm not sure yet. I'll give it a try first," Lin Fan said. He then pushed the stone door open and walked in. "I don't know if I can fill up my foundation, but there's nothing wrong with giving it a try." Tiansu Mountain Peak. "This disciple of mine is quite powerful. He has a chance to become a demigod," Tiansu said with a smile. "If I really become a demigod, things will be different. Senior brother, you really have to do something." Just then, Huarong rushed over. "What's wrong? My disciple is so good. Why should I do anything?" Tiansu squinted and pointed at Lin Fan. "Junior brother, are you jealous of my disciple? After all, his cultivation is much higher than yours. But as a senior, you can't be so petty." Hearing this, Huarong almost choked. "Senior brother, your words are hurtful. When have I ever been jealous of him?" "Oh, that's good. I'm just saying." Tiansu laughed. "Senior brother, you really have to do something. I just found out that he went to the Elephant God sect and killed Elder Lahar. He then went to the Yin Yang sect and killed all the beasts in their danger zones. Everyone knows about it now." Huarong said. "I know about the Elephant God sect. Elder Lahar was greedy for my disciple, so he deserved to be killed. As for the Yin Yang sect, junior brother, please don't frame my disciple. Even the Yin Yang sect hasn't found out who did it. How can you frame my disciple?" Tiansu said. "Senior brother, why do we need to find out? Who else could it be other than him? The Yin-Yang sect knows about his past, but they don't have any evidence. With his strength, no one can stop him from going anywhere, but it's hard to say that nothing will happen to him in the future. Huarong advised earnestly. Before he left, he had even reminded Lin Fan to be righteous, to be peaceful, and not to be rash. But who would have thought that this lad would completely disregard his words and not take them to heart at all? Junior brother, you're so annoying, Tiansu said, looking at Huarong. But Tiansu's words hit Huarong hard. Senior brother, you said that I'm annoying, Huarong said. Well, don't be like this, junior brother. You're not young anymore. It's a little disgusting. I've sensed something recently. The divine realm is not a problem. You're making things difficult for me by disturbing me like this, Tiansu said helplessly. These junior brothers are too reliant on me. I was too protective of them when I was young, so they can't leave me now. Sigh. I can't do anything about my charm. Senior brother, are you going to break through to the immortal realm? Huarong said, shocked. Things will be different if senior brother breaks through to the immortal realm. Not yet, junior brother. Don't disturb senior brother. Senior brother needs to learn, Tiansu said. Huarong stood up immediately, not daring to disturb Lin Fan. Senior brother, cultivate well. Junior brother will leave now. You don't have to send me off. Huarong's face was full of smiles. He was very excited. Immortal realm. P.S. When we go out for dinner later, I'll take my wife to the hospital to check the fetal heart rate and to check the fetal position. The estimated date of delivery is April 13th, but it's very likely to be earlier. I'll tell everyone first that if she suddenly stops updating and hasn't applied for leave, then she'll have given birth. But try not to apply for leave. Silence filled the secret chamber. Lin Fan sat down with his legs crossed, ready to level up his world of utmost strength skill to full mastery. I've earned enough points this time. Maybe I should be able to level it up to full mastery. Level up, Lin Fan thought. Points minus 1,200,000. Skill of utmost strength, level 7, continue to level up. Points minus 1,400,000. Points minus 1,600,000. Skill of utmost strength, maximum, characteristics, increase the limit of your strength, increase the limit of your damage, use your strength to prove your Tao, true marshal's divine power, cover the sky with one hand, break all spells with one's strength, sense the true world. Suddenly, a vast amount of energy burst out from the depths of his body, filling every corner of his body. His skin started to crack. It's just like what Emperor Li said. The more I level up, the more intense the torture. If I didn't feel pain, I would be screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Fan could feel his body going through intense torture. It might be inhuman, but it was a pity that the immortal body was so hard to understand. I'm so strong, but I can't even fill up my foundation. How am I supposed to live? Lin Fan felt helpless. Every cell in his body was devouring energy to strengthen themselves, but his foundation wasn't at its peak yet. This is too scary. I've used up more than 4 million points, and I still haven't filled up my foundation? Is it really that hard to become a demigod? Lin Fan waved his arm, and a vast amount of energy gushed out. Ripples spread out in all directions. He had always thought that experience points were hard to come by in the past. But now, it seemed like points were even harder to come by. After killing so many beasts, he managed to accumulate so many points. But it was a pity that it wasn't enough. He might be able to build up his foundation by fighting elites, but it was impossible to fill it up completely. What should I do now? Lin Fan was having a headache. His world of utmost strength skill had reached full mastery, and he had no more points left to level it up. Damn it, is there a need to do this? So what if I become a demigod? Are you trying to kill me? Lin Fan pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber. Tiansu Mountain. Teacher, help me. Lin Fan hurried over. Right now, he could only look for his teacher for help. Otherwise, where would he go to find more skills? Disciple, you went into seclusion too quickly. Why did you go into seclusion? What did you cultivate? Tiansu was dumbfounded. Is he still human? Who goes into seclusion like this? How long has he been in seclusion and he's already out? Just like that. Teacher, let's not talk about this anymore. Your disciple is really looking for help this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate. Lin Fan came to his teacher's side with a frown on his face. Why did he have to be such a genius? Cultivation was originally a difficult thing, but to him, it was not difficult at all. In the beginning, he could still pursue it and raise it to perfection. But now that he had raised it to perfection, he could no longer continue to raise it. Disciple, what's the matter? Tiansu asked, shocked. He couldn't understand what his disciple had gotten into that made him unable to cultivate. Lin Fan rubbed his hands. Teacher, please give me some skill sets. Your disciple has already raised my skill sets to perfection, and I have nowhere else to go. Also, give me as cruel a skill set as possible. Your disciple likes this. Tiansu sat there in a daze, looking at his disciple in front of him. He then reached out and patted Lin Fan's head. You're not stupid. Why are you talking nonsense? Teacher, your disciple is not talking nonsense. Just give me one. Look. Just then, Lin Fan stood up. With a move of his aura, all the skill sets that he had cultivated started to boil. A shadow could be seen behind him. It was the scene of him cultivating skill sets to perfection. Seeing this, Tiansu held his breath. He knew that Lin Fan's skill sets were all skill sets that focused on brute force, but he did not expect Lin Fan to be able to train all of them to such a level. Disciple, he was shocked. Skill sets might be strong, but the process of cultivation was too painful. There were people who tried to cultivate skill sets in the past, but the results were not good. Either they went crazy, or they killed themselves. Therefore, most people would occasionally cultivate a skill set, but they would never go deep into it. Teacher, your disciple is a genius, and I'm walking on an unusual path. Please help me and give me a skill set. Lin Fan said helplessly. It was not that he had not thought of drawing a good skill set, but the chances were too low. Furthermore, drawing a lottery was addictive. If he was addicted to it, he would be walking on a path of no return. It would be useless even if he chopped off his hand in the future. At the very least, he had to become a demigod. Towards this disciple of his, he did not know what to say anymore. He could not help but feel that there was a huge amount of pressure on him. This improvement was way too bloody fast. As her master, he felt that if he did not work hard, he would really be tossed aside by his disciple. Forget it. Master will take out my collection. Disciple, this skill set is different. Take a good look at it. Just then, Tiansu took out a skill set. Looking at the skill set, Lin Fan was speechless. Celestial Body Skill, Earth High Class. Disciple, don't look down on this skill set. It's considered a skill set among skill sets, and it's a powerful skill set. Master has kept it for a long time, but I've never taken it out. Tiansu laughed. Actually, he did not have many skill sets left, but there was a skill set that he did not want to take out. That skill set could affect one's mind and make one crazy. He did not want his disciple to become crazy. Lin Fan took a look at the skill and said, Teacher, stop joking. This skill is really terrible. It's best if it's powerful and has side effects. Your disciple has already cultivated to this level. Don't tell me that you don't believe me? Tiansu did not expect his disciple to have such high standards. How could he not be interested in the skill set? This put him in a difficult position. Do I really have to take out the skill set? Disciple, it's not that master doesn't want to give it to you, but I can't harm you. Tiansu said. How about this, teacher? You only need to give me the first level of the entry-level cultivation technique. Your disciple needs it because I want to absorb the strong points of hundreds of schools of thought and master them. It's just that those cultivation techniques are very dangerous and you don't want your disciple to cultivate them. But if you only give me one level, I will definitely be fine. Master, you won't reject such a small request, right? Lin Fan said regretfully. He looked so pitiful that Tiansu could not bear to see him like this. Really? Just one level? Tiansu thought for a while and felt that it wasn't a big deal. It's true, more true than anything else. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Alright, Master will give you one level then. Just then, Tiansu turned around and took out a skill set from his storage ring. He flipped through it and tore out a few pieces of paper with the first level of the skill set. He then gave it to Lin Fan. Disciple, this skill set is called Mixed Demon Heart. It's an evil skill set, but there's no good or evil in this world. It all depends on oneself. However, this skill set will affect one's mind. It might only be one level, but with disciple's strength, it should be fine. Tiansu stuffed the rest of the skill set back into his storage ring. Master, it's not good for you to do this. This skill set is good, but won't it be useless if you tear it apart? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Disciple, this skill set is too evil. Master has always wanted to destroy it, but I feel that it wasn't easy for others to create it, so I'll keep it for now. I'll destroy it in the future when I have the chance. Tiansu coughed lightly, protecting the skill set well. He only passed the first level to Lin Fan. Master, why do you have so many evil skill sets? Did you join a demon sect in the past? Lin Fan was suspicious. The skill sets he got from Tiansu were getting more and more evil. Cough cough. Disciple, what are you talking about? How could I be that kind of person? I took this skill from a demon that I killed. I felt that it would cause a bloodbath if it were to be spread to the world, so I kept it with me. Don't think too much about it and go back. I'm going into seclusion as well. Tiansu said awkwardly. How could he tell Lin Fan that he used to be in a demon sect when he was young? Wouldn't it damage his reputation? Tiansu waved his hand. He didn't want to talk to his disciple, so he sent him away immediately. This was the last skill set he had. In the past, the magic of the 7 gods and the extreme destruction body-breaking technique were all fooled by his disciple. Luckily, he only gave her the first few levels of the technique and didn't give her the most dangerous one. Therefore, even if his disciple continues to cultivate it, there won't be any problems. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this skill set. Mixed Demon Heart, a heaven-class high-class skill set. Master, disciple will take his leave. Lin Fan left happily. It might only be the first level, but it was enough. As long as he had enough points, he would be able to upgrade it to the maximum level. Tiansu sighed as he watched his disciple leave. Heis, why did he have to cultivate a skill set? What a headache, what a headache. Invincible Peak. Lin Fan stood on the peak of the mountain and fell into deep thought. He had to go out again. Based on the current situation, he might be able to break through to the demigod realm if he could improve the mixed origin demon heart to the maximum level. Boring training is about to begin again. But I have to endure it no matter how boring it is to become a demigod. Lin Fan lifted his feet and disappeared into thin air. His destination was the Luosha sect. The frog, who was beating up the sex pill master, heaved a sigh of relief when it sensed Lin Fan's departure. The fugitive is finally gone. However, it had been feeling uneasy recently. It lifted its head and looked at the sky. Heaven and earth are really going to change. 2 figures could be seen flying in the sky. Danny, is it all right for us to go to the Magnificent Flame sect like this? Elder Rong of the Eternal sect asked worriedly. What's wrong with that? I'm here to ask the Magnificent Flame sect leader what he's going to say about this matter. He can't just not give us an explanation, right? King of Evil was unhappy. He had wanted to talk to the other 8 sections. But the night demon had messed things up, making him unhappy. In the end, only the 2 of them came. Elder Rong nodded. He frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Danny, don't you feel that the atmosphere is different? What's different? Monarch of Evil Dan asked. He could tell that this guy was starting to feel a little timid from the start. It was reasonable for him to come to the Magnificent Flame sect for an explanation. The Saint Convent sect had been destroyed so badly. Even though they had to admit defeat, they still wanted the Magnificent Flame sect to give them an explanation. After all, the Magnificent Flame sect was only a peak leader, not the sect leader. If even the sect leader said that there was no explanation, then the conflict between the two sects would be settled. Elder Rong shook his head. Something's not right. I feel that. Suddenly, King of Evil took a step back and looked at Elder Rong in shock. He raised his finger in disbelief. A thick, sticky headless beast could be seen behind Elder Rong. It opened its mouth and latched onto Elder Rong's back. Ah! Elder Rong let out a scream. He might not know what it was, but he knew that he was in danger. King of Evil, save me, the evil king wanted to strike out. But all of a sudden, he saw a series of tentacle-like monsters rumbling around below him. These tentacles then shot up into the sky and struck out at the evil king. Something's wrong. King of Evil frowned as he felt the energy below him. Suddenly, a huge change could be seen below him. A black cloud could be seen rising into the sky, turning into a pitch-black mouth. The mouth had sharp teeth, and it looked like it was going to devour the world. What is this? Why is it so creepy? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. By the time Elder Rong's cries could be heard, he had already been wrapped up by the thick and sticky tentacles and was completely drowned out. King of Evil Dan did not hesitate and retreated immediately. Even though he was a demigod, the situation below was still shocking to him. At the same time, this was the Magnificent Flame sect. As the leader of the Saint Convent sect, there was no need for him to kill such a terrifying being for the Magnificent Flame sect. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Magnificent Flame sect to have such an evil thing. It seems like the Magnificent Flame sect will be in big trouble even without us doing anything. The King of Evil Dawn disappeared without a trace. The thick tentacle that had been coiling around him disappeared as well. Below, a middle-aged man with long hair was holding a hoe. He lifted it up high and then dropped it down, lifting up a piece of soil. Earthworms, dig the soil. The middle-aged man lowered his head and continued to open up the land. He was naked, and he did the same thing every day, which was to open up the land. Not far away, the monster that had turned into a giant tentacle was now lying limply on the ground. How did this happen? How did this happen to me? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the eight-headed, eight-tailed earthworm could only burrow into the ground and dig up the soil. He would never forget what had happened on that day. A giant egg had clearly fallen from the sky into his territory, and he had wanted to swallow it whole. But who knew that the giant egg would crack open, and an arm would reach out and grab his head? Of course, he would fight back when his head was grabbed. But who would have thought that he would be beaten up by the person who came out of the giant egg? But this wasn't the most tragic thing. The most tragic thing was that the middle-aged man, who was so powerful, did nothing but open up the land every day and let him dig up the soil. Hence, the dark and damp territory had turned into what it was now. There were fields everywhere, and some of the fields even had sprouts. The middle-aged man waved his hoe, looking very unsettled. I'm the Pope. No, I'm a farmer. It's good to open up land and plant crops. Elder Rongqi woke up. Seeing the situation in front of him, he became alert. Who are you guys? The middle-aged man turned to Elder Rongqi. The fields are short of manpower. Help me water them. Elder Rong was stunned. What's going on? What water? He flew into a rage and attacked the middle-aged man. I don't care who you are. How dare you make fun of me? You deserve to die. The middle-aged man raised his hoe and smashed it on Elder Rong's waist. Ouch, my waist. Elder Rong screamed and fell to the ground. Fear could be seen in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the man waving the hoe was so powerful. Water or die? The middle-aged man said. Water, water. Cold sweat dripped down Elder Rong's forehead. He nodded his head immediately. He realized that the middle-aged man was very powerful, and he seemed to be crazy. Why are there so many lunatics in the Magnificent Flame sect? And why are they so perverted? Swear to become a farmer and water the fields with me, or die. The middle-aged man might not have many words, but at least he expressed himself clearly. Elder Rong could feel the killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. If I reject him, I might really die. Under such a threat, Elder Rong, who was afraid of death, immediately swore to water the fields with the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the oath was made. If I break it, I will die. The middle-aged man nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to hoe the fields. Go fetch water and water the fields. Earthworm, who was plowing the soil, was in despair. He was forced to plow the fields every day, and his stomach was full of soil. He was a great demonic beast with 8 heads and 8 tails. Who would have thought that he would be in such a miserable state again and again? The first 2 times he had his physical body chopped off, and this time, he was threatened and used to plow the earth. How humiliating was this, but he still had to plow the fields. But sometimes, he felt a sense of achievement from plow the fields. In a forest somewhere, a group of hunters went up the mountain in search of prey. To them, beasts were too powerful, and they could only hunt animals. But even animals were dangerous. One of the men was holding a wooden bow. When he saw an antelope running into the distance, he could not help but shout, "Follow it." Where did the prey run to? There were both men and women in the group. There weren't many people in the village, and the women had to take care of them if they were injured. "Chief, there's a smell of blood in front. We have to be careful," a villager said. The burly man with the wooden bow was the chief. He nodded. "Yeah. Inform the villagers to be careful." Far away, one of the yin-yang twin demons could be seen squatting there, eating raw animal meat. She had nowhere to go since the divine religion was destroyed. She didn't know how Yang was doing, but she didn't dare to go out or leave the place, as the magnificent flame sect must be searching for her. Suddenly, someone came. Yin was startled, thinking that it was the magnificent flame sect. But when she saw that it was a group of villagers without any cultivation, she heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she wondered if she should kill them. Just as Yin was thinking about this, she realized that someone had picked her up. "Why is this child here? And how dare she eat raw meat?" the chief asked. "The parents are so cruel. How could they leave such a young child here? Look at her. God knows how long she's been here." "What a poor child," the woman said. "Although this child looks a little weird, he can't be like this. He's worse than a beast. Look at his nails, they're so long. Village chief, let's bring the child back." Hearing these words, Yin was filled with killing intent. She stared at the woman who was carrying her. She raised her hands, wanting to crush the woman's head with her sharp fingers. But suddenly, the woman stretched out her neck and let Yin's arms wrap around her neck. "Don't be afraid, child. You don't have to live here anymore. Come, have some steamed buns." The woman patted Yin's back and took out a steamed bun, passing it to her. "Chief, let's go back." "Yeah, let's go." The chief nodded. In the village, there was a group of children playing. Yin tried to attack them, but to no avail. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk the woman brought a basin of water and took off Yin's clothes. Then, she looked at the pictures on Yin's body and felt sad. What happened to this child? Why are there so many pictures on her body? What am I going to do in the future? The pictures on Yin's body contained terrifying power. If they were to explode, they could destroy an entire mountain range. But now, they were left behind by the woman as if she had been abused. The woman washed Yin's body and the dust off. Then, she took a pair of scissors and cut off her long nails. As she cut, she comforted her, "Child, what's your name? Don't be afraid. You can live here from now on. I will take care of you. Come, put on your clothes. I wore these when I was young. Put them on first. I will make you a new set of clothes." Yin was stunned. She let the woman put on her clothes. She raised her hands and looked at her fingers. Her long and sharp nails were gone. After everything was done, the woman grabbed Yin's hands and looked at them carefully. Then, she smiled. "So cute." Then, Yin's body started trembling. The word "so cute" resounded in her mind. This was something no one had ever said to her before. A group of children ran over. "Auntie, can we bring her to play with us?" The woman replied, "Yes. Remember to protect your little sister." The children replied, "Okay." In the Luosha sect's territory. It's so damn cold here. This was his first time coming to the Luosha sect. All he could see was a patch of white. This is not the right time. The season is not right. It's better to keep a low profile. If I am too high profile, it will affect the progress. He had already decided why he was here. To accumulate points to break through to the demigod realm. Therefore, he did not care about anything else. He just wanted to earn points and take the last step towards becoming the strongest. Whoosh, he flew at a low altitude, spreading his arms wide. He could sense the movements of beasts around him. He let out his aura and started to move. Instantly, countless streams of aura burst out from his back and spread out in all directions, forming a hand of power that crushed everything in its path. All the beasts were instantly crushed into pieces of flesh and blood that splattered onto the ground. Haha, I'm so smart to think of such a plan. I might not know where the danger zones of the Luosha sect are, but as long as I continue to push forward, I will definitely come across one. How smart. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his idea. It was a genius idea. Saint Convent Sect. King of Evil returned with his tail between his legs. When he reported the situation of the Magnificent Flame Sect to the Holy Leader, he immediately attracted the attention of the Sacred Leader. It was a disaster for the Magnificent Flame Sect to have such a monster. King of Evil, go to the Eternal Sect now and tell them what happened to Rongqi in the Magnificent Flame Sect. Let's see what they will do. The Holy Leader said. Holy Leader, I think that the Eternal Sect will not do anything. They are so cowardly that they won't dare to cause trouble in the Magnificent Flame Sect. King of Evil said. He had finally seen through the Eternal Sect. However, since the Holy Leader had spoken, he had to inform them. Elder Rongqi had died in the Magnificent Flame Sect. Even if the Eternal Sect would not dare to say anything, they would definitely be unhappy with the Magnificent Flame Sect. The hatred would accumulate, and one day, it would explode. Seeing the King of Evil leave, the Holy Leader sighed. He used to pretend to be strong, but now that there was no one around, he felt helpless. The Magnificent Flame Sect had Lin Fan, and he had even caused trouble in the Saint Convent Sect a few times. As the Holy Leader, he felt a lot of pressure. The Saint Convent Sect might be strong, and it was an honor to be the Holy Leader, but when there was no one around, he would feel worried and helpless. A few days later. Luosha Sect, a certain dangerous place. In Lin Fan's hand, he squeezed the last demonic beast, and with a little bit of force, blood and flesh splattered on the ground. Over this period of time, he had been desperately harvesting points, and the harvest was very good. They arrived at a deserted place. Comprehend, he muttered in his heart. Points minus 150,000. Chaos Origin Demon Heart, Level 1, the instant he comprehended it, a sort of power surged forth from his body. However, this power had yet to reach an unstoppable level. Upgrade. Looks like there might really be hope this time. Points minus 500,000. Points -800,000 inch. The technique only had 6 layers. As he was about to reach the 6th layer, he could feel a huge change in his body. I can't hold on much longer. He instantly opened his eyes, and with his body as the center, a vast aura burst forth, forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Crack! From the sound of his skin cracking, he knew that he was about to reach his limit. The foundation in my body has already reached its peak. Ha ha ha. Breakthrough. His master once told him that he needed the blessing of the sect to break through to the demigod level. But to him, it was complete nonsense. With experience points, he could just tap on it with his finger. What could possibly go wrong? Upgrade my cultivation. Experience points minus 100 million. Cultivation, demigod. Boom, instantly, the moment Lin Fan raised his cultivation state to that of a demigod, a boundless aura burst forth like a dragon that soared into the sky. His body was covered in flames, and the flames grew stronger and stronger until they covered the sky. It was as if they were going to burn the entire world. The cloudless sky started to change. A giant whirlpool appeared, and lightning could be seen flowing within it. There was even a majestic aura contained within it. Streaks of lightning descended, like swimming dragons, vertically descending, and then dissipating with a paw sound. However, it did not end there. The entire world had turned into a land of lightning. Countless terrifying lightning bolts filled the sky and rained down from the sky. At a glance, one could not tell how far the lightning covered. Luoxia sect. What's going on? What's going on with this aura? A few figures could be seen coming from the depths of the sect. Demigod Night Demon stood in the sky and looked into the distance. It seems like someone is breaking through in our sect. Judging from this situation, it should be a demigod. Who is so arrogant to be breaking through in Luoxia sect? Impossible. Even if someone is breaking through to the demigod level, they can't have such power. Who is so arrogant to break through in Luoxia sect? Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, everyone stepped into the sky and headed into the distance. As for the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, they felt as if a huge mountain was crushing down on their hearts when they felt this pressure, so much so that they couldn't even breathe. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the current. Lightning bolts swam around his body, giving off a crackling sound. This level of power. So strong. He clenched his fists. His body was filled with a terrifying power that he had never felt before. I'm invincible. Lin Fan roared out as his hair stood straight up into the heavens and earth. Within the vortex and the void, a thunderbolt came crashing down and wrapped around Lin Fan. Suddenly, Lin Fan could only see darkness. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a different place. The sect leader and elders of the Rakshasa sect arrived. When they saw a person standing in the middle of the powerful current, they were shocked. Who is that? Demigod Night Demon took a look and was stunned. Isn't that the magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak leader? Why is he here? What? He's Lin Fan. Even though they had never seen Lin Fan before, they knew of the name of this fella. That was an extremely vicious and evil existence. What should we do now? It seems like he's breaking through to the demigod level. A top elder said. The Luoxia sect patriarch was in a dilemma. He did not know what to do. Why don't we stop him from breaking through? It'll be bad if there's another demigod in the magnificent Flame sect, Night Demon said. And we were already no match for him before he became a demigod. If he becomes a demigod, we won't be able to suppress him. Everyone was tempted by his words. No. It'll be fine if he succeeds, but if he doesn't, we'll be in trouble. The patriarch said. Demigod Night Demon looked at Lin Fan strangely. Is he breaking through to the demigod level? I don't think so. If he comes to our sect to break through, we won't have enough luck for him to break through. That's true. The patriarch said doubtfully. Lin Fan was in a strange situation. He had no idea where he was. Could it be a demon? He could not help but wonder. If it wasn't a demon, what else could it be? But he also felt that something was wrong. If this was an inner demon, then there would definitely be someone who looked exactly like him. Then, like an idiot, he would tell him, I am you, you are me. Such unbelievable words. But now, such a situation had not occurred at all. Come to think of it, if I'm improving, the demon might be improving too. But when Lin Fan took a step forward, he realized that his surroundings had changed. The most perfect computer had appeared, and on the computer screen was a very popular game, which was also his favorite game in the past. Chicken dinner. Lin Fan's skills were not good, and he could not get anything good from opening chests. Thus, he was basically a box the moment he landed. But he never got tired of it and played it every day. But just then, a different image appeared on the top left corner of the screen. X-ray vision activated. One-click full matching activated. Invisibility activated. Blood lock activated. Self-aim activated. Absorbing stars great skill activated. Teleportation activated. F***CK. A cheat. Lin Fan was shocked. It's a cheat, and a very high-end one at that. It's also the cheat that I've been looking for. From the unknowns, there was a surge of energy that seeped into Lin Fan's body, as though it was trying to affect his mental state. When an Earth Star Border cultivator breaks through to the Heaven Star Border, they face their inner demons. And when they break through to the demigod realm from the Heaven Star Border, they face their inner demons again. But this time, it's different. It's no longer a temptation or a threat. with such a cheat, I can definitely get chicken dinner. Lin Fan walked towards the computer. Every step he took seemed to bring him closer to the abyss. Standing in front of the computer, Lin Fan took out his mace and hammered it down. I, Lin Fan, am an upright person, and I play games fairly. How can you make me use a cheat? How can I face the hard-working players? You're destroying the harmony of the game and shortening its lifespan. I can't forgive you. I, Lin Fan, can't be on the same side as you. Bang, the computer was smashed into pieces. F***ck, this stupid game. I was banned by you 5 times in my previous life, and you're trying to cheat me of my money again. I won't fall for it. The scene changed. It was a beach. Suddenly, countless beautiful girls in bikinis could be seen running on the beach. Every time they ran, they would leave a long shadow behind them under the setting sun. Countless flirtatious eyes and electric eyes could be seen blinking at Lin Fan. Every time they blinked, there would be electricity. This is the signal of love. There are so many girls. Lin Fan, who was wearing a pair of baggy shorts, stood on the beach and sniffed. His nostrils enlarged. Little brother. A beautiful young lady placed her slender hands on Lin Fan's shoulders. She had wanted to lean her petite body against his. But all of a sudden, she flew up into the sky. This is what I've been looking for. The perfect fireworks. Even if it's a dream, I hope it's more realistic. Boom. Explosion. At this moment, there was no one on the beach at all. All of them were up in the sky, covering the entire sky and even blocking the sunlight. Perhaps the most powerful move can only be realized in a dream. At this moment, Lin Fan's essence, spirit, and vitality were at their peak. Because there were too many fireworks, he had to raise both of his hands. When his aura was at its peak, he slammed down. Boom, instantly, the sky changed color and was filled with all sorts of colors. He raised his head as tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He mumbled to himself, I can die without regrets now. This was the most beautiful moment he had ever seen in his life. In the future, it would probably be hard for him to experience something like this. If this was truly the doing of the inner demon, he had to thank the other party. If not for him, he might not have been able to witness such a scene. Gotcha, the beach shattered into pieces. The scene in front of him had completely disappeared, and the surrounding environment had turned gray and hazy. It's you indeed. Lin Fan looked at his black self. The black Lin Fan's eyes were wide open as he looked at Lin Fan, as though he was stunned. Lin Fan walked up and stretched out his hand, patting the shoulder of the inner demon, to think that we would meet again after so long. Even though you've turned into my appearance, I'll allow you to exist this time around. Well done. Alright, is the tribulation of the inner demon over now? That should be enough. Lin Fan replied, not bothered by the inner demon in the least bit. To others, the inner demon was something that could cause one's expression to change. But to Lin Fan, it was nothing much. All he had to do was deal with it normally. The body of the inner demon shivered as tears rolled down from those pitch-black eyes of his. You had better stop right there. Lin Fan turned around and was prepared to look around. He wanted to see just what sort of existence this gray space was. But when he heard the voice of the inner demon that was filled with anger, he stopped in his tracks and looked over curiously. Can you show me some respect? Or at least, show me some respect. I'm the inner demon. Even the inner demons have their own pride. Can you let me feel the fear that you have for me? Even just a little bit would do. The inner demon hollered. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely indignant. He was the heart demon, and also Lin Fan's heart demon. There was no one who was more familiar with Lin Fan than him. But even so, he had never succeeded in his 2 tribulations of the heart demon. Lin Fan remained silent. Even though the other party was a heart demon, the scene just now was worth him taking a step back. If not for him, he might not have been able to witness such a satisfying display of fireworks. Ah. Heart demon. So, you're the heart demon. You scared me to death. Suddenly, Lin Fan's face changed as though he was filled with fear. Xianmo stood there and stared blankly at Lin Fan. He could tell that Lin Fan was messing with him. That fearful expression wasn't what he wanted. "Shut up," the inner demon roared. Lin Fan said, "What exactly do you want? Didn't you perform very well just now?" "I was indeed afraid." "Don't be too dissatisfied." "Ah. Enough, enough." The heart demon scratched its head and said angrily, "You bastard, I am the heart demon. Why aren't you afraid of me? Why aren't you affected?" Cracks appeared on the inner demon's body, as if it was about to disintegrate. "Heart demon, are you going to come out next time? For example, when I become a god, are you going to appear again? Actually, the second heart demon realm that you created is really not bad. Can you do it next time?" Lin Fan asked. Actually, he felt that this heart demon was to his liking. "Bastard." Finally, the heart demon roared and disappeared from the world. However, a voice rang out. "Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the heart demon because it's weak." When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. What a chunibyu. Haze, there's no saving it. The surrounding gray space shattered. When he opened his eyes, the world around him was extremely violent. With him as the center, an endless amount of energy was accumulated. Ah! Lin Fan arched his body and clenched his fists. His eyes opened wide and he roared. Endless energy exploded from his body. I, Lin Fan, have finally become a half-god. Hung Long, with Lin Fan as the center, a pillar of energy exploded. It expanded and covered the entire world. So strong. The top forces of the Rakshasa sect who were standing in the distance all raised their hands to block the impact. However, they were still unable to block it and were forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? He's really breaking through. But it's impossible for our sect's luck to allow a half-god to break through. How did he do it? Demigod Night Demon was shocked. Every sect had their own luck. For example, the Saint Convent sect had 10 demigods, which was considered to be the limit. Furthermore, the Saint Convent sect had been interfering with other sects to attract luck to their own sect so that more demigods would appear. Of course, this was a saying that had been passed down since ancient times. There was no way to verify whether it was true or not. But now, all the sects treated this as real. As for the smaller sects, even if they gathered all the luck in their sect, it would be hard for them to produce a half-god. Sometimes, this was true according to the situation of each sect. But sometimes, it was hard to say. For example, the Elephant God sect once had someone who wanted to break through to the half-god realm. But at that time, the Elephant God sect was scarily poor. How could they have such luck? Therefore, it was said that luck was difficult to investigate and even more difficult to verify. So powerful. Am I invincible just like that? Lin Fan stood there, feeling sad. I've only been here for a few months, and I'm already invincible. Will I still be able to achieve anything in the future? Just then, he saw the figures in the distance. Demigod Night Demon? Lin Fan shouted. I didn't expect to be discovered again. Especially when I'm breaking through. How am I going to fool around in the future? Now that they've seen me, I'm sure they won't dare to be presumptuous in the future. I'm going to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger after becoming invincible. But now that the tiger has seen it with his own eyes, how would he dare to be presumptuous in the future? I'm going to be lonely in the future. The Rakshasa sect leader went up to Lin Fan immediately. Congratulations, peak leader Lin, for successfully breaking through to the half-god realm. Even though this peak leader Lin used to extort money from the Rakshasa sect, but looking at the current situation, the power that he unleashed after breaking through was shocking. If I continue like this, I won't even know how I died. You are? Lin Fan didn't know the other party. Oh, I'm the leader of the Rakshasa sect, Pudisha. Pudisha cupped his fists. He was also guessing how powerful this guy would be after breaking through to the half-god realm. How would he compare to the Saint Convent sect's leader? Oh, it's you, sect leader Pu. Lin Fan smiled. Did you all see what happened just now? Pudisha didn't know what Lin Fan meant, but he still nodded. Yeah, I saw it. Oh, then please help me keep this a secret. After all, I'm a low-profile person, and I don't like to be in the limelight. Lin Fan thought about it and decided to say it. Based on the current situation, no one would dare to mess with him anymore. But if the other party helped to keep this a secret, he might have some fun in the future. Of course, of course. Pu Disha nodded immediately. Even though he didn't know what Lin Fan meant, he felt that something was wrong. Peak leader Lin, why? His meaning was clear. Why would he appear in the Rakshasa sect? At the same time, he was worried that he might have done something to the sect's territory. After all, the Saint Convent sect's territory was in a pitiful state. Oh, it's a long story. Somewhere far away, there was a demon causing trouble. How could I tolerate it? I was going to subdue the demon, but when I passed by your sect, I suddenly felt that I was about to make a breakthrough, so I decided to do it here. But don't worry, I definitely did not cause any damage to the Rakshasa sect. Lin Fan said with a straight face, hoping that the people of the Rakshasa sect would believe him. I see. But you don't have to say that, Peak Leader Lin. My sect still trusts you. Pu Disha smiled. But in his heart, he was cursing. I'd be a ghost if I believed him. I wouldn't believe him even if I was beaten to death. There must be something wrong with him appearing in the Rakshasa sect's territory for no reason. Once I get rid of this guy, I'll definitely get someone to check if there's any damage to the sect's territory. Sect leader, when will you believe him? Don't go against your conscience. Look at him, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Demigod Night Demon said. He was an honest man who would never lie. The way the sect leader was behaving right now was shameful. Those words had Sect Master Pu's expression changing as well. He looked at the Night Demon as though he was looking at an idiot. To think that he would say something like that under such circumstances. He must be tired of living. The elder at the side hurriedly covered Night Demon's mouth. He then said awkwardly, he's stupid, stupid. Peak Leader Lin, please don't take it to heart. Lin Fan laughed. This samsara was really strong. To think that he would dare to speak the truth under such circumstances. He then raised his thumb. You've got guts. Night Demon, this isn't a place for you to be so insolent. Hurry and scram back. Pu Disha scolded. He then looked at Lin Fan, Peak Leader Lin, please don't take it to heart. He's been going berserk recently, and his brain isn't normal anymore. It's alright. Demigod Night Demon is a straightforward man and speaks the truth. That's how it should be. You should learn from him, Sect Leader Pu. You can't be too fake. Lin Fan said. When Pu Disha heard these words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fake? If not for the fact that you've broken through to the demigod realm, why would I be so fake? If you've got the guts, you can try. Of course, this was just what he thought. He wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Since I've broken through halfway, my foundation isn't very stable. I'll take my leave first. Let's talk again in the future. Lin Fan cupped his fists and left. I've suffered a small loss this time. At the same time, I felt a little sad. Have a safe trip. Pu Disha cupped his fists. When Lin Fan disappeared, his expression changed. Night Demon, are you courting death? Honestly, you shouldn't have said that. What happened to you? Sect leader, I couldn't hold it in. Night Demon said. Sai, why are you still standing there? Go and take a look at the situation in the sect. I won't believe that guy didn't do anything. Pu Disha panicked. He was worried about the sect's situation, especially the dangerous places. But so what if I know? This guy has broken through to the demigod realm. Who can stop him? The rise of the magnificent flame sect is unstoppable. I have to think about how to build a good relationship with him. P.S. Thank you. No name. Big Boss, 10,000 Chidian coins. P.S. Recommend a book written by my friend, Gate of God. You can read it if you're interested. The entrance of the magnificent flame sect. The two disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate stood there with their backs straight. Their eyes were staring into the distance. For them, there was a very heavy burden on their shoulders. Senior brother Lu had told them not to look down on guarding the entrance. It was a very important task, and it represented the sect's image. Therefore, any disciple guarding the mountain gate would have to use all of their energy and spirit. Suddenly, space shook, and a figure could be seen. "Senior Brother Lin is back!" The two disciples yelled out. They were filled with reverence towards their senior brother Lin. Now that the name of their senior brother Lin had spread through the entire sect, they felt that he had brought glory to the sect. "Welcome back, senior brother Lin!" the disciples shouted excitedly. "Yeah." Lin Fan nodded his head and flew back to the sect with a lifeless look. Seeing Lin Fan in the sky, a disciple asked curiously. "Did you notice that senior brother Lin doesn't seem to be in the mood?" "Yeah, I noticed. The once energetic senior brother Lin has suddenly become dispirited." "Eh? What's wrong with you?" The disciple beside Lin Fan bit his collar, tears streaming down his face. "What's wrong with senior brother Lin? Could it be that something happened to him?" "Piak." The disciple beside Lin Fan patted his back. "How can it be? How can anything happen to senior brother Lin? We have to believe in him." "Heyish." Lin Fan sighed. Logically speaking, he should be excited after breaking through to the demigod realm. But now, he did not feel any excitement at all. Instead, he felt that he would be lonely in the future. Just like his teacher, he stayed on the mountain peak all day long with nothing to do. Lin Fan looked at the lottery. There was an additional diamond lottery. But what's the point? Life is boring. So what if I get something useful, Invincible Peak? The disciples who passed by Lin Fan greeted him respectfully when they saw him. But they realized that Lin Fan was listless, and they had no idea what had happened. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Qiming was shocked to hear that Lin Fan had returned, and that he was listless. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he rushed over to ask about it. "Junior brother, this. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. You go do what you need to do. I want some time alone." Lin Fan wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He shook his head and left. Lu Qiming wanted to catch up, but he stopped and thought hard. What the hell happened? He didn't quite understand. Then, he muttered to himself, could it be that senior brother was hurt by love? On the peak of the mountain, Lin Fan sat there with his chin resting on his hands. Looking into the distance at the boundless horizon, he fell into deep thought. News of Lin Fan's situation spread throughout the sect. All the disciples knew that senior brother Lin was back, but he didn't seem to be in a good mood, and didn't speak much. In fact, his face was filled with worry, which made many disciples anxious. They saw senior brother Lin as their idol. How could they bear to see senior brother Lin so depressed? Some of the female disciples wanted to warm senior brother Lin up, but they were afraid that senior brother Lin wouldn't be willing. He was really anxious to death. Tiansu Mountain. "Senior brother, hurry up and take a look at your precious disciple." The disciple said that he's been depressed ever since he came back. "Did something happen to him outside?" Huarong said. This was the first time he saw Lin Fan with such an expression. It was as if something big had happened. "Ah?" Tiansu was taken aback. To him, how could his disciple be depressed? He stood up. "I'll go and take a look." He then headed towards the Invincible Peak. This made him worried. After all, if he's depressed, it means that he's hurt. There must be something bothering him, and if he doesn't resolve it, he'll be in big trouble in the future. Invincible Peak. Tiansu appeared and saw his disciple sitting far away. His heart ached. "My precious disciple, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." "Master, you're here." Lin Fan turned around. Tiansu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the lifeless look on Lin Fan's face. He had no idea what was going on. Lin Fan is already so powerful, but there's still something that can affect his state of mind. Tiansu had to ask him about it. "Disciple, what's wrong? Were you bullied? Tell me, and I'll take revenge for you." Tiansu asked immediately. He believed in his disciple's ability, but there were still people who could bully his disciple. As a teacher, it's time for him to show off. He couldn't wait to do it. "Disciple, tell me boldly, and I'll take revenge for you. I'll catch him and bring him to you so that you can teach him a lesson." Tiansu acted like a teacher. Don't be afraid. Even if you're bullied outside, I'll protect you. Sigh. Lin Fan shook his head. Take a seat, master. I'll tell you slowly. Seeing his disciple in such a state, Tiansu was burning with anger. The cheerful and energetic disciple of his had disappeared. His heart ached for him. Looks like he must have suffered a huge blow outside. It can't be an ordinary person who can make my disciple suffer such a huge blow. But no matter who it is, even if it's the emperor, I'll take him down and take revenge for my precious disciple. Master, what do you think I should do in the future? Lin Fan asked. Disciple, there's still a long way to go. Tell me, who bullied you, and I'll take revenge for you. Tiansu said. All of a sudden, I don't have a goal in life anymore. I feel empty inside. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. He felt that his disciple must have suffered a huge blow. How could he say something like this at such a young age? It seems like not only did the other party bully my disciple's body, but he also bullied my disciple's heart. How dare he be so impudent? Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Disciple, tell me, who bullied you, and I'll take revenge for you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, unless I'm dead. Tiansu said sternly. It was obvious that he was angry. How dare he force my disciple to this extent? Master, I've broken through to the demigod realm. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Disciple, so what if he's a demigod? I promise, I'll. What did you say? Tiansu said sternly. But halfway through his sentence, his face changed. He looked at his disciple in confusion. Master, disciple said that I'd broken through to the demigod realm. I'm invincible now, and no one will be able to fight me in the future. What should I do? Lin Fan said sternly. I don't want this to happen. After becoming a demigod, no one will dare to be impudent with me in the future. What should I do? What did you say? Tiansu asked again. I said, I'm already a demigod, and I'll be lonely in the future. What should I do? Lin Fan said. You're listless because of this? Tiansu narrowed his eyes. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. That's why disciple is so worried. Master, do you understand? Suddenly, as soon as he finished his sentence, he realized that the air had frozen. A pair of eyes filled with anger could be seen behind him. Old. A fist came flying at Lin Fan. You evil disciple. You always make fun of Master. Today, Master will teach you a lesson with my fist. What the heck, Master, what are you doing? Lin Fan was shocked. He blocked the attack with his hand, and a strong force could be felt. Master, don't be rash. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Master will teach you a lesson today. There's no end to learning, and there's always a higher mountain. Boom, a loud explosion could be heard in the sky. The disciples looked up, wondering what was going on. An explosion could be heard in the sky above the Invincible peak. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Huarong asked, confused. In the sky. Disciple, Master will teach you a lesson. Take this. Tiansu said, his long beard dancing in the air. Master, you're risking your life. Lin Fan said, shocked. He didn't dare to hold back. Master is serious. However, Tiansu had already sealed the space. Therefore, the shockwaves from the battle did not spread out. If not, the entire magnificent flame sect would be destroyed. After a long time, the fight ended. The sound of the sky shattering could be heard. On the peak. My precious disciple, do you still feel that life is boring? Tiansu said with his hands behind his back. Lin Fan was lying on the ground with a swollen face. He looked up at the sky. There's fun. Heis, as long as there's fun. Master's hard work is not in vain. Tiansu sighed. He was shocked too. I almost failed to take down my disciple. This is too scary. He really reached the demigod realm. He knew that his disciple could cultivate fast, but he couldn't do it so quickly. At the same time, he was confused. How did he break through to the demigod realm? I was going to bring my disciple to the Heavenly Sect Palace. If luck really exists, I'll definitely go to the Heavenly Sect Palace. However, it's not the right time to voice out my doubts, or it will affect the atmosphere. Seeing his master leave, Lin Fan rubbed his swollen face. If I had used all my strength just now, I might not have won. Of course, it's better for me to give in to my master. I'm already so old, how can I not respect my master as his disciple? Senior brother, what's going on? Huarong asked. Junior brother, it's good news. My disciple has become a demigod, and his strength isn't something an ordinary demigod can handle. I'm afraid that no one in the world can stop him except for me. Tiansu said proudly. What? Demigod? Huarong said in disbelief. I didn't expect Lin Fan to really become a demigod. Why do you look so surprised? Don't you know who taught you that? From now on, our sect will have 2 demigods, and they'll be at the pinnacle. They'll be able to fight against anything. That sounds a little arrogant, but Huarong didn't think about it. He had to inform the rest. Ha ha ha, great, great. Demigod. Great, junior brother will take his leave first. I have to inform everyone about this. The news of Lin Fan breaking through to the demigod realm spread across the sect. Countless disciples looked at him in awe. They were excited that Lin Fan had become a demigod. They might not be the ones breaking through, but for some reason, they felt refreshed. They walked with their chests puffed out. At the same time, the sect's situation was getting better. Pills were scarce in the past, but they were not lacking now. Mystic-class pills were something that they could only dream of in the past. But now, mystic-class pills were just SOSO. The alchemists of the sect had been trained by the Frog Master, and their skills were getting better and better. In the past, not being able to make mystic-class pills wasn't something to be ashamed of. In the Hall of Pills, alchemists who couldn't make mystic-class pills weren't good alchemists at all. Saint Convent Sect. What? That brat from the Magnificent Flame Sect became a demigod? And he did it in the Luosha Sect? Are those guys stupid? Why didn't they stop him? The holy leader was furious. If someone from another sect broke through to the demigod realm, they would definitely stop him. But the Magnificent Flame Sect had no idea what to say. Especially since this brat was so terrifying. Before he became a demigod, he was already on par with them. Now that he's a demigod, how can we fight him? Holy leader, the current situation isn't good for our sect. Another demigod has appeared in the Magnificent Flame Sect, and it's that brat. The other sects will definitely not sit still. We have to teach them a lesson. King of Evil said. Elder Rongqi was in trouble in the Magnificent Flame Sect. They wanted the Eternal Sect to stand up for him, but now that the Eternal Sect knew about this, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Where are God Rank, Chaos, and Thunder? Let them come over. The holy leader said coldly. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would break through to the demigod realm just like that? How am I supposed to deal with him? If he's just an ordinary demigod, I won't care. But this brat was already so powerful before he became a demigod. Now that he's a demigod, he'll be like a god. When the Holy Master mentioned these lords, Lord Evil of Dusk flung his robes furiously. Holy leader, they're getting more and more out of hand. They've made the sect a mess. King of Evil said. What happened? The Holy Lord asked. He hadn't been paying attention to the situation in the sect today because he had been worried about that brat. When he heard junior brother Danny's words, he had a bad feeling. Chaos, he's promiscuous with men and women, causing many saints in the sect to feel despair. They're going on a hunger strike and refusing to cultivate to protest against chaos, hoping that the sect can punish the chaos overlord. The punishment caused countless disciples to be scolded badly. Some disciples left the sect on their own accord and returned to the city to become ordinary citizens. The disciples of the deity rank gathered to gamble, and countless disciples lost everything they had. Some disciples, in order to repay their debts, rashly entered danger zones, and eventually died there. Recently, the death rate of the sect's disciples has greatly increased, and it has gradually begun to affect the sect. What? Hearing this, the holy leader flew into a rage. Get the 3 of them to come here. How dare they do such a thing now that the magnificent flame sect is getting stronger and stronger? Holy Lord, there's another serious matter. The sect's disciples' belongings have been stolen, and even the treasury has been robbed. However, we still haven't found the culprit. The hidden culprit is the most dangerous one, and if we don't catch him, he'll be a huge threat to the sect. King of Dani said. Currently, he was the busiest person in the sect. After all, he was the one in charge of the sect's affairs. As for senior sister Xianxia, forget it. Even at her current cultivation level, she's still a beauty lover. She's either sleeping or taking a bath. She doesn't care about the sect at all. Bastard. The Holy Lord didn't expect the sect to become like this. Go, get the three of them here. I want to see what's wrong with them. Yes. King of Dani nodded. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to teach the three of them a lesson. They've completely ruined the sect's reputation. Especially Chaos. It's a disgrace to the sect. In the endless time and space, a world no longer belonged to Lin Fan. A man floated in the air, his eyes shining with a golden light. It was as if he could see through the endless time and space, looking towards the end. It's time to set up the primordial ancestors' land. Since that's the case, let my son go first and be the vanguard for me. The man shone with a golden glow as a chaotic aura circulated around him. Rubbing his waist, he tore open his robes and straightened his waist. A white tadpole-shaped ray of light pierced through everything and disappeared without a trace. In the forest. A young figure dashed through the forest and landed on a branch. It was Lu Ruochen. Her face was extremely ugly, and there was fear in her eyes. How can this be? He's a demigod? She was afraid. Lin Fan's words to her in the magnificent flame sect kept ringing in her head. He said that he would trample her to death in the Saint Convent sect. Originally, the Saint Convent sect was the safest place for her. But after all these things, she understood that the Saint Convent sect wasn't. Especially now that Lin Fan had broken through to the demigod realm. If he came to the Saint Convent sect to attack her, no one would help him. If that happened, she would really die. She was usually unperturbed and calm about everything, but in her heart, she was afraid. She wanted to trample all men under her feet, and she had been working towards this goal. But now, the changes were too great, and she couldn't react to it. No, I can't return to the sect before I have absolute power. Determination could be seen on Lu Ruochen's beautiful face. Suddenly, the air shook. She raised her head and stared at the sky, not knowing what was going on. Because in the sky, there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on her, causing her to be unable to breathe. Bayubiu, what's that? Her face changed. A ray of white light pierced through the air, and it was coming towards her. This is, in the white light, a white tadpole could be seen waving its tail. It was heading towards her abdomen at an extremely fast speed. No. She used her hand to block, but the ray of white light passed through her hand and entered her abdomen. What the hell is that? A drop of cold sweat rolled down her beautiful face. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her abdomen. Her flat abdomen started to swell up without any warning. She was panic-stricken. She placed her palm on her abdomen and could actually feel the sound of a heartbeat. This discovery caused Lu Ruochen to tremble with fear. How did this happen? How did I get pregnant? She was panicking. She couldn't allow this to happen. What did that ray of white light do to her? Her goal was very grand, and if it really didn't work out in the end, she would use her body to obtain enormous benefits. But now that she was suddenly pregnant, her final trump card had been destroyed. Just as she was thinking about this, her abdomen swelled up again. Lu Ruochen placed her hands on her abdomen, trying to destroy the thing inside and get it out. But when she placed her hands on her abdomen, she realized that it was useless. It was as if her power was blocked. How could this be? She sat on the ground, falling into despair. She didn't know what to do with the strange ray of white light. She had no idea what was going on. In the extreme south, a figure in white appeared and looked up into the sky. This aura, it's exactly the same as what I remember. The world is going to change soon, and I have to hurry. She left the Saint Convent sect's abandoned danger zone and went to many sects and abandoned danger zones to search for everything that appeared in her memory. It was all for the sake of making all the necessary preparations before the great change of the world. This demigod is pretty useful. After fighting with Teacher, Lin Fan started to test his own situation. He swore that if he went all out, he would definitely be able to crush Teacher to the ground. Even if he went into a trance state, there was a high possibility that he could do so. Of course, he wasn't that kind of person. How could he let Teacher be hurt like this? After all, he's already so old, and he has honor on him. I can't let Teacher be dispirited. I'll let Teacher live on proudly. Teacher must have been blessed for several lifetimes to be able to find such a considerate disciple like me. Broken limbs could be regrown, but it would consume a lot of energy. Lin Fan's control over the laws had improved, and it was not something that Heaven Star border cultivators could compare to. Energy projection was something that Lin Fan couldn't do in the past. It was similar to a clone, but it wasn't a clone. Instead, it was a pillar of energy that could be projected far away. There were many uses for it, but it still needed time to comprehend. Just then, Lin Fan left the main hall and went deeper into the sect. Everyone, come out. I have something to say. The Patriarch and the rest were very excited that Lin Fan had broken through to the demigod realm. They would definitely answer Lin Fan's call immediately. Every elder had a smile on their faces. They were obviously very excited. Disciple, what do you want to do now that you're no longer lonely? Tiansu asked. Elder Gulian looked at Tiansu with jealousy. He couldn't understand why his senior brother was so lucky to have such a powerful disciple. Thinking about Jun Wutian in the past made him anxious. I've invested so much, but it's all gone to waste. I don't even get anything back. Looking at the crowd, Lin Fan decided to tell them a perfect idea. I, the peak leader, have decided to hold a show to showcase the magnificent flame sect's strength to the other sections. The Grandmaster and elders looked at Lin Fan in bewilderment. Their heads were filled with question marks, not understanding what he meant by that. It's hard for you guys to understand. Never mind, I'll do it. Lin Fan felt that it was hard to explain to them. Never mind, I'll do it myself. A few days later. Lin Fan had been busy lately. Now that he had become a demigod, it was time for him to show off his strength. Of course, this was not to show off, but to let more people know that something big had happened in the world. Good news had to be shared with everyone instead of keeping it a secret. Apart from himself, who else could have this kind of breadth of mind and breadth of mind? Saint Convent sect. Holy Lord, bad news. Lord of Danny rushed in with an invitation in his hand. What is it again? The Holy Lord had been in a bad mood lately. He had been messing up their matters, and he was annoyed. As for junior brother Danny, he did not want to see him either. It was as if junior brother Danny had been snitching on him every day, giving him a headache. He had just taught Chaos and the rest a lesson a few days ago. At the same time, the three of them had promised him that they would not do it again. Lord of Danny passed the invitation over. This is from Gulian from the Magnificent Flame sect. He said that the Magnificent Flame sect is going to hold a festival to showcase their strength. I don't know what it is, but he is inviting us to the Magnificent Flame sect. To the Magnificent Flame sect? The Holy Lord took the invitation. He is up to no good. Let's see what's written on it. The Holy Lord opened the invitation and looked at it carefully. No matter what was written on it, he would not go. Such a sect is too arrogant. Isn't it just someone who has become a demigod? Why are they in such a hurry to show off? However, when he saw the last line, his expression changed slightly. This is the first time I am inviting you. I hope that all the demigods will come on time, or else I will personally invite you. There might be nothing wrong with this sentence, but the Holy Lord could tell that it was a threat. Holy Lord, should we go? Lord of Danny asked. Of course, why not? Our sect is the world's greatest sect. If we don't go, we will be looked down upon. The Holy Lord closed the invitation and said, inform them that other than the heavenly mandate sovereign, the other sovereigns are to follow me to the Magnificent Flame sect. Yes. Lord of Danny nodded. But for some reason, he felt anxious, as if something bad was about to happen. The Rakshasa sect, the Eternal sect, and the other sects all received invitations, but they didn't know what to do in this situation. It was no secret that the peak leader of the Invincible Peak had broken through to the demigod realm, especially the Luosha sect. They had promised to keep the secret for Lin Fan, but no one knew how the news got out. If peak leader Lin were to find trouble with them, they would be doomed. However, he had no choice but to go. Although the last line of words was ordinary, it was filled with killing intent. Danger, Invincible Peak. Senior brother, I've gathered everyone. Lu Qiming didn't know what his senior brother was up to, but he still obeyed his orders. Lin Fan looked at the crowd and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Those who cultivate pills, stand on the left. Didi, stand on the right. Land Spirit Didi and his clansmen happily stood on the right. They did not know what they were doing, but seeing that there were so many people around, they felt quite excited and felt that something big was about to happen. At that moment, Lin Fan coughed a few times. This time, I've gathered all of you because I have something big to do. All of you are the main force, so you have to give it your all. Do you understand? Yes. The land spirits said, raising their hands up high in excitement. The rest of the disciples were confused. Even the frog stood there with a dumbfounded look on its face. Something bad is about to happen. Lin Fan looked around and nodded his head. Very well. I will train you guys strictly in the next few days. Bear some hardships, but don't be lazy. Yes. Just then, the disciples shouted. They could feel that Lin Fan's expression was serious. This means that it must be something important. Since they were chosen, it means that they are talents that Lin Fan fancied. To them, this is an honor. Senior brother, what's he doing? Huarong looked at the noisy Invincible Peak. He couldn't understand what was going on. Lin Fan might have explained it to us once, but how can we understand it this time? Tiansu replied with a and kept quiet. The invitations have been sent to all the sections. What's going on? Huarong asked, confused. Tiansu laughed and stroked his beard. I understand. Junior brother, do you really not understand? Senior brother, please enlighten me. Huarong turned to his senior brother. Haha. Tiansu laughed. Forget it, junior brother. Just pretend that you don't understand. You can only understand it. He was confused as well. What's my disciple doing? Why is he doing all these things? But the comprehensive administration hall is really useful. It's already spread to the third city. I might not have seen it with my own eyes, but I've heard that the security in the 3 cities is very good. It's very different from before. Huarong looked at Tiansu suspiciously. Senior brother, don't tell me that you don't understand it too? What are you talking about? He's my disciple. As his teacher, how can I not understand his thoughts? Junior brother, your thoughts are dangerous. How can you suspect others if you don't understand it yourself? I didn't expect my junior brother to see through me. He must be retorting. As the strongest elder in the sect, how can I not understand? Huarong was confused. Looks like senior brother is just pretending to understand. But I can't say anything since I'm the junior brother. A few days later. The Magnificent Flame sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people had come to the cities near the Magnificent Flame sect. They had heard that the sect was going to hold an event, so they rushed over to watch it. The citizens of the cities that were further away from the sect regretted that they couldn't come to watch the event. At the entrance of the mountain, the disciple guarding the entrance had a stern look on his face. His back was as straight as a spear as he stood there, unmoving. They knew that many sects would be coming this time. They might only be guarding the entrance, but their responsibilities were heavy. They couldn't bring shame to the sect. Luosha sect is here. Suddenly, a spiritual bolt fell from the sky. If it was in the past, the Magnificent Flame sect's disciples would be shocked. But now, it was nothing. Putisha brought the elders and some disciples over. The patriarch, Huarong, and the rest went to welcome them into the sect. The disciples guarding the entrance were nervous, but they had to stay calm in such a situation. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The Luosha sect disciples looked left and right. This was their first time coming to the Magnificent Flame sect. Rumor had it that the Magnificent Flame sect was poor, and Tiansu was the only elite. But times had changed. Tiansu wasn't the only elite anymore. There was another one, and he was very strong. He was giving the Luosha sect a headache. Buzz, a flying insect, could be seen flying in the sky. The disciple guarding the entrance shouted in his heart. "Fly to the side, fly to the side." Suddenly, the insect landed on the disciple's lips. Seeing this, a Luosha sect disciple whispered, "Look, there's an insect on that disciple's lips." The disciples of the Rakshasa sect sneaked a peek and smiled faintly. Suddenly, the disciple guarding the mountain gate stuck out his tongue and licked the flying insect. "Oh my God, so strong." The Luosha sect disciple gasped, dumbfounded. His gasp made the Luosha sect elders glare at him. The disciple lowered his head, not daring to say anything. But he was still shocked. The Magnificent Flame sect is so strong. Even a disciple guarding the entrance is so strong. He licked the insect without even knowing what it was. So scary. The disciples of your sect are indeed extraordinary, Putisha said. He realized that the disciples had a serious expression on their faces and stood upright. They might be weak, but they were full of energy. They gave off a different feeling. As if they had come to a very serious place. Not at all, not at all. The Grandmaster chuckled. Towards a compliment as such, he would definitely accept it silently. The Luosha sect was the first to arrive on the stage. There were still empty seats next to them. As for the Rakshasa sect, they were also thinking about which sects would come. Saint Convent sect, here. Eternal sect, here. Yin Yang sect, here. Many sects arrived one after another. They had no idea what the Magnificent Flame sect was up to. Even when they were here, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Invincible Peak. Senior brother, the sects are all here. Lu Qiming walked over. Today was a big day, and he was the only one in the sect who knew what his senior brother was up to. To welcome this big event, Lu Qiming had changed his clothes. He originally wanted to wear this for a date with the girl of his dreams, but he wore it for today. Tell everyone to get ready. Go to the main hall. I'll leave this to you. Lin Fan patted Lu Qiming's shoulder and said seriously. Don't worry, senior brother. I will complete the task perfectly. Lu Qiming said seriously. Since senior brother Lin has entrusted such an important task to me, I will definitely do my best. In the main hall. What does this mean? The Holy Lord asked softly. Lord of Evil looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't understand. Holy Lord, I have no idea, but it's better to be careful. At this moment, not only were the Saint Convent sect confused, but the other sects were also confused. It was no secret that the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak leader Lin had broken through to the demigod realm. If he wanted to show off, he should have done so by now. However, the current situation was truly incomprehensible. At the same time, some smaller sects were also invited. They had two main reasons for coming. One was to see the Magnificent Flame sect's situation. The other was to seek help. If the Magnificent Flame sect became stronger, they would be more than willing to be friends with them. Suddenly, a loud voice could be heard. Everyone, rise. Lu Qiming walked over from afar and stood in the middle of the main hall. He shouted and turned around. Guests, please rise. Saint Convent sect? What do you mean? What do you mean? Other than the Magnificent Flame sect, the rest of the sects were confused. What are they doing? Why are they standing up? However, some of the smaller sects stood up without hesitation. Putisha had no idea what was going on, but looking at the surroundings, he felt that something was amiss. He might be the sect leader of Luosha sect, but the peak leader of Invincible Peak was watching from somewhere. Perhaps, this was the idea that the other party had come up with to cause trouble for him. If they didn't stand up, that fellow would immediately appear and roar loudly, not giving them any face and asking for a beating. That would truly be a tragedy. Therefore, it's better to stand up as soon as possible. Seeing that the Luosha sect leader had stood up, the elders of the Luosha sect stood up as well. Holy Lord, what's the meaning of this? Should we stand up too? Let's just stand up. There are so many things to do. Why is it so troublesome? Holy Lord scolded. What are you doing with all these things? The Holy Lord raised his eyebrows. Something is wrong. Stand up, stand up. The other sects have stood up. If we don't stand up, we might be in trouble. Even though the Holy Master looked calm on the outside, he was actually panicking in his heart. He did not know what this lad was up to, but he felt that if he did not stand up, he would not give him any face. And the consequences of not giving him face seemed to be very severe. He then glared at Holy Lord. In the end, Holy Lord stood up as well. Lu Qiming nodded his head in satisfaction. Fire! The cannons! He shouted. Boom, an explosion could be heard. These are divine energy cannons. What are they doing? Huarong looked at the disciples firing the cannons into the sky. He was dumbfounded. That's a lot of yuan crystals. I don't understand what's happening. Everyone from the sects had question marks on their heads. What was the meaning of this? They couldn't understand it at all. At the very least, someone had to explain it to them. They were like idiots who couldn't understand it. Play the Invincible Peak song. Lu Qiming shouted. He then took out his MP4 and pressed the play button according to Lin Fan's instructions. Instantly, a voice that made everyone dumbfounded was heard. The voice didn't stop and pierced through the clouds. Being invincible was so lonely. Invincibility is so empty. Standing alone on the peak, the cold wind kept blowing. His voice lingered in everyone's ears. This voice sounds quite sensational. Demigod Night Demon snorted softly. It felt pretty good. The holy leader said, "What does that mean?" He couldn't understand what was going on. He was already prepared to suffer Lin Fan's arrogance at the Magnificent Flame sect, but he still couldn't understand what was going on. As for the Invincible Peak disciples, they held their heads high. They were extremely excited. Soon, the song ended. Before the crowd could react, Lu Qiming spoke again, his voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire sect. Next up is the Magnificent Flame sect's Hall of Pills Alchemists. This is the debut of the Hall of Pills Alchemists. Everyone's eyes were fixed in the distance. In the distance, a small, oily green figure was hopping over. Pucci! The holy leader almost vomited blood. What the hell is this? Where did this frog come from? This is the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible Peak's Master Alchemist, Frog Master, Lu Qiming said. Under everyone's gaze, the frog moved its claws and hopped. When it reached the main hall, it raised its front claws and waved them left and right. It then hopped into the distance. I want to die. The frog wanted to cry but no tears came out. Not only did I humiliate myself in front of that outlaw, but I also did it in front of so many people. How am I going to show my face in the future? Huarong was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what was going on. But suddenly, the situation changed. A row of figures could be seen in the distance. They were the Magnificent Flame sect's master alchemists. They walked in an orderly manner, forming a square. Huarong thought that they were here to perform, but his face turned serious immediately. He was overjoyed, as if he had discovered something important. The originally mild temperature suddenly became scorching hot. There was an alchemy furnace in front of the master alchemists, and white smoke could be seen coming out of the furnace. Are they making pills? King of Evil was shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. What's going on? The holy leader frowned. At first, they thought that it was a joke, but when the master alchemists appeared, they realized that something was wrong. The Magnificent Flame sect was serious. Everyone knew that the Magnificent Flame sect was bad at making pills, and they didn't have a complete set of techniques. They couldn't be compared to the major sections. Therefore, some of the pills in the Magnificent Flame sect were very precious, and it was expensive to buy them. But because the master alchemists were skilled in making pills, it was easy for them to make pills. At the same time, the Magnificent Flame sect kept their techniques to themselves, which was why no one could surpass them. But now, they were shocked to see the magnificent flame sect making pills. I have never seen such techniques before. A Luosha sect elder said in shock. The frog had reached the end of his rope. He was so frightened by the outlaw that he took out his secret art. The secret art wasn't simple. It might not be very useful, but it was very effective. Walking and making pills at the same time was a godly skill. But there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to resist the outlaw anymore. He could only hand over the secret art. Done. Instantly, the grandmasters of alchemy shouted in unison and opened their cauldrons. A strong aroma of pills filled the air. At the same time, pills after pills floated up into the air and landed in the hands of the various sect leaders and elders. King of Evil took the pill, and his face changed. This is a mystic high-class pill, and it's twice as strong as the mystic high-class pill in my sect. How is this possible? The Luosha sect, Eternal sect, Yin Yang sect, and the other sects were shocked. The Magnificent Flame sect has such a technique of making pills? That's too scary. In the past, their alchemy skills surpassed the Magnificent Flame sect. But now, the Magnificent Flame sect's alchemy skills are so powerful. And this isn't something that a master alchemist can make. There are many of them. Great! The people who had rushed over from the various cities were shouting excitedly. Although they didn't know what pill it was, they could tell that it was something extraordinary. Especially from the expressions of the people who had come to the sect, they could tell that they were shocked. This isn't good. The Magnificent Flame sect is showing off their strength. The holy leader looked at the patriarchs and realized that their expressions had changed. They were probably thinking about building a relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. Lu Qiming was extremely nervous. To him, this was a shocking scene. He might have lived in the Invincible Peak for a long time, and he knew how powerful the master alchemists were. But to see all of them gathered here was too shocking. The Magnificent Flame sect's Hall of Refining has arrived. This is the first time the Hall of Refining has appeared. At this moment, there was another patch of darkness behind them. The earth spirits were wearing white gloves and holding 2 wrenches in their hands as they walked over excitedly. Behind them was a huge divine boat. This is? The guests from the various sects were shocked. They could feel the aura of a demigod coming from the spiritual Arkansas. Is that spiritual ark made from the corpse of a demigod? The Lord of Evil asked in shock. How is that possible? The Magnificent Flame sect's spiritual ark is very backward. How can they make such an advanced spiritual ark? The Lord of Evil asked. Holy leader, that's impossible. It might just look good. The Lord of Evil said. Take a closer look at the energy flow in the spiritual Arkansas. It's very complicated, but why does it look similar to the core technology of our spiritual ark? The holy leader felt that the core technology was familiar, but also different. He wondered what the Magnificent Flame sect had gone through. It's fine if the spiritual ark is good in alchemy, but how can the spiritual ark be so good? Only sects like the Magnificent Flame sect could make a spiritual ark of this level. After all, the core technology of the spiritual ark was not so easily understood. Land spirits are part of the Magnificent Flame sect, and they belong to the earth spirit race. They are skilled craftsmen, and this invincible spiritual ark was made from a demigod beast. Lu Qiming explained. His explanation was a great deterrent to the sections. The patriarch and elders of the Oceanus sect looked at each other. Could this demigod beast be a Komodo demon dragon lizard? It seems like it. The citizens who came to watch from different cities had their mouths wide open. So our sect is so powerful. Yeah. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that our sect is so powerful. Look. What are those? Just then, another row of people came from the back. However, they were holding signs in their hands. Lu Qiming said. This is the Magnificent Flame sect's Danger Lands team. We have 56 Danger Lands now, and they are our greatest wealth. When King Evil of Dan saw this, he exclaimed, Holy Master, look. Isn't that the city in the sky of our sect? How can they just change its name and claim it as theirs? This is too shameless. A disciple in the front row was holding a sign with a drawing on it. It was a rough picture of the danger lands. When the holy leader saw this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But I can't do anything about it. I can't make a fuss in this situation. Shameless. The Lord of Evil pointed to the distance. Holy leader, look. That's the unending tower. How dare they call it the unending tower? They didn't even change the name properly. They're just trying to piss us off. And that Earthstorm Palace. They actually changed it to Earthstorm Palace. How can they be so shameless? The Lord of Evil couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed down his face. This is too much. But I can't do anything about it. I can't fight back. Holy leader, look. That's the Forbidden Forest. The Lord of Evil wanted to speak again. Shut up. Shut up. Saint Master said sternly. The Lord of Evil turned around. Unknowingly, the holy leader's eyes had turned red. He shut up immediately. Every time he spoke, the holy leader would feel a huge blow to his heart. P.S. Thank you, Yiguhan and Cicada chirping. Boss, 11,000 Chidian coins. The danger zones in front seemed to belong to the Saint Convent sect. An elder whispered. They had been to the Saint Convent sect, so they had seen the danger zones before. Yes, the Saint Convent sect's danger zones. Wasn't there a rumor that peak leader Lin went to the Saint Convent sect and emptied a few of their danger zones? I thought that the Magnificent Flame sect would keep it a secret, but this is too obvious. What will the Saint Convent sect think now? Hey, look. The faces of the Saint Convent sect are turning green. The sects turn to look at the Saint Convent sect. Indeed, with the sacred leader as the representative, everyone looked as if they were suffering from constipation. With the Saint Convent sect's strength, they should protest on the spot and take back the danger zones. Luosha sect's Putisha laughed. Take back? Are you kidding? Do you think the Saint Convent sect would dare to protest? That kid might look normal, but he's actually a lunatic. He might even beat them up on the spot. It can't be. We're in the Magnificent Flame sect now. No matter how stupid this kid is, he should know what he can and can't do, an elder said. Putisha shook his head, not wanting to say anything more. You guys are still too inexperienced to see through this. How dare you say that this kid can't do it? Huarong smiled. Senior brother, I didn't expect this kid to have such thoughts. Not bad at all. You're making a fuss over nothing. Can't you see whose disciple he is? Junior brother, it's not that I want to nag you, but sometimes, you need to use your brain. It's such a simple thing, but you only understand it now. I'm a little disappointed. Tiansu sighed, but he was also shocked by Lin Fan. He really knows how to play. But to Huarong, his senior brother's words have been unpleasant lately. Why does he keep saying that I have a problem with my brain? Lu Qiming, who had witnessed everything, was very excited. He did not feel anything different at first, but looking at it now, he was shocked. This is the strength of a sect. Unknowingly, they have become so powerful. Senior brother Lin of the Invincible Peak, please enter the arena. Lu Qiming took a deep breath and shouted. He used all his strength to shout. At this moment, everyone was looking into the distance. All the patriarchs and elders knew that the changes in the Magnificent Flame sect had something to do with this kid. He was evil, and they did not know what to say. Senior brother Lin. The eyes of the disciples below the stage shone with a fiery glow as they waved their arms and shouted. Now, Lin Fan's prestige in the sect was extremely high, and he was the idol of countless disciples. These gazes have a very strong penetrative power. As for the situation around him, he calmly accepted it. This was nothing. How could he watch programs on TV for nothing? With a smile on his face, he waved his hand. Hello, junior brother, junior sister. His voice was very loud and it exploded in the crowd. Wang Fu had just recovered from his injuries, and his cultivation state had improved. He truly admired senior brother Lin. After all, senior brother Lin's ideals were exactly the same as his. At this moment, he also shook his head and shouted, Senior brother, hello. The rest of the Invincible Peak disciples followed suit. What an imposing manner. Patriarch, perhaps our Luosha sect can do this in the future. Demigod Night Demon said. Seeing the scene, Putisha nodded. You're right. This kid is quite good to be able to come up with such ideas. This trip wasn't a loss. Our sect can learn from such a scene. Demigod Night Demon looked at Lin Fan enviously. How great would it be if I was the one walking in the middle in my sect? Of course, this was just a thought. The one walking in the middle will definitely be the Patriarch. It won't be my turn. Senior brother, you were supposed to be the one walking in the middle, but my disciple was afraid that you might not be used to it, so he took the lead this time. You'll be the next time. Next time? When? The Patriarch liked this feeling. He wanted to be the one walking in the middle. It's so cool. This? I think it's once every 10 years. It'll be your turn in 10 years. Tiansu said, recalling what his disciple told him. 10 years? The Patriarch was stunned. Junior brother, isn't 10 years too long? He felt that 10 years was too long. Can I be the Patriarch for 10 years? Looking at the situation now, I think it's time to step down. The student will surpass the master. Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak was already a demigod. It was only natural for him to become the Patriarch. It's not that long. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, don't be anxious. Wait patiently. You'll be the one walking in the middle 10 years later. Isn't that cool? Tiansu said, looking at the situation below. He was proud of Lin Fan. How can I not be proud as his disciple? This arrogant guy. I really want to take a sh*t and stuff it into his mouth. Xianxia scolded. Xianxia, I'll bet with you. I don't believe that you can take a sh*t out from where you are right now. Do you want to bet? God Rank laughed. Bet your mother. Is there sh*t in your head? Xianxia scolded. He realized that God Rank seemed to be sick, especially after he was redeemed by the sect. His words were weird. Alright, bet my mother. Sure. Let's bet if there's sh*t in my head. I bet there isn't. God Rank's eyes lit up. To think that someone would be willing to bet with him when he was bored. He realized that the people in the sect were normal, but Xianxia's words made him unhappy. It wasn't like this in the past. Chaos glared at them. That's enough, the two of you. How can you behave in public? Are you trying to embarrass our sect? Seeing the situation, Thunder Thief's eyes lit up. Some of the things below are really good. My hands are itching. Holy Master, it's time to control them. If anyone from the other sects were to hear their filthy words, they would definitely lose all their face. King Evil whispered. He truly did not know what to say to these junior brothers of his. How did things turn out like this? Holy Master stood there expressionlessly. He was extremely frustrated right now, especially when he heard the voice of Monarch of Evil Dusk. Shut up. Just mind your own business. King of Evil was stunned. He stared at the holy leader in shock. It had been a long time since he had seen the holy leader like this. The holy leader had never spoken to him like this before. Just what had happened to cause the holy master to become so irritable? As the manager of the sect, he was in charge of everything in the sect. Being reprimanded by the holy leader made him feel hurt, as if he was despised. Some of the smaller sects discussed among themselves. In their minds, the Magnificent Flame sect was poor and backward. Hence, they had never thought about how the Magnificent Flame sect was doing. Even though the Magnificent Flame sect had a demigod disciple, they only felt that the Magnificent Flame sect's combat power had increased, but their overall economic strength was still weak. But now, it seemed like there was a huge change. Their alchemy skills were even better than the Saint Convent sects. And the spiritual boat's forging ability was unparalleled and extraordinary. Not only did the Magnificent Flame sect's personal strength increase, but the entire sect's skills had improved tremendously as well. Therefore, some of the smaller sects had the idea of building a relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect. At the same time, they would buy some pills, spiritual boats, and other equipment for war. Junior brothers and sisters, thank you for your hard work. To serve the people. The slogan was loud and clear. It was copied from the military parade in his previous life. It might have been shortened, but there was nothing wrong with it being used in the Magnificent Flame sect. The people who had traveled thousands of miles to the Magnificent Flame sect could not help but blush upon hearing the slogan. I've never heard of this before. That's right. Are these adults serving us? Of course. They're called by Peak Leader Lin. As far as I know, our sect has set up a comprehensive administration hall, and it has been set up in 3 cities. I heard that those families that have been around for a long time can no longer control the cities, so we have to take care of everything ourselves. Is that true? Of course it's true. My relative came to my house as a guest and told me about it. Their city has changed a lot. If the children of the family bully others, then the management hall will step in. Last time, my relative's hand was broken. According to the past, he could only blame it on his bad luck. But unexpectedly, the management hall stepped in and arrested the person who beat him up. They even asked for compensation for my relative. I think it's compensation for lost work, rest, and some other stuff. I don't understand it, but I got more than 10,000 as compensation. That's great. When the people from the various cities heard this, they were all stupefied. Their cities hadn't changed yet, and when they heard this, they were all filled with anticipation. They wondered when the administration hall would be able to move into their cities. I really want to go there. The patriarch was envious. But thinking that the next Magnificent Flame sect would be in 10 years, he felt that it would be too long. But no matter what, he had to wait for the next Magnificent Flame sect. Gumu and the other elders were all smiles. They could already see the changes in the sect. They then turned to Xianxia and sighed. I got a good disciple, which makes me envious. I might be unreliable at times and cause trouble, but I have to say that he does a good job sometimes. Just then, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and stood in the middle of the palace. He looked up and nodded at his master. Xianxia understood. He raised his hand, and a seal appeared with Lin Fan at the center, locking the space around him. What are they doing? The sects were confused. They had no idea what the Magnificent Flame sect was up to. At this moment, Lin Fan was floating in the air. Thank you, sects, for coming and watching the first Magnificent Flame sect's comprehensive strength exhibition. I, Lin Fan, have had many conflicts with all of you, and I'm sure that all of you are unhappy with me. However, I, the peak leader, am not a petty person. Therefore, I would like to invite all the demigods from the Saint Convent sect, Eternal sect, Luosha sect, and all the other sects to come up here. Let's have a fight, and let bygones be bygones. As soon as he said this. What did he say? The sects were shocked. He wants all the demigods to fight? This was way too arrogant. The strength of every single demigod was unimaginable. And now, he wanted to challenge all the demigods alone and even said that everything would be written off after a battle. This Magnificent Flame sect's invincible peak leader must be out of his mind. Even if he's courting death, he shouldn't do it this way. They knew that Lin Fan was powerful after breaking through to the demigod realm, but they couldn't believe that he was going to fight all the demigods. Senior brother, can he handle it? Huarong asked. He still had no idea how powerful Lin Fan was. He knew that Lin Fan was powerful, but it wasn't a joke if all the demigods were going up. This is nothing. I can beat them up too. Do you believe me? Xianxia said calmly. But Huarong did not believe what he said. However, he was shocked when he remembered that his senior brother had been studying the immortal state opportunity from the Sky City. Senior brother, are you going to comprehend that? Shoo. Lower your voice. Don't let everyone know. It's still a little bit away. Don't be anxious. Xianxia raised his hand, signaling his junior brother to lower his voice. Why are you being so high profile? What if others find out? Oh. Huarong nodded. His heart was racing. Senior brother is going to become a true god. This was something that had never happened in a very, very long time. If I really become a true god, it'll be amazing. It seems like the situation is not very cooperative. Lin Fan felt helpless. Isn't it just a fight? If there's a need, why are they not coming up? Demigods from the various sects, there's no other meaning to this battle. I, the peak leader, have always believed that friendship comes first, and competition comes second. There's no need to determine a winner. Please come up. Lin Fan said in a serious tone. Holy Master, in my opinion, this situation is not good. This guy is clearly trying to trick us into going up. If we win, it won't be honorable. But if we lose, we'll lose all our face. King of Evil Dawn could see through the situation with a single glance. Holy Master, how can such a small trick escape my eyes? This time, the Holy Lord didn't ask King of Evil to shut his mouth. Clearly, he agreed with this statement. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go together and beat the shit out of him. The Sanctions Lord rolled up his sleeves and was prepared to charge forward and teach this fellow a lesson. Hey. Sanction, Shut up. All you know how to do is gamble. I'll bet with you. I bet that you won't dare to go up. Do you have the balls to go up? Sage Torrent Sanction interrupted God Order. He had had enough of this guy's nonsense. At this moment, Sanction noticed a golden light flickering in the God Rank's eyes. Sanction, you lost. God Rank laughed. He took a huge step forward and disappeared from the main hall. He appeared in the air and looked at the Judgment Hall proudly. It was as if he was saying, did you see that? You've already lost. God Rank, you're crazy. King of Evil wanted to stop him, but God Rank's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, he was already in the air. Great, the Saint Convent sect's God Rank leader is up on stage. It seems like the God Rank leader is very interested in my suggestion. I hope that our past conflicts can be wiped clean. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect the first one to be a God Rank. Peak leader Lin, how about I bet with you? God Rank said. It was hard to change one's gambling habits. I wonder what God Rank wants to bet. Lin Fan laughed. Let's bet on whether or not they dare to go up. God Rank could bet on anything. Even in the middle of a battle, he would not give up. In fact, he felt that he was born to gamble. If he didn't gamble for a day, he would feel uncomfortable. Alright, I bet that they dare to go up. To think that the power of reincarnation was so strong. A good demigod was turned into a fool just like that. I didn't expect Peak Leader Lin to say dare. Then I can only say no. After all, there must be a winner and a loser in a bet. God Rank laughed. The other sects were dumbfounded. They naturally knew that God Rank was from the Saint Convent sect. But to think that God Rank would say something like this. Doesn't this mean that the Saint Convent sect doesn't dare to go up? Holy leader, he's crazy. King of Evil said in disbelief. Is this what a human would say? As a sect's leader, not only did he not speak up for his sect, he even said that the sect doesn't dare to go up. My sect's leader is going up. Together with the demigods from the other sects, we have a high chance of taking him down. Although I don't know how strong he is after becoming a demigod, he definitely can't be so lawless. The holy leader said solemnly. Let's go up. King of Evil was stunned. Holy leader, don't be rash. That kid is doing this on purpose. When he said this, the holy leader had already gone up. Left with no choice, Danny turned to his junior brothers. Everyone, go up. Don't embarrass yourself. F*CK, I've been waiting for a long time. He's so arrogant. If I don't break his balls, he won't know how high the sky is. Sanction scolded. He took a step forward and floated in the air. Impulsive. Why are you all so impulsive? Saint of Evil shook his head. But he had no choice but to go up. Looking at the situation, Demigod Knight Demon found it rather interesting. Grandmaster, perhaps we can make use of this chance to teach this lad a good lesson. With so many demigods striking out at the same time, just how strong must he be to be able to fight them? That makes sense. Putisha nodded. If he, the holy leader, and the other patriarchs attacked together, even Tiansu wouldn't be able to win. There might be hope. Let's go. Immediately, the demigods from the Saint Convent sect and Rakshasa sect went up. Seeing this, the people from the Eternal Sect and the other sects did not say anything and went up to the stage. With so many demigods, what's there to be afraid of? I can't understand what's wrong with Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak to make such a request. Seeing this, the citizens of the various cities were excited. Some of them even opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Fan challenged the demigods of the various sects alone. How domineering was that? In the air, Lin Fan said with a smile. Today, I, the peak leader, will spar with the demigods of the various sections. I don't care about winning or losing, but I hope that after this battle, all the conflicts in the past will be written off. Well said, well said. Since peak leader Lin has said so, my sect will not be unreasonable. After this battle, all the conflicts in the past will be written off. Lin Fan smiled and nodded his head. He was satisfied. All the demigods of the various sects were here. It's a pity that I didn't celebrate when I broke through to the demigod realm. Today, I'll use these demigods to show off. Everyone, let's attack together and suppress him. The demigod Night Demon shouted. This kid is quite powerful. If anyone wants to kill him, feel free to. But this is the Magnificent Flame sect, and it won't be good if he dies. Initially, everyone was smiling, but after hearing Night Demon's words, they felt suffocated. Night Demon, shut up. Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Putish's smile froze. He did not expect his sect's demigod to say such words in public. Isn't this embarrassing? Indeed. The Magnificent Flame sect disciples were furious. Some of them even wanted to raise their broadswords and kill this demigod. But because of their cultivation, they could only curse him in their hearts. Count yourself lucky. Despicable, shameless. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and smiled. Suddenly, a strong aura could be felt from his body. Violent body. Cruel blood. 5 elements against God. Lin Fan went all out, and a terrifying force could be felt. The strong force spread out in all directions. So powerful. The demigods, who had never fought with Lin Fan before, were shocked. Lin Fan's strength made them feel fear. Tiansu raised his hand and strengthened the seal. He did not expect his disciple to be so powerful. If they didn't reinforce the seal, the impact of the impact would be enough to destroy the entire sect. Bang! Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. The demigods floating in the air were shocked. Everyone, don't hold back. Peak leader Lin is very powerful. You will only lose faster if you hold back. The holy leader said. As soon as he finished his words, a demigod realized that Lin Fan had appeared in front of him. Don't be afraid. Friendship comes first, and I will not hurt anyone. Lin Fan clenched his fist, and a bright light could be seen. He punched the demigod's face. Lin. The demigod wanted to say, have mercy, please. But his face suffered a heavy blow, and a terrifying force could be felt. His tongue stuck out, and his eyes popped out. He fell to the ground. Bang! He fell to the ground. He might still be able to fight, but he did not want to move anymore. So powerful. How can he be so powerful? He was terrified. He could not fight back at all. Lin Fan's speed was so fast that even a demigod like him could not see him clearly. If he stood up and continued to fight with Lin Fan, his ending would be even worse. It was safer for him to lie here. Suddenly, under his gaze, one figure after another descended from the sky. These were all demigods from various sects, but they were defeated way too quickly. They did not even have the chance to fight back. To the commoners and the disciples of the sects, they could not see what was happening in the sky. But every time there was an explosion, they knew that another demigod had been beaten down by senior brother Lin. Too arrogant. Thunder Thief roared. However, he immediately felt his abdomen receive a fierce and heavy blow. Then, he was hammered to the ground. How can this be? Thunder Thief laid on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so much more powerful than before. Just as he was about to get up and charge forward, he stopped and looked around. There were many demigods lying on the ground. Those who were watching did not notice him. They were looking up at the sky, watching the fight. That guy is too strong. The demigods from the various sects were shocked. Only when they fought did they realize how strong Lin Fan was. He was so strong that they couldn't fight back at all. Everyone, this is just a normal fight. I don't care about the result. It's just a friendly fight. Lin Fan grabbed a demigod's head and punched his abdomen. The demigod's eyes bulged and his body bent. He almost vomited his bile. Teacher's barrier is pretty good. It prevents energy from passing through and ensures that the sect's territory won't be destroyed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lin Fan did his best. Ordinary demigods were no longer strong enough. Only demigods like the Holy Leader could exchange 1 or 2 moves with him. Of course, this was only 1 or 2 moves. There was only one thought in the mind of the unconscious demigod as he fell. T. How is this a friendly fight? However, it was already too late. Suddenly, he felt a sharp light coming from his back. When he turned around, he saw a black ray of light coming at him. The clouds rumbled. Interesting. But it's still not enough. The strongest power can disregard everything. Lin Fan opened his palm and grabbed the black ray of light. His battle instincts kicked in. He lifted the ray of light up and swung it down as if he was holding a sword. In that instant, the sky and earth were torn apart. As for the demigod in the distance, his pupils constricted. In his eyes, there was only a black beam of light shooting over, sealing off his path of escape. It was as though there was no place for him to hide in this world. Not good. This is a friendly fight. No one can die. At this moment, Lin Fan came to his senses. He was a little too ruthless with his attacks. Taking a step forth, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the demigod. He stomped his foot down on the demigod's face. Didn't you say it was a normal fight? The demigod roared in his heart. His face was distorted, and he fell to the ground in pain. Boom, the magnificent flame sect disciples cheered, their blood boiling. Some of the female disciples even squeezed their thighs together, looking at the figure in the sky with adoration. Senior brother Lin is simply too amazing. To all the disciples, this scene was too shocking. They could only say that Lin Fan was too strong, so strong that they were about to collapse. Huarong stared at him blankly. He was simply too strong. He didn't expect his senior brother's disciple to be so strong. Junior brother, how is my disciple? Tiansu asked proudly. This is my precious disciple. I've finally finished my apprenticeship. Tiansu was filled with a sense of achievement. However, the speed of his cultivation was too fast. There were many things that he wanted to teach, but he didn't have the chance to. Not bad. Huarong had not expected Lin Fan's strength to be this strong. If he hadn't witnessed it for himself, he wouldn't have been able to imagine it. Not bad? Junior brother, you might be jealous, but you have to be honest. Tiansu said. Lin Fan looked at Tiansu. Huarong was stunned. He actually said that he was jealous. Was this something that a human could do under normal circumstances? He had already seen Lin Fan when he was still in the Earth-Star border realm. But look at how much time had passed, and Lin Fan had grown so much. What else could he say? Junior brother, continue watching. My disciple is already the second strongest in the world. As for the first, you don't have to ask. It's useless even if you ask, because I'm the first. Tiansu laughed. Huarong was speechless. He didn't know how to reply. Senior brother is right, but isn't he a little too confident and shameless? The Thunder Monarch crawled up to a demigod slowly and reached out his sinful hand, wanting to feel around his body. What are you doing? The demigod opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the Thunder Monarch. He had no idea what the Thunder Monarch was trying to do. Why did he put his hand on his abdomen? Also, there's something wrong with the way he's touching. I'm fine. You scared me. I thought something happened to you, so I came to check on you. Thunder Monarch was stunned. So kind? The demigod was in disbelief. But since the other party was the Saint Convent Sect's monarch, he didn't say much and moved to the side. If you don't mind, you can lie down at the side. This peak leader Lin is too strong. We agreed to have a friendly match, but he's too ruthless. He's not giving me any face at all. The Thunder Monarch didn't say much and continued to crawl. To think that his first target was pretending to be unconscious. In the air. Lin Fan was feeling great. It felt so good to beat up so many demigods. He had never thought that he could beat up so many demigods in one go. But as the demigods fell one after another, the demigods from the sects were on high alert. Holy Lord, this brat is indeed up to no good. If we lose, we won't be able to show our faces anymore. The evil monarch said. He was burning with anger. He had already been forced to this point, and there was no turning back. The Holy Lord's heart was bleeding. Once again, he realized that Lin Fan's strength had changed tremendously from before. Lin Fan looked down at the densely packed demigods lying on the ground. He then looked at the few demigods who were standing before him and could not help but chuckle out. All of you are grandmasters of major sections. Even though your peak master's innate potential is unparalleled and I've become a demigod, I've never been arrogant before. To be able to fight with all of you grandmasters today is truly exciting. Alright then, everyone, get ready. I'm coming. As soon as he finished his words, he disappeared from the spot. Beads of sweat rolled down the Holy Lord's forehead. Suddenly, the evil monarch's scream could be heard. Lin Fan's knee landed on the evil monarch's abdomen. You. The evil monarch arched his back in shock. He didn't see how Lin Fan appeared, but when he did, he suffered a heavy blow. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and smashed the cannon down. Bang! The evil monarch coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell onto the ground. Because of Xianxia's support, the ground was extremely hard. It was painful to fall on it. Xianxia, you asshole. Why did you make the ground so hard? The evil monarch cursed in his heart before he fainted. Peak leader Lin, good move. I won't underestimate you now. The Holy Lord took Lin Fan seriously. His body was covered in light as he slammed his palm towards Lin Fan. Immediately, the Eternal Sect, Luosha Sect, and the other sect leaders made their moves. Ha ha ha, good timing. Lin Fan roared out and punched out. Fist and palm collided with each other, causing a brilliant radiance to flow out and shoot up into the sky. A vast amount of energy spread out in all directions. He's so strong. How did this kid cultivate? Pewdish's face was solemn. He even felt like he was going to be embarrassed here today. Thump thump, the Holy Lord took a step back with one hand behind his back. His other hand was trembling. He could feel the power from the collision just now. How did he improve so much? This is impossible. The last time he fought with the Heavenly Mandate Emperor, he felt that Lin Fan was difficult to deal with. But now, he felt helpless after just one attack. The other sect leaders were not weak. Some of them were on par with the Holy Lord. They could easily suppress Lin Fan together. Not bad. Sect leaders are really strong. This might be a friendly competition, but you should take it seriously. Lin Fan laughed. Suddenly, a strong force could be felt. The powerful aura blew everything away. If it wasn't for his teacher's barrier, everything in the surroundings would have been destroyed. The Holy Lord's face was solemn. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to embarrass myself. He could not believe that they were powerless against Lin Fan in such a short period of time. Lin Fan raised his hands and clasped his fingers together. He hammered down, causing the space to explode. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling, and a strong force could be felt. The Holy Lord and the rest could not handle it. Just then, Xianxia appeared. He raised his hand, but he also took a step back. He changed his technique and managed to dissipate the force. My precious disciple is too ruthless. If this goes on, they'll be half dead. Xianxia mumbled. He did not expect his precious disciple to hide from him. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had comprehended a little more, he would be embarrassed as Lin Fan's teacher. Master, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked, confused. Disciple, it's fine. It's fine now that you've fought with the seniors. Xianxia laughed. Lin Fan thought to himself. Why did Master show up? Seems like Master is a little soft-hearted, and he doesn't want the sect leaders to be embarrassed. Thank you, sect leaders. Lin Fan cupped his fists. Not at all, not at all. Peak Leader Lin, you're so powerful at such a young age. What an eye-opener. Putisha said. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous just now. If not for Tiansu, he would have vomited blood even if he could have withstood the attack. But wait, something's wrong. When did Tiansu become so powerful again? I can't believe he withstood the attack with just one hand. Suddenly, they understood that the master and disciple were fighting at the same time. Could it be that they were trying to show them the difference in strength? Senior brother Lin is invincible. Just then, the magnificent flame sect disciples cheered. They had seen it with their own eyes. Senior brother Lin had defeated all the demigods. The 8 people floating in the air were the 8 sect leaders, but they were nothing in front of senior brother Lin. They might not have been able to defeat the demigods, but they knew what was going on. Lin Fan waved his hands and turned to the sect leaders. Everyone, don't worry. They're fine. I didn't go all out. After all, this is just a friendly competition, not a battle of life and death. The Holy Lord looked down. The Saint Convent sect was in the worst state. Other than him, the rest were lying on the ground. The Monarch of Thunder was sneakily attacking, but when he realized that the battle had ended, he was stunned. The display of the overall strength of the sects had ended. The people from the various cities were filled with pride. Amazing. I didn't expect our sect to be so powerful. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. In my opinion, our peak leader Lin is still the best. Look, so many demigods were defeated by our peak leader Lin. I want to see which sect dares to bully us in the future. That's right. I have to hurry back to the city and tell the people there that it's their loss that they didn't come. The citizens from the various cities were satisfied. They had no regrets. Today was an eye-opener for them. They might not be able to sleep when they return. The sects also arranged for disciples to escort the citizens back. They might be walking on the official road, but they had to ensure their safety. The disciples of the sect were chatting with each other, sharing their thoughts. They had witnessed the glory days of the sect, but senior brother Lin said that this wasn't the peak, it was just the beginning. The patriarchs and elders wanted to return to their sects, but Lin Fan wasn't going to let them leave. Since everyone was here, it was time to have a good chat. Right now, the ones who were the happiest were the Titan sect, the Great Evolution sect, and the Great Mighty Treasure sect. The Titan sect was truly happy for the magnificent Flame sect's prosperity. As for the Great Evolution sect and Great Strength sect, they were glad that they made the right choice. It was a wise decision to build a relationship with the magnificent Flame sect. Dinner. Lin Fan, the patriarch, and Tiansu sat at a round table. The rest were the patriarchs and elders of the various sections. As for the other small and medium-sized sects, they were arranged somewhere else. Just then, Lin Fan stood up with a glass of wine in his hand. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I, Lin Fan, am grateful. Cheers. Everyone in the room started to panic. They had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. They weren't in the mood to drink. They felt that this was a hangmen banquet. F***ck. Sage Torrent turned his head. The Monarch of Thunder touched the golden wine glass in his hand. When he opened his hand again, the glass was gone, but he was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. Peak Leader Lin, you're too kind. Since we've written it off, let's have a toast. Putisha said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the situation was depressing. Everyone wanted to return to the magnificent Flame sect. He had already done what he needed to do. What else was there to do? There was no need to go that far. However, these were only Putisha's thoughts. When it came to his mouth, he was still very good at speaking. Disciple, drink less. It's bad for your body. Tiansu said. Master, don't worry. Your disciple won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Another pot is fine. If you don't believe me, just watch. Lin Fan said with a smile. Raising the pot, he poured it into his mouth. Everyone couldn't understand the situation. What kind of wine was needed to make a demigod drunk? They didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they heard a crisp paw sound. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what had happened. Lin Fan smashed the wine jar on the ground. His face was flushed red. Even his eyes were red. He got drunk just like that? Everyone was shocked. Was this a joke? Just one jar and he got drunk? Even 10 jars wouldn't be possible. Holy leader, something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Evil King could feel his stomach hurting. It was as if his gallbladder had been crushed by Lin Fan's kick. It was supposed to be a friendly competition, but Lin Fan was so ruthless. Disciple, what's wrong with you? If you can't drink, drink less. What should we do if you get drunk? Xianxia said anxiously. How can my disciple get drunk? Even the Eternal Sex Patriarch stood up and said apologetically, everyone, I'm sorry. Our peak leader must be drunk. Let's call it a day. Alright, hurry up and bring peak leader Lin back to rest. His health is important. The Eternal Sex Patriarch said anxiously. He couldn't bring himself to continue with the banquet. He felt a sense of pressure, and at the same time, he felt that something bad was going to happen. Just then, Lin Fan slammed the table. His body swayed and he pushed away the others who were supporting him. I'm not drunk, but I'm not happy about some things. Everyone present was also shocked by this voice. They didn't know what kind of crazy thing this kid was going to do. Disciple, you've drunk too much. Stop fooling around and listen to Master. Go back and rest. Xianxia said, supporting Lin Fan. Lin Fan, all the patriarchs and elders are here. Stop fooling around. Go back and rest. The Eternal Sex Patriarch said. Rest my ass. Let's make things clear today. If we don't, none of you can leave. Lin Fan slammed the table again. The wine and dishes on the table jumped up and landed back on the ground. The patriarchs could feel that something was wrong. They looked at Lin Fan in shock, not knowing what he meant. At this moment, Lin Fan pointed at Putisha shakily. Putisha was dumbfounded. What has this got to do with me? Peak leader Lin, what do you mean by this? Nothing, Patriarch Pu. I just wanted to ask if you're going to return the land that you once occupied. Since you've drunk too much today, I'll be straightforward. That land belongs to the Magnificent Flame sect, not the Luosha sect. If you're not going to return it, I'll fight with you today. Tomorrow, I'll leave the sect and fight for more land. Let's see who's stronger, Lin Fan said sternly. Disciple, what are you talking about? How can you say such things to Patriarch Pu? Patriarch Pu, please don't take it to heart. My disciple drank too much and is talking nonsense. Xianxia said anxiously. Putisha knew that Lin Fan was up to no good. He smiled awkwardly. It's alright, it's alright. Peak leader Lin drank too much. Who's drunk? Who's smiling at you? I'll just say one thing. Return it to me. I, Lin Fan, am a vengeful person. I'll return it to whoever deserves it. Otherwise, I'll start fighting tomorrow. Don't think I'm just scaring you. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for my teacher, you would be lying on the ground today. Lin Fan said domineeringly. He looked at Putisha. Don't you think so? Yes, Putisha said. He wanted to say, Bullsh *T. The land belongs to the Magnificent Flame sect. It's been more than 100 years, and you still want it back? Dream on. But looking at this kid, it doesn't matter if he's really drunk or not. I'm afraid that something big will happen if I reject him. That's what I said. How can Patriarch Pu be so unreasonable? Lin Fan said with a smile. He then turned around. So are you going to return it or not? Disciple, how can you speak to Patriarch Pu like that? You might have the ability to destroy the Luosha sect, but our sect is peaceful and righteous. How can we force other sects to do that? You're destroying the harmony. Master, I'm trying to reason with Patriarch Pu. When logic doesn't work, we will use force. Don't you think so, Patriarch Pu? Putisha didn't want to return it, but seeing Lin Fan's eyes, he felt helpless. Lin Fan was too powerful, and not just any ordinary person. Even if everyone here joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course. The Luosha sect has wanted to return it for a long time, but we never found the right time. The Luosha sect has never occupied another sect's territory, nor will we destroy the integrity of another sect. Force is the way of the barbarians. How can we use force? Let's reason. He never thought that the magnificent flame sect would be so strong-willed. I'll fight you if you don't want to return it. If it was in the past, who would be afraid? But now, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that the Luosha sect won't be able to deal with this brat alone. Alright, Patriarch Pu is a reasonable man. Let's toast to you. We'll settle the paperwork tomorrow and return the territory we occupied. From now on, we'll be good brothers and help each other. Lin Fan said. I was a little rash just now. He drank too much, and his brain can't make decisions. Patriarch Pu, he drank too much. Don't take it seriously, and don't take it to heart. Huh? Who doesn't take it to heart? Lin Fan glared at him and said sternly. Putisha's eyes twitched. Peak Leader Lin, you're right. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. That's good. Patriarch, how can we not take it seriously when Patriarch Pu wants to return it? Lin Fan said and looked around. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes. The other patriarchs nodded in agreement. We're being strangled by this brat. And we can't even retaliate. What a trap. The holy leader did not want to say anything. If I knew this would happen, I would have left even if I had to die. Evil King of Dan was speechless. He might not have drawn his sword, but his words were clear. Not many of us can escape today. Damn, so arrogant. The Xianxia king was unhappy, but he did not dare to retaliate. After a long while, the patriarchs' faces darkened. It was as if they were being bullied. Finally, the banquet ended, and everyone left. After everyone had left, Yi Zichen looked around. Master, how was it? Lin Fan laughed. Disciple, you're amazing. Our magnificent flame sect has gotten back what we lost. Tiansu laughed. I'm a good match for my disciple. Grandmaster, there was something wrong with your expression just now. You should have let out an expression that said, I'm just joking, I'm not serious. But, you gave off a look of thirst instead. I could tell. Lin Fan said. Ah? The Grandmaster was stunned. That's impossible. My expression is perfect. Tiansu waved his hands. Senior brother, there was indeed something wrong with you. Luckily, my disciple and I acted real, and they didn't notice it. You have to be more careful next time. Heis, it's the first time. It's hard to avoid mistakes. The patriarch sighed. I told you that you can't be soft when dealing with them. You have to be tough when it's time to be tough. Now, you have to make them spit it out. Lin Fan laughed. Disciple, what I said just now wasn't bad, right? Tiansu said. Master, you're amazing. Just by saying that you have the ability to destroy the Luosha sect, you gave them quite a scare. Lin Fan laughed. Indeed, with power, everything is easy. In the resting area of the various sections. How dare he? The sacred leader returned to his room in anger. He sat down at the table and punched the table with his left hand. He's not just being presumptuous. He's going overboard, shameless, and putting on a show of his face. The sacred leader was speechless. During the banquet, he wanted to stand out and say, don't be too presumptuous, but he kept it in his heart. Don't you think so? Danny, Xianxia said, Putisha really is a coward. If he stood up and said a word of resistance, I'm sure the other sects would do the same. But look at him. He's completely terrified. He doesn't even have the heart to resist. How embarrassing. The sacred leader said in disdain. Lord Dan of Evil nodded his head. Indeed, it's embarrassing. The Rakshasa sect was suppressed by that kid to the point that they didn't even dare to say a word of irony. In my opinion, they still have to rely on the Saint Convent sect. In the other room, Putisha's face darkened. He felt terrible. Why? Why is the Luosha sect the unluckiest out of all the sects here? Why is this so? Night Demon, don't you think he's going too far? I think Xianxia and the rest are in cahoots with him. Putisha wanted to find someone to talk to, and now, only Night Demon could talk to him. Yes, they are in cahoots, and I can tell that he's pretending to be drunk. Night Demon, don't you think so? Putisha's mood improved a little. Night Demon, the territory has been ours for more than 100 years. How can he have the cheek to ask for it? The demigod shook his head. Patriarch, you're wrong. The territory doesn't belong to us. We snatched it away. And I think our sect has benefited from it too. We've managed it for more than 100 years, and we've gained quite a lot. Patriarch, that's not right. That territory doesn't belong to us. We snatched it from them. Furthermore, I think that our sect has benefited too. After managing it for more than 100 years, we have gained quite a lot. I can only describe what we did when we came to the Magnificent Flame sect. What do you mean? Putisha was displeased. What does the Night Demon mean? The territory doesn't belong to us? It clearly belongs to us. Burning, killing, plundering and raping. Demigod Night Demon was very honest and didn't like to lie. Although it was something that happened more than 100 years ago and he wasn't even born yet, he had read about it in the sect's ancient books. The scene back then was extremely tragic. It could only be described with these words. Get lost. Putisha raised his hand and pointed at the door. Grandmaster, what's wrong with me? Demigod Night Demon was stunned. What was wrong now? Why was the Grandmaster scolding him? I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight. Putisha roared. Get lost. Demigod Night Demon rubbed his face helplessly. Grandmaster, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. Why did you ask me to scram? Also, you've spat all over my face. Patter, Putisha picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at the Night Demon. Demigod Night Demon covered his head and ran, shouting, I'm leaving, don't do anything. Seeing the Demigod Night Demon scram away, Putisha sat there helplessly. He looked at the demigod of his sect like a fool. Perhaps this was the reason why he was inferior to others. The next day, at the entrance of the sect, Lin Fan cupped his fists. I had a headache from drinking last night, and it's still hurting now. But since you guys are in such a hurry to go back, why don't you stay? For a few more days? Let the sect host you guys. Peak Leader Lin, you're too polite. I still have some matters to attend to in the sect. Let's meet again in the future. The holy leader cupped his fists. He didn't want to stay any longer. He didn't even want to see Lin Fan's face, in case he couldn't help but fight with Lin Fan. Of course, he wouldn't be able to fight with Lin Fan, so he could only ignore him. Putisha might be smiling, but he was cursing in his heart. But under such circumstances, he had no choice but to put on a smile. Take care, patriarchs. Remember to come again next time. My sect's doors will always be open for you. Lin Fan waved. When the patriarchs turned around, they were smiling, but when they turned back, their faces were dark. I'm not coming back even if you beat me to death. This is too much. I knew that nothing good would come out of coming to the Magnificent Flame sect, but if I don't come, the consequences would be unimaginable. That guy's words on the invitation are obviously a threat. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong? That's unacceptable. After all the sects left, Lin Fan laughed. Master, look at how perfect it is. Everything has been settled. Disciple. Our teamwork was perfect this time. But you've offended all the sects this time. Xianxia said. Master, you had a part in it too. Lin Fan looked at his master. How can I take the blame alone? Shoo, disciple, let's not talk about this anymore. Master is already so old, and I need to maintain a good image. It won't be good if I'm not welcomed when I go to the sects in the future. Heyish. Just then, Lin Fan sighed helplessly, as if he was thinking about something. Disciple, what's wrong? Tiansu asked. Why are you sighing? Lin Fan said, Master, this time, it's not really perfect. Look, I'm the only one here. The other peak leaders aren't here. It's a pity. Junior brother Dao also got a wife and forgot about the sect. I don't know where he went. That's true. If all 10 peaks were here, the situation would be different. But disciple, why aren't they here? Don't you have any idea? Tiansu looked at Lin Fan. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge would be able to understand the situation. What else can it be that the other peak leaders don't dare to come back? It must be because my disciple is too strong, and the other peak leaders can't see any hope. Master, disciple really doesn't understand. Lin Fan shook his head. He had no idea what was going on. Disciple is going into seclusion now. With that, Lin Fan left in a hurry. Tiansu looked at his disciple in a daze. You're already a demigod, but you still want to cultivate? Why don't you stabilize your cultivation first? A few days later. News of the magnificent flame sect's overall strength spread across the sections. In the various cities, some of the citizens were abnormally excited. They had witnessed the moment when the sects became strong. The tea houses were bustling with noise and discussion. Ha ha ha, our peak leader Lin is too strong. He fought against the other demigods and won. If not for Elder Tiansu, the other sect leaders would have been suppressed by Lin Fan. I didn't expect our sect to be so strong. If not for this, we wouldn't even know about it. The Rakshasa sect has returned the territories that they once occupied. And the treasures that the other sects had taken from us. They said that they would return them too. This is so satisfying. The citizens of the magnificent flame sect used to live under pressure. They knew what was going on in the sect. At the same time, they were bullied by the other sects, which made them feel like they couldn't release their anger. But now, everything had changed. All of a sudden, the sect had become so strong. They couldn't believe it, but they had to believe it, because it was the truth. After experiencing despair, the entire Sunshine sect became well-behaved. The sect master was worried every day, sighing and groaning. The top elders below him all kept their mouths shut. They already knew about the current situation of the sects in the world. Patriarch, the Magnificent Flame sect has invited all the sects to participate in the Magnificent Flame sect's overall strength exhibition. It has ended, and the latest news is that the kid has become so strong that no sect in the world can compete with him. Even the Saint Convent sect's holy leader is no longer a match for him. An elder said in despair. He didn't expect that the kid would become so strong. He was no longer someone they could compete with. The patriarch, who was sitting on his throne, was silent. All the elders could tell that the patriarch was in a state of anger, and he was suppressing his anger. The disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect felt that the Magnificent Flame sect had lost its vitality. Although the sect was still operating as usual, they felt that something was missing. Is that so? The patriarch closed his eyes and asked. That's right. The Magnificent Flame sect has surpassed the other sects in alchemy and smithing. Many sects are even preparing to establish friendly relations with the Magnificent Flame sect. As the top elders of the Sunshine sect, they felt an indescribable sense of despair after hearing the news. The rise of the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't a good thing. Since the Sunshine sect didn't have a demigod, they would only end up as the meat on the chopping board. Just then, there was a commotion outside. A ray of light could be seen coming from afar. The patriarch looked up with a frown. Saint Convent sect's monarch Xiao. The elders in the palace were shocked. They had no idea what he was here for. In the air. Monarch Xiao floated in the air. He wasn't in a good mood. He had suffered a huge loss recently, and he was in a bad mood. The little angels around him didn't even have the energy to blow the trumpet and scatter flowers. These little angels were Monarch Xiao's current mood. Since he was in a bad mood, the little angels had lost all motivation. May I know why Monarch Xiao is here? The patriarch asked with a smile on his face. But suddenly, Monarch Xiao glared at him, making the patriarch panic. Monarch Xiao's eyes were sharp, and there was an indescribable fear in them. Monarch Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. The Sunshine Sect elders lowered their heads, not daring to look Monarch Xiao in the eye. The patriarch was indignant. The person in front of him was the Saint Convent Sect's monarch. The Sunshine Sect didn't dare to go against him. To Monarch Xiao, the Sunshine Sect was the Saint Convent Sect's dog. Since he was in a bad mood recently, he could only look for these guys to have a good chat and replenish his wealth. Humph. Monarch Xiao snorted. His snort was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The Sunshine Sect elders trembled. They knew that Monarch Xiao was going to attack them. Something like this had happened in the past. In the end, they settled it with the sect's wealth. Monarch Xiao stood there, looking at the Sunshine Sect guys in displeasure. Why don't they have any foresight? Where did their foresight go? Monarch Xiao, please forgive us. My sect has been destroyed by the magnificent flame sect's Lin Fan many times, and we have lost more than half of our wealth. It's already a problem for our disciples to cultivate. The Sunshine Sect leader cupped his fists. Bastard, what do you think the Sunshine Sect is? Do you think we're some sort of treasure vault? You come when you lack wealth, and you treat the Sunshine Sect like a fart when you're rich. What did you say? Monarch Xiao's face fell. The little angels around him turned into black angels. They took out their blades and smiled evilly. He was obviously angry. What did you just say? Are you trying to say that I'm here to extort money from the Sunshine Sect? This is an insult to the demigods and the Saint Convent Sect. Let me tell you, this matter isn't going to be settled so easily. Monarch Xiao was enraged. If the Sunshine Sect doesn't give me a proper answer, then you can only accept my wrath. However, he was in a good mood. He had not thought of a reasonable way to extort money from the Sunshine Sect, but the Sunshine Sect took the initiative to come to him. Wrath? What wrath? Just then, a voice could be heard from afar. The Sunshine Sect leader was shocked. Who's interrupting again? Doesn't he know that something big is about to happen? But when he saw the figure in the distance, he was dumbfounded. Junior brother, he said excitedly. Ji Yuan walked over, expressionless. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's Ji Yuan. I haven't heard you complaining to the Heavenly Sect Palace recently. Why? Where are you hiding? Monarch Xiao asked, smiling. Ji Yuan walked up to Monarch Xiao, looking indifferent. Why are you here? What's with your expression? Monarch Xiao's face froze. He frowned at Ji Yuan. He did not expect this puny Ji Yuan to speak to him in such a manner. Presumptuous. Immediately, Sovereign Yao raised his hand and slapped Lin Fan across the face. The Saint Convent Sect might be bullied by the Magnificent Flame Sect, but that didn't mean that the Sunshine Sect could turn the tables and act as they pleased. Junior brother, be careful. The Grand Master shouted out. However, an unbelievable scene happened. Ji Yuan raised his hand and fiercely slapped Monarch Chariot's face. The slap was exceptionally crisp, and Monarch Chariot fell to the ground. The sect elders widened their eyes in shock. This Ji Yuan was going to defy the heavens. Monarch Pyrobrilliance was lying on the ground, but his mind was already filled with many thoughts. How dare he? How could he do this? Was there a problem here? But no matter what, the fact that a mere Sunshine Sect elder dared to slap him was already a huge matter. Not even the heavens could save him. Ah! Monarch Xiao's face twisted as he roared, Ji Yuan, you're courting death. Instantly, Monarch Chariot raised his hand, wanting to suppress Ji Yuan. But when he saw Ji Yuan's current situation, his face froze as if he had seen a ghost. Behind Ji Yuan, there was a gigantic shadow of a black heavenly hound. The shadow was ferocious and violent, and it could devour the heavens and earth. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cruelty, locking onto Chariot. This aura. Monarch Chariot took a few steps back in disbelief. Ji Yuan, you've become a demigod. Instantly, Ji Yuan raised his hand, and the black mist behind him boiled. There seemed to be a ferocious creature hiding in the black mist. Monarch Chariot's eyes narrowed. Unknowingly, Ji Yuan had grabbed Monarch Chariot's neck. Chariot, the Sunshine Sect is not a fish on the chopping block. If you continue to act presumptuously, only death awaits you. Ji Yuan said coldly. Suddenly, the flesh on his palm swelled up, and a row of sharp teeth protruded out of his mouth, emitting a cold light. It was as if Chariot's neck would be bitten off if he dared to say another word. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Monarch Chariot's forehead. He could not believe that he could not resist Ji Yuan at all. It was just like how he was facing that kid. How is this possible? How can Ji Yuan become a demigod? This is impossible. When Monarch Chariot saw Ji Yuan's eyes, he looked away and said unwillingly, I understand. Ji Yuan put down his hand slowly. The Sunshine Sect still has matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Go. Chariot took a few steps back, the corner of his mouth twitching. He felt a chill down his spine. This aura is not the aura of a human, but more like the aura of a beast. He did not know how Ji Yuan became a demigod, but he definitely did not rely on his own cultivation. All right. The Sunshine Sect is amazing. I'll take my leave. Chariot did not expect to embarrass himself like this, so he did not stay any longer. He entered the void and left. But before he left, the ferocious look in his eyes sent chills down the spines of many people in the Sunshine Sect. Junior brother, you finally succeeded. The patriarch was overjoyed. Tears streamed down his face. I never thought that our sect would really have a demigod. The other elders were also very excited. The scene of Ji Yuan repelling Monarch Chariot was still etched in their hearts. Didn't this mean that Ji Yuan was much stronger than Chariot? Senior brother, I'm very hungry. Ji Yuan said. His face was hideous, as if he was in great pain. What's wrong? The patriarch was shocked. He did not know what had happened, but when he saw something moving in Ji Yuan's abdomen, his face changed. Pucci, Ji Yuan's clothes were torn open, revealing a horrifying mouth on his abdomen. The mouth was split open, revealing dense rows of sharp teeth. It was terrifying. Senior brother, I'm very hungry. The side effects of the heavenly dog demon are too great. I need to eat all kinds of live animals. Go and find them. Ji Yuan said, panting. Just now, the heavenly dog demon's consciousness had fused with his, and it was considered a mutual influence. But now, because of hunger, the heavenly dog demon's consciousness had disappeared. Therefore, the current Ji Yuan was the real Ji Yuan. Go and find Ji Yuan some animals. Immediately, the Grandmaster gave the order. All the surrounding elders turned into streaks of light and darted off in all directions. Their hearts were heavy, but they were excited. Ji Yuan had become a powerful demigod, but because of this, he had become a monster. But this was all given to him by the magnificent flame sect's Lin Fan. They must return it to him. Senior brother, what's the situation in the magnificent flame sect? Ji Yuan asked. His eyes were burning with the flames of revenge. That kid has become a demigod, and some time ago. The patriarch said in a low voice. He told Ji Yuan everything that had happened in recent days. He has also become a demigod, and he's so powerful. How could this be? The heavenly dog demon's strength is not enough to fight him. Ji Yuan's face turned solemn. Suddenly, the earth shook. What's going on? A small black dot could be seen in the sky. It was gradually expanding, and from this black dot, there was a misty, chaotic aura spreading out. The magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan was cultivating in his secret room, but when he sensed the situation outside, he quickly left the room. He looked up at the sky and saw the expanding black dot. He thought of what the frog had told him. He then turned into a ray of light and went to look for the frog. How is this possible? This change is too fast. The frog straightened its hind legs. Its frog eyes were filled with horror. Yellow paper kept playing with the frog. What's too fast? You beast, do you know how to look at the sky? The frog ignored yellow paper and kept muttering to itself. Impossible. Based on the current situation, it will take at least a year for the great change to happen. How can it be so fast? Piak, Lin Fan grabbed the frog. Frog, what is the meaning of this? Impossible, impossible. The frog ignored Lin Fan and kept muttering to itself. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the frog's head. You, hurry up and tell me what's going on. The frog came back to its senses. When it saw the fugitive, it was stunned. Master, this is a great change. We're doomed. What do you mean? Lin Fan didn't understand what the frog meant, but he had a feeling that the situation wasn't good. Master, the first change of this world is the recovery of the energy of heaven and earth. It will be much denser than before. From now on, all living beings will be able to cultivate much faster. The frog seemed to know a lot. Its green face looked very serious. The energy of heaven and earth will become denser and the cultivation speed will be faster. This is a good thing. Why are you saying that we're doomed? Lin Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the frog. He felt that it wasn't being honest. The frog said with a bitter face. Master, this is only the first step. The next step will be really terrifying. At that time, life and death will be in the hands of the heavens. Danger will be everywhere. Piak, Lin Fan slapped the frog's head. Stop wasting time. Tell me, what's the next step? The frog was a little scared, not because of Lin Fan, but because of what was happening. The next step will be a meteor shower. But don't underestimate these meteor showers. These meteor showers are actually the carriers of terrifying beast spirits. Those beast spirits will kill all living beings. In other words, they will destroy the entire world. You know it very well, Lin Fan said. That's for sure. In the past, this frog. The frog wanted to say something, but it suddenly reacted. It hugged Lin Fan's finger. Master, we're doomed. Let's find a place to hide. Maybe we can escape this. In my opinion, let's go to the door of 1,000 caves. It's very safe there. Eh? At this moment, the frog raised its head in confusion. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. The frog looked at the sky. Strange, why is this different from what I've seen before? Oh no, we're even more doomed. Seeing the frog making a fuss, Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore. He took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and boiled the water inside. Frog, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue like this, I'll cook you. Feeling the strong killing intent of this fugitive, the frog trembled and turned around with a sad look on its face. Master, listen to me. Let's run, or we'll be doomed. Lin Fan carried the frog and walked towards the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. White steam could be seen rising from the cauldron. Not bad. The water is already boiling. Let's go in and cook the bullfrog. The taste will definitely be right. The frog glared at Lin Fan. Its bitter expression turned into one of panic. Master, 666. Frog won't dare to do it again. Then tell me, how will we be doomed? Lin Fan squinted his eyes and stared at the frog. If it dared to say something like we're doomed again, I'll cook it. Master, this is different from what Frog had seen in the past. This doesn't seem like an ordinary change in the world. This is a true body descending. Those people who came to plunder are much stronger than the people here. Everywhere they passed, heads fell and turned into ashes. This is really cruel. The frog said solemnly. It hoped to scare this fugitive with such terrifying words, and then run away with it and hide as far as possible. Oh? Cruel? Are they as cruel as me? Lin Fan asked. The frog looked at the fugitive dumbfoundedly. How can someone say that about me? But it was thinking about how to reply. If I say that this fugitive is crueler than those people, then I won't be afraid of him. Master, you're such a kind person. How can you be as cruel as them? Those people don't even spit out the bones when they eat people, and they don't even cook them. They eat them raw. It's so scary, the frog said. Crueler than me? Lin Fan laughed. Let's see how cruel they are. When will they come? Lin Fan was interested in the changes of the world. There was a fire burning in his heart. That was interest. Loneliness no longer existed, and there was something new for him to play with. Look at the world now. All the sects are being rubbed on the ground by me, and they can't fight back at all. Life has become so boring. Now that there's such a cruel existence, I must compete with them to see who's the cruelest. Ah? The frog was dumbfounded. Is he still human? How can he have such thoughts? Disciple. Tiansu came up to Lin Fan cautiously. Teacher, the world has changed. This fella said that someone is going to descend and it's going to be really scary. Your disciple doesn't really believe it. Do you believe him? Lin Fan asked. Tiansu looked up and shook his head. I don't believe it either. The frog was completely speechless. You can't underestimate them. They're really strong. Terrifyingly strong. Lin Fan said, hurry up and tell me. When is this person coming? I don't know, but it looks like it's going to happen soon, said the frog. It had seen such a situation when it was still in its human form. Of course, high-class people like them usually wouldn't participate personally. Instead, they would leave it to their subordinates. As for whether it was cruel or not, it was needless to say. If it wasn't cruel, he wouldn't have been beaten up and turned into a frog. Rip, a crack appeared in the sky. Chaotic air currents flowed within the crack. It was pitch black, and no one could see what was inside. This crack is in the territory of the Magnificent Flame sect. Interesting. Lin Fan said. Master, they will come out from the crack. The hole is already open. I think they will come out soon. The frog said. Master, this is interesting. Lin Fan threw the frog to the side. Yes, disciple. Master feels that it's interesting too. Tiansu nodded. Do you think this crack only exists in the sky above our sect or in other sects? Lin Fan asked. Tiansu looked up and pondered. I'm not sure. Do you want me to take a look? Uh-huh. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan nodded. He was curious about what the crack was. Or did it only exist in the sky above the Magnificent Flame sect, and not in other sects? Tiansu went on a mental tour. With his current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to travel in any direction. Disciple, Master has taken a look. Not only does it exist in our sect, but it exists in other sects as well. There are also cracks in the sky above some dangerous places. Tiansu said. Why does it seem like an alien invasion? Lin Fan thought for a while. Alien? What does that mean? Tiansu asked curiously. He was interested in his disciple's new term. This means that these are visitors from the outer heavens. Teacher, in your disciple's opinion, we have to retaliate. We can't allow them to descend here as they please. Lin Fan said. This was their territory. How could they allow these people to descend here as they please? That makes sense. Disciple is right. Tiansu agreed. He wasn't too sure about the changes in the world, but he knew what it meant from the ancient books he read. In the past, there had been gods in the world they lived in. However, every 10,000 years, they would completely disappear. Lin Fan didn't know the details, but it seemed to be related to them. Didi, come here. Lin Fan shouted at the Hall of Refining. His voice turned into a sound wave and spread. Didi, who was in the middle of researching new things, put down his tools and looked up at the Invincible peak. He took off his construction hat and ran over. Senior brother, what can I do for you? Didi stood in front of Lin Fan, looking up. They had already integrated into the Magnificent Flame sect, and they were proud to be disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect's R&D department. Didi, it won't be long before the enemies come out from that gap. Have you guys developed something that is extremely destructive? When these enemies descend, we can give them a heavy blow. Lin Fan asked. Didi, Land Spirit Didi said proudly, Senior brother, we have already upgraded the Divine Origin Cannon. It can fire without positioning, and at the same time, its power is stronger than before. If those enemies want to come out from this crack, Didi is confident that we can make them all stay there. Good. Go and tell the others to cover all the cracks in the Magnificent Flame sect with the Divine Energy Cannon. Lin Fan said. Yes, Senior brother. Didi nodded and disappeared like the wind. The frog squatted on the ground and looked at Lin Fan in shock. They are very strong. It said in disbelief. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see who they are first. Lin Fan said. He was ready to face these guys. Disciple, don't you think we should make arrangements for the citizens? If anything happens, it's necessary for them to hide. Tiansu said. Lin Fan thought for a while. Master, let's send our junior brothers to the cities to evacuate the citizens, just in case. Eternal sect, in a secluded place. After the patriarch used the talisman, a crack could be seen above his head. Patriarch, we've succeeded. The legendary elite will definitely come. An elder said excitedly. They used the talisman to communicate with the legendary being. After using it, a crack appeared above their heads. To them, an elite would definitely come. The Magnificent Flame sect had gone too far, and they were furious. But if there was a real elite in the sect, they would definitely make the Magnificent Flame sect pay the price. We still have no idea where this crack leads to. If it leads to a more mysterious place, it might be the opportunity for our sect to become stronger. The Patriarch said. Patriarch, look. Why is there a crack in the distance? An elder said in shock. When he used the talisman, a ray of light shot up into the sky and tore a crack. But there was another crack in the distance. The Grandmaster focused his gaze and looked up at the crack above his head. He could not help but laugh out. Your Grandmaster understands now. Look, isn't this crack the biggest and that crack the smallest? Evidently, the powerful beings of the legends will come out from this crack. And the powerful beings would definitely have their followers, and they would definitely come out from that small crack. Hearing this, the elders nodded. They felt that the Patriarch was right. When the elite comes, we'll definitely teach the Magnificent Flame sect a lesson. Some of the elders rubbed their fists, looking forward to it. A demigod was no longer a match for the Magnificent Flame sect. If a real god came, they would be invincible. Due to the Magnificent Flame sect's sudden rise in power, the sects had been in peace for a while. But now, the changes in the world had aroused the sect's curiosity. The Titan sect's patriarch, Pu Tu, received a notice from the Magnificent Flame sect saying that this was a sign that enemies were coming. The Magnificent Flame sect had sent divine yuan cannons to defend against the enemies. Father, what's wrong? Suddenly, the ground shook. A 10-meter-tall giant could be seen walking over from afar. With every step he took, the ground would shake violently. Pu Tu looked at this huge figure, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This was his daughter. She used to be unable to cultivate, but because she ate the holy fruit, she activated her Titan God spirit body, and as she continued to cultivate, she grew taller and taller. Initially, he wanted his daughter to return to her original appearance, but she said that she liked being taller and could see further, so she didn't change. Daughter, the Magnificent Flame sect has sent news that enemies will come through the crack in the sky. So be prepared and destroy them the moment they come. Pu Tu said. Father, did Brother Lin tell us? Yuan Ge placed her hands on her chest, her eyes shining with love. Pu Tu sighed when he saw his daughter's reaction. Saint Convent sect. Holy Lord, I have a bad feeling about the cracks that have appeared recently. According to the Magnificent Flame sect, these cracks are connected to an unknown space and time, and elites will come. I think we should be careful and prepare for a counterattack, King of Dani said. He was unhappy with the Magnificent Flame sect, but these cracks had appeared out of nowhere. This made him a little nervous. Although the Magnificent Flame sect said that the cracks were dangerous and that we should stop them, he would not believe the Magnificent Flame sect's words. But he knew that there was a problem. Maybe there really was a problem. Senior Brother Danny, let's make a bet. I bet that these cracks are not dangerous at all. It's just a natural phenomenon. Do you dare to bet? Shut the *CK up, God. Senior Brother is talking about serious matters, and you only know how to gamble. Why don't you bet your life on it? Xianxia said angrily. The more he looked at the god, the more annoyed he was. He did not care about the Magnificent Flame sect at all. He only knew how to gamble all day long. It really annoyed him. You can bet your life. As long as you have enough chips, even your life is not a problem. Shut up. The Holy Lord scolded. He had lost all confidence in the Saint Convent sect, and he even felt despair. These junior brothers are too much. Where is their sense of responsibility as a Holy Lord? Where's Chaos? Where did he go? The Holy Lord looked around, but Chaos was nowhere to be seen. Holy Lord, I'm here. Chaos pulled up his pants and walked over. He was in high spirits and had an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. He had just made a perfect deal with a disciple. The Holy Lord glared at him, not saying a word. Junior sister Tianyu, what do you think about these cracks? Tianyu frowned. I think that these cracks are dangerous. What the Magnificent Flame sect said doesn't make sense. These cracks are connected to an unknown space, and there might be elites that we don't know about coming. Therefore, it's necessary to be prepared. I think that this is an opportunity, Thunder Thief said to himself. Whatever the Magnificent Flame sect says is not true. Tianyu frowned. What if they communicate with the people in the cracks secretly? I think we should observe for a while and see what's going on. When the sacred leader heard this, he fell into deep thought. He didn't know what choice he should make. Holy Lord, I think that the Magnificent Flame sect's words can be trusted. We should be prepared, or we should give them the strongest attack when someone comes through the crack to nip them in the bud. King of Evil said. His expression was solemn. He had thought about this matter in detail and knew that things weren't so simple. What do you mean, Danny? Tell me, Sacred Lord asked. Think about it. The Magnificent Flame sect's strength has increased tremendously because of Lin Fan, and because of this, they don't need any help at all. The appearance of these cracks can only mean one thing. Something big is about to happen, and even the Magnificent Flame sect might not be able to handle it. King of Evil nodded and walked out, turning to the other sovereigns. Therefore, I think that these cracks are as dangerous as the Magnificent Flame sect said. The Lord of Chaos said. You're wrong. I think that we should wait for the people coming through the cracks. Since the Magnificent Flame sect is so afraid of them, they must be very powerful. If they are here, they can destroy the Magnificent Flame sect without losing a single soldier. Stupid. This is too stupid. Junior brother Chaos, how can you be so stupid? King of Evil said angrily. He then cupped his fists at the sacred leader. Holy Lord, listen to me. We have no idea what will come from these cracks, but the Magnificent Flame sect is already on guard. This means that they are not ordinary, and even the Magnificent Flame sect can't handle them. What can we do? Or are these unknown beings friendly enough to destroy the Magnificent Flame sect, but not us? Lin Fan looked at Lin Fan. King of Evil agreed with what the Magnificent Flame sect said. This unknown crack might be dangerous. The sacred leader pondered for a while before nodding. Junior brother Danny is right. The Heavenly Mandate Lord did not care about these things. They were not important to him at all. He just wanted to go back to sleep and leave the rest to the sect. At this moment, the sects of the world were in an uproar. They were wary of the mysterious crack, not knowing what would happen. I can't hold on any longer. In a dangerous place, Xianxia was soaking in a boiling pool. He had no idea what was happening, but he could feel pain all over his body. It was so painful that he almost died. What are you shouting for? Shut up, or I'll beat you to death. The girl said sternly. She looked at the sky calmly, but she seemed to be looking into the distance. Xianxia did not dare to speak. He did not even dare to say a word. This girl was too terrifying to him. He even regretted it. If only he knew this would happen, he would not have agreed to it. It's too scary. It's starting. The girl mumbled to herself. She looked serious. But to Xianxia, she must be thinking of other ways to torture him. During this period of time, he had been tortured to the brink of insanity. He was only able to hold on until now because of his belief. And this belief was to become the leader of the 10 Peaks. Thus, he could only forcefully endure this level of torture. Magnificent Flame Sect. The disciples of the Magnificent Flame Sect had left the sect to evacuate people from the cities. They knew that the crack in the sky was dangerous, but they did not know what it was. As for the citizens of the various cities, they obeyed the orders of the disciples of their respective sections. Therefore, they evacuated to a safe place to hide. Invincible Peak. Lin Fan looked up at the sky in anticipation. Oh, damn it. When will it come? I hope it won't take more than 10 years. No one can take it. Right now, he was really curious as to how long it would take for someone to come through this crack. Senior brother, is the crack dangerous? Lu Qiming asked curiously. Yes, it is, but it's safe now. Lin Fan nodded. Senior brother, why do I feel that the crack is scary? Lu Qiming asked, looking up at the sky. Don't say that. Whether it's scary or not depends on what happens next. Lin Fan said. He was curious about the crack, but he had not found out anything yet. This made him feel helpless. Actually, he was looking forward to the crack. According to what the frog had told him, the people who would descend from the crack would be very cruel and terrifying. He really wanted to know how cruel these people were. Could it be that they were really as cruel as him? Behind the crack was a vast space. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura and spirited eyes looked at the disciples below and said in a deep voice, "The primordial ancestral ground has opened. As the vanguard disciples, you have to stay in the primordial ancestral ground until the sect arrives." Lord Deacon, what should we do if the people from the primordial ancestral land resist? A disciple asked. According to the records of the past, the people of the primordial ancestral land will definitely not resist. They don't know what exactly is going on. If they really do encounter them, they'll kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Yes. The disciples understood. The primordial ancestral land only opened once in a long time. They were lucky to be able to wait for it to open in their lifetime. They heard that there were many opportunities in the primordial ancestral land. Of course, they did not know what was in the primordial ancestral land. But according to others, the people in the primordial ancestral land were all aborigines. They were backward existences. They were like gods when they arrived there. Therefore, the mere thought of it was enough to get them excited. Disciples like them would be treated as godlike existences the moment they arrived there. Just the thought of it was enough to get them excited. Go on. The Lord Enforcer waved his arm and the majestic group of disciples set off. The truth was, he had no idea what the primordial ancestral grounds were. However, according to the records of his sect, the primordial ancestral grounds were very mysterious. Furthermore, the existences inside were like natives to them, thus the danger level was very low. The ordinary disciples were to be the vanguard to occupy the land and wait for the powerful experts of the sect to arrive. Buzz, Lin Fan was still guarding the Invincible peak. He did not know when the crack would move. But suddenly, the crack in the sky shook. Light flowed, and a strange phenomenon appeared. Is it finally here? Lin Fan perked up and looked at the void with a piercing gaze. Something was happening to the crack in the void. DD, get ready. The crack is changing. Lin Fan shouted at DD. His voice turned into ripples that reverberated through the void. The disciples of the sect were on high alert as well. They had been keeping an eye out for the cracks in the void. If anything were to happen, they would inform the sect immediately. Meanwhile now, the cracks were shaking, displaying abnormalities, making them completely nervous. They did not know what was happening. In the distance, DD looked serious. All members, get ready. Aim the cannon at the target. Yuan crystal throwers, start throwing Yuan crystals. Yes. Under DD's order, the land spirits started to get busy. They threw the Yuan crystal ores into the divine energy cannon. The magnificent flame sect did not lack Yuan crystals anymore. They had opened up a Yuan crystal mine and took a few from the Saint Convent sect. They did not lack Yuan crystals anymore. Origin crystals were thrown in one by one, and the divine origin cannon buzzed. The power was already prepared, and it was only waiting for the moment to fire. Lin Fan flew into the sky and came to a crack. Leave this crack to me. He stopped the disciples below. Suddenly, Lin Fan remembered that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will always be victorious. It would be bad if we did not capture them. P.S. Thank you, Shang Emperor. Big Boss, 12,000 Qi coins. The crack in space did not expand, but the murky aura inside was getting more and more violent. At the same time, there were also spots of light shining. Disciple, what do you think about the strength of the alien that descended from the crack? Are they strong? Tiansu was a little nervous, but he used the word alien very well. He didn't seem to be out of character at all. Teacher, your disciple is also looking forward to it. Say, if they are too weak, wouldn't it be a waste of our attention? Right now, he had no idea how strong these people who had descended were. He could only hope that they weren't too weak. Invincible peak. The frog squatted on the ground, shivering. Beads of sweat could be seen dripping from its green face. Bastard, I didn't expect you to be afraid. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. The talisman leaned on the frog's back and scolded. It was a talisman, a noble holy talisman. But now, it was humiliated by a bastard. How could it tolerate this? Every night, it would sing loudly, making the bastard unable to sleep. Paper, don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, something terrifying is about to happen. When I'm caught, you'll be burned to ashes by these guys. They're terrifying. They're sick. How is it? Are you afraid now? The frog squatted on the ground, staring at the crack in space. It was nervous and scared at the same time. How did the world change so quickly? I'm not even ready yet. The disciples of the Invincible sect were on their guard. What will come from the crack? They were confused and nervous at the same time. Gumu, Huarong, and the other elders were scattered all over the place. As long as there was something strange in the crack, they would use the divine yuan cannon to destroy it. One of the cracks shook violently, and a bright light shone out like a waterfall. Didi was controlling the divine yuan cannon. He was ready. The yuan crystals were full, and the energy was at its peak. The cannon was aimed at the crack, waiting for the enemies to come. Senior brother Liu, I'm a little nervous. An Invincible Peak disciple said nervously on a hill not far from the sect. Lu Qiming was very calm. What's there to be nervous about? Under Senior Brother Lin's leadership, we'll definitely be able to beat these invaders back. Junior brothers, we have to believe in Senior Brother Lin and follow his footsteps. Don't be careless. Yes. Everyone nodded. They were full of confidence in Senior Brother Lin. As for the crack in the void, although they were a little nervous, with the God Origin cannon in their hands, they were still very confident. Suddenly, the originally calm world began to tremble. A gray aura spread out from the crack. Starlight flickered inside. Clearly, it had already begun. It's starting. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He was truly curious as to just what sort of *T was hidden within that crevice. Prepare to fire. Hearing Senior Brother Lin's words, the disciples in the distance took a deep breath and aimed their cannons at the gap. Inside the gap, a ball of light urgently fell, and within it were many people. Haha, we are about to descend upon the primordial ancestral grounds. I wonder how the natives there are like. How stupid they are, or how small they are. I have no idea. But I heard that the living beings in the primordial ancestral grounds are different from other places. The deacon has ordered us not to be in a hurry to attack after we reach the natives. Instead, we should occupy the territory and wait for the sect to arrive. Suddenly. What's that? The disciples in the ball of light realized that there was a terrifying force shooting up into the sky. Furthermore, it was coming for them. What's going on? What's that fast-moving light pillar? Boom, the God Origin cannon opened fire. The energy from the crystals collided with the balls of light. The sphere of light that had been escorting these disciples to the primordial ancestors' land suddenly cracked, and cracks appeared on its surface like porcelain. One of the male disciples who was carrying a green longsword on his back panicked. He was the person in charge of the disciples this time around. Hurriedly, he took out a jade token and imbued it with his powers. The jade token shone with a green glow. Amidst the commotion, he yelled at the jade token, "Deacon, save us. The natives are fighting back. The natives are ferocious. The protective barrier is about to break." The moment he finished his words, the protective barrier of the formation instantly exploded, and an undefeatable force surged forward, annihilating all of them instantly. On the other side, the enforcer in charge of escorting the disciples to the primordial ancestral grounds frowned. He had no idea what was happening. The natives are fighting back? How is that possible? It might be his first time escorting a disciple to the primordial ancestral grounds, but according to the records, the natives of the primordial ancestral grounds would never fight back. This was something that had never happened before. At this moment, the jade tablet shattered and turned into ashes that drifted through the air. Lin Fan looked around. He could feel a destructive force shooting up into the sky. It seems like the God Origin Cannon is starting to show its power. Disciple, when are you going to attack? Tiansu asked. The crack above his head was vibrating, and he could feel that there was life coming out of it. Master, it's coming now. Just watch from the side. Just then, Lin Fan took out his mace. Grow. 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 The mace kept growing until it was 100 meters tall. Lin Fan aimed at the crack and stabbed it into it. It feels really deep. Lin Fan raised his hand and put it down. He could feel it moving up and down. In the crack. Under the protection of the protective formation, the disciples were excited. They would be able to reach the natives soon. They had already decided to tame the natives and enjoy the feeling of being superior. But all of a sudden, a disciple cried out in alarm, "Look, what's that black and swarthy thing?" The originally silver mace looked a little black under the influence of the gray torrent. Bang, the mace collided violently with the protective shield. Crack. A crack appeared on the protective shield. What's going on? Are the natives of the primordial ancestral grounds fighting back? The protective formation shook, and the disciples swayed left and right. Some of them took out their jade tokens and asked for help. Oh no, the natives are attacking us. The disciple shouted at the jade token. A voice could be heard from the other side of the jade token. Attack? How are they attacking you? It's a thick, huge, and black unknown thing. It's hitting our protective formation, and we can't hold on any longer. Please send help, please send. Bang, the jade token broke, but there was no sound. In the unknown space, the Lord Enforcer wore a green robe and had long hair. He looked like an immortal, but his expression was terrible. This was not the first time something like this had happened. It was multiple incidents. Just now, at least 10 jade tokens were broken. They were obviously attacked. Through the cracks, the mace pierced through them from top to bottom. To those disciples, this was simply way too horrifying. Some of the disciples had their bodies pierced by the sharp spikes, causing blood to spurt out from their mouths. Some of them were unlucky, and they exploded from the mace. They, who were preparing to invade the primordial ancestral grounds, panicked. Some of them screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Help! Help! I'm not coming anymore. These natives are too dangerous. They're attacking us. Save me. I'm not going to invade anymore. Just then, Lin Fan had a weird look on his face. His points were increasing, but there was something wrong with the increase. Where did the hundreds of points come from? That's around the Earth Star border realm, and the most I got is only 3,000 points. Isn't this the Heaven Star border realm? It can't be. How can these invaders be so weak? He almost didn't dare to believe it, and was even a bit disappointed and regretful. He had been prepared to fight to the death, but now he felt as if he had equipped himself with a god item, prepared to challenge an unknown boss, and yet, in the end, challenged a wild chicken. This is too big of a difference. Disciple, what's wrong? Why are you frowning? Tiansu asked curiously. He was impressed by his disciple's move. Didn't you say that you're going to capture captives? How am I going to capture them? Lin Fan was a little unhappy right now as he furrowed his brows in disappointment. Teacher, your disciple feels that these invaders seem to be really weak. Weak? How do you know? Tiansu was stunned. Even he didn't know that his disciple knew. Teacher, look, your disciple is holding the mace and stabbing it up and down. If the opponent is a strong cultivator, it would definitely be difficult and obstructed. But now, look, your disciple's mace is smooth and smooth. There is no obstruction at all. Lin Fan analyzed the situation in his mind. That makes sense. Tiansu nodded. He realized that something was amiss. Disciple, didn't you say that you're going to capture captives? How are you going to do that? Master, don't worry. There's still a chance. Let disciple see if there's a lucky guy who can survive. Lin Fan smiled. Shrink. The mace, which was 1,000 feet long, gradually shrunk. When it had shrunk to a certain extent, a ball of red blood slowly flowed out of the pitch-black crack. Corpses could be seen hanging on the spikes of the mace. Lin Fan and Tian Su looked at the corpses seriously. The corpses might be badly mutilated, but their clothes were different from theirs. However, they looked the same. Ah! Help! Suddenly, a disciple on the mace screamed miserably. His arm was pierced through, and blood flowed out of it. His face was extremely pale. End of chapter 453. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.